The Lord's Empire Chapter 339 to Chapter 423. Just then, Zhao Fu had used a City Lord Seal's power. Compared to a nation armament, a City Lord Seal didn't consume as much energy as a nation armament, mainly because it didn't consume any fate. However, he couldn't casually use the City Lord Seal's power, as it could affect the city. However, it was fine to use it when necessary. Riding on Little Black, Zhao Fu walked towards Baudelaire as he said, "Orc City is definitely going to lose. If you submit to me, I definitely won't mistreat you, and you'll have good achievements in the future." Zhao Fu felt that Baudelaire's talent and potential were quite good, so he wanted to try and recruit him. Humph. Baudelaire coldly harumphed and stood up, covered with blood as he said, "Human. I won't betray City Lord Kaki." Following this, Baudelaire raised his spiked club and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu frowned and casually slashed out a massive black sword light. Baudelaire's expression became serious as he blocked with his spiked club, but that black sword light easily sent Baudelaire flying. Even though Baudelaire's strength was comparable to a Stage 4 expert's, in front of Zhao Fu's City Lord Seal, he was unable to resist at all. After all, Zhao Fu's strength wasn't any weaker than a Stage 4 expert's. "I'll give you another chance. Are you willing to submit?" Zhao Fu's gaze became cold as he looked at Baudelaire with killing intent. If Baudelaire refused to surrender, Zhao Fu would have to kill him. Baudelaire once again climbed up from the ground and said, "Human, don't even think about it. I, Baudelaire, will only submit to the great City Lord Kaki. Even if you kill me, City Lord Kaki will definitely take revenge for me." Zhao Fu looked at Baudelaire, who had once again climbed up from the ground and was charging at him with his spiked club. He didn't hold back and stood his ground. Baudelaire, covered with blood, savagely roared as he rushed over. Zhao Fu expressionlessly slashed out with his sword, and an incredibly sharp black arc of light flashed out, seeming to tear apart space itself. Pooh! Baudelaire's head flew high into the air, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his neck. Baudelaire's body fell powerlessly to the ground. Zhao Fu waved his hand and put the corpse into his king's ring before turning his gaze to the other battlefields. There were less than 100 orcs left, and with the hidden evil poison, they had to face 10,000 soldiers, so they were slaughtered in an instant. Then, Zhao Fu ordered his men to tie up the struggling orcs on the ground and deal with them after the battle was over. The other Qin's troops were almost in the same situation as Zhao Fu. They used the evil annihilation branches to catalyze the toxins in the bodies of countless orc soldiers. Compared to the beastmen commoners, these beastmen soldiers had been poisoned for a long time. Once they were catalyzed by evil annihilation, the beastmen all fell to the ground. Bai Qi and the others first tied up the orcs and started to move towards the orc city from 4 different directions. They first set up an isolation barrier that cut off all teleportation channels within 100 kilometers of the orc city. However, they didn't activate the isolation barrier because once it was activated, no teleportation channels would be able to be used within 100 kilometers of the orc city. This would make people wary, and Zhao Fu's plan would be exposed. Of course, the orc city didn't notice that the 20,000 orcs who had been sent out had been easily taken down by Zhao Fu, and their number 1 warrior, Baudelaire, had died. Zhao Fu went to a high ground and looked at the tall orc city in the distance. Zhao Fu ordered his people to infiltrate the orc city and carry out the next part of his plan. Right now, what Zhao Fu wasn't sure about were the 220,000 orc commoners. Even though Zhao Fu knew that they had been consuming evil annihilation for 3 days, Zhao Fu didn't know how effective it was. As for the orc soldiers, Zhao Fu wasn't too worried. There were also the high-ranking generals of the orc city. They hadn't consumed evil annihilation, but there weren't many of them. Zhao Fu's generals could deal with them. The greatest danger to the orc city was still City Lord Kaki. Zhao Fu had an extremely bad impression of City Lord Kaki, and he didn't want to subdue him because it was impossible. Zhao Fu ordered his people to infiltrate the orc city mainly because he wanted to cooperate with the 20,000 slaves. If they were willing to cooperate, they would work together with Qin. If they weren't willing to cooperate, they wouldn't help Qin, and they definitely wouldn't help the orcs. After all, these slaves definitely hadn't consumed evil annihilation. If these slaves helped the orcs at a critical moment, in order to ensure the safety of Qin's soldiers, Zhao Fu would have to kill all of these slaves before dealing with the orcs. This time, Old Logue and the kobold Doke sneaked in. Xiao Fu didn't know why the orcs liked these two outlanders as slaves. Old Logue and Doke disguised themselves as trash haulers and successfully snuck into the orc city. They then started to look for the leaders of the slaves. Normally, there would be a few leaders, and this group of slaves would definitely be the same. After Doke snuck in, he relied on his sensitive nose and quickly found where the kobold slaves were gathered. Old Logue temporarily followed behind him. Seeing this scene, Doke felt quite sad. The houses here were just made from a few pieces of rags and wood, and they couldn't block the wind and rain at all. There were many kobolds gathered here, and all of them were quite skinny and had many injuries. Their eyes were completely numb, making them look like pools of stagnant water. Even though Doke didn't recognize these kobolds, as they were of the same race, he could feel their sorrow. Doke felt quite heavy, and he went up to ask around and easily found a kobold leader. This was a middle-aged kobold with a face full of wrinkles and a dejected expression. "Do you want to leave here?" Doke asked earnestly as he looked at the middle-aged kobold after checking to see if there were anyone else. Hearing Doke's words, the middle-aged kobold numbly looked at the unfamiliar kobold in front of him, and a trace of hope appeared in his eyes. No one wanted to be a slave and be cursed at. "Do you have any ideas?" The middle-aged kobold asked excitedly as he looked at Doke with a look of delight. Doke nodded earnestly and said, "Our Majesty is about to attack Orc City and has already made preparations." "We're about to attack Orc City, and we've already made preparations. Orc City will definitely lose this time, so His Majesty is willing to give you a chance. If you perform well, you'll be released from your slavery." "What? You're going to attack Orc City?" The middle-aged kobold looked incredibly shocked and couldn't believe what he was hearing. From what he knew, the surrounding 10,000 kilometers around Orc City was a top-tier faction, and no one had ever wavered. It was synonymous with terror and death, and now, someone was saying that they were going to attack it. How could this middle-aged kobold believe it? Seeing that the middle-aged kobold didn't believe him, Doke felt quite pleased as he said, "Our Majesty is the legatee of an empire, and he has many cities like this. Taking down Orc City will be incredibly easy." In order to make the middle-aged kobold believe him, Doke exaggerated Qin's strength. He then took out his legendary great spear and showed it to the middle-aged kobold, saying, "We have hundreds of pieces of trash legendary grade equipment like this. All right. No matter what His Majesty wants us to do, we'll do it," the middle-aged kobold said excitedly. This was their only chance to escape, so they definitely couldn't let it go. Doke smiled as he replied, "It's nothing much. If you can help His Majesty attack the Orc City, such as opening a gate, you'll receive great benefits. Of course, you can also do nothing and run away when His Majesty attacks the Orc City. You can choose between those two options. If you choose the first option, you'll immediately receive His Majesty's protection and have a better life. His Majesty treats us kobolds very well, and if you choose the second option, you'll be able to find an opportunity to run away. That's not bad either, but think about the days without the protection of a village." The middle-aged kobold felt quite surprised. He had expected the first option. The other side wanted to attack the Orc City and wanted them to work with them. He had not expected the second option at all, but this was enough to show the other side's strength. He then thought about the legendary great equipment that Doke had. The middle-aged kobold calmed down. It was definitely not easy to obtain the protection of such a powerful faction. Seeing that Doke was also a kobold and was doing quite well, he agreed to help Qin. However, the middle-aged kobold was only one of the leaders of the kobold slaves. There were 10 or so other leaders, and the orcs would not allow one leader to control all of the kobolds. That would make it too easy for them to rebel and be difficult to control. The middle-aged kobold immediately sent people to notify the other kobold leaders. At that moment, Doke said seriously, "This is too confidential and cannot be leaked. As such, we have to make sure that all of the leaders agree. If anyone tries to leak this information, we have to kill them immediately." The middle-aged kobold understood the importance of this matter, so he nodded seriously. He first found a few leaders he trusted and discussed with them before gathering the others. Doke and Old Logue stayed here for a while in case anything unexpected happened. Luckily, all of the kobolds happily agreed to submit to Qin. Next, Doke left some of his weapons and went to the goblins' side with Old Logue. They used the same method to find a goblin leader and convince him before gathering the others. Two of the goblin leaders felt that the orcs were too powerful, and that Qin couldn't defeat them. They even wanted to report this matter, and the two goblin leaders were killed by the other goblin leaders. Seeing that their mission was completed, Dok and Old Logue returned to Qin to report. After hearing that the plan had succeeded, Zhao Fu grinned and gave the order to activate the isolation barrier. A formless energy immediately locked down the area within 100 kilometers of Orc City. This caused the orcs, who were about to use the teleportation channels, to feel quite surprised. Before they could understand what was going on, Zhao Fu gave the order to attack, and they easily conquered the orc villages near the Orc City. There weren't many beastmen in the Beastman village, only a few hundred. After a few volleys of arrows, not many of them would die. Zhao Fu didn't know if these beastmen had used hidden evil. If they had used hidden evil, then using the white smoke would be more effective. However, they needed to finish the battle quickly, and using the white smoke would be too slow. Very soon, Zhao Fu led his people to the Orc City, and Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao also arrived, surrounding the Orc City from 4 directions. Each team had 12,000 or so people, and it would be quite impossible to take down a city with 200,000 or so people. After all, their forces were spread out, and they would not be able to unleash much of their power. If they gathered their forces together, their chances of success would be greater, but Zhao Fu had other plans. Zhao Fu ordered people to bring out ballistae. These ballistae were quite powerful, and they could shoot high and far. Zhao Fu then tied hidden evil branches to them. When Orc City's other villages were being attacked, they sensed that something was off, and they immediately closed the city gates. The orc soldiers also came to the city walls. When Gunador heard about this, he immediately rushed to the city walls. When he saw that familiar figure standing in front of the orc soldiers, he became furious and yelled, "Despicable! Human, you dare to bring soldiers to attack Orc City? I'll definitely kill you and use your skin as a carpet." Seeing Gunador's terrifying expression, Zhao Fu laughed. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing for him to hold back. "Ha ha ha," Zhao Fu loudly laughed, saying, "Old man, you're too confident." "Aren't you being too confident?" Gunador coldly laughed, saying, "Foolish human. Do you think that you can take down Orc City with just these few people? You're dreaming. Is that so?" Even though Zhao Fu was smiling, his eyes were filled with coldness as he said in a cold tone, "All soldiers, listen up. Fire." Swish, 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 all of the soldiers obeyed, and the atmosphere became incredibly tense. They immediately shot out ballista bolts, which were incredibly powerful and tore through the air, causing everyone's hairs to stand on end. Gunador was given a big fright, and he immediately had his soldiers raise their shields to defend. However, he found that the ballista bolts weren't even aimed at them. Instead, they flew over them and into Orc City. They didn't know what was tied to the ballista bolts, but they gave off dense white smoke. The white smoke quickly spread throughout Orc City, and before Gunador could react, another wave of ballista bolts shot out. These ballista bolts were once again aimed at the city, not the orcs. These ballista bolts only gave off dense smoke and weren't on fire. It seemed that they weren't trying to burn down Orc City. Gunador felt quite surprised and didn't understand why Zhao Fu had shot so many ballista bolts. However, when he saw the orc soldiers breathe in the white smoke and fall to the ground in pain, he couldn't help but wonder, aren't these the same symptoms as before? Immediately, Gunador seemed to understand something, and his old face became savage as he looked at Zhao Fu with killing intent. "Human, you're a human. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and make you beg for death." Zhao Fu disdainfully coldly laughed. Gunador was just putting up a last-ditch struggle. Zhao Fu ordered the archers to start shooting at the city walls with hidden evil grass. Thick white smoke started to spread out from the city walls, and Gunador raised his wooden staff, causing a green light to explode out. Just as he was about to do something, a green light exploded out. Just as he was about to do something, Zhao Fu took out his great rock spirit bow and drew it, aiming an arrow at Gunador. Zhao Fu released the arrow, which turned into a violet light as it shot out. It was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Gunador. Seeing this scene, Gunador felt incredibly pained. And he blamed himself. He had trusted this human too easily, and he had unknowingly fed poison to the orc soldiers. What is that? The only thing that could be fed to the orc soldiers is medicinal pills. Ganador was infuriated to the extreme. This human had been acting against Orc City from the very beginning. Human. You're too despicable, I'll definitely kill you. I'm despicable? Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he loudly asked, then Vice Lord, when did you ever treat me as a friend? When have you ever treated me as a friend? Have you never thought of attacking my village? None of us are much better off. Ganador's face became red and twisted. He couldn't refute Zhao Fu's words. He glared at Zhao Fu with killing intent and prepared to jump down from the city walls to fight Zhao Fu to the death. Boom! A massive aura descended, causing the clouds to swirl. A powerful figure stood in the air. It was the city lord of Orc City, Kaki. Tears streamed down Ganador's face as he looked at the figure in the sky and cried out, City Lord, I deserve to die. I deserve to die, it's all my fault. Please punish me. Kaki's expression was cold as he coldly harumphed and said, We'll talk after we beat back the enemies. Ganador nodded and raised the wooden staff in his hand, causing a green light to shine out. The 1,000 orcs who had fallen to the ground suddenly stood up, and their bodies gave off a blood-red aura. They were incredibly powerful, and they didn't seem sick at all. At the same time, Ganador seemed to have aged quite a bit. This was a secret technique that consumed his and his soldiers' life force, temporarily suppressing the hidden evil poison within their bodies. Kaki's cold gaze turned to Zhao Fu as he said, Human, you dare to set your sights on Orc City? You dare to set your sights on Orc City? That means you deserve to die. Right now, the only thing we can do is to kill the main commander, Zhao Fu. Only then will we have a chance at victory. Zhao Fu raised his head and looked at Kaki with a serious expression as he lightly yelled, All things are void. Swish swish swish, a group of people wearing black hoods suddenly appeared beside Zhao Fu. They lowered their heads and knelt on one knee, greeting him respectfully in unison. Your Highness. A total of 12 people appeared in front of Zhao Fu. They were Tuoba Qing and Little Sha. Lu Mei, Wang Ergu. 12 people who had received the legacy of the assassin. After so much time had passed, the 12 of them had all obtained assassin legacies and grasped the second forms of their weapons. Their auras were all powerful and mysterious. Kill Ganador. Zhao Fu had the 12 people deal with Ganador. The 12 of them were almost at stage 2, while Ganador was only at stage 3. However, with the 12 of them working together, they were more than enough to deal with Ganador. At this moment, Zhao Fu wasn't in a hurry to attack the city. He was just trying to attract the Orc City Lord's attention. The other 3 directions were where he would attack. The 12 figures disappeared and started to assassinate Ganador. Kaki suddenly acted. He took out a large axe and gave off a massive aura as he turned into a gray ray of light and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu tapped off the ground, causing the ground to crack. His body turned into a black ray of light as he rushed into the sky to meet Kaki. The 2 of them clashed in the sky. You're the city lord. After exchanging a single blow, Kaki had never thought that the person in front of him, who he had thought was just a minor figure, would be the city lord of a basic city like him. This was because Zhao Fu was also using his city lord seal's power. Zhao Fu didn't reply, and his sword gave off a massive sword light as it slashed towards Kaki. The 2 of them fought in the sky, and terrifying shockwaves blasted out. Below, Qing's soldiers didn't attack, and they only used arrows to attack the city walls. There were only 1,000 or so orc soldiers on the city walls, and they were using up all of their life force. What they lacked the most was time, so they couldn't afford to waste time like this with Qin. However, if they went down to the city walls and faced 10,000 soldiers, they would definitely die. Ganador ordered a few generals to organize the orc residents to defend the city. The generals understood the urgency of the situation, so they immediately came down from the city walls. However, by now, Orc City was covered in white smoke. Countless orc residents breathed in this white smoke, and even though they weren't as affected as the soldiers, because they had eaten so much hidden evil over the past 3 days, they were still greatly affected by the white smoke. All of them looked incredibly weak and powerless, and they were covered in cold sweat. They didn't have any fighting strength at all. However, there were a few strong-looking orcs who still had some fighting strength, and they were quickly organized by the generals. There were roughly 3,000 people in total. And they held weapons as they quickly climbed up the city walls. This was the last bit of fighting strength that Orc City had left, and they were sent to the eastern city walls to defend against Zhao Fu's attacks. However, the other three sides were being ferociously attacked by Qin's soldiers. Even though they had mobilized some Orc residents to defend, there were very few Orcs who could fight. Within Orc City, the 20,000 or so slaves looked at the white smoke covering Orc City and fell deathly silent. Orcs fell to the ground, looking incredibly pained and moaning. Many Orcs tried to struggle, making it seem like a white hell. Seeing this scene, the slaves were incredibly delighted. Orc City was definitely going to lose. The forces attacking it were simply too powerful, and Orc City couldn't resist at all. They didn't even need to fight to reap the fruits of victory, and this was an opportunity for them to show off. The 20,000 slaves split into 3 groups and worked together with Qin's soldiers. Bai Qi and the others didn't even need to use their general armaments to easily take down the 3 city walls. Vicelord. Crap, the southern city wall has been breached. Vicelord. Crap, the western city wall has been breached. Vicelord. Crap, the northern city wall has been breached. As more and more information entered Gunador's ears, Gunador's heart sank. Now, Orc City had fallen, and there was no doubt about it. Finally, the city wall that he was defending wouldn't be able to last for much longer. Qin's soldiers only used their bows to attack and didn't directly attack the city in order to stall for time. Gunador and his soldiers couldn't afford to waste time like this. City Lord. Hurry and leave. Orc City had already lost, and all Gunador wanted was for Kaki to escape. Otherwise, with tens of thousands of soldiers and Zhao Fu, it would be impossible for them to win. With Kaki's strength, it was still possible for him to rise again. As for Gunador, he decided to take Zhao Fu down with him. Sky Demon Slash. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a terrifying arc of light towards Kaki. Kaki swung his axe, giving off mountain-splitting power as he slashed out a gray blade of light. The 2 attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. At that moment, Kaki found that he wasn't a match for Zhao Fu. Hearing Gunador's words and the various system announcements, he understood that Orc City had completely lost. Even though he was quite unwilling, he still made a decision. Suddenly, Kaki unleashed a powerful attack, forcing back Zhao Fu before flying towards the city hall. Hearing Gunador's words, Zhao Fu felt quite startled. Gunador gripped his wooden staff with both hands and raised it high into the air. A green light rushed into the sky, turning into the image of a massive wolf, and a boundless aura descended from the sky. Awoo! 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 Howls suddenly sounded out as at least 40,000 to 50,000 giant wolves howled as if they had been summoned by the massive wolf image in the sky. Their eyes glowed with a blood-red light, and they gave off a cruel and murderous aura as they bared their fangs and became incredibly restless. Zhao Fu suddenly understood what Gunador meant. He had never thought that there would be so many giant wolves in Orc City. If so many giant wolves charged at them, many of his 10,000 soldiers would be killed or injured. However, at that moment, a figure appeared beside Gunador, brandishing a blood-red sword and slashing at Gunador. Gunador was quite startled. He had never thought that someone like this would suddenly appear beside him. However, he couldn't care too much and exploded out with a green aura flame, forming a green protective barrier. He then gathered his power and sent it into his wooden staff. The massive wolf image in the sky made a roaring motion. Arg! Tuoba Qin cried out as she gripped the blood-red sword with both hands. Traces of blood-red aura rose up from her body as she sent her power into the blood-red sword. Blood-red arcs of lightning appeared around the sword, giving off a terrifying might. She slashed out, boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red sword slashed against the green barrier. The air seemed to explode, causing a wild gale to blow out. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on the green barrier before it shattered, and the blood-red sword slashed towards Gunador's waist. Gunador was quite startled. He had never thought that someone who hadn't even reached stage 2 would be able to slash apart his barrier. Right now, all of his power was focused on the massive wolf image, and if he didn't do anything, he would be killed. At that moment, Gunador's expression became savage, and he decided to throw caution to the wind. His original plan was to lure the tens of thousands of giant wolves over. Each of the giant wolves had stage 6 to 7 cultivation, and if they charged over, Xiaofu would definitely suffer heavy losses. On the other hand, it was so that City Lord Kaki could escape. That way, even if he died, he would have no regrets. He gathered all of his remaining strength and poured it into the wooden staff. Ah! A pained cry sounded out as a skinny figure suddenly appeared by Gunador's side. He slashed out with his dagger, sending out a sharp arc of light that sliced off Gunador's arms. Blood spurted out from the severed arms, and the wooden staff fell to the ground. The image of the giant wolf in the sky disappeared, and the giant wolf in Orc City's den became calm again. Little Shah suddenly attacked. His attacks were cold-blooded and emotionless, and he was incredibly savage. He chopped off Gunador's hands. Not only did Little Shah have the Sin Devil bloodline, but he also had SSS grade. He also had an icy temperament, and his power grew exponentially every day. Even though he was the youngest, he had long since become the most powerful of the 12. Pooh! Tuoba Ching's blood-red sword slashed out, splitting Gunador in half at the waist. The others didn't even have a chance to attack. After losing Gunador's power, the thousands of orcs who had been summoned immediately fell to the ground. Their bodies quickly aged, and soon, they died. Now, there were only 3,000 orc residents left on the city walls. The 12 people started to slaughter on the city walls, and Zhao Fu gave the order to officially attack. 10,000 soldiers roared as they charged towards Orc City. Zhao Fu turned to look at Kaki in the distance. Zhao Fu understood why Kaki was flying towards the city hall. He wanted to relocate Orc City. If he could relocate Orc City, he would be able to start all over again. That way, Zhao Fu's gains would be halved. Humph. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and threw the Sky Demon Sword. The Sky Demon Sword gave off a large amount of black sword light as a massive demon image appeared. It spread its wings and gave off a terrifying aura as it flew towards Kaki. Facing the incoming demon image, Kaki swung his axe, sending out 3 10-meter-long blades of light that gave off ferocious power towards the demon image. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out as the massive demon image was shattered by the blades of light, and the Sky Demon Sword was sent flying. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu caught up to Kaki. He waved his hand, and the Sky Demon Sword turned into a ray of black light and returned to Zhao Fu's hand. Kaki's expression was cold as he looked at Zhao Fu. Seeing that his escape had been interrupted, he was infuriated and raised his axe, giving off a mountain-splitting aura as he hacked down towards Zhao Fu. Godly demonic thrust. Zhao Fu raised the Sky Demon Sword, causing it to give off a faint demonic light as a massive sword image appeared and collided with the axe. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the two massive powers collided, causing a shockwave to ripple out. The buildings below were completely destroyed. By now, Bai Qi and the others had arrived at the city hall. They raised their general armaments, causing 3 pillars of light to shoot into the sky. The weather suddenly changed as a massive aura spread out, and 3 massive figures appeared in the sky. After the 3 giant beasts appeared, they immediately crashed into the city lord mansion, directly smashing it into pieces. However, a huge golden energy barrier appeared. At the center of the ruins, there was a golden cube floating in the air, giving off a 50-meter-wide golden energy barrier. This was the Orc City's city heart. Bai Qi and the others took this opportunity to raise their swords and slash at the golden energy barrier. The 3 massive beasts gave off immense power as they smashed towards the golden energy barrier. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded out as the 3 massive beasts smashed against the golden energy barrier. However, the golden energy barrier did not budge at all. A city-level barrier was not so easy to destroy. This gave Kaki a big fright. If the barrier was destroyed and the city heart was taken, his city lord seal would lose its power and become a piece of trash. Arg! Kaki didn't hesitate to roar as a powerful aura exploded out from him. Countless rays of gray light appeared as a square stone seal with an orc engraved on it appeared above Kaki's head. Zhao Fu's pupils constricted, and he raised the Sky Demon Sword with one hand, causing a black ray of light to shoot into the sky. A dragon's roar sounded out as boundless black light scattered, and a black golden seal with a black dragon engraved on it appeared above Zhao Fu. Sensing this power, Kaki felt quite startled. As the city lord of the Forest of Horrors, even though it was only a basic city and couldn't compare to a system main city, he knew that the most terrifying thing in the Forest of Horrors wasn't the six-eyed flood dragon but a mysterious person. Even though his opponent was monstrous, Kaki couldn't just give up like this. He once again roared and took out his City Lord Seal. The City Lord Seal's power was completely unleashed as Kaki slashed out with his axe. The entire sky trembled and gave off a powerful aura of suppression as the massive axe light slashed towards Xiao Fu with the power to split the heavens and the earth. Xiao Fu quickly dodged to the side, not choosing to face it head-on. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the astonishing axe light fell, directly opening up a 100-meter-long axe mark on the ground. Xiao Fu dodged to the side. There was nothing to be anxious about right now. He decided to keep Kaki occupied while Bai Qi and the others destroy the golden energy barrier. After conquering the city, he would be able to win for sure. Roar! Roar! Scree! The three massive beasts roared and exploded out with immense power, giving off ferocious auras as they once again slammed towards the golden energy barrier. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as the three massive beasts slammed into the golden energy barrier. However, the golden energy barrier was completely undamaged, it was simply too tough. With the three massive beasts' power, they could smash apart a small mountain, but they were completely unaffected by the golden energy barrier. Bai Qi and the others once again unleashed their power and continued to control the three beasts to attack the golden energy barrier. As the three massive beasts continuously attacked, the golden energy barrier started to tremble. Kaki immediately turned his gaze to Bai Qi and the others and ferociously attacked, once again forcing Xiao Fu back. Kaki took this opportunity to fly over and attack Bai Qi and the others. Swish, 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 the soldiers grasped this opportunity, and countless arrows tore through the air as they enveloped Kaki. There were over 10,000 arrows, and the sounds they gave off were incredibly terrifying. Kaki couldn't afford to be careless, and he continuously swung his axe, sending out countless blades of air and intense wind pressure, sending all of the incoming arrows flying. However, at that moment, Xiao Fu suddenly appeared beside Kaki, and his sword gave off a sword light as it slashed towards Kaki's throat. This sudden attack was very dangerous. Kaki tried his best to tilt his head back. Although he managed to dodge Xiao Fu's attack, his chest was still cut by Xiao Fu. However, the wound was very small and didn't cause much harm to Kaki. Kaki was infuriated, and he grabbed his axe and swung it towards Xiao Fu, causing Xiao Fu to once again retreat. Xiao Fu's main task was to tie down Kaki, not to fight him head-on. Using brute force to defeat him would be quite difficult. Roar! Roar! Hell! At this moment, the three beasts roared and once again launched their attacks. The blood-colored eagle swooped down, its claws clawing at the golden energy barrier, emitting a resounding clang that pierced through everyone's eardrums. The black tiger and green greedy wolf mustered their strength and ran a few steps before slamming into the golden energy barrier. A muffled sound rang out as the golden energy barrier started to tremble. This meant that the golden energy barrier wouldn't last much longer. Seeing this, Kaki felt quite startled and took a step back. He turned to Xiao Fu and said, "Human, I'll only take the city creation stone. Everything in Orc City will belong to you, and I'll make all of the orcs submit to you." Xiao Fu was quite surprised that this powerful orc had chosen to take a step back. Xiao Fu wasn't very interested in anything else in Orc City, and if he could make all of his 200,000 or so orcs submit, that would be quite good. This way, Xiao Fu would have an additional 200,000 or so people. However, all of the orcs were under Xiao Fu's control, and Xiao Fu could decide whether they lived or died. How could he agree to Kaki's demands? Apologies. I want all of this. Xiao Fu coldly replied as he continuously slashed out a few sword lights that were 10 or so meters long towards Kaki. Kaki was infuriated and gripped his axe with both hands as he swung upwards, sending out a powerful axe light that destroyed the sword lights that Xiao Fu had slashed out. Xiao Fu once again slashed out and attacked Kaki. He wasn't in a rush, and his main goal was to keep Kaki busy. Under the ferocious attacks of the three orcs, the golden energy barrier continuously trembled, and it could only last for less and less time. Kaki became more and more anxious. Once the golden energy barrier was destroyed, he would die without a doubt. Arg! Kaki roared as he raised his axe, and an incredibly powerful aura exploded out. The axe gave off a large amount of gray light and a sharp aura spread out. Behind Kaki, a 10-meter-tall orc image raised its head to the sky and roared, shaking the clouds. Kaki exploded out with his orc ancestor's power, and at that moment, Kaki slashed out with his axe. Boom! A terrifying axe light flew out, seeming as if it was going to split apart the heavens and earth, and even space itself seemed to be torn apart. Xiaofu was greatly startled, and he dodged as he unleashed Godly Demon's shield. The Sky Demon sword gave off a large amount of black light, and a 4-meter-wide, 10-meter-tall, goat-headed demon shield image appeared in front of Xiaofu, giving off a boundless aura of toughness. The massive axe light slammed into the shield image, causing sparks to fly. With a clang, the shield image shattered, and Xiaofu immediately used his sword to block in front of him and unleashed his king's domain. However, he was still sent flying by the axe. Seeing this, Kaki stopped attacking Xiaofu and turned into a ray of gray light as he shot towards the golden energy barrier. If he could enter the golden energy barrier, he would be able to escape with the city creation stone. Bai Qi and the others were given a big fright, and they stopped attacking the golden energy barrier and controlled the three beasts too. Attack Kaki. Kaki was infuriated. He had just escaped from Xiaofu, and now he was being harassed by these three beasts. He continuously slashed out with his axe, but the three beasts were completely unafraid of death and continued to attack him. Demon Son. Xiaofu stopped his body in midair, and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. He looked quite wretched, and he roared in anger. Boom! A jet-black demonic pillar rushed into the sky, and a massive wave of demonic qi spread out. The sun in the sky was gradually dyed black, and it gave off a terrifying demonic light that seemed to devour souls. A boundless demonic intent ferociously pressed down like the heavens and earth's spiritual pressure. At that moment, Xiaofu used his City Lord Seal and Nation Armament's power, and he slashed down, sending out a shocking sword qi that gave off an aura that could kill all living creatures towards Kaki. Boom! The massive sword qi sent Kaki flying, and even the fragile golden energy barrier was destroyed. At that moment, Xiaofu didn't hesitate to turn into a ray of black light and fly towards the golden cube floating in the air. On the other side, Kaki, who had been sent flying, was covered with blood. Seeing this, he also turned into a ray of light and flew towards the city heart. Bai Qi and the others immediately controlled the three beasts to block in front of Kaki, but they were all sent flying by Kaki. System announcement. Would you like to conquer Kaki City? Xiaofu placed his hand on the golden cube and immediately received a system announcement. Without hesitation, Xiaofu chose to conquer it. System announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered Kaki City. System announcement. Congratulations, you have obtained 1,000 achievement points. System announcement. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 conquest points. A trace of a smile appeared on Xiaofu's face. Everything had been resolved, and Xiaofu could finally relax. I'm going to kill you. The City Lord Seal's power gradually disappeared, and the stone seal on Kaki's head gradually lost its luster before falling to the ground. Kaki savagely roared as he rushed at Xiaofu. Xiaofu coldly looked at Kaki charging at him and waved his hand, sending out a formless energy that sent Kaki flying. Right now, Kaki only had stage 4 strength, so how could he stop Xiaofu, who had a City Lord seal? Kaki was sent flying and crashed against a wall, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. I'll give you a chance. Are you willing to submit to me? If you're willing to submit, Orc City will belong to you again. Xiaofu held the Sky Demon sword as he walked over to Kaki. After all, Kaki was a stage 4 expert, so Xiaofu tried to force him to surrender. Ha ha ha, Kaki madly laughed. He was the Orc City Lord, a ferocious orc that had shaken the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, but now, he was gone. Everything had been taken by Xiaofu. He would rather die than submit to Xiaofu, and he hatefully looked at Xiaofu as he swung his axe at Xiaofu, using his actions to answer Xiaofu's question. Xiaofu's expression remained unchanged as he watched Kaki raise his axe and stab out with his sword, leaving behind a black sword light that pierced into Kaki's body. With a twist of the sword, Kaki's organs were completely destroyed. Before he died, Kaki's eyes were still filled with hatred as he stared at Xiaofu. It was as if he wouldn't let Xiaofu off even if he turned into a ghost. Then, he slowly fell to the ground and died. Bai Qi and the other generals came up and looked delighted as they cupped their hands and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu smiled and waved his hand to collect Kaki's corpse. He then ordered Bai Qi to gather up all of the orcs who had fallen ill and gather up all of the resources. Zhao Fu then calculated all of the losses. Bai Qi and the other generals immediately went to carry out Zhao Fu's orders. Zhao Fu went to the city heart. Ever since he had first seen Orc City, Zhao Fu had been eyeing it for a long time. Now, Qin City was still a small city. Above it, there were middle cities, big cities, and above the big cities were the important cities. Great cities were about the same size as system main cities, which was why there were only 3 or 4 great cities even though a province was so big. However, leveling up a great city was much more difficult. Not only did it require 3 basic cities, but it also required 6 basic towns. Moreover, all of them had to be of equal status. 3 basic cities required 3 viscounts, and 6 towns required 6 barons. Now, Zhao Fu had 1 basic city and 3 basic towns, so he needed 2 more basic cities and 3 towns to level up to a great city. Zhao Fu had no idea when he would be able to do this. Zhao Fu first looked at Orc City's stats. Village name, Kaki City, Gold, Level, Basic City, Village Area, 300 square kilometers. Village Territory, 5,180 square kilometers. Popular Support, 85 Special Stats, Territory Crop Output plus 80%, Territory Crop Growth Time minus 80%, Population Limit plus 50%, Resident Stats plus 4, Soldier Stats plus 4%, Population Attraction plus 70%, High Grade Attraction plus 60%. Subsidiary Village Limit, 300 subsidiary villages, none. After looking at Orc City's stats, Zhao Fu looked at the orc professions. There was no need to look at the normal professions, so he looked at the special ones. Orc Wolf Cavalry, E+ grade military, description, ferocious Orc Wolf Cavalry, one of the most powerful orc professions. Effect, receives the basic skill, Ferocious Journey. Orc Shaman, D- grade military, description, Orc Shamans have some healing abilities and know some witchcraft. Effect, receives the basic skill, Witchcraft. There was also a profession change Stone Steel for the Urukai profession, but because Zhao Fu already knew about it, he didn't mention it. There were 50 shaman profession quests. After looking at these, Zhao Fu went to the side of Orc City. There were giant wolves that were 2 or 3 meters long, and they all lay on the ground, obediently looking at Zhao Fu. This den was quite special because it was fused with Orc City. Now that Zhao Fu had conquered Orc City, this den belonged to Zhao Fu. As such, these giant wolves didn't show any signs of savagery towards Zhao Fu, and they instead seemed quite docile. Zhao Fu went to the side of the den and saw a rhombus-shaped blood crystal floating on a platform. Zhao Fu walked up to it and looked at it. Orc Wolf Den, Town, Grade, Gold, Description, a special den that was fused with an orc blood crystal and a wolf denver. It can spawn ferocious orc wolves and can spawn 45 to 75 orc wolves per day. After looking at these stats, Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with this denver. With these orc wolves, he could create 40,000 to 50,000 orc cavalrymen. Of course, Zhao Fu didn't just want orc cavalrymen, he wanted other types of cavalry as well. He wanted to develop more types of soldiers so that he could adapt to battles in the future. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to Orc City. Bai Qi had already taken care of everything, and when he saw Zhao Fu return, he reported, "Your Majesty, we've captured 250,000 or so orcs, 73 city creation stones, 340,000 gold coins, and countless other items." Because there wasn't much fighting, Qin's soldiers suffered very few losses. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to Orc City. Bai Qi had already taken care of everything, and when he saw that Zhao Fu had returned, he reported, "Your Majesty, we've captured 250,000 or so orcs, 73 city creation stones, 340,000 gold coins, and countless other items." No matter how ferocious the orcs were, they wouldn't be able to defeat Zhao Fu's soldiers. Zhao Fu had expected this outcome, mainly because hidden evil was simply too useful. It had caused the entire Orc City to lose its ability to resist, and even the killing move that Zhao Fu had prepared with Shatter Steel Iron wasn't very effective. The equipment that Zhao Fu traded with the orcs had Shatter Steel Iron in it, but as soon as it touched Qin's equipment, it would immediately shatter, causing the orcs to lose their weapons and armor. On the other hand, Qin's soldiers were well equipped, and no matter how ferocious the orcs were, they wouldn't be able to defeat Qin's soldiers. It was a pity that hidden evil was too powerful, so the shatter steel iron was useless. However, it could still be collected and sold to the next orc. Zhaofu was quite surprised that there were still so many city creation stones. He had thought that the orcs had destroyed all of the villages that they had conquered, and he hadn't expected them to still be here. Zhaofu guessed that Gunador, the old orc who was filled with wisdom, would have been able to see far into the future. It was a pity that everything had gone to him, and Gunador had been killed by his subordinates. "Your Majesty. The 20,000 slaves who have surrendered want to see you." Just as Bai Qi finished reporting everything, Zhaofu fell into deep thought, and Doke came to report to him, interrupting Zhaofu's thoughts. Hearing this, Zhaofu nodded, and Doke brought 30 or so people to Zhaofu. Half of them were kobolds and the other half were goblins. The kobolds were led by a middle-aged kobold, and the goblins were led by a young goblin. These were all the leaders from before, and they respectfully knelt to Zhaofu as they said, "Thank you for saving us, Your Majesty." Seeing this, Zhaofu felt quite satisfied and smiled as he said, "You may all rise. If you submit to Qin, I'll definitely give you a stable life. You will no longer be slaves and will officially become residents of Qin." Hearing Zhaofu's reply, the kobolds and goblins let out a sigh of relief. They had been worried that Zhaofu would enslave them like the orcs, and they had seen how powerful Qin's soldiers were. None of them were any weaker than the orcs, and even if they wanted to resist, they wouldn't be able to. Now that they heard that Zhaofu wouldn't enslave them and would officially make them part of Qin, they were able to relax and immediately expressed their gratitude to Zhaofu. Zhaofu had them leave and went to a large, empty area. There were many people tied up with ropes, and by now, they had woken up. Their expressions were all different, some were panicked, some were afraid, some were hateful, and some were furious. Their bodies were still quite weak because Bai Qi had only fed them a small amount of the antidote. It wasn't completely detoxified in order to prevent anything unexpected from happening. After coming to the group of orcs, Zhaofu yelled in the orc language, "Your orc city has been conquered by me, and your city lord, vice lord, and number 1 warrior, Bodalai, have all been killed by me. Now, you must submit to me and become part of Qin. If you're not willing, I won't show any mercy." After Zhaofu finished speaking, he ordered his men to separate the orcs who were willing to submit and those who were not. They started with the orc soldiers. These beastman soldiers were very loyal to Kaki, and they all looked at Zhaofu with hatred. They looked as if they wanted to kill Zhaofu, and they shouted, "Beastman will never surrender," in an attempt to convince the other beastmen not to surrender. Looking at these people, Zhaofu's gaze became cold, and he dragged out 5,000 orcs who had resisted the most ferociously. He dragged them in front of the countless orcs and had them kneel in a row. "Kill." Zhaofu coldly gave the order, and the soldiers raised their swords and swung them down heavily. Heads rolled to the ground, and the headless corpses also powerlessly fell to the ground. Large amounts of blood flowed out from their necks, instantly dyeing the ground red, and the stench of blood spread out. "Continue." Zhaofu coldly looked at these orcs and continued to give orders. This time, he dragged out another 5,000 elderly orcs. Because these elderly orcs had been Kaki's subordinates for a long time, they were very loyal to him, and they were diehard. Zhaofu didn't have much use for these elderly orcs, so since they wanted to die, Zhaofu would help them. The elderly orcs were dragged out in front of the beheaded orc corpses and had them kneel in a row. A prideful elderly orc had a resolute look on his face, looking as if he didn't fear death, and was about to yell something. "Kill." Zhaofu wasn't interested at all, and he continued to give orders. The soldiers once again swung their swords, and heads fell to the ground. Headless corpses fell to the ground, and blood once again flowed out, causing the stench of blood to stab the nostrils. The scene became much quieter, however, Zhaofu's cold voice once again gave orders, and another 5,000 orcs were dragged out and beheaded. The scene became quite oppressive, and an aura of terror spread out. This was a massacre, and if it wasn't a battle, it was a bloody massacre. 15,000 corpses lay on the ground, and the ground was dyed red with blood, creating a shocking scene. Within the boundless darkness, a blood-red star gave off a devilish blood-red light, and Zhaofu sensed this slaughter. His blood-red eyes instinctively gave off a devilish light, and his heart became completely cold as he gave the order to kill another 5,000 orcs. As Zhao Fu killed more and more orcs, the blood-red star gave off a devilish light that became brighter and brighter. Zhao Fu felt a coldness in his heart, and his voice became eerie as he ordered a group of orc children, who were all under 10 years old and did not have much strength, to be dragged over. The soldiers immediately obeyed and ferociously walked into the crowd of orcs and started to drag out the orc children. The orc parents cried out and tried to stop them, but they were powerless. They could only kneel and kowtow, expressing their willingness to submit to Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu didn't move at all, and he didn't seem to feel anything at all. The soldiers dragged the children to the front, and Bai Qi and the other generals felt that something was off. Normally, His Majesty would have stopped long ago, and he wouldn't kill these children who didn't know anything. Even though the orc children didn't know much, after seeing orcs being beheaded, they understood what was going on. They immediately looked terrified and started to loudly cry. Slash! Zhao Fu's evil voice once again sounded out, and the soldiers obeyed and raised their large sabers, preparing to slash down. Wait, Bai Qi and the other generals couldn't help but step out and yell. Zhao Fu frowned and looked at Bai Qi and the others. Only now did Bai Qi and the others discover that Zhao Fu's eyes were glowing with a blood-red light, making them look like two blood-red rubies, and they looked quite terrifying. Facing those terrifying blood-red eyes, Bai Qi and the others' hearts trembled, and their bodies froze. A cold and eerie aura flowed out from their hearts, and they felt an instinctive fear. The air seemed to freeze, and Bai Qi and the others' hearts rapidly thumped as they felt as if they couldn't breathe. All right then. Release these children and check again. If anyone doesn't surrender, gather them together and kill them. Zhao Fu suddenly returned to normal, and the blood-red light in his eyes gradually dimmed. The blood-red star that had been hidden within the boundless darkness also returned to normal. Bai Qi and the others understood what was going on, and they inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu had been quite terrifying just then. Zhao Fu hadn't noticed what had just happened, and he left this matter to Bai Qi and the others. A while later, Bai Qi finished dealing with the orcs. After Bai Qi finished dealing with the orcs, most of them were frightened by Zhao Fu's massacre and chose to surrender. However, a small portion continued to resist, and Bai Qi killed some of them. Of the 250,000 orc captives, only 220,000 remained. With so many people, Zhao Fu needed to properly digest them. Qin City was most likely made up of humans, and it would not be good to have too many outlanders. This was quite easy to deal with. 80% of Zhao Fu's other villages were human villages, and after a while, the number of outlanders that spawned would far surpass that of outlanders. Next, Zhao Fu relocated the orc city and obtained 400,000 EXP. It was a pity that the orc wolf den had also been relocated, so he did not receive any EXP. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu rebuilt the orc city 1,000 kilometers away from Qin City and made Sar the city lord. He also gave him an SSS Great Orb. The orc city lord Kaki, the vice lord Gunador, and the number 1 warrior, Bodalai, were all SSS Great Orbs. Their corpses were refined, and Zhao Fu obtained 3 SSS Great Orbs. Because orc villages could only be used by orcs, and Sar was the first orc general under Zhao Fu's command, Zhao Fu decided to give the orc city to him. Moreover, Zhao Fu took out a stone seal. It was the orc city lord seal. Zhao Fu had put it away when he had killed Kaki, and it was smaller than before. Because it had become a subordinate city of Qin City, a portion of its power had been absorbed by Qin City. As long as Zhao Fu had Qin City Lord Seal, he could nullify the Orc City Lord Seal at any time. Qin City Lord Seal had also obtained a portion of the Orc City Lord Seal's power, making it much stronger than before. Now that Sar had become the City Lord and the City Lord Seal, Zhao Fu gave him a Stage 2 Blood God pill to help him quickly raise his cultivation. In the future, he would need to put in a lot of effort. As for the remaining 2 SSS Great Orbs, Zhao Fu gave them to Zhang Dahu and Old Log, the 2 oldest generals. Zhao Fu also obtained 30,000 Blood God pills from orc corpses. Most of the original orc soldiers refused to surrender, so Zhao Fu could only kill them. However, 10,000 or so orc soldiers chose to surrender, and 80% of them were Stage 1 soldiers. Zhao Fu had obtained a lot of fate from conquering the city, and his nation armament and clan armament had both become stronger. Kaki City's destruction couldn't be hidden from the Forest of Horror's 3 other system main cities. After all, such a big matter couldn't be kept under wraps, so the 3 system main cities' city lords immediately discussed among themselves. Since none of them had made a move against Kaki City, the only possibility left was that mysterious faction hiding somewhere. Seeing how the other side had been able to take down Kaki City so easily, Zhao Fu was quite shocked. The other side's strength had grown too quickly, and he was now a serious threat to the system main cities. The 3 of them couldn't help but think about this matter in order to deal with all kinds of things that might happen in the future. There was another faction that immediately discovered that Orc City had been conquered, which was the Zhou family. When it was time to trade with Orc City, Zhou Ming happily brought his goods to Orc City, hoping that he would be able to make a good harvest. However, after arriving at the Orc City, they saw nothing but rubble. The massive Orc City had disappeared, and Zhou Ming looked incredibly shocked. What faction had been able to break through such a powerful Orc City? Zhou Ming couldn't help but think about it. He immediately returned to the Zhou family and asked around to find out who did it. Zhao Fu didn't know about any of this. In the following period of time, Qin City entered a state of steady development. One reason was to properly digest everything that they had obtained from Orc City, and the other was to construct the city's various constructions. Qin City had been upgraded from a town to a basic city, and all sorts of constructions needed to be expanded, such as city walls and houses. Zhao Fu also ordered people to construct a city hall. Now that Qin City was a city, they had to construct a city hall. This was given to the gnomes to design and create a majestic city hall, while the others were responsible for the construction. Zhao Fu didn't have much to do, so he took the one-world rod and sat by a creek, fishing as he quickly cultivated. By now, Zhao Fu's cultivation had reached stage 1 to 9, and he was just a bit away from reaching stage 2. After obtaining Earth Grade and the one-world rod, his cultivation speed had become more than 10 times faster. At that moment, a soldier came up and reported that Xianru wanted to see him. Zhao Fu felt quite confused, so he went to the Westfall restaurant. Xianru was waiting for him at a table, and there was a sumptuous feast on the table. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Xianru gave a trace of a smile as she stood up and bowed to Zhao Fu, saying, "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu smiled and walked into the room. He nodded and sat next to Xianru as he asked, "What is it?" Xianru first bowed before sitting next to Zhao Fu and pouring a cup of wine for Zhao Fu, saying, "Your Majesty, I've come to apologize. I'm here to apologize and hope that your Highness can forgive me." Hearing Xianru's words, Zhao Fu's expression didn't change much. He raised the cup of wine and took a sip as he said, "Speak. What do you want me to forgive you for?" A trace of apology appeared in Xianru's beautiful eyes as she said, "Firstly, I've hidden my identity. In actuality, I'm from the school of Gourmet, as well as the school of Yin Yang. Moreover, I'm from the Wood faction of the Yin Yang faction, the Arbiter of Fate." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression didn't change. Zhao Fu could roughly guess that with Xianru's abilities and the fact that she had helped him many times, she definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Seeing that Zhao Fu's expression didn't change, Xianru understood, and she lightly laughed as she said, "So your Majesty already knew." In actuality, she hadn't gone out of her way to hide her identity. It was just that back when Zhao Fu had just established his faction, he had been extremely wary of everyone. If she had said that she was from the school of Yin Yang, Zhao Fu definitely wouldn't have been able to accept it. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "With your abilities, you didn't try to hide it, and I'm not stupid, so how could I not have thought of it?" "Your Majesty. You are indeed wise." Xianru smiled as she explained, "In actuality, when I first met your Majesty, I already knew your Majesty's identity. Your Majesty's fate and killing aura are simply too powerful, and only the 5 great ancient kingdoms, the Qin Empire, would have such a thing. Also, my surname isn't He, but Xianru." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. As expected, he had been discovered the first time they had met. Back then, he had rejoiced, and he didn't pay too much attention to Xianru's name. "Speak. Is there anything else?" Zhao Fu asked as he looked at Xianru, as if there was something else. Xianru smiled as she nodded and said, "Finally, the sect master sent me here to apologize for the sealing. I understand, and I won't pursue this matter any further." Zhao Fu didn't pay too much attention to this matter because of Xianru. After all, if he pursued this matter, he wouldn't be able to make the entire Qin Empire go against the entire world. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xianru hadn't thought that things would end so easily, and she happily smiled as she bowed to Zhao Fu. She then picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up some food as she said, Your Majesty, please enjoy your meal. It won't taste good when it gets cold. No need, come with me. Xianru felt quite surprised and didn't know where Zhao Fu was taking her. She followed behind Zhao Fu and used a teleportation channel before appearing in another city. This place was quite lively and prosperous, and there were tall buildings and clean roads. There were indigenous residents, outlanders, and outsiders walking on the streets. Even though there were many different races, they all lived in harmony and didn't fight with each other. At the same time, this place was quite beautiful, and there were flowers everywhere. Even the air was filled with a faint fragrance, and all sorts of butterflies flew about. There were also people on the streets, and when they saw Zhao Fu, they would all respectfully greet him, Your Majesty. Xianru had long since guessed what this place was. This was a place that the entire world wanted to know. Qin City, Xianru felt quite pleased, and she couldn't help but look up at Zhao Fu's back. She understood that Zhao Fu completely trusted her. Zhao Fu had long since trusted Xianru. Before, Great Qin's foundation was not very stable, and now that Great Qin had a basic city and 600,000 or so residents, it had a solid foundation. He decided to bring Xianru to the Great Qin City. What do you think? As the first player to come to Qin City? Zhao Fu suddenly smiled as he turned and said to Xianru. Xianru lightly laughed, I'm extremely honored. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Let's go. I'll take you to meet the people in Qin City. Today, you'll officially be a member of Qin City. Xianru happily nodded in response. Following this, Zhao Fu brought Xianru to his residence. It was the first time that many people had seen Xianru, and they were quite surprised that Zhao Fu had brought a player to Qin City. Zhao Fu first introduced Xianru to everyone and gave her the authority to enter and exit Qin City as she pleased. She was also responsible for making sacrifices. Xianru's knowledge and strength were all extraordinary, and Zhao Fu needed someone like her by his side. Xianru had been waiting for this for a long time, and now that it had finally come true, she couldn't help but feel happy. Her fate greatly increased. Following this, Zhao Fu received a report from a soldier. It was from Heaven's Choice, saying that someone from Soldiers' Alliance had come to Heaven's Choice and wanted to see him. Zhao Fu had almost forgotten that Wu Qingyang wanted him to get along well with Soldiers' Alliance. Hearing this news, Zhao Fu also arrived at Demon Tree City. There were already 3 people waiting in the Heaven's Choice Hall. There were 2 men in their 20s. One of them looked resolute, while the other looked gentle. There was also a young girl who looked quite dainty. As soon as Zhao Fu came in, the girl tenderly snorted, So you're Zhao Fu, not bad looking. We're from Soldiers' Alliance. Because in Heaven's Choice, Zhao Fu did not wear a cloak, he did not hide his appearance. This was the first time that someone had praised Zhao Fu for his good looks. In actuality, Zhao Fu was quite handsome, and adding on the many legacies he had received, his appearance had changed. He had become somewhat handsome, and most importantly, he had a unique aura about him. Zhao Fu recognized one of the 3 people. The resolute-looking one was Dong Junhua. He had never thought that Dong Junhua would personally come to see him. He had already given Zhao Fu enough face. No, he was most likely giving Wu Qingyang face. Hearing the girl's words, Zhao Fu gave an apologetic smile as he said, I'm sorry. I've been too busy recently and haven't been able to pay you a visit. Dong Junhua stood up and smiled as he said, It's nothing. I also wanted to see just what kind of person Heaven's Choice's master is. It seems that he's not a mortal. After saying this, Dong Junhua stretched out his hand and said, Also, this is my little sister, Dong Ying, and my friend, Ren Changzhong. Zhao Fu politely smiled at the other 2 before saying to Dong Junhua, Alliance Master Dong is the one who's not simple. Soldiers' Alliance is now one of the top-tier factions in Soldier Forest, and Alliance Master Dong stands above tens of thousands of people. The 2 of them first exchanged some pleasantries before continuing to chat, establishing a bit of an alliance. However, Zhao Fu found that Dong Junhua seemed to like Wu Qingyang quite a bit, and he would occasionally ask how she was doing. His little sister even referred to her as her future sister-in-law. Zhao Fu did not pay too much mind, he only interacted with Soldiers' Alliance to deal with Wu Qingyang. Whether it was Soldiers' Alliance or Heaven's Choice, they were just small chess pieces in Zhao Fu's eyes. After watching Dong Junhua and the others leave, Zhao Fu finished dealing with this matter. On the way, Dong Junhua suddenly asked, "What do you think of Zhao Fu?" Dong Ying thought for a moment before replying, "I think he's not bad. He was quite a good-natured person, and he could be a friend." It was said that he was extremely strong, but his long black hair and blood-red eyes were quite strange. Could it be that he's fused with some sort of bloodline? At first, I thought that he was an indigenous person. Also, big bro, why are you suddenly asking this? Is it because big sister Qingyang cares about him and told you many times that she wanted to help him? Big bro, are you jealous? Dong Ying suddenly stopped walking and looked at Dong Junhua with her large eyes. Dong Junhua lightly laughed and did not try to hide it as he nodded and said, "I'm a bit jealous, but I feel that he's not simple at all. He's definitely not as simple as he seems, and I'm afraid that Qingyang won't be able to control him." Ren Zhongzhong, who had been silent this entire time, finally said that Zhao Fu is indeed not simple at all. Even though he does his best to suppress it, the aura that he gives off is incredibly terrifying, and he also has a powerful baleful aura. He's most likely killed many people, if not tens of thousands, then at least thousands. When Dong Ying heard Ren Zhongzhong's words, she was given a big fright and cried out, "Zhongzhong, don't scare me. I have a good impression of him, so why do you make him seem like a murderous demon king?" Ren Zhongzhong looked at Dong Ying seriously and said, "When you see his true face, you'll know that he's even more terrifying than a murderous demon king." Alright. I know, don't scare me." Dong Ying's hair stood on end when Ren Zhongzhong looked at her, and she hugged Dong Junhua's arm, looking quite afraid. Ren Zhongzhong did not say anything else and lowered his head as he thought to himself, "I wasn't trying to scare her. The first impression that Zhao Fu gave me was that he was quite terrifying, especially those blood-red eyes. They seemed quite familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere before." Dong Junhua smiled as he patted Dong Ying's head and said, Ying, there's no need to be so scared. He doesn't seem like someone who would kill the innocent, so he most likely won't do anything. I'm just worried that he's quite ambitious, and his eyes aren't just set on the forest of horrors, he wants to become a king and emperor. I'll tell Qingyang about this and tell her to be careful." "Oh." Dong Ying nodded before asking, "What about our cooperation with Heaven's Choice? What do we do now?" "Of course, I'll continue to maintain this. This will be very beneficial to both Heaven's Choice and Soldier Alliance. I heard from Qingyang that the real world is going to be destroyed, so I must expand Soldier Alliance and become a powerful faction in the future. I might even become a king or marquis, and only then will I be able to match Qingyang's status and marry her." Dong Junhua smiled as he spoke to Dong Ying. His gaze and heart were incredibly resolute, and Dong Ying looked at him with a look of worship. Zhao Fu was thinking about the Roland historical remnant. Because he had been injured and his power had been sealed, he hadn't been able to explore Gloomy Jungle very deeply. Gloomy Jungle's stat gems and other items were all incredibly valuable. With Zhao Fu's current strength, he could explore the Gloomy Jungle. There were also many Stage 1 and Stage 2 creatures, such as the hobgoblins and minotaurs. He wondered if he could refine their corpses, which would provide him with many blood god pills. There were also the cat demons. All of them had Stage 2 strength, and even though they weren't humanoid creatures, if he could refine them, they would provide him with many raising stones. Zhao Fu returned to Qin City and chose 300 elite soldiers. These soldiers all had at least Stage 1 cultivation, and the strongest were at Stage 1 to 5. They were all veterans of Qin City, and they had a lot of battle experience. There were 100 infantrymen, 100 shield bearers, 100 archers, and 300 ghost illusionists. Zhao Fu felt that he would be able to pass through Gloomy Jungle, but he would have to rely on the 100 ghost illusionists' illusions. Zhao Fu didn't waste any time and quickly led the army to East Green. He first looked around Mountain Willow Town, and Lu Subai's management was quite good. Mountain Willow Town's development was quite fast, and it was quite powerful. It was now the most powerful faction in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Zhao Fu only provided equipment and resources for Mountain Willow Town's development, and everything else was handled by the Mountain Willow Town. Occasionally, they would select some elites to join the Qin city's army. Following this, Zhao Fu used the teleportation channel to go to the Roland historical remnant. Before leaving, Zhao Fu had conquered a Xiongnu village and used the historical remnant's buildings as a defensive measure. After such a long time, there were now 800 or so people living in the village, and there were also 20 or so goblins standing guard. It was quite effective, and no faction had been able to conquer it. When Zhao Fu arrived in front of the Roland Ruins' giant stone gate, he pushed it open. It was still the same inside. It was completely dark, and he couldn't see anything. Right now, Zhao Fu only had 67 ruins command tokens. Including himself, he could only bring 666 people with him for now. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that gloomy jungle was quite dangerous, so he didn't need to bring infantrymen. Zhao Fu brought infantrymen mainly to kill enemies that were numerous but too troublesome. This time, Zhao Fu brought 20 shield bearers, 30 archers, 6 blue-red goblins, and 100 ghost illusionists. After giving them command medallions and lighting torches, Zhao Fu led his soldiers into the gloomy jungle. After walking through the dark passageway for a while, Zhao Fu once again came to a dark forest. It was still very dark here, and the trees were very lush. Strange sounds could be heard from time to time, making it seem quite terrifying. Soon, Zhao Fu encountered a group of black goblins holding wooden clubs. The creatures in gloomy jungle were much more ferocious and crazier than those outside. After discovering Zhao Fu's group, they roared and raised their wooden clubs as they rushed over. There were 30 of these goblins, and Zhao Fu didn't personally attack. The 20 shield bearers raised their large shields and formed a shield wall in front of them. The archers behind them started to shoot arrows, and sharp arrows tore through the air towards the black goblins. Chi, 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 arrows pierced through the goblins' chests. Zhao Fu didn't bring ordinary soldiers but Qin Town's elites. Ordinary goblins wouldn't even be able to dodge their arrows. The blue-red goblins also threw out ice and fireballs, either blasting the black goblins away or freezing them. The 30 or so black goblins were easily dealt with. All of the goblins here dropped command medallion shards, and the shards were quite large. Zhao Fu only needed 5 shards to form a historical remnant command medallion. It was a pity that these goblins only dropped command medallion shards and nothing else. Zhao Fu looked at the corpses of the black goblins and found that they were all stage 1, so he could take them back to refine blood god pills. Zhao Fu continued onwards. There were 70 or so goblins this time, and there were goblin rock throwers and hobgoblins. Apart from holding swords, some of the hobgoblins also held sabers, axes, spears, and hammers. The auras that they gave off were much more powerful than the other goblins, and they were most likely around stage 1 to 8 or 9 to 10. Facing these 70 or so goblins, Zhao Fu still didn't attack. Even though these goblins were much more powerful, they were much less intelligent. They weren't as intelligent as the goblins outside the historical remnant, and they only knew how to charge and kill. Zhao Fu once again formed a formation. This time, the shield bearers switched to sharp spears. These shields and spears were all silver-grade equipment, and they had powerful stats and were incredibly sharp and sturdy. The archers first shot out arrows to deal with the goblin rock throwers before attacking the hobgoblins and allowing the ordinary goblins to charge forwards. These ordinary goblins raised their clubs and ferociously charged forwards, and they were incredibly fast. In just a few moments, they had arrived in front of Zhao Fu. However, the experienced shield-bearers' expressions were calm and fearless, and they gripped their spears and circulated their cultivation power as they stabbed out. Chi, 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 muffled explosions sounded out as the spears pierced through the goblins' chests, killing them instantly. Other goblins rushed forwards, and the shield-bearers once again formed a shield wall. By now, the archers had finished off the goblin rock throwers and hobgoblins. Facing the normal goblins at such a close distance, the archers were able to shoot arrows into the goblins' heads, instantly killing them. In less than 5 or 6 minutes, the archers had killed all 60 or so goblins. The ordinary goblins and goblin rock throwers all dropped command medallion shards, so Zhao Fu did not bother looking at them. What interested Zhao Fu were the silver-white motes of light that fell to the ground. Legacy, Silver Lake Immortal Saber, Saber Essence, the essence of a legendary grade weapon, the Silver Lake Immortal Saber. Collect 1,200 of them to fuse into a Silver Lake Immortal Saber, and the saber has a legacy effect. Legacy, Silver Lake Immortal Spear, Spear Essence, the essence of a legendary grade weapon, the Silver Lake Immortal Spear. Collect 1,200 of them to fuse into a Silver Lake Immortal Spear, and the spear has a legacy effect. Legacy, Silver Lake Immortal Spear, Hammer Essence, the essence of a legendary grade weapon, the Silver Lake Immortal's Hammer. Collect 1,200 of them to fuse into a Silver Lake Immortal's Hammer, and the spear has a legacy effect. Xiaofu found that there were 7 types of essences: sword, saber, spear, hammer, bow, shield, and axe. If he collected these essences, he could fuse 7 types of legacy equipment and unlock the Silver Immortal's 7 battle professions. There was not much information about these professions, and only after fusing them would he know what they were. Following this, Xiaofu led his soldiers to an empty area. This time, there were another 20 or so minotaurs. These minotaurs had black skin and powerful muscles. Their eyes were blood red, and they breathed out white air. They gave off powerful auras, and it was clear that they were at stage 2. Roar! The 20 or so minotaurs were already in a berserk state, and they looked at Zhao Fu's group with savage gazes as they madly charged over. Their massive bodies stomped on the ground, giving off loud explosions and causing the ground to tremble. The archers immediately shot out powerful arrows. Facing these arrows, the stage 2 minotaurs punched out a few times, causing the air to explode and sending the arrows flying. Even if the arrows pierced into the minotaurs' bodies, they were only a few centimeters deep. The minotaurs' bodies were not only filled with power, but they also had decent defense, and they were completely fine even after being hit by so many arrows. Xiaofu looked at these minotaurs and immediately ordered, "Attack." The 1,000 ghost illusionists immediately raised their wooden staffs and chanted a strange incantation, causing traces of eerie ghostly chi to rise up from the ground. The 20 or so minotaurs were instantly dragged into the dark ghost world as they ran. In actuality, these enraged creatures' minds were quite weak, and their mental defenses were quite low. As such, mental attacks were very effective against them. Within the dark ghost world, the enraged minotaurs continuously punched out, shattering countless ghosts. However, no matter how they attacked, the ghosts would never stop appearing, as if they couldn't kill them all. After all, this was an illusion, and it was an illusory existence. Xiaofu drew the slaughtering ghost sword and walked into the area filled with ghostly chi. The slaughtering ghost sword was resistant to all ghost-type skills, and with Xiaofu's immense strength and the effects of the king's soul, these illusions were completely ineffective against Xiaofu. After walking into the area filled with ghostly chi, Xiaofu saw the minotaurs standing there in a daze. Xiaofu sent his king's power into the slaughtering ghost sword, causing it to give off a sharp, blood-red sword light. After walking into the area filled with ghostly chi, Xiaofu saw the minotaurs standing there in a daze. Xiaofu sent his king's power into the slaughtering ghost sword, causing it to give off a sharp, blood-red sword light. Xiaofu came before the first minotaur and slashed out. A blood-red sword light flashed as the minotaur's head was chopped off. Blood spurted out, and the headless minotaur's corpse powerlessly fell to the ground. Xiaofu then walked over to the second minotaur and once again slashed out, killing it. In just 3 minutes, Xiaofu had killed all of the minotaurs. The 100 ghost illusionist dispelled the dark ghost world, and the ghostly chi gradually dissipated, leaving behind corpses on the ground. Xiaofu had killed 26 minotaurs in total, and they had dropped 26 azure orbs of light. Each orb of light was as big as a fist and gave off an ancient aura. It was ancient power. Xiaofu wasn't stingy, and he gave the 26 ancient powers to the 26 archers. Right now, the archers were the most useful, and the 100 ghost illusionists were a spiritual-type profession, while the ancient powers were strength-type professions. In actuality, Xiaofu felt that if he gave the ancient powers to some strengthening-type professions, the effects would be quite terrifying. For example, the goblin warriors were 2 meters tall and had monstrous strength, while the strong orcs were incredibly muscular and had monstrous strength. If they used the ancient powers, the effects would be quite terrifying. Of course, Xiaofu gave them to the soldiers, as he needed the archers to increase their strength. After using the ancient powers, the archers exploded out with powerful auras, and their bodies went through massive changes. They became 2 meters tall, and their muscles gave off an oppressive aura. With just their physical strength, they were no weaker than Stage 2 soldiers. After putting away the Minotaur's corpses, Xiaofu felt quite satisfied and continued onwards. He hoped that these corpses would also be able to refine blood god pills. That way, Qin's strength would greatly increase. Because the goblins could provide Stage 1 blood god pills and the Minotaurs could provide Stage 2 blood god pills, Xiaofu would not only be able to nurture a large number of Stage 1 soldiers, but he could also nurture a large number of Stage 2 soldiers. If he had a large number of Stage 2 soldiers, he would be able to dominate the world of Stage 1 soldiers. Right now, Xiaofu was quite worried because the goblins and Minotaurs were creatures of historical vestiges, and they were different from normal creatures. Xiaofu was worried that these corpses wouldn't be able to refine blood god pills. They continued onwards. Right now, Xiaofu was only leading his soldiers around the outskirts of gloomy jungle. If he wanted to go deeper, he would have to bring the other Qin soldiers into gloomy jungle. Suddenly, rustling sounds could be heard from within the forest. These sounds were quite faint, but they couldn't escape Xiaofu's ears. His expression became serious as he immediately yelled, "Get into formation!" The countless soldiers immediately became serious, and the shield-bearers raised their shields and formed a circle around the archers. The archers also drew their bows. Immediately, 50 or so cat demons jumped out of the forest. They looked like cats and were about the same size as humans. They had long fur on their heads, covering their faces, revealing only their fangs. These were the cat demons that had made Xiaofu suffer. After appearing, these cat demons looked at Xiaofu's group and gave off bloodthirsty howls before turning into black blurs and rushing at Xiaofu's group. The cat demons were incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Xiaofu's group. The archers shot out arrows, but because these cat demons had Stage 2 strength and were agility-type creatures, only a small portion of the archers' arrows hit. However, most of the arrows that hit the cat demons were pierced through. No matter if it was agility-type creatures or agility-type professions, they focused on speed and had relatively low defense. Clang, 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 the cat demon's sharp claws slammed into the shields, causing sparks to fly as they tried to break through the shield-bearers' defensive circle. Looking at these cat demons, Xiaofu coldly harumphed and said, "The scene from back then won't happen again, I'm not the same as before." Slaughterfield domain. Xiaofu roared as he sent a large amount of his king's power into the slaughtering ghost sword, causing it to shine with a bright blood-red light and arcs of blood-red lightning as Xiaofu stabbed the slaughtering ghost sword into the ground. Boom! A massive aura exploded out, causing the ground to crack as a blood-red barrier spread out, forming a 1,000-meter wide blood-red energy barrier. The cat demon's greatest advantage was their speed, and if their speed was restricted, they would be easily killed. The 1,000-meter wide blood-red energy barrier covered all of the cat demons. After being covered by the blood-red energy barrier, the cat demons were given a big fright and tried to escape from the slaughterfield domain. However, Xiaofu once again gripped the slaughtering ghost sword and sent his king's power into it. Instantly, when the cat demons slowed down, it was time for the archers to take action. The soldiers who had obtained the primordial power drew their bows to the fullest, and arrows tore through the air and shot into the cat demons' bodies. The cat demons were pierced by the arrows and immediately died. Soon, all of the cat demons had been killed by the archers. The cat demons also dropped many gemstones, which were all stat gemstones that could be socketed on equipment. Normal cat demons dropped normal stat gemstones, which gave 1 stat point, elite cat demons dropped elite stat gemstones, which gave 2 stat points, chief cat demons dropped boss stat gemstones, which gave 3 stat points, and so on and so forth. These stat gemstones were quite rare, and a normal gemstone could be worth as much as a blue-grade equipment. If they were brought back, they could be used to strengthen soldiers' equipment. As for these normal gemstones, Xiaofu wasn't interested in them. He didn't plan on socketing them on his equipment because he had 3 epic grade swords, so he would need at least legendary grade gemstones to socketing them. After collecting the stat gemstones and the cat demons' corpses, Xiaofu and his soldiers continued onwards. Soon, they encountered another group of goblins. There were 150 goblins in this group, and there were 8 or 9 blue-crimson goblins. These blue-crimson goblins had stage 2 strength, and the fireballs that they shot out were dark black and incredibly powerful. Zhao Fu immediately ordered the 100 ghost illusionists to cast the dark ghost world, and ghostly qi spread out, covering all of the goblins. Because the blue-red goblins were magic professions and had stage 2 strength, it would be quite easy for them to break free from the illusion. As such, Zhao Fu didn't personally act. Instead, he took out 30 or so ballistae and randomly shot towards the ghostly qi. Immediately, pained cries sounded out. Even though the ghostly qi blocked his vision, Zhao Fu remembered the goblin's general location, so he continuously shot in that direction. Powerful ballistae bolts reaped the lives of goblins, and because goblins had low defense, after the ghostly qi dissipated, only corpses were left behind. After collecting everything, Zhao Fu continued onwards. The blue-red goblins dropped enchantment cards, which were much better than ordinary enchantment cards. Rustle, 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 it was this voice again. Zhao Fu immediately ordered, "Get into formation." Sure enough, in the next moment, cat demons jumped out. These cat demons were different from the ones from before. Their fur was dark green, and their claws were pitch black. When they came into contact with the plants immediately withered, as if they were poisonous. This should be a poisonous cat demon. Zhao Fu did not know what these poisonous cat demons had up their sleeves, but poison attacks were more troublesome than other attacks and were not easy to deal with. Zhao Fu had prepared all sorts of medicinal pills within his king's ring, but he did not have many antidote pills. These were all stage 2 poison cat demons, and ordinary antidote pills would not be very effective, so he had to use good antidote pills. Right now, Zhao Fu had to make a move first. Otherwise, if these poisonous cat demons used their methods, it would be troublesome. The blood-red energy barrier instantly spread out, covering all of the cat demons. This caused the cat demons, who were about to attack, to feel quite startled. However, a wave of energy locked onto their bodies, causing them to feel that something was wrong and immediately try to escape. However, in the end, they were shot to death by an archer. After these poisonous cat demons died, they dropped a dark green gemstone, which Zhao Fu picked up and looked at. Attribute gemstone, poison, grade, white, description, can be socketed onto any equipment, giving it a poison attribute attack and a poison attribute defense. Zhao Fu had never thought that the cat demons would drop so many types of gemstones, which could be socketed onto Qin's assassin equipment. Now that Qin was an elite assassin, his equipment could strengthen his underworld ghost power, making his movement techniques even faster and more unpredictable. If he added this poison gemstone, it would be even more powerful. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied, and he put away the gemstones and the cat demons' corpses. Following this, Zhao Fu first encountered a group of minotaurs. There were 30 or so of these minotaurs, and as soon as they appeared, they were trapped by the dark ghost world. Zhao Fu's 100 ghost illusionists were all at least stage 1, so trapping these enraged minotaurs was quite easy. Because these minotaurs' defense was quite high, Zhao Fu didn't use his ballistae. Instead, he once again personally took action, wielding the slaughtering ghost sword and killing these minotaurs. Zhao Fu gave all of the 30 or so ancient power gemstones to his soldiers to use. Now, all of the shield bearers and archers were well built and muscular, and they gave off a powerful aura of suppression. Their strength was comparable to that of stage 2 soldiers. After killing these minotaurs, Zhao Fu once again encountered cat demons. These cat demons were different from before, their fur was snow white and gave off a faint white light. If it weren't for their savage fangs, they would have looked quite holy. These light cat demons were also different from the other cat demons, they could even use magic attacks. As soon as they appeared, they shot out rays of light that were 2 fingers thick. The rays of light were quite powerful, and they could instantly pierce through a 1-meter thick tree trunk. Luckily, the shield bearers all used their ancient power gemstones to block these light cat demons' attacks. Following this, Zhao Fu drew the slaughtering ghost sword and counterattacked. After a while, he killed all of the light cat demons, and they dropped a white gemstone that was as big as a fingernail. Stat gemstone, light, grade, white, description, can be socketed on any piece of equipment, giving it light-type attacks and light-type defenses. Because of the poison gemstone, Zhao Fu wasn't too surprised. He continued onwards, and half an hour later, he encountered a group of dark cat demons. These cat demons all had black fur and could use the same attacks as the light cat demons. However, the light cat demons shot out white light, while the dark cat demons shot out black light. After killing this group of dark cat demons, Zhao Fu obtained a black gemstone that was the same size and shape as the light gemstone. Stat gemstone, darkness, grade, white, description, can be socketed on any piece of equipment, giving it darkness type attacks and darkness type defenses. After looking at the stats, just as Zhao Fu was about to put the gemstones away, the sky demon said in a pitiful voice, "Master, I want this." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and asked, "You can devour this gemstone's power?" The sky demon gave a pleased smile, saying, "Of course. I'm a sky demon, so it's quite easy for me to devour pure darkness energy." Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "I promised her that I would get some magic stones for her, but I can't get any now. After all, I can't use these darkness gemstones, so I agreed to let her devour some." Over the next 2 or so days, Zhao Fu and his soldiers continuously killed goblins, and they finally gathered enough command medallions to bring all of the soldiers in. During those days, Zhao Fu had killed many minotaurs and obtained ancient power. Zhao Fu gave most of the ancient power to the archers and a small portion to the shield bearers, but the infantrymen didn't have any for now. Right now, Zhao Fu was only responsible for dealing with the basic goblins and helping the shield bearers attack and defend. As such, he didn't need them to use much of their strength, so he didn't give them to the infantrymen for now. Of course, if he had more, he would give them to the infantrymen. Now that there were 300 or so soldiers, Zhao Fu wanted to start exploring the inner regions of the historical remnant. Over the past few days, they had been exploring the outer regions and had obtained many good things. Zhao Fu was quite curious about the inner regions and wondered what they would be like. Zhao Fu didn't know how big this historical remnant was, so he only explored the outer regions in 2 or so days. After leading the soldiers for a while, the sound of battle suddenly sounded out from ahead. Zhao Fu ordered the soldiers to stop, and he went ahead to take a look. After jumping onto a large tree, Zhao Fu found 30 or so goblins hunting a cat demon. The 3 types of creatures that lived within the historical remnant weren't united, and they fought with each other. Zhao Fu had seen goblins and minotaurs fighting before, and cat demons hunting goblins for food. Within the historical remnant, there wasn't much food to eat, and most of it was black fruits. Because of food, the 3 types of creatures would often fight. Even though this cat demon had stage 2 strength, it was surrounded by 30 or so goblins, and it was still outnumbered. The normal goblins acted as meat shields, while the hobgoblins attacked with great force. The goblin rock throwers continuously threw rocks at the cat demon and attacked from afar. In the end, the cat demon was killed, and the 10 or so goblins were injured. Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to kill these goblins, while the archers rained down arrows. Only 1/6 of the defenseless goblins were instantly killed, and the infantrymen raised their weapons and easily killed these goblins. After collecting the spoils of war, we continued forward. An hour later, Zhao Fu stopped and found that there was a goblin village in front of him. The village was next to a small mountain, and because the goblins' intelligence was quite low, there weren't many buildings in the village. The village was made of wood and stone, and there were only a few simple places to stay. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Fu noticed that the city heart of the village was exposed, Zhao Fu would never have thought that this was a village. This village was silver grade, and because the city heart gave off a dark silver light that gave off a dark aura, it was quite easy to determine. This made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted. Didn't Zhao Fu obtain 4 goblin profession change stone steels? There was a hobgoblin, a green-red goblin, and a goblin rock thrower, but those profession change stone steels are useless. This was because the profession change stone steels required a goblin village, and ordinary silver grade villages were useless. Only a special goblin village could use the 4 professions. This was because the city heart giving off a dark silver light was most likely a special goblin village. However, there were many goblins here, at least 6,000 or so, and they wouldn't be easy to deal with. It was a pity that if Zhao Fu had brought all of his 100 ghost illusionists, the dark ghost world that they could create would be able to cover 80% of the village. That would cause 80% of the goblins to lose their fighting strength, and they would be able to easily take down the village. However, Zhao Fu had only brought 30 of them. The dark ghost world created by 300 ghost illusionists could cover roughly 1.5 kilometers, and it could at most drag 1,000 or so goblins into the illusion. Evidently, this method wouldn't work. Zhao Fu started to think. With only 300 or so soldiers, they wouldn't be able to defeat 6,000 or so goblins. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fu thought of two methods. The first was to lure out the goblins in batches and then deal with them one by one. With the goblins' low intelligence, it would be easy for them to fall for Zhao Fu's trap, but it would also be quite dangerous to lure out a large group of them. The other method was to use other forces to deal with the goblins, which were the cat demons and minotaurs. Of the two methods, Zhao Fu chose the second one, as it would be better to be the fisherman that reaped the benefits. After all, as long as the creatures in the historical remnant died, the items would automatically drop. However, this method was quite troublesome. Zhao Fu had to personally act, or else the other soldiers wouldn't be able to outrun the minotaurs and cat demons. Zhao Fu wasn't sure about the historical remnant situation, so he didn't bring the assassin Qin. If he had Qin's assassin, he would be quite suitable for this task. After making this decision, Zhao Fu immediately acted. However, after looking around, he didn't find any large groups of cat demons or minotaurs, so he could only change his plan. He had some soldiers lure the goblins while Zhao Fu lured the minotaurs or cat demons. Zhao Fu first sent 10 archers to lure the goblins outside the goblin village. Because the goblins were quite ferocious and had low intelligence, Zhao Fu didn't know how many goblins he could lure out, so he didn't send too many people. The archers' agility stats were quite good, and they could use their bows to attack from a distance. This way, they wouldn't get too close and cause unnecessary casualties. The 10 archers obeyed and quickly sneaked towards the goblin village before shooting arrows into the village. This immediately alerted the goblins within the village. At that moment, the goblins ferociously looked over and discovered the 10 archers. Immediately, hundreds of goblins raised their weapons and rushed over, giving off an incredibly ferocious aura. The 10 archers immediately turned and ran. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu also discovered the 50 or so minotaurs. He picked up a handful of pebbles from the ground and threw them at the minotaurs. Countless pebbles hit 7 or 8 of the minotaurs' bodies, enraging them. Their eyes became blood red and they breathed raggedly as they charged at Zhao Fu. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he turned and unhurriedly ran to the side. With Zhao Fu's current strength, if he wanted to run, the minotaurs definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. On the other side, the 10 archers lured the hundreds of goblins to an empty area before disappearing. This location was quite close to the goblin village, while Zhao Fu had to go somewhere else to lure the goblins. He was quite far away, and he wasn't sure where he would go. As such, the archers lured the goblins over while Zhao Fu didn't lure the minotaurs over. However, there was a way to deal with this. He could use the dark ghost world to trap the goblins and wait for Zhao Fu to lure them over. A while later. Even though the goblins had the advantage in numbers, the minotaurs weren't weak either. Their auras were incredibly shocking, and they continuously punched out, sending a few goblins flying. The goblins started to counterattack. The ordinary goblins raised their wooden clubs and fearlessly charged forwards. The hobgoblins shot out large amounts of sword and spear lights. The goblin rock throwers threw their weapons, and the blue and red goblins shot out fireballs and ice balls. The battle between the two sides was incredibly intense, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The minotaurs continuously punched out, and every punch that landed on a goblin contained immense power that shattered the goblin's bones. If they weren't killed, they would be heavily injured. On the goblins' side, the ordinary goblins drew the minotaurs' attention while the hobgoblins stabbed their swords into the minotaurs' bodies. A few fireballs shot out, and the massive explosion caused the minotaurs to howl as their bodies were scorched black and they fell to the ground, dead. Zhao Fu hid by the side and watched. This battle was incredibly intense, mainly because the goblins had low intelligence and violent personalities, and they fought with their lives on the line. However, the battle was still in favor of the goblins. After all, there were 500 goblins, and the minotaurs fell one by one. Not a single minotaur ran away, and they fought with their last bit of strength. In the end, all 40 or 50 minotaurs died, and nearly 300 goblins died. Zhao Fu and the others, who were lying in ambush, started to attack. Swish, 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 arrows arced through the air and descended like a rain of arrows, hitting the goblins, who had just relaxed because the battle was over. Chi, 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 blood flew everywhere, and more than half of the remaining 200 or so goblins fell. The remaining goblins were so scared that they immediately ran away. They didn't have the Minotaur's determination to fight to the death. However, these escaping goblins were immediately stopped by shield-bearers and infantrymen, and they were all killed. Jiaofu happily collected the spoils of war. It was the first time that he had obtained so many items so easily. After collecting the spoils of war, Jiaofu continued with his plan. This time, Jiaofu lured over a group of cat demons. There were more than 150 of them, and these cat demons were extremely fast. Jiaofu couldn't help but become serious, in case these cat demons caught up to him. On the other side, the soldiers had lured 1,000 or so goblins over, and the 1,000 or so goblins met with the 150 or so cat demons. They roared and gave off ferocious auras as they charged at each other. The battle was even bloodier than before. The cat demons swiped with their claws, splitting the goblins' bodies into pieces, causing blood and organs to fly everywhere. The cat demons opened their mouths and bit down, their fangs piercing through the goblins' bodies, instantly killing them. Even though the cat demons were incredibly ferocious and terrifying, there were many goblins, and there were many blue and red goblins. The ice balls landed on the cat demons, causing their bodies to freeze and their movements to become stiff. At that moment, countless goblins rushed up, and the hobgoblins used their sabers or axes to dismember the cat demon. Some goblins leapt up and bit off a piece of the cat demon's fur, while countless fireballs blasted the cat demon's flesh into pieces, creating a gory scene. In the end, the goblins still won the battle in terms of numbers. However, the goblins had suffered heavy casualties, and only around 200 or so goblins remained from the 1,000 goblins. Jiaofu once again ordered his soldiers to act, and soon, they had dealt with the injured goblins. The third time, Jiaofu discovered 500 or so cat demons, making Jiaofu feel quite delighted. Jiaofu didn't disturb them for now, and he ordered his soldiers to lure out more goblins before going to lure out the cat demons. This time, it was 2,500 or so goblins versus 500 or so cat demons. The battle was abnormally intense, but this time, the cat demons had the upper hand. These cat demons were not only incredibly fast, but their claws and fangs were also filled with venom. If a goblin was slashed by their claws, the venom would spread throughout their body, causing them to foam at the mouth and die. Even though the 2,500 or so goblins desperately fought back, they were still unable to defeat the 500 or so cat demons. The goblins continuously died, and the cat demons also suffered some casualties. In the end, when there were only 500 or so goblins left, they started to run, while there were only 300 or so cat demons left. These 300 or so cat demons didn't want to let the goblins off and wanted to kill them all, so they chased after the goblins. However, at that moment, a figure appeared at the center of them. He wasn't a messenger of peace but a messenger of death. Seeing Jiaofu suddenly appear, the cat demons remembered that it was him who had drawn them here, so many of them leapt at Jiaofu. At that moment, Jiaofu stabbed a jet-black demonic sword into the ground, and a large amount of demonic qi instantly dyed the ground black, covering the surrounding 10 meters. However, the changes didn't stop there. A black substance rose up from the ground and covered Jiaofu, forming a 10-meter-wide semicircular black barrier. At that moment, the cat demons bared their fangs and prepared to leap at Jiaofu. Within the black barrier, Jiaofu raised a hand, and his king's seal appeared on his palm, giving off a terrifying black light as a formless energy spread out. Swish, 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 numerous 1-meter-long black thorns emerged from the black barrier and shot out in all directions like raindrops. Everything within a radius of over 1,000 meters was within the range of the attack. No matter if it was the escaping goblins or the attacking cat demons, they all felt a wave of terror and desperately tried to escape. However, their bodies were still pierced by the black spikes, and their bodies were riddled with holes, causing them to die pitiful deaths. Jiaofu directly used his city lord seal's power and slightly changed the king's profoundness, 10,000 burial. Now, the ground was covered with 1-meter-long black spikes as well as corpses. Whether it was the cat demons or the goblins, they were all dead. The black barrier slowly dissipated, turning into demonic chi and returning to the sky demon sword. Zhao Fu looked at the corpses on the ground and felt quite satisfied. He then ordered his soldiers to collect the spoils of war. Now, there were only 2,000 or so goblins left in the goblin village, and Zhao Fu didn't plan to use the second method. Instead, he decided to use the first method. After luring out another group of goblins, Zhao Fu would be able to directly attack the goblin village. As such, he had the archers aggro the goblins once again. At that moment, a 3-meter-tall, ugly, and fat goblin appeared. This goblin's skin was black, and he held a large scimitar. On his head was a golden crown, but there were some cracks on the golden crown, and it gave off a noble light. What shocked Zhao Fu was that this goblin's name was Goblin King. Goblin King? This was the first time that Zhao Fu had seen such a thing. If it was a wild beast with a king in its name, it wouldn't be a big deal. For example, Zhao Fu had the Grey Wolf King and the Black Forest Horse King, but he had never seen an intelligent creature with a king in its name. The Goblin King's aura was incredibly powerful, and what shocked Zhao Fu even more was that he could sense a trace of king's power from it. No matter what kind of creature it was, the word king signified that it was very powerful. When Zhao Fu saw that the Goblin King would soon catch up to the enemy soldiers, he took out an evil crushing spear and activated it with his king's power. The evil crushing spear gave off a bright silver light and arcs of lightning as it gave off terrifying energy ripples. Zhao Fu roared as he threw the evil crushing spear. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the evil crushing spear turned into a massive ray of silver light that seemed to be able to pierce through everything as it shot towards the Goblin King. Bang! The Goblin King slashed out with his saber, sending out a massive wave of saber light that slammed into the ray of silver light, resulting in a massive explosion. At the same time, the shockwaves from the explosion turned into a massive gale that swept out for 1,000 meters. Hurry up and leave! Zhao Fu ordered. By now, Zhao Fu was completely sure that the Goblin King had king's power. Could it be that the Goblin King really was a king? This was the first time that Zhao Fu had seen a living king. Just this Goblin King alone was enough to annihilate his 300-man army, let alone the 2,000 or so goblins behind him. They would definitely lose in a direct confrontation, so they had to think of some other way. As such, Zhao Fu ordered his army to run towards a nearby valley. Who would have thought that a king would come out from attacking a village? The Goblin King was incredibly fast and ferocious. Everything in its way was destroyed by a single slash of its saber, and if it wasn't for the fact that its speed was restricted, it would have caught up to Zhao Fu's army. Zhao Fu thought of a summoning skill, Godly Hell's Gate. As Zhao Fu raised the Sky Demon Sword, a black ray of light shot into the sky, and an explosion sounded out as a 10-meter-wide black hole appeared in the sky. Traces of demonic chi flowed out of the black hole. Roar, roar, roar! Small evil demons with a pair of fleshy wings on their backs and ferocious expressions, holding steel tridents, roared as they crawled out of the black hole. These demons' strength was close to stage 1, and there were 100 or so of them. They flew in the sky and evilly looked at the Goblin King with their black eyes before quickly attacking. Facing these attacking demons, the Goblin King savagely roared and swung the scimitar in his hand, sending out large amounts of saber light that turned the demons into demonic chi. These little demons were completely powerless against the Goblin King, but since they had been summoned by Zhao Fu as cannon fodder, the 100 or so little demons successfully stalled the Goblin King. Zhao Fu and the others quickly ran towards the valley not far away. The Goblin King slashed down with his scimitar, and a massive saber chi tore apart the last 3 little demons. The Goblin King continued to lead the 2,000 goblins towards Zhao Fu. After arriving at the valley, Zhao Fu relaxed. The situation was more than half resolved, and he immediately ordered his soldiers to start setting up. Soon, the Goblin King and 2,000 goblins arrived. The Goblin King led 2,000 goblins over, but the Goblin King still ferociously charged at Zhao Fu without any hesitation. They were not very intelligent, so they would not think about such things. Traces of ghostly chi rose up from the ground. The valley was quite narrow, and with the 2,000 goblins gathered together, the dark ghost world was able to completely cover all of the goblins. However, the dark ghost world didn't stop the Goblin King at all. The Goblin King charged out of the ghostly chi and gave off a ferocious aura as he continued to charge towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's eyes narrowed, and he continued to run deeper into the valley. He lured the Goblin King into the valley and left 300 soldiers to deal with the ordinary goblins. This was quite simple. The goblins had already been gathered together, and the valley was quite narrow. The soldiers continuously fired at the Goblin King from outside the ghostly chi, killing the goblins with their ballistae. After reaching the valley, Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked at the ferociously charging Goblin King. Zhao Fu wasn't afraid at all. The goblins had king's power, and so did Zhao Fu. Moreover, his king profession had reached stage 3, and he also had a city lord seal's power. As such, he was able to counterattack. Boom! Zhao Fu drew the sky demon sword and turned into a ray of black light as he shot towards the Goblin King. His sword gave off a chilling sword light as he slashed down with immense force. The Goblin King ferociously slashed out with his scimitar, sending out a sharp saber light. An explosion sounded out as the two massive forces collided, resulting in a shockwave that caused the ground to crack and some rocks and grass to fly into the air. Facing Zhao Fu's full-powered attack, the Goblin King took a step back. It was evident that the Goblin King's strength was inferior to Zhao Fu's. However, at that moment, the crown on the Goblin King's head gave off a faint golden light, and a noble and ferocious aura spread out. Immediately, the Goblin King seemed to receive a massive amount of power, and his aura exploded out as he sent Zhao Fu flying. Zhao Fu flew back dozens of meters before stopping himself, a trace of blood leaking out of his lips. At that moment, Zhao Fu's expression became quite serious because he found that the Goblin King's power came from that crown. The feeling that this crown gave him was similar to that of a king armament, but it was also different. If this really was a king armament, Zhao Fu would have to consider using his nation armament. After all, king armaments were simply too powerful. The mysterious skeleton in the underground region had a king armament shard, which had been enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. King armaments were split into different levels, and that king armament shard was only so powerful because it contained ancient king's power. The aura of the crown in front of him could not compare to that shard, but it was still complete. Who knew if it contained some sort of king's power? Zhao Fu decided not to use his nation armament for now and decided to test just how powerful this king armament was. Zhao Fu once again raised his sword, and a black golden seal giving off a massive aura appeared above Zhao Fu's head. Traces of black aura containing immense power descended and entered Zhao Fu's body. Now that the Qin seal's power was fully unleashed, Zhao Fu stood in the air, his black cloak fluttering without any wind. His aura was terrifying to the extreme, and it seemed to be corporeal as it weighed down on everything around him. Some of the smaller rocks were crushed, and the wild grass in the surroundings were also crushed. Godly demonic thrust. Zhao Fu raised the sky demon sword high in the air, and it gave off a demonic, devouring light as the image of a sword appeared. The sword slashed downwards, boom. The Goblin King was sent flying and crashed into a cliff, causing it to collapse even further, sending up a thick cloud of dust and blocking Zhao Fu's vision. The surroundings fell silent, and after the dust settled, the Goblin King's body was buried by countless rocks, and not a single part of it was visible. It seemed that the battle had already concluded. However, was the Goblin King really that easy to deal with? Boom. A massive beast claw covered in chains suddenly appeared in the sky, and a shocking aura spread out, bringing with it a wild gale. As it slapped towards Zhao Fu, it seemed as if the sky was going to shatter. Zhao Fu was hit by the massive beast claw, and his body was like a pebble that had been thrown into the ground. He crashed into the ground, creating a 10-meter wide crater. Zhao Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood, and at least 3 or 4 of his bones had been broken. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, 10 or so black chains stretched out from the rubble and shot towards Zhao Fu, who was lying on the ground. At that moment, Zhao Fu was given a big fright, and he ignored his injuries and rolled to the side. The 10 or so chains ferociously shot into the ground where Zhao Fu had been lying. The chains pierced 1 meter into the ground, and if Zhao Fu hadn't dodged in time, he would have been pierced by them. The attack missed, the 10 or so chains automatically retracted, and the rubble that had buried the Goblin King exploded. The Goblin King was covered with blood, and he gave off a terrifying aura as he stood there. His fat body had become much thinner. At that moment, there was something off about the Goblin King. His eyes were lifeless, and he looked like a corpse. There were 3-meter-long chains on each of his wrists, and the golden crown on his head gave off a strange light. The golden crown seemed to have its own consciousness, and it was completely controlling the Goblin King's body. Bang, 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 muffled footsteps sounded out as the Goblin King raised his massive foot and charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu quickly got up from the ground. By now, the goblin was only 10 meters away from Zhao Fu. He waved his arm, and the chain extended out of his wrist and whipped towards Zhao Fu. The air seemed to explode from the whip. Zhao Fu raised his sword to block. Clang, when the chain struck the Sky Demon's sword, it gave off a metallic clang and created many sparks. Zhao Fu's arm felt slightly numb from the impact. He couldn't use the power of the Qin seal either, as if it had been sealed in his body by the beast claw. Bang, the Goblin King was like a marionette, and he waved his other hand, causing a chain to ferociously whip towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could only dodge to the side, dodging the attack. The iron chain struck the ground, shattering it and creating a 2-meter-wide crater. It could be seen how powerful it was. At that moment, Zhao Fu wanted to retreat. This Goblin King was not easy to deal with. It was more likely that the crown was not easy to deal with. However, if he ran, his 300 soldiers would all die, and he wouldn't be able to obtain that special city creation stone. Perhaps I can lure the Goblin King away and have the soldiers kill all of the goblins. After collecting the spoils of war, we can relocate the village. Zhao Fu felt that this was a good idea. Zhao Fu's main goal was to obtain that special city creation stone. As for the crown, it wasn't that Zhao Fu didn't want it, but that he wasn't confident in obtaining it. Even if he used his nation armament, he still wouldn't be confident. The mysterious skeleton had greatly affected Zhao Fu, and it had left a deep impression on him. If even a fragment was so powerful, how could a complete one not be powerful? Zhao Fu immediately turned into a ray of black light and flew to the side. The flight stone that he had obtained from the Divine Fish Festival was very effective, and his flying speed had greatly increased. In an instant, he had flown 1,000 meters away. However, the Goblin King seemed to know what Zhao Fu was thinking, and he pressed his hands against the ground. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a formless energy spread out from the Goblin King's hands, causing a 10-meter-wide crater to appear in the ground. Bang, 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 8 massive chains burst out of the ground and shot into the sky, forming 8 chains that formed a circle 10,000 meters around the Goblin King. Clang, the sound of chains being pulled taut sounded out, and the entire heavens and earth seemed to freeze as if they had been locked down. Zhao Fu, who had been flying to the side, suddenly lost his ability to fly and fell from the sky. Zhao Fu looked quite confused as he found that the space 10,000 meters around him had been locked down, making it impossible for him to fly or go further than 10,000 meters. The 8 chains had formed a powerful barrier, and if he couldn't break it, he wouldn't be able to escape. After using this attack, the Goblin King's mind seemed to have withered, and its fat body became a bit thinner. It seemed that this attack had taken a lot of its energy. This made Zhao Fu feel that he had a chance of winning, and he realized that this attack had been unleashed at the cost of the Goblin King's life. However, if the crown was powerful enough, would it have needed to sacrifice the Goblin King's life? Moreover, Zhao Fu realized that a king armament with no consciousness could be used by anyone. If a king armament had consciousness, it would need to recognize a master, and once it did, it would be completely loyal to its master. It was very rare for a king armament to devour its master. Finally, there was the beast claw and the chains. From the information that Zhao Fu had obtained from God Kerr, he realized that this was a creature that countered everything, and it was called a God-sealing beast. The God-sealing beast was incredibly powerful, and just like its name suggested, it could even seal godly spirits. It seemed that when he had used a godly skill, he had provoked something, causing the crown to suddenly devour its master. Now, Zhao Fu realized that this might not be a true king armament, and he let out a sigh of relief. He didn't even think about using his nation armament. As long as he could stall the Goblin King to death, he would win. Bang, 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 the Goblin King stomped on the ground, giving off muffled thuds as it continued to rush at Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu's body suddenly disappeared. Zhao Fu had used the stealther necklace that he had obtained from the Divine Fish Festival. Adding on the fact that Zhao Fu had an assassin profession, he was able to completely hide his aura. The Goblin King was unable to discover Zhao Fu's position, so it looked around and tried to use its chains to whip around. By now, Zhao Fu was standing 100 meters away, and he didn't dare to get too close. If he got too close, he would definitely be discovered. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu once again took out an evil crushing spear and vigorously activated it before throwing it at the Goblin King. The evil crushing spear was one of Zhao Fu's most powerful long-range attacks. It was a pity that he had obtained them from the Ghost Festival, and he was unable to make them himself. As such, every time he used one, he would have one less. The Goblin King was given a big fright by the terrifying silver light, and it stretched out its fat hand, causing countless black chains to shoot out from its arm and collide with the silver light. Bang! Bang! After blocking this attack, the Goblin King swung his other hand, sending a chain towards the place where the silver light had come from. As the chain hit the ground, it once again tore open a 2-meter-wide crater, but Zhao Fu had long since disappeared from his original position. Boom! Another silver ray of light containing powerful evil-crushing power suddenly shot towards the Goblin King's back. Countless chains stretched out from the Goblin King's back, forming a massive circular shield. When the silver ray of light hit the shield, a clanging sound rang out, and the silver ray of light continuously shrank before collapsing into motes of light and dissipating. At the same time, the Goblin King's fat body once again became a bit thinner, and he once again threw out a chain towards the silver ray of light. However, it was still unable to hit Zhao Fu. This time, Zhao Fu didn't attack again. Instead, he waited for a while before once again using his evil crushing spear. This time, it was once again blocked by the Goblin King's chains. This continued for another 5 or 6 times. The Goblin King's fat body became much smaller, and his expression became even more withered. Zhao Fu only had 8 evil crushing spears left, and Zhao Fu was quite reluctant to use them, so he switched to the Great Spirit Rock Bow. An arrow turned into a thin violet ray of light as it shot towards the Goblin King. Facing this arrow, the Goblin King didn't move at all, and the chains in his arms twisted, knocking the arrow away. This attack didn't consume much of the Goblin King's strength, so Zhao Fu could only use the Great Spirit Rock Bow's most powerful attack. A violet rock with a wingspan of 4 meters appeared from a place where no one was around, and it gave off a sharp aura as it shot towards the Goblin King's back. The Goblin King spun and stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack as 10 or so chains shot out from the ground and pierced through the violet rock. The violet rock collapsed, and the arrow turned into dust, but another violet rock shot towards the Goblin King. Just like that, Zhao Fu continuously consumed the Goblin King's strength. Zhao Fu could afford to do this, as the Goblin King was using his life as the price. After a few more minutes, the Goblin King's body was much smaller than before, and he looked even more withered. His skin was wrinkled, and he looked quite sickly. At that moment, 3 more violet rocks rushed over. The Goblin King stretched out his hand, and 10 or so chains shot out, destroying the 3 violet rocks. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. If he continued to waste time like this, not only would he be able to kill the Goblin King, but his soldiers would also be able to finish off their battle and attack the village. The Goblin King knew that he couldn't keep wasting time like this, so he made an important decision. The Goblin King's body seemed to deflate like a balloon, until it looked like only a layer of skin was left on his body, making him look quite terrifying. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu sensed an incredibly terrifying danger descend. He looked up and saw a terrifying black eye giving off an incredibly terrifying aura appear in the sky. This eye's pupil looked like it was made up of countless chains, and it was irregularly shaped. It gave off a god-killing intent that shook the heavens and caused all creatures to tremble in fear. At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to fall silent, and all creatures felt an incredibly terrifying sense of danger descend. Swish, 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 chains shot out from the terrifying black eye. There were at least 10,000 of them, and they gave off immense power as they tore through the air and gave off an earth-piercing aura as they shot towards Zhao Fu's location. Zhao Fu's hair stood on end, and he directly used his nation armament's power, causing the image of a 100-meter-long shield to appear in front of him. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, followed by the sound of countless meteors crashing into the ground. It was as if a mountain was collapsing, and the ground continuously trembled as if a disaster had descended. The soldiers in the distance felt these terrifying shockwaves, and they started to worry for Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu looked at the 8 chains, and a large amount of dust slowly settled. The chains had pierced into the ground, covering the surrounding 10,000 meters, creating a terrifying scene. Elsewhere, Xiao Fu lay on the ground, covered with blood. His arms, legs, and body had been pierced by 10 or so chains, and the legendary grade shield in front of him had also been pierced by a few chains. Xiao Fu's body seemed to have been nailed to the ground by countless chains. The inferior demon shield that he had unleashed before was instantly destroyed by the chains, and Xiao Fu could only take out a legendary grade shield. However, it was still unable to block the chains. Luckily, he was able to avoid being hit in any of his vitals, so he was unable to kill Xiao Fu and only heavily injured Xiao Fu. The chains around him started to slowly disappear because the Goblin King's body had long since become a desiccated corpse. As the wind lightly blew, it turned into dust and dissipated. Xiao Fu raised his hand with great difficulty and took out some healing medicinal pills before eating them. He then circulated his king's power to refine the medicinal pills and heal his injuries. After a while, Xiao Fu recovered a bit of his strength, and he received a system announcement that the soldiers had conquered and relocated the village. He felt quite relieved and climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. He looked at the golden crown that had fallen to the ground, and he slowly walked over and picked it up. This crown was actually quite exquisite, and there were some carvings on it. It was quite light, but there were some cracks on it, which ruined its beauty. King's Crown, Grade, Damaged Stats, Strength plus 10, Intelligence plus 10, Agility plus 10, Constitution plus 10. Description: this crown was forged from the body of a god-sealing beast and the skull of an emperor. It contains immense power and is an emperor heaven armament. Anyone who wears it can obtain a king's profession and wield king's power and god-sealing power. It has lost all of its power and needs to collect king's aura to recover. After looking at its stats, Xiao Fu looked quite shocked. He had never thought that it would be an emperor heaven armament. Because he had obtained a lot of information from God Kerr, Xiao Fu knew what an emperor heaven armament was. It was an extremely rare item in the entire world, and it completely surpassed godly items. Xiao Fu couldn't believe that he had obtained such an item so easily. However, this emperor heaven armament had lost all of its power, and it had become the lowest grade of equipment, which was gray grade. It was damaged grade equipment and couldn't even compare to white grade equipment. However, even though it was gray grade, its stats were no weaker than gold grade equipment, and the person who wore it could obtain a king's profession. However, this king's profession couldn't grow because it was a part of the equipment. It could allow a person to obtain a king's profession and wield king's power and god-sealing power. This was enough to show how powerful this emperor heaven armament was. King's aura referred to a king's special aura. The king here didn't necessarily have to be someone with a king profession, but any creature related to a king could be counted. For example, the Grey Wolf King, the Black Forest Horse King, the Wild Dog King, the Wild Boar King, the Water Buffalo King. Any creature with a king in their name would have king's aura. The stronger they were, the more king's aura they would have. On the other hand, the weaker they were, the less king's aura they would have. For example, the Wild Dog King and the Wild Chicken King didn't have much king's aura, but at least they had it and could be of some use. It wasn't just these creatures, there were also some people who didn't necessarily have a king profession. As long as they had a king's bloodline or were a king's legatee, they could be counted. In other words, descendants of king's bloodlines or legatees of kingdoms would all have king's aura. The way to obtain king's aura was to kill others or subdue them. However, it was stated that killing these people would give more king's aura. Xiao Fu felt that this king's aura was like fate. It was the purest trace of fate that could lead one to becoming a king, and the king's crown required this sort of fate to be repaired. Killing them was equivalent to ending their lives and erasing everything about them. Their fate would also completely disappear, so the king's aura obtained from killing them would be greater. In the future, Xiao Fu would be able to kill creatures with a king in their name. Legatees of kingdoms and their families would be good targets to kill, and he would be able to obtain a lot of king's aura. However, this was an emperor heaven armament, so it required an ocean of king's aura. Xiao Fu didn't know when it would be completely repaired. If this item fell into someone else's hands, they would definitely become a main character and obtain a heaven-defying ability. Your Majesty, Please forgive this subordinate for being late. At that moment, Qin's soldiers, who had relocated the goblin village, rushed over. Seeing the collapsed mountain and the holes in the ground, they felt quite shocked. They quickly rushed over to Zhao Fu's side, and seeing Zhao Fu covered in blood, they immediately knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. All of you, rise. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and put the king's crown away. He had the soldiers rise and asked for the special city creation stone. Looking at this dark silver cube, it was indeed different from a normal city creation stone, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Zhao Fu first looked at its stats. Arad, City Creation Stone, a city creation stone from the Arad world. It can create a silver-grade goblin village. As expected, the description was different from normal city creation stones. The Arad world city creation stones revealed a lot of useful information, and Zhao Fu, who had the information from the demon god, understood this. However, there was no need for him to say anything, as this was already destined. Another thing that made Zhao Fu happy was that Zhao Fu had collected 1,200 sword essences. Outside the historical remnant, Zhao Fu had killed many hobgoblins and had collected many sword essences. Now that he had killed many goblins, he had finally collected enough sword essences. Now, it was time to fuse them into the Silver Lake Immortal Sword. Zhao Fu took out the sword essences, and they started to tremble and resonate with each other as they gave off a faint light. Suddenly, the sword essences shot into the sky and twinkled like stars, and the image of a massive lake gradually appeared in the sky. This lake was very beautiful and very big. One couldn't see the end of it. The surface of the lake was as calm as a mirror without a single ripple. There was grass growing on the lakeside, as well as some orange wildflowers. The lake and the lakeside complemented each other, forming a beautiful picture. As soon as the lake formed, all of the spiritual chi in the historical remnant started to gather, and the star-like sword essences started to fuse together. Finally, a silver sword appeared in the sky, giving off a water-like aura as it slowly descended from the sky. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and caught the silver sword. This silver sword was quite long, about 1 meter long, and it was 2 fingers wide. The hilt looked like a water immortal, and it looked quite exquisite. Silver Lake Immortal Sword, Grade, Legendary, Stats, Strength plus 20, Intelligence plus 20, Agility plus 15, Constitution plus 19, Description, one of the Silver Immortal's 7 pieces of equipment, and it contains legacy power. Can obtain the Silver Immortal Swordsman profession. Silver Immortal Swordsman, a growth profession that can control the Silver Immortal's most powerful sword skills and can inherit the martial domain, the Silver Lake realm. After looking at this profession's stats, Zhao Fu found that it was quite powerful. Just based on its martial conception, it was incredibly powerful. After all, only those with stage 7 cultivation or above could comprehend this source power. Zhao Fu looked at the stats and found that this profession was quite powerful. The Silver Immortal Swordsman profession could directly inherit the Silver Lake realm, and it did not require one to comprehend it. However, this profession also had a sword, which was not suitable for Zhao Fu. After all, this was one of the 7 pieces of equipment, and the other 6 pieces of equipment had to be given to the other 6 people. It was evident that this was for his subordinates, and it was not suitable for a king. As such, Zhao Fu put the sword away and would find a suitable owner for it in the future. This was the end of the historical remnant exploration. Now that Zhao Fu had been heavily injured, he would not be able to recover without a few days of rest, so the historical remnant exploration could only continue here. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu mustered up a bit of his strength and went to the Heaven and Earth refining formation. He placed a black goblin's corpse on the formation. What Zhao Fu was worried about the most was whether or not he could refine this black goblin's corpse. If he could, it would be incredibly important to Qin City, and he would be able to nurture a large number of stage 1 or even stage 2 soldiers. Zhao Fu started to feel nervous, and he activated the Heaven and Earth refining formation. A formless energy grabbed the goblin's corpse into the air, and the goblin's flesh and blood continuously melted until an eerie skeleton appeared. At the same time, 2 orbs of light floated out of the skeleton, and Zhao Fu waved his hand, causing the 2 orbs of light to float into his hand. The first was a great orb, and the second was a stage 1 blood god pill. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted, and he placed a minotaur's corpse on the formation, obtaining a stage 2 blood god pill. Finally, Zhao Fu refined a cat demon's corpse, obtaining many raising stones. Now, Zhao Fu was completely at ease, and he returned to his room to recover from his injuries. He also prepared to form a special scouting party to kill historical remnant creatures and provide Stage 1 and Stage 2 corpses for Qin City. After returning to the real world, Zhao Fu felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He was famished. He drank some water to temporarily stave off his hunger before asking his bodyguard to bring him some food. At that moment, a notification sounded out on his phone, and Zhao Fu found that there were a few missed calls from Wu Qingyang, as well as a text message. Zhao Fu picked it up and saw that it was Wu Qingyang asking him how he was getting along with Dong Junhua. Zhao Fu thought about it and felt that Dong Junhua had a good impression of him. His personality was quite good, and he could gather a group of people. As such, Zhao Fu honestly replied. Wu Qingyang had not replied yet, so she was most likely in the Heaven Awaken world. At that moment, the bodyguard brought back some food, and Zhao Fu started to eat as he opened his computer and opened the Heaven Awaken world forum. Many things had happened recently, but it was still quite chaotic. Another issue had become quite apparent, which was the conflict between historical figures and their descendants. Historical figures were, of course, loyal to their rulers, and they wanted their descendants to be loyal to their rulers. However, times had changed, and there was no such thing as loyalty in ancient times. In fact, many historical figures had been persecuted by their rulers, such as Bai Qi and Xianxia, who had been killed by their rulers. Their descendants might not be loyal to their rulers, and they might even hate them. The Great Ming Dynasty was one of the most prominent. Its historical figures were much smaller than the other dynasties, and their descendants hated the Great Ming Dynasty. This was mainly because the Ming Dynasty's founder, Zhu Yuanzhang, had killed almost all of his meritorious officials. Moreover, some of the people who had been loyal to him had died without a complete corpse. Every dynasty had killed meritorious officials, and the Great Ming Dynasty was the most severe. The descendants of these famous officials were quite capable, but because of historical reasons, they had to make all sorts of choices. Zhao Fu had seen many of these things on the forum, and Zhao Fu had also found some information about Meng Tian's descendants. Zhao Fu decided to let them deal with these things themselves. Another piece of news that caused Zhao Fu to frown was that the descendant of the overlord of Chu, Xianxia, was the one that Zhao Fu hated the most in all of China's history. Perhaps Zhao Fu didn't have much enmity towards Xianxia, as they weren't even from the same era. In many people's hearts, Xianxia was a great hero and was worshipped by many. However, Zhao Fu hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him. You annihilated my great Qin Empire, killed 200,000 of my soldiers, burned my Apeng palace, and slaughtered my clansmen. Although Chu only has 3 clans, the one who will destroy Qin must be Chu. Today, the one who will destroy Chu must be Qin. Regardless of the Xiang clan's men or women, young or old, not a single one will be spared. Zhao Fu's eyes were cold, even his body was cold. This was not a subjective decision made by Zhao Fu. He did not hate Xianxia personally, but because he had obtained the inheritance of the Qin Empire, his hatred for Xianxia was unforgettable, and he would not stop until he was dead. Now that he saw the news about Xianxia's descendants, Zhao Fu's blood began to boil automatically. He could not help but hate Xianxia. The Chu kingdom established by Xianxia was also blessed by a lot of luck, because the Qin Empire was destroyed mainly because of Xianxia. Liu Bang only reaped the benefits without doing anything. Xianxia, on the other hand, was a famous general in the history of Huaxia. However, he was too headstrong, conceited, and soft-hearted. He could be a good general, but he could not be a king. He walked the path of tyranny, but he was defeated by Liu Bang on the path of kingship. At first, Zhao Fu did not leak any information about Xianxia's descendants because he knew that 2 empires were watching him. Not only did the Qin Empire want to kill him, but the Great Han Empire also wanted to kill him. 2 of the 5 ancient kingdoms were mortal enemies, so he did not dare to leak any information. It was only because he had destroyed a few large families in the region and become the most powerful player faction in the region that the news had leaked out. Zhao Fu looked around and found that there was still a long way to go before he could fight to the death with the Qin Empire. Zhao Fu was quite confident in Zhao Fu, and he believed that Xianxia's descendants had the ability to do so. At the same time, Zhao Fu felt a bit more pressure. After looking at the other news, Zhao was quite surprised to find that a person called Gu Qingyang had caught the eye of a system main city's city lord. He had been chosen as the city lord's son-in-law and had become the next city lord's successor. Even something like this is possible? Gu Qingyang was quite lucky. He had obtained a system main city for free, and it had happened so early. With a system main city as his backing, his future would be limitless. It was said that the city lord's daughter was as beautiful as a celestial goddess, and she was one of the top beauties in the region. Zhao wondered what the city lord thought of Gu Qingyang. As for Gu Qingyang's information, there was nothing special about him. He was just a descendant of a wealthy family who had fallen from grace. Now, Gu Qingyang had joined a nation legacy and obtained its protection. Otherwise, if his information was leaked, he would have died. This news made Zhao feel quite envious. Not only did he have a beautiful wife, but he also had a system main city. Zhao couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't envious, but he was quite moved. Next, there was news that someone was preparing to create an ancient beauty rankings. For example, this was a ranking that only women could be on, and they had to have beauty that could bring disaster to countries and people. Apart from beauty, there was another condition, which was that these women had to be descendants of famous ancient beauties, so it was called the Ancient Beauties Ranking. The number 1 beauty was Nu Lu, a descendant of Nuwa. She was rated as the most loving beauty, and she gave off a motherly aura. The number 2 beauty was De Fei, a descendant of Deji. She was rated as the most bewitching beauty, and she had a charm that could bewitch all living things. The number 3 beauty was Wu Qingyang, a descendant of Wu Zetian. She was rated as the most domineering beauty, and she gave off an innate domineering aura. The number 4 beauty was Shi Yuyan, a descendant of Shi Shi. She was rated as the most gentle beauty, and she gave off a gentle aura that made everyone want to take pity on her. The number 5 beauty was Yang Yuyan, a descendant of Yang Guifei. She was rated as the most voluptuous beauty, and her alluring figure caused all men to bathe in flames. The number 6 beauty was Wang Shihan, a descendant of Wang Zhaojun. She was rated as the most intelligent beauty, and she was a virtuous wife and loving mother that all men wanted to marry. The number 7 beauty was Du Xiaoyu, a descendant of Diao Chan. She was rated as the most beautiful beauty, and she gave off a soul-stirring beauty. The number 8 beauty was Zhao Hanyue, a descendant of Zhao Fian. She was rated as the most adept at dancing, and she could perform countless enchanting dances. The number 9 beauty was Bao Xing, a descendant of Bao Si. She was rated as the most beautiful beauty with the most beautiful smile, and her smile could topple cities. There were 100 or so women on the Ancient Beauties rankings, and Zhao had only looked at the top 10. All of them had perfectly inherited the genes of their ancestors, and they were either outstanding beauties or incredibly skilled. However, the Ancient Beauties rankings did not include all of the beauties in the world. They were only rankings in China and not in the world. Moreover, there were some women whose looks were not inferior to the beauties on the rankings, such as the superstar Su Yuyan. There were also some that Zhao had not seen before. Of the top 10 women, Zhao only recognized Wu Qingyang. With Wu Qingyang's peerless beauty, it was only natural that she was ranked 3rd. Zhao did not spend too much time on the Ancient Beauties rankings and continued to look at other information on the forum. He looked at the Heaven's Pride rankings and found that the people at the top had not changed much, while the people at the bottom had constantly changed. The person at the top was Qin's legatee. Zhao could imagine just what sort of position Qin held in everyone's hearts. Because of this, Qin had to be more low-profile in the future and not draw too much attention. Zhao also saw something big, which was that a few small countries had staged coups and successfully seized power, making the real world even more dangerous. There was also news about the most powerful country in the real world, America. America had established itself in the modern era and did not have any legacies. Even though it was powerful in the real world, it was quite weak in the Heaven-awakened world. As such, they had set their sights on the previous rulers of America, which were the Native Americans. The Indians were indigenous to America, and they had many indigenous legacies. However, many of them had been plundered by the United States. History was repeating itself, and one civilization was invading another. Zhao looked at it with interest before looking at other information. There was nothing special about it, so he finished his food and re-entered the Heaven-awakened world. After returning to the heaven-awakened world, Zhao Fu's body had recovered a bit. Now, Qin's population was 650,000, and he had 120,000 soldiers. Most of the new soldiers were orcs, and Zhao Fu had obtained 220,000 orcs. He could not just not use them. The beastmen were all physically strong and were slightly stronger than the humans. They were also more ferocious and made good soldiers. It was a pity that out of the 120,000 soldiers, only 50,000 or so had stage 1 cultivation. All of the blood god pills had been given to these soldiers, causing them to have at least stage 0 to 7 cultivation. However, the blood god pills had already been used up. As for all of the generals, they had broken through to stage 2. Because Zhao Fu had given out the stage 2 blood god pills from the Minotaur corpses, the generals all broke through to stage 2. Stage 2 blood god pills had the same effect as stage 1 blood god pills. Now, as long as the soldiers' cultivations were a bit higher, Zhao Fu would be able to attack Heavenstone City. Zhao Fu still remembered the enmity from that day. Heavenstone City had to be destroyed, and the Shi family's father and son had to be killed. Zhao Fu felt that he had enough soldiers, but their cultivations were still a bit weak. As such, attacking Heavenstone City would have to wait for now. Right now, the most important thing for Qin was still the blood god pills. Zhao Fu had already formed a historical remnant exploration team of 1,500 people, and he had also prepared the historical remnant medallion. The goblins weren't much of a threat within the historical remnant, and the minotaurs and cat demons had both reached stage 2, making it difficult for ordinary soldiers to deal with them. If Zhao Fu was with them, there would be very few casualties, but if someone else led the team, there would be many casualties. The historical remnant was incredibly big, and it would take a lot of time to explore it all at once. Zhao Fu couldn't spend all of his time on this, as he would definitely have other things to take care of. At that moment, a piece of good news came. It was about the stage 1 ballistae, and the gnomes had successfully developed them. After such a long time, the stage 1 ballistae had finally been developed. This was a large piece of machinery, and it took a long time to develop. Zhao Fu had recovered a trace of his strength, and even though he was a bit weak, he had no problems walking. He went to the gnome research facility and saw a ferocious ballista in front of him. This ballista wasn't very different from the previous ballistae, but its appearance was very different. It was much more refined, and it had 2 bowstrings, allowing it to fire 2 bolts at once. It was one less than before, but its destructive power was much greater. Normal ballistae could already deal a lot of damage. Against goblins, a single bolt would be enough to pierce through their bodies and kill them in one shot. However, against minotaurs, it was impossible to kill them in one shot. After all, the minotaurs' defenses and life force were quite high. With this stage 1 ballista, this problem could be solved. Stage 2 ballistae were enough to kill minotaurs as long as they didn't move at all. Every single part of a stage 1 ballista required blue-grade materials. Whether it was the body, bowstrings, bolts, or arrowheads, they all required blue-grade materials in order to unleash the true power of a stage 1 ballista. However, just blue-grade materials were not a big deal to Qin. Zhao Fu immediately gave the order to start manufacturing stage 1 ballistae, and he had the gnomes research even more advanced ballistae. After dealing with the minotaurs, there was still the matter of the cat demons. The cat demons were too fast, and without something to suppress them, they would be in great danger. Zhao Fu immediately ordered people to find something to suppress them, because in the future, Zhao Fu wouldn't be personally leading the team. A day later, Zhao Fu's body had mostly recovered. During this time, he had eaten many medicinal pills, and Asani had used advanced healing skills. At that moment, the soldiers reported that they had discovered an advanced magic skill called Gravity Elemental. It could release gravity within a certain range, and it could suppress anything within that range. This could suppress the cat demons and replace Zhao Fu. However, this magic skill was quite rare and expensive, but Zhao Fu still bought it, and the historical remnant exploration team set out. Zhao Fu ordered them to explore the outer regions of the historical remnant and not go deeper. Zhao Fu wasn't sure what was inside, and he felt that it would be quite dangerous. When he had the opportunity, Zhao Fu would go and explore it. Your Majesty. This subordinate has caught a wild boar king and has come to report. A soldier walked in and half knelt as he respectfully reported. Hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he followed the soldiers to an empty area. There was a massive wooden cage at the center of the empty area, and there was a 150-kilogram wild boar moving about restlessly. It was filled with savagery, and it kept ramming against the wooden cage, trying to escape. Zhao Fu looked at the wild boar king. Its stats weren't very high, and it only had stage 1 strength. Zhao Fu took out a golden crown. Holding the king's crown, Zhao Fu pointed with his finger, and a sharp black sword light shot into the wild boar king's forehead. Immediately, a muffled explosion sounded out as the wild boar king's massive body powerlessly fell to the ground, and a finger-sized hole appeared on its forehead, from which blood slowly flowed out. At the same time, the king's crown in Zhao Fu's hand gave off a formless energy that covered the wild boar king's corpse. A blood-red thread floated up from the wild boar king's corpse and was absorbed into the king's crown. Zhao Fu immediately sensed a slight change in the king's crown. Even though it was only a slight change, it was enough to repair the king's crown, and that blood-red thread was most likely king's aura. Now that Zhao Fu had a large number of soldiers, he didn't have to personally go and find the creatures with kings in their names. He could directly send soldiers to capture them and bring them back for Zhao Fu to kill. This way, Zhao Fu wouldn't have to go and find them himself. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to capture all sorts of creatures. Following this, Zhao Fu brought a hobgoblin to an empty area and gave him a dark silver city creation stone so that he could establish a village. The hobgoblin obeyed and went to the center of the empty area. He pressed the dark silver cube into the ground, and a dark silver wave of light spread out as the image of a few dilapidated buildings gradually appeared. This village had been an advanced village before, and now that it had been relocated, it had fallen back to a basic village. The dilapidated buildings also needed to be repaired. After making the hobgoblin the village chief, Zhao Fu went to the barracks. There wasn't a single profession changed stone steel in the barracks, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. He took out 4 profession changed stone steels and placed them in the barracks. The 4 profession changed stone steels gave off a light that fused with the barracks, and Zhao Fu received a system announcement that he could change professions. There were 100 blunt-handed goblins, 30 hurling goblins, 10 hobgoblins, and 2 green-red goblins. The 4 profession changed stone steels all had a limit on the number of soldiers that could advance. Even though there weren't many at the moment, the profession changed stone steels could level up with the village. As the village leveled up, the number of profession changed stone steels would also increase. Of the 4 professions, Zhao Fu only cared about the hobgoblins and the green-red goblins. The goblin rock throwers and goblins were simply too weak. Hobgoblins could use different types of weapons, and they were a decent melee profession. The blue-red goblins were a magic profession, and in the Heaven Awakened world, magic professions were quite rare. Zhao Fu had always wanted to create a mage team. After looking through the goblin village's information, Zhao Fu took some goblins from other villages and had them join the goblin village to change professions. At the same time, Zhao Fu assigned the goblin soldiers to the task of finding creatures with the title of king. They would be able to obtain EXP from killing different creatures and level up the goblin village. Moreover, the goblins would be quite strong, and they would be able to capture creatures with the title of king. At this moment, Gui Binglin walked up, cupped his hands, and reported, "Your Highness. This subordinate has something to report to you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu gestured for Gui Binglin to continue. However, just as Gui Binglin was about to speak, Zhao Fu sensed something, and his expression became serious as he looked up at the sky. A black star had appeared in the sky, and it gave off an intense black cross-shaped light. The appearance of this black star in the blue sky was quite abnormal, as it was a general star, the army destroyer star. At that moment, it wasn't just Zhao Fu, all of the legatees, espers, and all of China's people noticed the army destroyer star in the sky. The army destroyer star gave off an intense black light, and it gave off a conquering aura that covered the entire sky. The pressure it gave off made it impossible not to notice it. The army destroyer star was a general star, and it was a star that would normally appear in a top-tier general. However, this army destroyer star wasn't a general star returning to one's life but a general star entering one's life. Within a small mountain village, an honest-looking young man anxiously paced back and forth outside a house. Within the house, a woman's pained cry sounded out, and a middle-aged woman's comforting voice could be heard as she said, "Big Qin, hold on for a bit longer, the child is about to be born." These were all ordinary people, so they wouldn't notice that the entire house was filled with a black aura. This was a black baleful aura that gave off a conquering aura, as if it was the aura of thousands of soldiers. All of the ghosts in the surrounding 10,000 meters were filled with terror and started to run in all directions. The black star in the sky continuously gave off intense starlight, and it gave off a terrifying might, causing the weather to change. At that moment, the baby was slowly born. The instant that the baby was born, a black pillar of starlight descended from the sky and shined on the newborn baby's body. Countless traces of black aura flooded into the baby's body, causing the baby to give off a black light. Of course, this was something that ordinary people couldn't see. When the young man outside heard the baby's cries, a look of delight appeared on his face. Following this, a middle-aged woman came out holding a baby boy and smiled as she said, "Congratulations. It's a boy." The honest-looking young man called Dashing also gave a happy smile and vigorously nodded as he carefully hugged the baby boy. Looking at the swaddling baby boy, he gave a gratified smile. As the baby boy was born, the black star disappeared into the sky, and the abnormal signs also disappeared. Everyone looked away. This was the first time that a general star had been born in the heaven-awakened world, and it was the Army Destroyer star. This was a great general talent, and in the future, he would definitely become a general whose name could shake the world. Can you calculate the exact location? Zhao Fu looked up at the black star in the sky and asked Xianru, who had appeared by his side. It wasn't just Zhao Fu who wanted such a general. Anyone would want such a general, as he wouldn't be any weaker than a historical general, and having such a general would be equivalent to having another historical general. Right now, the general stars and fate of historical generals were temporarily sealed, and they would only be unsealed after the heaven-awakened world devoured the real world. As such, this general star would have an advantage over anyone else in the early stages. Xianru lowered her head apologetically as she replied, "Your Majesty, I can only calculate that it's to the southwest of the central continent. I can only deduce that he's in the southwest of the central continent. Those who have a general star in their fate have a great amount of fate, so I can't deduce anything." Hearing this, Zhao Fu sighed. The central continent is at the very center of the Midland continent, and it's quite far away from Qin City. Even if I know the exact location of this general star, I won't be able to obtain it. Suddenly, Gu Binglin once again lowered his head and cupped his hands as he said, "Your Majesty. This subordinate has once again discovered the whereabouts of a basic city." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's frown disappeared, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he started to ask about the situation in detail. The Orc city in the Forest of Horrors had already been conquered by Qin. Leveling up a city to a great city required 3 basic cities and 6 basic towns, which was much more difficult than before. First of all, 3 basic cities were already quite difficult to conquer. Zhao Fu had long since ordered people to search for information about the other basic cities. There were definitely fewer basic cities than system main cities, as most regions didn't have basic cities. After all, basic cities were war machines, and after condensing a city lord's seal, they would have immense power and would be able to dominate a region. For example, the Orc city in the Forest of Horrors occupied an area, and it faced off against the other 3 system main cities. If a region had 4 system main cities, it would be impossible for there to be any basic cities. After all of the resources and fate were split between the 4 system main cities. Only in a region with 3 or 2 system main cities would there be basic cities. Most basic cities were inhabited by outlanders, as the indigenous residents were all system main cities. However, the Xiongnu, Khitans, and Tufan tribes had the same starting conditions as players, and they might even be a bit later. As such, there wouldn't be any city villages for now. After asking Gu Binglin, Zhao Fu found out that this was a kobold city, and it was located 2 regions away from the Forest of Horrors. Zhao Fu ordered his people to make all sorts of preparations. Of course, Zhao Fu wasn't going to directly attack it, but he was going to establish a friendly relationship with it. After resting for another day, Zhao Fu's injuries were almost completely healed. He took a large amount of equipment from the Orc city, which had shatter steel iron added to it, and many hundred origin pills added to hidden evil and headed to this region. Gu Binglin had already investigated this kobold city, and he gave it to Zhao Fu. This kobold city was called West Pan City, and it was a bit weaker than the Orc City. There were roughly 200,000 kobolds and 50,000 soldiers, and the city lord was called West Pan. Zhao Fu used the teleportation channel that Gu Binglin had set up and arrived in front of West Pan City. West Pan City was a stone city, and its architecture was the same as the Orc cities. It was quite crude, but there were some differences. Compared to the Orc City, West Pan City was a bit more detailed, and its defenses were much stronger. There were also many watchtowers. The kobolds were not as powerful as the Orc City, and they weren't as aggressive, so they were more focused on defense. After coming to the city gates, Zhao Fu said, "I'm a spice merchant." They didn't notice at all of Zhao Fu, and Zhao, and they saw Zhao, and Zhao Fu, and they saw Zhao, and they did not feel anything about Zhao Fu's arrival at all, and it was as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Zhao Fu found a place and started to wait. It wasn't that strange for Zhao Fu to be trading with Outlanders, as everything was based on profit. As long as both sides benefited, anything could happen. What's more, West Pan City produced a very special type of spice, which was a top-notch spice. It was incredibly valuable, and adding on the fact that other things could be traded with West Pan City, many people were willing to take the risk to trade with Zhao Fu. Most of the people in the room were like this. However, this was something that would offend a system main city, so everyone was quite careful. A while later, a round-faced kobold walked out of the room and smiled as he said, "Everyone, the Ceylon spice and other materials have been prepared. You can trade them now, and the highest bidder will win." The kobold brought out a box that was 1 meter long and 30 centimeters wide. Even before the box was opened, it gave off an intoxicating smell. After the box was opened, the intoxicating smell filled the entire room, and it seemed as if it wouldn't dissipate. Zhao Fu looked inside and saw that there was a white powder within the box, which was most likely the Ceylon spice. "Everyone, let's stick to the old rules." After the box was opened, a haughty voice sounded out. It was one of the few people who were able to sit. The people who were able to sit here most likely had great backgrounds, and the person who had spoken first was most likely from the most powerful faction in the area. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so arrogantly and confidently. The others were all from different factions, and after hearing the person's words, they nodded and split the Ceylon spice according to the old rules. Every gram of Ceylon spice was more expensive than gold, and ordinary people couldn't compete with these people. These people were all from the most powerful factions in the area, and no one dared to compete with them. As such, these people completely ignored everyone else. Everyone else only felt envious. If they brought the Ceylon spice back to the system main city and sold it to the government, the price would be 10 times higher, and a single box would be worth 10,000 or so gold coins. They couldn't compete with these large factions, and they had only come for some other things in West Pan City. These things would be quite beneficial to them if they could bring them back. The 6 people sitting had already discussed how to split the Ceylon spice, while the kobold sat at the head of the table and smiled the entire time. He didn't say anything because every transaction brought massive benefits to West Pan City, so he didn't want to interfere. As long as there were enough benefits, it was fine. "Sir Bellin, let's discuss and proceed with the transaction." The haughty voice once again sounded out. Even though he called Bellin sir, it didn't sound very respectful. Bellin was the kobold, and he didn't mind this person's tone and was about to agree. "Wait." A voice sounded out from the corner, causing everyone to look over. It was the person who had come in last. What is he trying to do? Everyone felt quite confused. At that moment, facing countless people's gazes, Zhao Fu walked up and said, "I want all of the Ceylon spice." Everyone present was sent into an uproar. This person didn't want to participate in the distribution of the Ceylon spice but wanted to take all of it. This was simply too domineering. The other factions had already split the Ceylon spice, and he didn't put the other factions in his eyes at all. Immediately, the people from the other factions' gazes became cold, and the haughty voice mocked, "Which country bumpkin dares to steal from my Wu family? Don't you know who I am?" Another person coldly laughed, "Nobody should know how strong they are. If they're too stupid, they might die in the wilderness." Perhaps because of how powerful their faction was, no one dared to go against them. As such, these people were most likely used to doing as they pleased, and they were too arrogant and unbridled to speak like this. Kobold Bellin continued to smile and did not say anything. He didn't care about whether these humans lived or died, he would trade with whoever offered him the most benefits. Bellin could tell that Zhao Fu was interested, so he didn't give the order to chase Zhao Fu away. Seeing this, the others watched on with interest, hoping that the two sides would fight as fiercely as possible. After all, they had long since been dissatisfied with the 6 great factions, so they felt quite comfortable just looking at them. However, none of them had any intentions of meddling, as Zhao Fu's life or death had nothing to do with them. Even if he died, he deserved it. When Zhao Fu heard these words, he coldly harumphed and said with a trace of killing intent, "Do you want to die?" His words did not take them seriously at all. It was as if he was talking to an ant. The 6 of them were instantly enraged. They were high and mighty, so how could they endure this? They all stood up and wanted to kill this reckless fool in front of them to vent the hatred in their hearts. "Kneel." A cold voice suddenly sounded out, accompanied by a supreme aura that caused the air in the room to freeze. The 6 people felt a massive wave of power weigh down on their bodies, and even though they circulated their full power, they were unable to resist at all. Their legs weakened, and they heavily knelt on the ground. These 6 people only had stage 1 cultivation, and Zhao Fu had killed many of them. However, they still dared to act so impudently in front of Zhao Fu. If others treated him courteously, Zhao Fu would return the favor, but if he didn't, then Zhao Fu wouldn't be polite either. Facing Zhao Fu's terrifying aura, everyone present felt quite shocked. Even though this aura wasn't targeted at them, they could sense how powerful it was and that it was enough to suppress everyone present. Bellin, who was sitting at the top, was also quite shocked. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful, and he could rival a stage 3 expert. In actuality, Zhao Fu hadn't used his full power yet, as Zhao Fu himself was no weaker than a stage 4 expert. If he added on his City Lord seal, these people would be heavily injured even if they didn't die. However, Zhao Fu had only released a portion of his strength, as if he had released all of it, the kobolds would have been on guard. That wasn't why Zhao Fu had come. The 6 people kneeling on the ground had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. Now that they were kneeling in front of Zhao Fu, they felt as if they would rather die than live. This was a humiliation to them, and it would be a humiliation that they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. Arg! The arrogant voice came from the person called Wu Long. His face looked as if it had been cut by a knife, and he roared as he mustered all of his strength. His face became incredibly savage, and the veins on his body bulged as he desperately tried to resist Zhao Fu's suppression. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed as he increased his strength by 4 times and pressed down on Wu Long's body. Kacha, the sound of bones breaking could be heard as Wu Long held. The bones in his legs had been broken, and he lay on the ground as he hatefully looked at Zhao Fu. "Today, you've humiliated me so much. In the future, I'll make sure you die a horrible death, and the Wu family won't let you off either. I'll kill everyone related to you, Pooh." A black sword light flashed, chopping off Wu Long's head, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Because the other 5 people were quite close, they were splashed with blood. Only after feeling the warm blood on their faces did they come back to their senses. Zhao Fu wasn't someone to be trifled with, and he could kill them with a single thought. They started to feel quite afraid. The people in the surroundings looked quite confused. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would directly kill someone in front of Kobold Bellin. Zhao Fu didn't put the kobolds in his eyes at all. The scene fell into a deathly silence as everyone looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body gave off a dense killing intent, and even though he had killed someone, he didn't seem affected at all. His gaze fell on the 5 people kneeling on the ground as he said, "I want all of the Ceylon spice. Do you have any objections?" The 5 people on the ground were covered by this massive killing intent, and their bodies trembled. They felt terror in their hearts, and they hurriedly shook their heads, expressing that they had no objections and didn't dare to say anything. "In the future, I'll buy out everything in West Pan City, and I'll pay 10 times the price. None of you need to come here in the future." Following this, Zhao Fu spoke in a commanding tone, causing everyone present to feel quite angry. They had come to West Pan City to trade with the kobolds and make huge profits. Now, not only could they not eat the Ceylon spice, but Zhao Fu also wouldn't even let them drink the soup. Even the 6 major factions wouldn't dare to do this to them, as it would incite countless factions to retaliate. However, Zhao Fu had done this. What? Do you have any objections? As soon as that cold and dignified voice sounded out, a massive aura covered everyone's bodies. Zhao Fu could sense that these people were displeased, and he looked at them. His threat couldn't be any more obvious. If they dared to say a single word, he would kill them all. Only after feeling this massive aura did everyone realize how terrifying this power was. They felt a massive pressure weighing down on them, and the cold killing intent caused cold sweat to appear on their backs. Even though they were displeased, they didn't dare to say anything. Right now, Zhao Fu wanted to sell a large amount of equipment and medicinal pills to West Pan City. As long as West Pan City used their medicinal pills and equipment, they wouldn't be able to resist at all, and Zhao Fu would be able to take down West Pan City just like he had taken down the Orc City. Even though exchanging for Ceylon spice would allow them to sell equipment and medicinal pills to West Pan City, they could exchange for many other things as well. What's more, they would be able to sell a large amount of equipment and medicinal pills to West Pan City. As such, Zhao Fu wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He didn't need to give any of the people present any face, nor would he give them any benefits. He even used the excuse of paying 10 times the price as an excuse to not arouse any suspicions. Sitting at the top, Bellin grinned. He didn't plan to pursue what Zhao Fu had done because if he sold all of West Pan City's items at 10 times the price, he would make a massive profit. This profit was enough for Bellin to not care about what Zhao Fu did. With a super rich person like Zhao Fu, he didn't need to care about anyone else. Facing Zhao Fu's domineering attitude, the others didn't dare to say anything or reveal any of their expressions. They were afraid that if Zhao Fu was displeased, he would kill them all. At that moment, they saw Bellin's delighted expression, seeming to be completely satisfied with the price that Zhao Fu had offered. He didn't pursue what Zhao Fu had done, so they could only dejectedly leave. Esteemed guest, apart from Ceylon spice, West Pan City also has many other good things, such as ores and furs. I'm sure you'll be very satisfied. After everyone left, Bellin smiled and introduced the various items to Zhao Fu. On the surface, Zhao Fu listened attentively, but in actuality, he didn't really care about these things. After all, his main goal was to sell equipment and medicinal pills to West Pan City. After hearing Bellin's introduction, Zhao Fu took this opportunity to take out some medicinal pills and equipment to trade. This surprised Bellin, and he looked at the equipment and smelled the medicinal pills. Immediately, a look of delight appeared on his face. Zhao Fu was actually using such good equipment and medicinal pills to trade. This meant that West Pan City's strength would greatly increase. If Zhao Fu used such good equipment and medicinal pills to trade, it would be a massive amount, and it would be a long-term trade. Bellin wasn't sure if Zhao Fu had that much equipment and medicinal pills, and he didn't want it all to be gone after just one trade. Esteemed guest, will you be using equipment and medicinal pills to trade in the future? Bellin asked. Because he had obtained such a massive profit, his tone was quite friendly and kind to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu understood Bellin's intentions and calmly replied that he would be using equipment and medicinal pills to trade in the future. After hearing this, Bellin felt quite delighted. If he could obtain such a large amount of equipment and medicinal pills, his status in West Pan City would gradually rise. After all, equipment and medicinal pills were incredibly important to West Pan City. Right now, he was only an internal affairs officer of West Pan City, and as long as he could obtain these equipment and medicinal pills, he would definitely be rewarded by the city lord, and his position would definitely rise. It's all thanks to the humans fighting and scheming against each other that this foolish rich man was willing to pay 10 times the original price. Bellin inwardly rejoiced. Sir Bellin. This lowly one also needs some slaves, and there are no restrictions on races. I wonder if you can sell them here. I'll buy them at a high price. On one hand, Zhao Fu wanted to continue selling equipment and medicinal pills to West Pan City, but on the other hand, he wanted to use West Pan City to obtain a large number of people. Just like the Orc City, he wanted to use every valuable place in West Pan City, or else it would be a waste. Slaves? Bellin slightly frowned. No matter what kind of city it was, population was very important. The kobolds didn't have the habit of enslaving other races, and they weren't very aggressive, so they didn't attack many villages. After conquering a village, they usually wouldn't leave anyone alive. Basically, they would kill them all, cutting the weeds and pulling out the roots. However, Xiao Fu said he wanted slaves, and Belen couldn't make the decision. He was just an internal affairs officer, and had been appointed to trade with these humans. He couldn't participate in military affairs. However, when Xiao Fu said that he would be willing to pay a high price, Belen felt quite moved. He thought about it and sent a soldier to ask his superiors. After receiving a reply, he smiled and said, "Esteemed guest, we can exchange these slaves, but the price will be much higher." Xiao Fu's heart did not change. The greedier the kobolds were, the better. This was exactly what Xiao Fu wanted. It might seem like Xiao Fu was at a disadvantage, but West Pan City was slowly falling into Xiao Fu's hands. That's no problem. If West Pan City can provide high-quality slaves, it's fine even if the price is a bit higher. Xiao Fu didn't seem to mind at all, and he spoke in an overbearing manner. Belen was delighted, but he was also quite curious about Xiao Fu's identity. He wasn't weak at all, and for him to be able to take out so many equipment and medicinal pills, his identity definitely wasn't simple. However, looking at the equipment and medicinal pills, Belen didn't think too much about Xiao Fu's identity. As long as he could provide West Pan City with benefits, it didn't matter who he was. Following this, Belen and Xiao Fu officially began the trade. Both sides had their own needs, and they happily concluded the trade. Elsewhere, the various factions returned to their headquarters full of resentment. They were incredibly furious at Xiao Fu for keeping everything for himself, and the other 6 factions also gnashed their teeth in hatred at Xiao Fu. He had humiliated their people so much. They couldn't swallow this humiliation. If they could swallow this humiliation, they wouldn't be one of the 6 major factions. Adding on the fact that many of the other factions felt resentment towards Xiao Fu, they gathered their experts to kill Xiao Fu together. Now, there were 10,000 or so people, and none of them were weak. Isn't that person very powerful? He dares to act so domineeringly in front of so many of us? We'll definitely let him see their true strength. It would be best to make him kneel and apologize before killing him. Perhaps he had many good things on him, or else he wouldn't have offered 10 times the price. After all, if he offered 10 times the price, he wouldn't be able to obtain much. After completing the trade, Xiao Fu left West Pan City and flew towards the teleportation channel. The teleportation channel couldn't be constructed near West Pan City, as no city would allow unknown teleportation channels to be constructed near their own city. As such, the teleportation channel was 10 or so kilometers away. However, when Xiao Fu was halfway there, countless arrows tore through the air and shot towards him. Seeing so many arrows, even Xiao Fu felt quite startled. He immediately unleashed his king's domain to block some of the arrows, but because there were simply too many arrows, Xiao Fu could only land on the ground. Following this, people rushed out from the forest and surrounded Xiao Fu. There were at least 10,000 people, but Xiao Fu's expression didn't change much. At that moment, the leaders of the 6 factions walked out and looked at Xiao Fu with ill intentions. One of them loudly laughed as he said, "You dared to kill someone from my Wu family, today will be the day you die. Kowtow to me, and I'll let you die more comfortably." "That's right. Kneel down and call me Grandpa 3 times, and I'll let you die with a full corpse. Don't think that just because you're strong, you're invincible. We have 10,000 people here, and all of them are experts. You'd best know what's good for you," another person said coldly. "That's right. Kowtow to each of us and call us Grandpa a few times. This is the result of offending us." Everyone else loudly laughed. Xiao Fu stood there, a cold glint in his eyes. Even though there were 10,000 people in front of him, most of them hadn't broken through to stage 1 yet. With Xiao Fu's strength, he could deal with them, and if he used his City Lord Seal's power, no one here would be able to stop him. In fact, Xiao Fu could even kill everyone here. However, dealing with 10,000 people would be quite troublesome. Moreover, they were so close to West Pan City, so if he used his City Lord Seal, West Pan City's City Lord would definitely sense it. However, Xiao Fu had other ways to deal with these people, so he wasn't afraid of them at all. "You want me to kneel?" "You Hearing that Zhao Fu dared to call them trash despite facing so many of them, everyone felt quite angry. They immediately raised their weapons and rushed at Zhao Fu, vowing to chop Zhao Fu into mincemeat. The scene of 10,000 or so people charging was quite majestic, but at that moment, Zhao Fu's body suddenly disappeared. This caused everyone to stop what they were doing and feel quite confused. Why had Zhao Fu disappeared? However, at that moment, a 10 or so meter long black arc of light suddenly flashed out, causing blood and severed limbs to fly everywhere. 30 or so people instantly died, and their corpses fell to the ground with confused expressions. Before they could react, they had died. This sudden change caused everyone to feel quite shocked, and no one was able to react in time. However, another 2 sharp rays of light flashed out, causing blood to splatter everywhere, taking away hundreds of lives. No one was able to resist, and their bodies were split in half. Such a terrifying and strange scene caused everyone to feel quite afraid and nervous, and they started to retreat. At that moment, another black arc of light flashed out and flew out like a gust of wind, cutting off dozens of people's heads. The cuts were incredibly neat, and dozens of headless corpses fell to the ground. This scene caused everyone's legs to go weak, but as people from the modern world who had seen many things, they finally reacted and cried out, "He's using something to become invisible. Everyone, be careful." Zhao Fu was using stealth's power, but even if they found out that Zhao Fu could become invisible, they didn't have much power to stop Zhao Fu. The slaughter continued, black arcs of light continuously shot out, cutting people's bodies apart. Some people shot arrows at the places where the attacks had come from, but they couldn't keep up with Zhao Fu's speed. Zhao Fu didn't just attack a single spot, he was like a ghost, randomly killing people. More and more corpses fell to the ground, and the stench of blood spread out. The aura of death covered everyone, and the situation quickly changed. The 10,000 people started to fear Zhao Fu. At this moment, someone shouted, "Everyone, quickly form a group. Those with shields, block the outside and protect those with attacking methods. Let's work together." Immediately, everyone began to move, forming groups. Those with shields defended with all their might, while the archers drew their bows and looked around vigilantly. If there were any strange movements, they would attack. This method might work on ordinary people, but it wouldn't work on Zhao Fu because the difference in strength was too great. Zhao Fu's current strength wasn't any weaker than a Type 4 powerhouse. Dealing with these people who hadn't even reached Type 1 was a piece of cake. A huge black sword light suddenly appeared, and Zhao Fu's figure also appeared, in front of a team of several hundred people. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive black sword light slashed through the shield wall. The massive sword light shot into the crowd, and countless people's bodies were torn apart by the sword light. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, creating a bloody scene. In just an instant, hundreds of people had died, and the atmosphere became incredibly oppressive. This crushed everyone's confidence. The difference in strength was simply too great, and they couldn't do anything to Zhao Fu at all. Everyone started to run for their lives in terror, as staying here would mean death. Seeing these countless people running, Zhao Fu coldly smiled and looked at the team of 6 people. His body blurred as he appeared in front of them and said coldly, "Didn't you want me to kneel?" Seeing Zhao Fu appear in front of them, the 6 people were given a big fright and yelled, "He's appeared! Everyone, kill him!" However, by now, everyone was terrified of Zhao Fu, and they were running everywhere. The scene was in chaos, and no one obeyed their orders. As such, only 10 or so of them rushed up. Looking at the 10 or so people rushing over, Zhao Fu stood there and slashed out with the Sky Demon sword. A thin arc of light slashed out, seeming to split the air apart. Arg! Cries sounded out as the 10 or so people's legs were cut off, and they fell to the ground, giving off pained cries. Hearing these cries, the others were so scared that they ran even faster. Zhao Fu slowly walked forwards, and the Wu family's leader's expression became savage. Even though his legs had been cut off, he crawled on the ground and grabbed his saber to hack at Zhao Fu. Kacha, the sound of bones breaking could be heard, accompanied by a howl. The Wu family's leader's arm had been broken by Zhao Fu's foot. Zhao Fu coldly looked at this and vigorously stepped on the Wu family's leader's head, pressing it to the ground as he said, "What did you want me to call you before? Call you father, I'll definitely kill your entire family." Having his head pressed to the ground by Zhao Fu, the Wu family's leader not only felt pain but also humiliation, causing him to loudly roar. Zhao Fu's expression became cold as countless traces of black aura came out from under his feet and spread out, covering the Wu family's leader's body. Arg! Pained cries sounded out as the Wu family's leader felt as if his body was being cut by countless blades, and the pain was simply unbearable. Kill me if you dare. The Wu family's leader once again roared. He simply could not endure this pain. Even though he would lose everything if he died, it would not be a true death, so the Wu family's leader did not want to endure this pain. What did you want me to call you before? Zhao Fu's cold voice sounded out. The Ying family's leader did not say anything and endured the pain. He regretted coming to make trouble for Zhao Fu. Wu Long was his little brother, and after hearing that his little brother had been humiliated to death, he had gathered with the other factions and thought that they would be able to kill Zhao Fu with 10,000 people. However, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such means and would be able to easily defeat 10,000 people. They could not bring themselves to say such humiliating words. In that instant, the black aura covering the Wu family's leader's body entered his body, and the Wu family's leader felt as if his flesh was being cut into pieces. Even his soul felt as if it was being cut into pieces, and the Wu family's leader's face became completely twisted as he howled in pain. These howls caused the 10 or so people lying on the ground to feel a chill down their backs. They felt that this pain was 10 or so times worse than theirs. What did you want me to call you before? Zhao Fu's cold voice once again sounded out. The Wu family's leader could not bear this kind of pain at all, and he only wanted to die. He did not care about his dignity as he continuously cried, "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa, hurry up and kill me." At that moment, Zhao Fu pulled back his foot, and the black aura that had entered the Wu family's leader's body was also pulled back by Zhao Fu. The Wu family's leader collapsed on the ground, and he seemed to be on his last breath. What did you want me to call you before? Zhao Fu's cold voice once again sounded out, but he looked at the others. Sensing that cold gaze, the 10 or so people felt terror within their hearts, but they could not bring themselves to say such humiliating words. Zhao Fu stepped forwards, and 10 or so traces of black aura came out of his foot and entered the 10 or so people's bodies. Pained cries sounded out, and in the end, everyone gave in and called out such humiliating words. These 10 or so people were the leaders of the 10 or so largest factions in the region. If he could control them and use them as chess pieces, they would be a decent force when attacking system main cities in the future. If he wanted to level up Qin Town into a royal city, he would have to attack many system main cities. Players wouldn't die true deaths, and there were many of them, so it would be a waste not to use them. As such, Zhao Fu thought about it and made his decision. He then looked at the 10 or so people on the ground, who looked like they had been tortured, and he took out the royal wood sword as he said, "I'll give you a chance to submit to me. If you're willing to submit, you'll receive unimaginable benefits." The 10 or so people on the ground hated Zhao Fu to death. He had tortured them to death, and he had even forced them to call him Grandpa. However, now that Zhao Fu wanted them to submit to him, of course they didn't want to. However, they had experienced the pain from before, and they felt a deep fear towards Zhao Fu. They didn't dare to refuse and could only silently lie on the ground. "Just kill us," the Wu family's leader said weakly. Right now, they wanted to die quickly and didn't want to be tortured by Zhao Fu anymore. "Do you really want to die so badly? Others might want to submit to me, but they might not have the chance." Zhao Fu's voice became dignified and filled with the aura of a king. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the 10 or so people on the ground realized that this person was also a player like them, so why did he have such great power? They started to feel curious about Zhao Fu's identity, but they still didn't want to submit to Zhao Fu. "Are you really not willing to submit to me, Qin Town?" Zhao Fu's voice became cold. However, the 10 or so people on the ground were given a big fright. Qin Town, hearing these two forbidden words, the 10 or so people on the ground couldn't help but feel shocked. To factions like them, Qin Town was a terrifying existence from hell. Could it be that he was talking about the legendary Qin Town? In that case, it was possible that the person in front of them was that terrifying legatee Qin Town. If it wasn't for legatee Qin Town, how could he have such power and be so vicious? "You are really Prince Qin." The Wu clan's clan leader had a trace of reverence in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Fu. To them, Prince Qin was someone who already stood on the throne. He was incomparably noble and supreme. What do you think? Who in this world dares to use my name indiscriminately? Zhao Fu acknowledged his identity because if he didn't reveal some information, it would be impossible to subdue these people. Zhao Fu understood this very well. Hearing Zhao Fu admit it, the 10 or so people's attitudes instantly changed, and they became incredibly respectful and lowly. I'm willing to submit. The head of the Wu clan was the first to speak. He didn't care about what had happened before. What was dignity? It was humiliating to call someone else grandpa, but it was an honor to be able to call Qin Dizi grandpa. This was the reality. If they could ride on Qin Di's coattails, their aristocratic families would have a solid guarantee in the future. Yes, yes. We're also willing to submit to your majesty. The others hurriedly expressed their willingness to submit to Qin Town. This was incredibly beneficial to them, and they even forgot about the pain of their legs being severed. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied and sent his king's power into the royal wood sword. Countless crystalline green lines stretched out towards the 10 or so pairs of legs and wrapped around them before reconnecting them. The 10 or so people's legs that had been severed by Zhao Fu all recovered, and Zhao Fu threw 10 or so bottles of medicinal pills to them. These weren't healing medicinal pills but hidden evil. Zhao Fu didn't trust them, and he was only using them to attack system main cities in the future. As such, he had left behind some backup plans. The 10 or so people guessed that there was something wrong with these medicinal pills, but they still swallowed them. They understood that they definitely wouldn't be able to gain Prince Qin Town's trust after what had just happened. If they wanted Qin Town's protection, they would have to pay a price, and this was all within reason. You can all leave. I'll let you know if anything happens. Zhao Fu watched as they obediently swallowed all of the hidden evil and gave some orders. Because all of the equipment and medicinal pills had been used to trade, he didn't give them any benefits for now. Following this, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. The 10 or so people excitedly returned to their own factions, making everyone else feel quite surprised. Why aren't they dead yet? I heard that their legs had been severed, but it seems that they've recovered, and they seem to be in a good mood. Following this, the 10 or so people told the core members of the factions that they had submitted to Qin Town, and the entire faction was filled with joy. Qin Town was an unreachable existence to them, and joining Qin Town would bring them unimaginable benefits. In actuality, if Zhao Fu stood out, with Qin Town's prestige, he would be able to gather a large group of people. However, if there were too many people, Zhao Fu wouldn't be able to control them. After all, even Zhao Fu couldn't guarantee the absolute loyalty of these factions. After returning to Qin Town, Zhao Fu took care of some other matters. Now that Qin Town had settled down, the only thing he lacked was time. After all, there were many things that required time to be done. For example, the dragon egg would take another 2 months to hatch, the soldiers needed time to raise their cultivation before they could attack Heavenstone City, and West Pan City also needed time to consume hidden evil. Zhao Fu didn't have much to do, so he left the internal affairs to Li Si and Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had joined, Li Si's burden was much lighter, and Zhao Fu felt much more relaxed. Zhao Fu took the one-world rod and went to a small creek. He sat under a willow tree and started to fish while cultivating. There were a few beautiful female attendants waiting respectfully by his side. Suddenly, Zhao Fu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, frowned and immediately closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. A muffled bang sounded out as if something had been broken. Zhao Fu's body trembled as an even more powerful energy burst forth from his body. Zhao Fu had finally broken through to stage 1 and entered stage 2. Zhao Fu continued to cultivate for a while, stabilizing his cultivation. He then took out a blood god pill and breathed in it. This was a stage 3 blood god pill, and it could only be refined from a stage 3 corpse. After consuming this blood god pill, a massive wave of cultivation energy spread through his body, and Zhao Fu quickly circulated his dantian to refine this energy. At the same time, Zhao Fu's cultivation once again rose, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Finally, Zhao Fu's cultivation rose to stage 2 to 4. The blood god pill's effects were incredibly powerful, and it had instantly raised his cultivation by 4 stages. However, now, Zhao Fu would have to cultivate by himself. This was because the blood god pill could only be used once. If he used it without limit, Zhao Fu would be able to create a group of peerless experts. Zhao Fu let out a breath of impure air and opened his eyes. Before he knew it, it was already night, and the female attendants had already lit the lanterns. At that moment, something seemed to tug on his fishing line, and Zhao Fu raised his fishing rod. A small silver fish appeared in front of him. It was most likely a rare fish. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Wang Ergu, who had been waiting respectfully, came up and cupped his hands. This town was not in the Forest of Horrors but in the nearby 100 Bamboo Forest. This information was sent out by a player. One of the players had been lost for a few days, and he had been attracted by a loud sound. He had followed the sound and found the town. The loud sound just then had been the sound of the town leveling up. Following this, the player returned to the system main city and sold the location of the town for a high price. Right now, the locations of villages in the wilderness were quite valuable, and many factions would purchase them at a high price. After all, as long as they could take down a village, they would be able to obtain population, resources, and money, which could generate massive profits. However, this person had already sold the information to a few large factions, so Zhao Fu had to quickly gather soldiers. If the large factions allied together, it would be very easy for them to take down the town. After all, this town had just leveled up, and whether it was in terms of numbers or defense, it was weaker than an ordinary town. A large faction would have tens of thousands of people, and if they joined together, they could send 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers to attack the town. The town would not be able to defend at all. This town only had a population of 20,000 or so, and there were less than 4,000 soldiers. Adding on the fact that the town walls had not been built yet, it would be quite easy to take down the town. Now, what was in front of them was speed, and the real threat was the large factions. How long has this been going on? Zhao Fu understood that time was of the essence. He changed the one-world rod back into the royal wood sword and quickly walked toward the main hall. Wang Ergu quickly followed behind Zhao Fu and replied, "Your Highness. An hour has passed since we received the news, so the other powers should have received the news at the same time as us. Then how many forces did that person sell this matter to? Also, do you know where the major forces are located? Also, apart from these major powers, is that person under control? Is he still selling this information?" Zhao Fu asked a few questions as he walked. Wang Ergu closely followed behind Zhao Fu, and the female attendants also followed behind them. Soon, Wang Ergu returned and said, "This matter has been made known to 4 major factions, 3 of which belong to one system main city and the remaining one to another. This subordinate has sent people to investigate their factions' locations. Also, the person who sold the information has escaped back to the real world. This subordinate has ordered people to wait for him there. If he appears in the Heaven Awakened world, we will immediately control him or kill him." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and ordered, "Recall all soldiers. Gather all of the Evernight members together." "Yes." Wang Ergu obeyed and quickly left to pass on Zhao Fu's orders. Hearing the order, the generals quickly returned to Qin City. The members of the Eternal Dark faction also rushed back to Qin City. The Lord of Eternal Night was mainly made up of Qin assassins. It was a department that Zhao Fu had established a long time ago. Other than collecting intelligence, it was also responsible for carrying out assassination missions. After nurturing them for so long, it was time for them to show their usefulness. Torches were lit in an open space, illuminating the surroundings. Many people wearing black hoods and giving off strange auras appeared in the open space, and there were more than 6,000 of them. The 12 people were already standing in front of them. They were the 12 people who had obtained the assassin's legacy. Zhao Fu and Bai Qi had also arrived after discussing their strategy. When everyone saw Zhao Fu, they all half-knelt and called out in unison, "Your Highness." Zhao Fu looked at them and didn't waste any more words. He said, "Right now, you only have one mission, kill everyone." Elsewhere, the 4 factions gathered their people and prepared to work together to take down this town. This town was incredibly valuable, and just the city creation stone alone would be worth an astronomical price. It was already 9 p.m., and they still hadn't gathered their people. Zhao Fu didn't know if the other three factions were ready yet, and he didn't want to devour that town without waiting for him. The Ren family's leader felt quite anxious, and his eyelids had been twitching for some reason. A skinny middle-aged man from the Skin and Bone gang also felt quite anxious, saying, "Old Three, why are there so few people? Why are there so few people here? What's going on? That town has massive benefits, so hurry up and don't let anything happen to it." A big man from the 100 Harmony Guild with tattoos also loudly said, "Hurry up. Time waits for no one. If we take down that town, your elder's going to invite you to Red Street to find a few women to play with." Red Street was a small alleyway, and most of the people here were special service workers. They brought their professions from the real world into the Heaven Awakened world, and no one cared about them here. The massive rewards attracted many women, and every system main city had a small alleyway like this. An old man from the Li family also ordered everyone to hurry up. Their main goal was to leak this information and let others know. If that happened, they might not be able to obtain anything. Back then, when they had heard about this, they had wanted to kill the person who had sold the information. It was a pity that that person had been prepared and had escaped. Who knew who else he had sold the information to? As such, the four factions didn't have much of a disagreement, and they decided to take down the town first before splitting the spoils. Now, the four factions were all gathering people at their bases in the system main cities. After what had happened with the Great Shun town, no one dared to casually leak the location of their villages. Only core members who were completely loyal could enter. As such, most of the villages were made up of indigenous residents, and only a small number of core players could enter. Ordinary players couldn't enter the villages, and they could only stay at the bases in the system main cities. As such, they were gathering people at the system main cities. This saved Zhao Fu the trouble of finding their bases. Zhao Fu had already taken 6,000 or so assassins to 100 bamboo, and Bai Qi was also quickly gathering soldiers. Zhao Fu and Bai Qi planned to split into two groups, with Zhao Fu leading one group to take down the true threat of the town, which was the four factions. Zhao Fu planned to wipe out the four factions, but Zhao Fu had other plans. Zhao Fu had already planted Heaven's Choice as a chess piece in the Forest of Horrors, and he was preparing to control the players in the Forest of Horrors to attack the city. After taking control of the Forest of Horrors, he would expand to the other regions. Little Valley was in Battle City, and Zhao Fu had Gania make preparations. He would be the cornerstone for Zhao Fu to take control of Little Valley in the future. In East Green, Heavenstone City had to be taken down. Zhao Fu had prepared this plan for a long time, and it wasn't just for revenge. Zhao Fu had a City Lord Seal Shard, so it would be much easier to deal with Heavenstone City. At the same time, Mountain Willow Town would be a cornerstone. Now, only 100 bamboo and red plum plains were left. Zhao Fu planned to destroy these four large factions and establish his own faction in preparation for the future. The night gradually darkened, and the sky was filled with stars. It was another beautiful night, and 100 Bamboo's four major factions quickly gathered people in order to prevent anything from happening in the town. However, they did not know that something had already happened, and massive danger was approaching. Seeing that no one had come, the Ren family's leader naturally felt quite worried, and his eyelids continuously twitched as he sensed something. The surroundings suddenly quietened down. There was not a single sound, and the scene became a little strange. At that moment, the Ren family's leader found that his residence was surrounded by a gray fog. What was going on? Because they were within the system main city, the Ren family's leader did not take this to heart and thought that it was normal. After all, if something happened, the system main city would take care of it without them needing to. The system main city definitely would not allow large-scale battles to occur, and as soon as they did, they would suppress them with blood. With the system main city's protection, the Ren family's leader felt quite at ease. However, as time passed, the gray fog around the encampment became denser and denser, and the surrounding atmosphere became strange and eerie. The Ren family's head sensed that something was off, and there seemed to be something terrifying moving about in the surrounding darkness. "Someone, hurry!" The Ren family's leader cried out in fear, but no one responded. The surroundings were deathly silent, and the Ren family's leader hurriedly ran outside and saw an incredibly bloody scene. There were corpses all over the ground, and they all had expressions of terror or confusion on their faces. Their throats had all been slit, and it was as if they had been killed in a single blow. Blood spurted everywhere, and the stench of blood could make anyone feel nauseous. Ghostly figures suddenly appeared in the empty ground, wearing black hoods and holding two blood-stained hidden blades. They gave off cold lights and gave off icy auras, making them look like grim reapers. The head of the Ren clan immediately reacted and turned around to escape. However, two figures suddenly appeared beside him without a sound. These two figures were both wearing black hoods, but they were quite petite and looked like young girls. What was surprising was that they had cat-like tails behind them. The Ren family's leader felt quite startled, and the moment he died was the moment of his death. Two silver arcs of light flashed as a head rolled to the ground, and the headless corpse also fell to the ground, causing blood to flow all over the ground. The two cat race young women stood there. After going through Great Qin's continuous training, the two sisters had greatly changed. They did not seem as childish anymore and had become more mature. Everyone, please plunder everything of value and check to see if there are any survivors. His Highness's order is to kill everyone. The older sister, Lacai, quickly gave the order to the others. Her voice carried a hint of killing intent. The younger sister, Ram, stood behind the older sister. She still looked a little introverted. Although there was a massacre at the Ren family's encampment, no one nearby noticed it at all. This was because Zhao Fu had not only used the dark ghost world to isolate the encampment, but he had also set up a soundproof barrier so that no one could detect it. The Bone and Skin Gang had also experienced such a massacre. Originally, many people had rushed to the encampment. Suddenly, the ghost chi filled the air, and some of them lost contact. Those who were in the encampment and those who were surrounded by the gray fog also panicked. At the same time, no one dared to step into the gray fog, because those who dared to do so would lose all contact with them. Qin's assassins, who were hiding in the darkness, took advantage of the chaos and started to act. Black figures flashed and cold lights flashed as blood flew into the air and people fell to the ground. These assassins attacked incredibly quickly and mercilessly. They wanted to kill with a single blow and not leave anyone alive. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great. Zhao Fu's assassin profession was not ordinary, and adding on Zhao Fu's nurturing and all sorts of stat buffs, how could these ordinary people defeat Qin's assassins? Very quickly, the 5,000 people that were gathered were instantly slaughtered, leaving only corpses on the ground. The leader of the Bone and Skin Gang also killed a skinny man, but he was also killed by a large sword that pierced through his chest. Tuoba Qing drew back her sword and started to clean up the battlefield with Wu Qing and the others, and they continued to hunt down the people who had come to the encampment. At the same time, the 100 Harmony Gang experienced the same thing. The people outside were continuously killed by Great Qin's assassins, and the tattooed big man within the room furiously glared at the skinny figure in front of him as he roared, "Who are you? Why did you destroy the 100 Harmony Gang?" "Because His Majesty wants you to die." Little Shah's speech was still somewhat incoherent. After he finished speaking, he threw himself at the tattooed man. The tattooed big man was greatly startled, and he did not know who this His Majesty was. Facing this child, the tattooed big man felt that he was not a match for him. After all, Little Shah's cultivation had long since broken through level 2, and adding on his killing techniques, his strength was incredibly terrifying. Little Shah was incredibly fast, and he arrived before the tattooed big man in the blink of an eye. The tattooed big man gripped his saber and slashed at Little Shah, but it was a pity that in Little Shah's eyes, the tattooed big man was already a dead man. After reaching the tattooed big man, Little Shah's attack speed was many times that of the tattooed big man's. He gripped the blood-red dagger in his hand and slashed out, instantly slicing off the tattooed big man's right arm. The tattooed big man held as he clenched his left fist and punched at Little Shah. Little Shah still had a wooden expression on his face, and he spun around, slicing off the arm that was attacking him. After losing both of his arms, the tattooed big man felt quite afraid and understood that he was not a match for Little Shah. He turned and ran, but a blood-red line passed through his legs. Arg! The tattooed big man's legs were sliced off, and he crashed to the ground and held. Looking at Little Shah walking over, the tattooed big man begged in terror, "Please spare me, I'll give you anything you want." "No. His Majesty said, "Not a single one of them will be left alive." Little Shah obediently replied. Hearing Little Shah's words, the tattooed big man understood that Little Shah would not spare him. At the same time, he felt incredibly confused. Just when had he offended such a terrifying person? Just who was that His Majesty that he spoke of? Little Shah had no idea, but anyone who could nurture a group of people who were like killing machines was definitely not simple. The tattooed big man instinctively did not want to die, and he wriggled on the ground and crawled to the side, looking quite wretched. Little Shah calmly watched this scene and did not show any mercy. He gripped his dagger and slashed out, and a blood-red light shot out and pierced through the tattooed big man's head, killing him just like that. In the final Li family's residence, the ground was also covered with corpses. The Li family's family leader had been nailed to a wall by a spear. Within an elegant-looking restaurant, Zhao Fu sat by the window, and there were many good dishes on the table. Zhao Fu picked up a cup of wine and took a sip before looking at the scenery outside the window. "How are things going?" Zhao Fu had already investigated the four factions' strength, and there was nothing to fear. As such, Zhao Fu did not personally act, and he sat within his family's restaurant to control the situation in case anything unexpected happened. "Your Majesty, everything has been taken care of. None of the four factions' encampments were left alive, but some people sensed that something was off and did not return to their encampments. This subordinate has sent people to hunt them down." Gu Binglin gave a detailed report of the situation. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and looked into the distance as he said, "I wonder how things are with Bai Qi's side. Quickly advance. We have to reach the town as soon as possible to prevent anything unexpected from happening," Bai Qi loudly ordered. This time, Bai Qi brought 100,000 soldiers and hurried towards the town. After traveling for 4 or so hours, they finally saw the newly leveled town. The town was not very big compared to the other towns, and there was a simple wooden fence around it. The walls were only 2 meters tall and did not pose much of a defense. As expected, this was a town that had just leveled up. Bai Qi did not hesitate to order the 100,000 soldiers to surround the town. The 100,000 soldiers flooded towards the town, giving off a powerful aura and giving off a powerful sense of suppression that shook the surrounding 10 kilometers. By now, it was around 2 or 3 a.m., and most of the town's residents were asleep. However, there were soldiers on night watch, and when they saw the flood of enemies, they were given a big fright and immediately yelled, "Enemy attack!" The yells caused the town to wake up, and lanterns were lit. The residents started to panic, and hearing those yells, it was evident that the enemy was quite terrifying. A valiant-looking young man holding a spear rushed towards the town walls. He was called Sun Wu, and he was the town's mayor. The town had only just leveled up, and everything was not complete yet. Relatively speaking, the town was quite weak, and it was only slightly better than an advanced village. If the town walls were built properly, it would have a sense of security. Only by increasing its population would it become stronger. For the past few days, he had been very vigilant because the most basic city walls had not been built yet. If the enemy attacked, it would be impossible to defend, so he had to be careful. Now that he heard that there was an enemy attack, the thing that Sun Wu had been worried about had indeed happened. However, hearing the countless soldiers' terrified cries, Sun Wu's heart became serious. What sort of enemy had come to make his soldiers so terrified? However, when he arrived next to the city walls, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He froze on the spot and gulped. There was an army of at least 100,000 soldiers surrounding the town. How was this possible? Could it be that the System faction had made a move against him? However, seeing that there were all sorts of races among these soldiers, that shouldn't be the case. However, the auras they gave off were not any weaker than the System faction's soldiers. "Invite your mayor out." When Sun Wu saw a commander riding a large black horse and exuding a powerful, icy aura walk out, Sun Wu's first feeling was that the person in front of him was not ordinary. He was definitely a person of great authority. After thinking about it, Sun Wu walked out. Facing this army of 100,000 soldiers, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Even if he included the residents, he only had 20,000 or so people. His cultivation and equipment were inferior to the enemy's, and his defenses weren't even complete. How was he supposed to fight back? If the other side had attacked before, his town would have been breached in an instant. As such, Sun Wu did not have to worry about anything else. "Sir, when will it be?" Sun Wu deeply breathed in and calmed himself down, making sure that his aura was not any weaker than the person in front of him. Being able to remain so calm despite being surrounded by 100,000 soldiers, Bai Qi looked at Sun Wu in admiration and said confidently, "The outcome of this battle is quite clear. I'm sure you know that many people know where your town is, and you won't be able to defend it. If you submit to Great Qin, not only will you obtain a great opportunity, but your residents will also be able to live in peace." This town was incredibly easy for Bai Qi, and he could easily take it down. As such, he decided to subdue it instead of just attacking it. Bai Qi was called the god of killing and had killed countless people in the past. However, he was not someone who killed indiscriminately, he killed with a purpose. More importantly, he was a general. Hearing Bai Qi's words, Sun Wu thought to himself, no wonder he had no choice but to attack. However, Bai Qi had already given him enough face. With the 100,000 soldiers' strength, they would be able to easily flatten the town, and Sun Wu believed that Bai Qi would be able to do so. There was also something else that shocked him: when had his town's location been leaked? If many people knew about it, then it would indeed be very dangerous for his town to be discovered by others. Then, there was the Great Qin Empire that the other party had mentioned. Even though he was only a mayor of a small town, he knew some things. It did not have a kingdom yet, and the other party was most likely talking about the otherworld legatee. From the 100,000 soldiers that were not inferior to the system main city's soldiers, this faction was incredibly powerful and even terrifying. However, if he were to surrender so easily, Sun Wu felt quite hesitant and said, "Sir, can you give me some time to consider?" Bai Qi thought for a moment before replying, "I can give you half an hour to consider. If you give me more than half an hour, I'll start attacking." Sun Wu nodded and turned to gather all of the town's higher-ups for a discussion. Bai Qi ordered all of his soldiers to be on guard in case anything unexpected happened, and he also made preparations to attack the town. Time gradually passed. Wang Jian rode on a black forest horse and smiled as he said, "General Bai, do you think this person will surrender?" Bai Qi looked at the town and said, "General Bai, do you think this person will surrender?" Bai Qi looked at the town and said, "He's not stupid and will make the right decision." Half an hour later, Sun Wu led the town's higher-ups to Bai Qi and bowed as he said, "Sir, we're willing to submit to Qin." A trace of a smile appeared on Bai Qi's face as he started to take over the town. Now that the town's location had been leaked, they could not continue to stay here, or else they would have to defend it. However, Qin's soldiers had many things to do, so they had to relocate the town. Time was of the essence, and they were worried that other factions would ally together to attack the town. If there were too many of them, it would be quite troublesome. Sun Wu followed behind Bai Qi, and when he heard that Bai Qi wanted to meet His Majesty, the true owner of this faction, Sun Wu felt quite nervous and expectant. He wondered what sort of person could control such a massive faction. Soon, Sun Wu and Bai Qi arrived at an elegant restaurant and walked up the stairs to a room. There were many people in the room, and they all looked quite powerful. Moreover, they all gave off a dense stench of blood, and they had most likely killed many people not too long ago. These people were still standing at the side like ordinary guards, but Sun Wu could already feel how terrifying they were. There was only a young man sitting at a table by the window, elegantly drinking some wine. This young man gave off an incredibly noble aura, but he also gave off an incredibly dangerous aura, causing others to feel a sense of respect and not dare to look at him directly. "Your Majesty, I brought him here." Sun Wu looked at the great general who had just subdued him and bowed respectfully before saying, "Yes, great general." Sun Wu felt that he had to be careful, even the great general with an extraordinary aura was acting so respectfully, so he couldn't be careless either. This Majesty seemed like a very dangerous person, and he didn't know what His Majesty's temper was like. As such, he followed Bai Qi's example and bowed. Zhao Fu had just finished listening to Guo Bingling's report on the 4 factions. By now, the 4 factions were no longer much of a threat. Most of their core members had been killed, and the only remaining forces were their villages. If they hid somewhere, it would be fine, but if they dared to show themselves, Zhao Fu could take this opportunity to eliminate them completely. At that moment, Jiaofu saw a young man that Bai Qi had brought over. He looked at his stats and found that this young man's stats were quite good, and his grade was SS grade. Moreover, he was the mayor of a town, so he was most likely a decent talent. Jiaofu looked away and said, "Now that you've submitted to Qin City, don't worry, I won't mistreat you." Following this, Jiaofu took out a legendary grade spear and a stage 2 blood god pill. Originally, when Sun Wu saw Jiaofu's blood-red eyes, he instinctively felt some fear in his heart. Those eyes didn't seem to be the eyes of a human. There was coldness, killing intent, majesty, and a hint of devilishness. Only after Jiaofu looked away did Sun Wu let out a sigh of relief. When he heard Jiaofu's words and the item Jiaofu had taken out, Sun Wu looked at it in shock. Jiaofu had actually given him a piece of legendary grade equipment. Sun Wu half knelt down in delight and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The other people standing around didn't have anything to be envious of, as they all had legendary equipment. As for the stage 2 blood god pill, they had already consumed it. Following this, Jiaofu started to talk about the factions that he had established in 100 Bamboo. Before, the 4 factions made up 1/3 of 100 Bamboo's power, and this system main city had been controlled by the Ren family, Skin-Skinned Gang, and Lily Society. Now, they had all been slaughtered in a single night. If that was the case, Jiaofu would be able to take over this system main city and gather all of the factions within it for his own use. Bai Qi. Take them back and tell Li Si to take care of the town. Jiaofu watched as the night drew to a close and dawn arrived. All of 100 Bamboo was about to go through a massive change, so Jiaofu decided to stay here and personally take care of it. He ordered Bai Qi and the others to return to Qin City. Bai Qi obeyed and returned to Qin City, and only then did Sun Wu find out what had happened. He felt quite afraid. It wasn't that he was afraid of the 4 factions attacking, but that he was afraid of becoming enemies with Qin City. This was because he had seen the black-cloaked figures standing next to Jiaofu, who gave off a dense stench of blood. They had killed 60,000 or so people, which was 3 times the population of his town. His Majesty Qin City is indeed terrifying. Sun Wu's first impression was correct, but what made him feel at ease was that even though His Majesty Qin City was terrifying, he wouldn't kill people for no reason, and he treated his subordinates quite well. Within the boundless darkness, the massive blood-red star silently spun and gave off a devilish blood-red light. Arg! Early the next morning, the sky brightened, and the air was fresh. There were many drops of dew on the grass, and just as people woke up, an extremely terrified cry tore through the sky. Countless people heard this cry and hurried over. It was the Ren family's base, one of the 3 major factions. Could it be that something had happened? That shouldn't be the case. The Ren family was one of the 3 major factions, and no one dared to offend them. Everyone didn't understand what was going on, and they curiously followed some people over. However, before they even arrived, they smelled a dense stench of blood, and they could guess what had happened. The Ren family's base was covered with corpses, and blood was splattered all over the walls, the ground, and the pillars. Before they had died, they all had looks of terror and confusion on their faces, and everyone knew that this had been a massacre. The Ren family's base had been completely destroyed in a single night, and those who had been lucky enough to escape quickly left the Ren family, not daring to have anything to do with them. Everyone felt quite confused. Just who had the Ren family offended for them to be destroyed in a single night? Could it be a system city? However, they all looked incredibly furious. This had happened within their city without any warning. This was a massacre. However, something even more unexpected happened. It wasn't just the Ren family, but even the Skin Gang and Lily Society had been destroyed in a single night. From the way they had been killed, it was easy to guess that it had been done by the same faction. News of the 3 large factions being destroyed in a single night quickly spread, and a terrifying aura covered the system main cities. If 3 large factions had been massacred for no reason, how could the smaller factions resist? They would have been slaughtered as well. They couldn't stay in this system main city any longer, and many factions wanted to move to other system main cities. However, news of other major factions being massacred also spread. Immediately, a terrifying aura covered all of 100 Bamboo, and everyone started to feel threatened. They didn't know what terrifying faction had come to 100 Bamboo, and it was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. All of the factions started to panic, afraid that they would be the next target of slaughter. Suddenly, a faction called Long Night had appeared, and it was recruiting people without restraint. It took over the territory that had been controlled by the four major factions, and everyone seemed to understand something. They all ran over to give gifts and congratulate the establishment of this faction. If they still didn't understand who had done this, they would be incredibly stupid. Almost all of the major factions in 100 Bamboo came to express their goodwill. It could be seen just how terrifying Qin's massacre had been. Long Night did not refuse any of the factions' goodwill and accepted them all. It even expressed a trace of goodwill and did not give off any killing intent, and it seemed quite gentle and easy to get along with. This caused the factions in 100 Bamboo to let out a sigh of relief. This ferocious tiger had finally calmed down, and now that they knew that Long Night would not act against them, they were not as panicked as before. Long Night was a pawn that Zhao Fu had placed in 100 Bamboo, and its main goal was to use others to achieve its goals. Of course, it could not be too domineering, or else it would not be able to use others. As such, Long Night was just a tiger in sheep's clothing. After the situation in 100 Bamboo stabilized and everything was taken care of, Zhao Fu left 100 Bamboo and returned to Qin City. After all, he had obtained a special item from the town that Sun Wu had subdued. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu found that it was a 3-meter-tall statue that seemed to be made of stone. It looked like a valiant general who wore armor and had a large saber at his waist. He held a spear and gave off a powerful aura that seemed to be able to kill enemies. General statue, a statue of a general that has stats and can increase the spawn rate of the general profession in the starting ground. This statue's stats were quite good, and it could spawn a general profession in the starting ground. Even though Zhao Fu had many villages and could change professions to generals, the profession was easy to obtain, but the battle experience was not so easy to obtain. The generals that spawned from the starting ground all had a lot of battle experience, which was what Zhao Fu wanted. After all, he had only spawned a single general profession out of so many villages. Now that he had a general statue, he would most likely be able to spawn more generals in the future. There were 3 main sources of General Zhao Fu. One was from soldiers, the second was from subduing some, and the third was from students from the Rising Qin Academy's martial institution. The third stage was the nurturing phase. Zhao Fu picked out students who had performed well and sent them into the army to be trained and nurtured into generals. Martial arts could bring peace and stability to a country, and this was especially so during chaotic times. Generals could be of great use to the army. After looking at the attributes of the statue, Zhao Fu went to the Red Plum Plain. Now, the Red Plum Plain was the only place where he hadn't set up any chess pieces. For the future development of Qin, it was necessary to prepare for a rainy day. The Red Plum Plains was a grassland, and the ground was covered with red plums. Because of its name, the architectural style had some grassland characteristics. It had been a long time since Zhao Fu had come to Red Plum Plains, and he did not know what had happened there. After arriving at Great Ancient City, Zhao Fu remembered that this was where he had found Tuoba Qing and the others. At this time, there was a piece of news that someone from a powerful force had come to the restaurant to cause trouble and molested the waiters in the restaurant. This was an opportunity, and Zhao Fu wanted to find a target to attack. He did not need to keep a low profile, he just needed to find a faction to destroy and increase his reputation in a short period of time. He would then slowly develop and consolidate his position before working with Qin to take down Red Plum Plains. As players' cultivations increased, the 10 city guards that Zhao Fu had hired lost their intimidation effect. As the first restaurant in Red Plum Plains, business was quite good. Adding on the fact that there were many old customers and that they could not make dishes from other places, it was still quite popular. The restaurant had shown off massive benefits, but it had not shown off its strength, so it had attracted the attention of many factions. However, this time, whether it was intentional or not, this faction had been quite unlucky. After coming to the restaurant, Zhao Fu saw a slightly drunk young man forcefully holding onto a woman's hand. The restaurant was in chaos, and the 10 city guards were stopped by 20 or so people. What surprised Zhao Fu was that the woman being held was Sun Cece, Zhao Fu's classmate, and she worked as a waitress in the restaurant. Ha ha ha. Great Ancient City belongs to our Wang family, and apart from system factions, our Wang family doesn't fear anyone. It's useless even if you call for help. The drunk young man wildly laughed as he hugged Sun Cece and pressed her onto the table before forcefully kissing her. Sun Cece's face was covered with tears as she struggled, but she was unable to let the young man succeed. Pa! The sound of a heavy slap could be heard as the young man furiously slapped Sun Cece's face, causing it to immediately swell up. Stinking bitch! If you resist me again, I'll call people to take turns on you. Now, the entrance of the restaurant was filled with people. Many people were furious, but they did not dare to make a move. After all, there were 20 or so Stage 1 experts blocking the entrance, and the 10 system guards were in a difficult position. If these 20 or so people really fought, the 10 city guards might not necessarily lose, but their chances of winning were not very high either. At the very least, there would be a few casualties. On one hand, they were the city guards responsible for protecting this place, so they could not allow such a thing to happen. On the other hand, the Wang family had a good relationship with the higher-ups, and the higher-ups had given them orders. They had to take care of the Wang family and not offend them. Pa! Another slap landed on Sun Cece's face, causing a trace of blood to flow out of her mouth. Sun Cece's face became red and swollen, and tears continuously flowed out of her eyes. She gritted her teeth and vigorously struggled, but she did not beg because she knew that the young man would not let her off. Damn it! You bitch, you dare to resist? The young man slapped Sun Cece's face again and cursed loudly. He also gave up the idea of kissing Sun Cece by force and began to tear Sun Cece's clothes. The clothes of the waiters in the restaurant were all uniform silk dresses. They looked very beautiful, but because they were made of silk, it was very easy to tear them. Very quickly, the drunken young man tore apart Sun Cece's clothes, revealing a bit of her chest. Seeing this, the drunken young man lewdly laughed, and Sun Cece continuously cried and struggled as she begged, "Save me." Hearing Sun Cece's words, the drunken young man stopped and wildly laughed as he said, "Who in great ancient city dares to stop me? Bitch! After I'm done with you, I'll have my 20 subordinates kill you." Hearing their young master's words, the 20 or so people blocking the door also revealed a trace of lewd smiles on their faces. They turned their heads to look at Sun Cece's rather good-looking face. The people around them were furious, but they did not have the strength to do anything. Some people wanted to personally see the scene between the young man and Sun Cece in broad daylight. Rip! The sound of clothes tearing could be heard as the right side of Sun Cece's clothes were torn apart. Some of the skin on her chest, as well as her full bosom, was revealed. This stimulated the young man's bestial nature even more, and he wildly laughed. The 20 or so people blocking the door also laughed lewdly. Could it be that I'm going to be raped here? Sun Cece thought to herself in despair. Suddenly, a light breeze blew past, and with a chi sound, a large amount of blood splattered onto the walls. The 20 or so people standing at the entrance of the restaurant all had their heads fall off, and their corpses also slowly fell to the ground. A black-cloaked figure appeared in front of the restaurant, holding a demonic sword and giving off a cold and powerful aura. You deserve to die. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a formless energy sent the young man on top of Sun Cece flying. At that moment, Zhao Fu slowly walked into the restaurant and looked at Sun Cece, who was covered in tears. He walked over and took out a set of clothes and handed them to her as he asked caringly, "Are you all right?" Sun Cece looked at the person in front of her and immediately recognized that it was the owner of the restaurant that she had not seen in a long time. Sun Cece's heart, which had been filled with despair and fear, felt as if a massive weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She took the clothes and covered her exposed skin as she said gratefully, "Thank you." Following this, Sun Cece said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Boss, I've caused so much trouble for you. It's not your fault." Zhao Fu's voice was quite cold, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes as he looked at the young man on the ground who was trying to get up. "Anyone who dared to humiliate me, Qin, must die." The young man, who had been somewhat drunk, immediately sobered up and looked at Zhao Fu before looking at the 20 or so headless corpses outside the restaurant. He inwardly cried out in fear, "I'm the Wang family's young master. If you dare to do anything to me, you'll die a horrible death." Zhao Fu coldly laughed, "Wang family's young master? Not only will you die today, but your Wang family will also be destroyed by me." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, not only was the young man shocked, but the people watching outside were also incredibly shocked. If an ordinary person said that they would destroy the Wang family, it would be a joke. After all, the Wang family was the #1 faction in Great Ancient City, and it would be impossible to destroy the Wang family. However, they had just seen Zhao Fu kill more than 20 Stage 1 experts with a single move, and he was filled with mysteries, so there was a chance that he could do it. After all, this was Great Ancient City's #1 restaurant. There had always been rumors that this restaurant had a very deep background and was controlled by a powerful faction. It was just that this faction had never revealed itself, so many people guessed that it was fake news. When the young man heard Zhao Fu's words, he was a little afraid. He was also a little uncertain. Previously, his father had advised him not to provoke this restaurant for the time being. Suddenly, without even thinking about it, the young man ran out of the restaurant. Right now, his life was the most important thing. However, just as he was about to move, Zhao Fu waved his hand again, and the young man was slammed into the wall by an invisible force. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and at least 3 or 4 of his ribs were broken. This was the first time he had suffered such pain. The young man's face was distorted, and he roared, "When the people from my Wang family come, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. And that bitch beside you, I'll kill her right in front of you. I also want." Zhao Fu looked at the crazed young man with a cold gaze and gave up on killing him in one move. He stretched out a hand, and countless traces of black aura flowed out and wrapped around his hand. Arg! A shrill cry rang out as the young man's body was lifted into the air by an invisible force. His arms felt as if they had been grabbed by a pair of large hands, and they were forcibly broken. Then, his legs were also grabbed by a pair of large hands, and they were slowly twisted. The young man continuously howled, and his face was twisted in pain. He couldn't even speak, and he looked incredibly wretched. "Sir, this is enough. I think it's enough. After all, this lady didn't suffer much harm." A system guard walked up and heard the young man's howls of pain and how Zhao Fu was torturing the young man. He couldn't bear to see this, and his superiors had told him to take care of the Wang family. If the Wang family's big young master was killed in front of them, they would also be punished. "Boss. I think it's fine, I'll be fine." Sun Cece had already wiped away the tears on her face, but her eyes were still red and swollen, and the 2 handprints on her face were quite obvious. She was already incredibly grateful that Zhao Fu had saved her. After staying in Great Ancient City for so long, she knew how powerful the Wang family was, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Zhao Fu because of her. This was something that she could bear by herself. Zhao Fu had taken her into work here, and he had done her many favors. Now that she had caused trouble for Zhao Fu, Sun Cece felt incredibly guilty. Hearing the system guards and Sun Cece's words, Zhao Fu withdrew his hand, and the young man fell back to the ground. Seeing Zhao Fu release his hand, everyone let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter was over. The young man wildly laughed as he said, "Now you know how powerful the Wang family is, right? You're dead for sure, someone has already notified my dad." The young man's words caused the atmosphere, which had calmed down, to once again become tense. Zhao Fu slowly turned and glanced at the city guard, causing the city guard's body to freeze. Under the black cloak, a pair of devilish, blood-red eyes could be seen. A bang sounded out as the city guard was sent flying by a formless energy, and Zhao Fu turned to look at the city guards outside. He coldly harumphed. "Piss off." These city guards had been hired by him, and not only had they not attacked before, but now, they dared to ask him to spare the young man? How laughable. After what the young man had done, how could Zhao Fu spare him? The 10 city guards had never thought that Zhao Fu would attack them. After all, they represented the system main city, and most people feared them greatly. However, seeing how murderous Zhao Fu was, he was already giving face to the system main city by not killing them. As such, they didn't dare to stay here, and they picked up the injured city guard and quickly left. Everyone else also didn't dare to stay here and quickly left. The young man who had fallen to the ground started to feel afraid, but Zhao Fu didn't even look at him. He waved his hand, causing a black sword light to shoot out and pierce through the young man's head, killing him on the spot. "Men!" Zhao Fu stood with his hands behind his back, his voice filled with might and killing intent. Just as he spoke, a hooded figure suddenly appeared beside him and half knelt on the ground, saying, "Your Majesty. What are your orders?" "Immediately head to the Wang family's residence. No matter if it's a man or a woman, old or young, kill anyone who has anything to do with the Wang family." The hooded man uttered a response before his figure flickered and vanished into thin air. Sun Sisi looked at Zhao Fu, who was giving off an icy killing intent, and realized that she had underestimated Zhao Fu. He didn't even place Great Ancient City's #1 faction in his eyes and could destroy them just like that. Just how much courage and confidence did he have? However, looking at Zhao Fu's back and hearing Zhao Fu's voice, Sun Sisi felt that this boss was becoming more and more familiar, as if she had met him somewhere in the real world. Zhao Fu did not mind Sun Sisi's expression and had her return to the real world. After all, destroying the Wang family was going to be quite troublesome, and the main source was the system main city. As such, Zhao Fu had to personally take care of this. Sun Sisi understood what Zhao Fu was going to do, so she immediately left the Heaven Awaken world. Seeing Zhao Fu about to leave, Sun Sisi couldn't help but say, "Boss, be careful." Zhao Fu was quite surprised to hear Sun Sisi's words of concern, but he nodded and disappeared. "Sir, something big has happened. Something big has happened. Our young master has been killed." A gray-clothed elder who looked like a butler hurriedly ran into a room and called out to a dignified-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man frowned. Because it was not a true death, he was not too angry, nor did he feel any pain. However, he felt quite confused. His son and 20 or so Stage 1 experts had been killed in Great Ancient City. Just who would be so daring to offend the Wang family, the #1 faction in Great Ancient City? What's going on? Explain it to me, the middle-aged man said to the elder. The gray-clothed elder told the middle-aged man everything he had heard, and after hearing this, a furious look appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he cursed, that unfilial son. The middle-aged man wasn't angry at what the young man had done. Rather, he had long since warned him not to provoke the restaurant, but the young man hadn't believed him. Now, the Wang clan didn't fear any of the powers in Grand Ancient City. The only thing they feared was the restaurant. The restaurant had been opened by a player, and it had been opened a few months before anyone else. This meant that he had become a baron a few months before everyone else, and he had extraordinary wealth to buy property and hire system main city guards. Moreover, this restaurant had ingredients that others didn't have. These ingredients were quite ordinary, but they weren't easily obtainable because they came from other regions. Only the restaurant had the ability to cross regions, which was enough to make others feel fearful. If they wanted to go to another region, they would have to go to the Void Zone. The Void Zone was incomparably dangerous. The middle-aged man had also led a team to try it once, but unfortunately, they had failed miserably. However, that person actually said that he wanted to destroy my Wang family. That's a bit too arrogant. With the Wang family's current strength, we don't need to fear any player faction in Red Plum Plains. The middle-aged man was quite confident. After all, one of her daughters had married one of Great Ancient City's great generals, and it was with his help that the Wang family had developed so quickly. In times of need, they could even use the power of the system main cities. That restaurant had only caused the Wang family to be wary of it for a while. After such a long time, they had yet to see its true strength. You killed my son and even threatened to destroy my Wang family. You're simply courting death. Butler, immediately gather people and call some system guards to kill everyone in that restaurant. Don't let a single one of them escape. Arg. Just as the middle-aged man gave the order, he suddenly heard pained cries from outside. Immediately, the middle-aged man was given a big fright and walked out of the door. He saw that the residence was surrounded by a gray fog, and there were flashing black figures slaughtering his people. How is this possible? The middle-aged man looked incredibly shocked. The people he had nurtured were unable to retaliate at all, and as soon as they tried to attack, their throats would be slit. What's more, those black figures all had Stage 1 or above cultivations. How could so many Stage 1 experts suddenly appear and attack the Wang family? Just what faction was this? Suddenly, the middle-aged man thought back to what the butler had said before. That person said that he wanted to destroy the entire Wang family, and now, he really had come. Only now did the middle-aged man realize what kind of terrifying faction he was facing. Swish, an arc of light suddenly flashed, slashing towards the middle-aged man's throat. There was no warning, it was a sudden move, a fatal move. The arc of light flew over, and just as it was about to slice open his throat, the middle-aged man roared and did his best to tilt his head back, narrowly dodging the attack. However, before the middle-aged man could rejoice, a ghost-like figure appeared behind him. Another sharp, cold light flashed, and the middle-aged man felt a pain in his back as a long gash appeared. Blood flowed out of the wound. Arg! The middle-aged man waved his saber and heavily slashed behind him. The saber's momentum was ferocious, but the body disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, the middle-aged man felt that something was off in the sky, and he looked up to see a figure appear above him. The figure raised its two silver-white hidden blades and used the momentum of its descent to slash towards the middle-aged man. Shing, the middle-aged man raised his saber and blocked this attack, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. However, another figure appeared next to the middle-aged man, and he was once again given a big fright and dodged to the side. However, his abdomen was still cut by the hidden blades, and fresh blood flowed out and seeped into his clothes. The middle-aged man found that he was being targeted by 5 people. If it was just one of them, he would have been able to deal with them, but with 5 people working together, he was not a match for them at all. Soon, there were 10 or so bloody wounds on the middle-aged man's body, and most of the Wang family's people were dead. The ground was littered with the corpses of the Wang family's people, and their blood dyed the ground red. The middle-aged man roared in grief and indignation. He knew that the Wang family was most likely going to perish, and he felt immense regret. Why did he offend such a terrifying faction? I'll definitely teach that unfilial son a lesson in the future. As the battle was about to end, more and more Qin's assassins attacked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was unable to defend at all, and many more wounds appeared on his body. Could it be that he was going to die here? Looking at the people charging at him, the middle-aged man felt more and more powerless, and he felt a trace of despair. Father-in-law. I'm here to save you. A thick-eyebrow big man suddenly appeared and swung his large sword, sending out a 10-meter-long sword light that contained terrifying destructive power, forcing back the Qin's assassins. This thick-eyebrow big man was Dongfang Xiang, one of great ancient city's generals and the Wang family's son-in-law. The dark ghost world outside could stop people with stage 1 or 2 cultivation, but it could not stop people with stage 3 or above cultivation. Dongfang Xiang and his soldiers were unable to enter, so he rushed in by himself. Seeing the bloody scene, he felt quite shocked. At the same time, he saw his father-in-law being surrounded by so many people, so he immediately acted and saved the middle-aged man. Clang! Dongfang Xiang swung his sword and spun in the air, sending out a sharp sword wind that sent the Qin assassins flying. However, the sword wind was blocked by the hidden blades of the Qin assassins, and they did not receive much damage. Dongfang Xiang could sense that the Qin assassins were difficult to deal with, and he turned and asked seriously, "Father-in-law, who did you offend this time? Who did you offend this time? These people who seem to be assassins are much stronger than ordinary system guards, and ordinary factions would not be able to nurture them." The middle-aged man had a bitter expression on his face as he told Dongfang Xiang about the restaurant. Dongfang Xiang understood that the restaurant was indeed extraordinary, and it had finally revealed its strength. It was truly unfathomable. "Father-in-law, I'll take you out. Right now, the Wang family's residence is separated by an extremely powerful illusion, and my people are unable to enter." The middle-aged man looked at the Wang family members who were still being slaughtered, and his expression dimmed. The Wang family was essentially destroyed, but with Dongfang Xiang's help, they still had a chance to start over. The middle-aged man nodded and agreed. Arg! Seeing this, Dongfang Xiang loudly roared and his body exploded out with a powerful aura. He raised his sword with both hands, causing it to give off a brilliant sword light as a powerful sword aura formed. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Dongfang Xiang's sword descended, sending out a massive sword wind that left a 100-meter-long gash on the ground. The intense sword wind forced back countless Qin assassins, opening up a path. Dongfang Xiang immediately grabbed the middle-aged man and ran in that direction. Dongfang Xiang's cultivation was already at stage 3, and he was incredibly fast. A black blur flashed by, and ordinary Qin assassins could not keep up at all. Just as Dong Fengxiang was about to successfully escape with the middle-aged man, a figure blocked in front of him. This person was wearing a black cloak and did not give off much of a powerful aura. He simply appeared there and did not seem to pose much of a threat. However, when Dong Fengxiang saw this person and saw the pair of blood-red eyes under the cloak, his hair stood on end. Goosebumps rose all over his body, and an incomparable sense of danger welled up in him. His body that was charging forward came to an abrupt halt, and his face turned solemn. "May I know who you are?" Zhao Fu looked at Dong Fengxiang and the middle-aged man beside him and calmly said, "Of course I'm here to destroy the entire Wang family. I advise you to mind your own business. I don't want to incur any enmity with Great Ancient City, but you need to know who you are. Don't cause trouble for Great Ancient City." After hearing what Zhao Fu had to say, Dong Fengxiang felt quite arrogant and dared to threaten a system main city. However, Dong Fengxiang completely believed that Zhao Fu had the ability to do so. He was one of the 3 great generals of Great Ancient City, so of course he didn't want to bring so much trouble to Great Ancient City. However, the middle-aged man was his father-in-law, so he had to save him. Moreover, they weren't in the right in this matter, so even if this matter was brought to the city lord, they would still be the ones suffering. "Sir, now that you've basically slaughtered the entire Wang family, everything belongs to you. I just want to take father-in-law away." Facing the incredibly dangerous cloaked figure, Dong Fengxiang's aura seemed a bit weaker, and he spoke in a negotiating tone. The middle-aged man beside him felt quite shocked. He knew how powerful Dong Fengxiang was, but facing the cloaked figure in front of him, he had to take a few steps back. Just how powerful was this black cloaked figure? "I said that if I want to destroy the entire Wang family, I'll destroy the entire Wang family." Even though Dong Fengxiang had taken a few steps back to speak, Zhao Fu didn't appreciate it and immediately refused. After all, leaving the Wang family's leader alive would bring about a lot of trouble. He could return to the village and rely on Dong Fengxiang's power to recover in a short period of time. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Dong Fengxiang gripped his large sword. Now, he could only fight. Seeing that Dong Fengxiang was preparing to fight, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and disappeared. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu appeared in front of Dong Fengxiang. He didn't use any weapons and clenched his fist as he punched Dong Fengxiang's chest, sending him flying. Dong Fengxiang had been too confident. Before, he was a battle general, and Zhao Fu couldn't afford to offend him. However, things were completely different now. Let alone a battle general, even the city lord himself wouldn't be afraid in front of Zhao Fu if he didn't use his city lord seal. Dong Fengxiang coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had never thought that a simple punch from Zhao Fu would be able to injure him like this. What made him even more furious was that Zhao Fu had already grabbed the middle-aged man's throat and lifted him up. The middle-aged man couldn't resist at all and could only desperately struggle. No. Seeing what would happen next, Dong Fengxiang furiously roared. However, Zhao Fu's cold hand twisted, and a crack sounded out as the middle-aged man's throat was snapped. The middle-aged man instantly died, and Zhao Fu released his hand, causing the middle-aged man's corpse to fall to the ground, kicking up some dust. Arg! Dong Fengxiang roared, his face becoming red from anger. He looked like a berserk beast as he charged at Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu stood his ground and stretched out a hand towards Dong Fengxiang. He opened his palm, and a black mark appeared on his palm. Bang! The black mark flashed with a black light, and a formless energy sent Dong Fengxiang flying like a ball, causing him to crash into a building. Dong Fengxiang coughed up a large mouthful of blood and powerlessly lay there, looking heavily injured. Zhao Fu didn't attack again, and he looked up at the sky. A bearded big man had appeared in the sky, and it was no surprise that he was Great Ancient City's city lord. Dong Fengxiang had rushed over to watch the battle, and as the city lord of a system main city, it was impossible for him not to know. "Sir, this matter ends here. I don't want to pursue it." The bearded big man looked quite coarse, but he wasn't a rash person. He didn't immediately fight with Zhao Fu just because his subordinate had been heavily injured by Zhao Fu. He sensed a trace of danger from Zhao Fu's body, and he could sense the ripples of a city lord's seal within Zhao Fu's body. Even though it was only a basic city seal, he could sense that Zhao Fu's power wasn't just this. This was because Zhao Fu was a player, and he was the first player city lord he had seen. To be able to raise a village to a basic city in such a short period of time, Zhao Fu's background was evidently not simple at all. The bearded big man didn't feel too confident. If they fought here, Great Ancient City would be the first to suffer, as the shockwaves from the battle would be able to destroy a large number of buildings. Another reason was that this was a conflict between players, and the system faction shouldn't have gotten involved. With the Wang family's development in Great Ancient City, getting rid of the Wang family wouldn't bring any harm to Great Ancient City. On one hand, it would suppress the player faction, and on the other hand, it would get rid of the Wang family. This was a good thing. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, and he had thought that another battle would be inevitable. However, since the bearded big man was willing to make peace, Zhao Fu was willing as well. Zhao Fu's main goal was to destroy the Wang family, and now that he had accomplished that, fighting with Great Ancient City's city lord would not bring him any benefits. He had many people here, so he had to be wary of them. Of course. I don't want to form enmity with Great Ancient City, so I hope that we can get along well, Zhao Fu said courteously as he retracted his aura. The bearded big man felt slightly relieved, but he was worried that this person would insist on fighting with him. He smiled and said, "Of course I'll welcome anyone who can become friends with Great Ancient City." The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before Zhao Fu and his people left under countless shocked gazes. News of the Wang family being destroyed quickly spread, and countless people were incredibly shocked. They had never thought that such a powerful faction like the Wang family would be destroyed so easily. What shocked them even more was that even the system main city's city lord had gone and had not done anything to that mysterious faction, and he had been incredibly courteous. It could be imagined just how terrifying the faction that had destroyed the Wang family was. That restaurant became an existence that no one dared to offend. Zhao Fu's faction was also successfully established, but it was not in Great Ancient City but in another system main city. Zhao Fu felt that Great Ancient City was already very wary of him, and it would not be good for him to stay there. As such, he decided to go to another system main city. By now, the 4 regions around the Forest of Horrors had all been set up. Now, they just had to slowly develop before they could begin to pull in the net. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu found that there was nothing else to do, and in the next few days, Qin City once again returned to its normal state of development. Military matters, the soldiers continued to conquer, and now, Qin City controlled 3,000 kilometers of land. This was quite large, but compared to the Forest of Horrors, it was still quite small. Actually, in the beginning, it was fine as long as there was enough land. There was not much use in having more. The initial goal of Zhao Fu's conquest was to plunder the population. Land was just an extra. Only in the later stages would these pieces of land be useful. For example, after a kingdom was established, all of this land would become part of the kingdom, and each piece of land represented a trace of fate. Land also contained earth fate, and the more land one had, the more earth fate one would be able to obtain. There would also be more talents and resources, and the more powerful one would be. The military side was directly managed by many generals. They mainly carried out expeditions and attacked various villages. It was very simple, and there was no need for Zhao Fu to personally handle it. Next was internal affairs. In terms of internal affairs, Zhao Fu really felt that he wasn't suited for it, and he rarely managed it directly. He left everything to Li Si. Zhao Fu himself was more inclined to go to war, rather than lead the city to deal with all sorts of administrative matters. He was more inclined to be a king at war. There were many administrative matters. Now, Qin City had 584 villages, and they were spread out within 1,500 kilometers of Qin City. Because of teleportation channels, it was much easier to travel between villages. However, there were many internal affairs. The first was the people's livelihood, followed by construction, production, commerce, education, transportation, information, and the various races. Now that he had some free time, even though Zhao Fu didn't want to manage these things, as a lord, he still had to manage internal affairs. He started with the people's livelihood. The people's livelihood referred to the people's lives. Zhao Fu didn't know about this, because the people's lives were only truly good if they said they were good, and they couldn't be judged by others. For example, someone had a high salary and was very relaxed. He seemed to be living a good life, but he felt that life was extremely dull and boring. For example, you saw someone else doing dirty and tiring work. You felt that their life was not good, but he felt that his life was very fulfilling, and his life also had meaning. Li Si. Make an announcement and choose 300 representatives for the people's livelihood. Zhao Fu sat at the top and said to Li Si, who was standing respectfully by his side. Now that Qin City's population was nearing 700,000, Zhao Fu couldn't ask them about their lives one by one. As such, he asked them to choose their own representatives and express their opinions. This was very democratic, and it was very similar to a system in the real world. However, Zhao Fu didn't want to establish a system like that in the real world. He still insisted on the empire system, where the monarch was supreme. Zhao Fu didn't forget the principle that water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. The empire still needed to rely on them to become strong, and it would be beneficial to listen to their opinions. As a wise monarch, he would want his people to live better lives. This system had been around for a long time in the West, but it was a pity that the East only used it in modern times. Now, the Qin Empire also used this system, which was a form of reform. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, Li Si expressed his approval and immediately made an announcement. This announcement was posted in the place where announcements were made in Qin City, and it was also sent to various villages and towns. This caused a great uproar, and countless people gathered around the announcement and discussed it fiercely. His Highness asked us to choose representatives to give our opinions and understand our lives. His Highness is so wise. Yes. His Highness is so high and mighty, and he even listens to the opinions of ordinary people like us. He's so good to us. We're so lucky to have such a Highness. Someone else said, His Majesty is incredibly noble, and we're so lowly. I feel like we're offending His Majesty by asking him for advice. I feel that we'll do whatever His Majesty says, and I believe that His Majesty will lead us to a bright future. As soon as this was said, someone else immediately said, This shows that His Highness is a wise monarch. He's willing to lower his status and listen to our opinions, which shows that he values us. We're so lucky to have a Highness who loves people so much. I think we can choose representatives, not only for us, but also for His Highness to build a better Qin Empire. Hearing this person's words, many people nodded in agreement, and countless people started to discuss who to choose as representatives. Zhao Fu also gave some conditions, which were that representatives had to be loved and respected by countless people and not have any bad habits. After classes at the Rising Qin Academy, countless students started to talk about this matter, and this matter caused all of Qin City to become quite lively. Teacher Asani. We want to choose you to be our academy's representative, all right? Some students said loudly to Asani, who was preparing for class. Asani knew about this, and when she heard that the students wanted to choose her as their representative, she felt a bit shy and quickly shook her head, indicating that she wasn't suitable. When Bai Shan heard about this, he happily laughed and said to the other scholars, Everyone, you must choose me as your representative. If you insist on choosing me as your representative, I think there's no one more suitable than me. While people were enthusiastically talking about the representatives of the people's livelihood, Zhao Fu was also preparing to build a meeting hall. This meeting hall could accommodate thousands of people at most. Its main function was, of course, for the parliament. In the future, as the population of Qin continued to increase, the representatives of the people's livelihood would also increase. In the future, this meeting hall would also become the gathering center of public opinion in Qin. The parliament would probably only be held once a year, because Zhao Fu didn't have that much time. It was impossible for him to hold a public opinion meeting every day. During the construction of the meeting hall, Zhao Fu set his eyes on the next thing to deal with, which was the production of Qin. Now the leaves had turned yellow, and the green was gradually disappearing. The whole mountain was filled with the feeling of autumn. The weather was slightly cool, and there was no longer the heat of summer. This was autumn. Of course, more importantly, autumn was also a harvest season. Although with the bonus of the crop growth attribute in Qin, no matter what crop it would mature in a short time. If it was autumn, many crops would have additional bonuses, mainly in the taste, which would be sweeter and more delicious than before. For example, the taste of fruits would be sweeter. If it was grains, the grains would be fuller, and the smell would be stronger. When they arrived at the production area of Qin, there were already people harvesting the grains and picking the fruits. Harvesting the fruits was nothing. They just reached out to pick the fruits from the trees, put them in baskets, and then carried them out of the orchard. This was very simple, and there was no difficulty. It didn't require much skill, and the efficiency was average. However, in the field of grains, it seemed a bit backward. After harvesting the grains, they directly used the most primitive method to obtain the grains, which was to hold the branches of the grains, and then beat them hard in a container made of wooden planks. This way, the ripe grains would fall. This method was too primitive, and the efficiency was very low. It was also time-consuming and laborious. Zhao Fu thought of a kind of threshing tool when he was in the countryside when he was a child. It was a kind of tool that was the size of a bed. It was mainly made of wood, and a small part of it was made of iron. The main power was still human power, which was to step on a pedal and then turn the roller to beat the grains. Although this kind of tool was a bit backward in the real world, because now it was all mechanical integration. It was very simple and fast to directly harvest and beat the grains. Of course, this kind of machine was very rare, but what Zhao Fu wanted was a tool made of wood. It should be easy to make. After some thought, Zhao Fu returned to the real world. He turned on the computer and searched for the threshing tool. He easily found the specific manufacturing method. Zhao Fu spent some time memorizing the method, and just as he was about to return to the heaven-awakened world, someone knocked on his door. "Mr. Zhao, are you awake?" The voice belonged to the bodyguard. When Zhao Fu heard his voice, he felt a little strange. Usually, it was Zhao Fu who took the initiative to call him, because when he returned to the real world, he would be starving to death. In the real world, his body also needed to replenish its food. Therefore, when Zhao Fu returned to the real world, the first thing he usually did was to call the bodyguard to get his meal. But today, the bodyguard suddenly knocked on the door. Zhao Fu thought that something must have happened. "Come in." Then, the bodyguard walked in and said, "Mr. Zhao, I have something to tell you." Zhao Fu was a little confused and asked, "What is it?" "Tell me." "It's like this, the Ying family has sent out a notice that all members of the Ying family, whether they're from the main family or the collateral family, must attend the gathering. No one is allowed to be absent, or they will be severely punished," the bodyguard replied. "Gathering? Everyone must attend?" Zhao Fu thought about it and frowned. He felt that this matter was not simple, so he asked, "What's the purpose of this gathering?" The bodyguard thought for a moment before replying, "I heard that it's to check everyone's fate." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite startled. What was going on? Why would the Ying family make such a big move to check their fate? Could it be that his identity had been exposed? In the real world, he didn't have anything that could hide his fate. If it was a fate-gazing expert, they would definitely discover that he was the legendary Emperor Qin. What should I do now? At that moment, countless ideas flashed through Zhao Fu's mind, and he asked the bodyguard, "How long will this gathering last?" The bodyguard replied, "It's tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Zhao Fu nodded and asked the bodyguard to leave while he thought about this crisis. This was definitely a crisis because the Ying family had made such a big move, and Zhao Fu felt a trace of danger. The higher-ups of the Ying family had ordered that everyone had to go, or else they would be severely punished. If he still didn't go, it would be too suspicious. However, what should he do if he went? He didn't have anything that could hide his fate, and the main purpose of this gathering was to check his fate. There would definitely be a fate-gazing expert there, and his identity would definitely be exposed. Once his identity was exposed, he would be easily killed by the Ying family, and he wouldn't be able to resist at all. Moreover, with the cold-blooded nature of the Ying family, they would definitely not let off anyone related to him. Even his grandparents would be killed. What should he do? What should he do? Zhao Fu felt quite anxious, and he felt that the Ying family had come with ill intentions. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu dialed a number. The call did not go through, and just as Zhao Fu was about to hang up, the call finally connected. "Hello?" A beautiful female voice sounded out, and Zhao Fu was quite familiar with this voice. It was Shanru's voice. Zhao Fu relaxed and said, "It's me." Xianru's surprised voice sounded out, "Your Majesty? What do you need from me?" Zhao Fu had asked for Xianru's phone a long time ago in case he couldn't contact her in the real world. However, he hadn't dialed her number, mainly because Zhao Fu was simply too weak in the real world, so he had to be careful. Now, the phone had come in handy. Zhao Fu told Xianru about this matter and also told her where he was in the real world. Zhao Fu had no choice but to trust Xianru. "Your Majesty. I feel that the target of this gathering is Your Majesty, and there will definitely be an expert with qi. Even if Your Majesty uses an item that conceals your qi, he will still be able to tell that something is wrong and discover Your Majesty." Hearing Xianru's words, Zhao Fu felt a chill in his heart. If using an item that could hide his fate was useless, what else could he do? Run away? However, how could he possibly escape from the Ying family's pursuit when he didn't know anything at all? It's clearly impossible. Fortunately, Xianru said, "Your Majesty. I can make an item that can temporarily change your fate to normal, and they won't be able to discover you." Zhao Fu looked at the time and found that it was already 9 p.m., which meant that there were still 10 hours until 7 a.m. During these 10 hours, Zhao Fu and Xianru discussed and found that there was enough time. Now, Xianru could spend 2 hours creating the tool, and she could send people to deliver the tool in the remaining 8 hours. Now that this matter had been resolved, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and returned to the Heaven-Awakened world. He found Bai Shan and told him to temporarily stop researching teleportation channels and focus on the rice threshing machine. At the same time, Zhao Fu gave Bai Shan the blueprints for the rice threshing machine and gave them a few simple blueprints. On a 9-meter-tall platform, Xianru stood at the center, wearing a long dress. She had already prepared to create the tool, and her hands continuously performed hand seals. Her hands gave off formless ripples, causing a wild gale and faint sounds of thunder to appear. 2 hours later, Xianru cut her wrist and allowed her blood to fall on a jade pendant. The jade pendant turned into a blood-red rune and entered the jade pendant. Finally, a yin-yang symbol appeared within the jade pendant, and the tool was completed. Ali. After Xianru finished creating the tool, she walked off the platform and spoke to a man who had been waiting for a long time. Xianru looked at the man who had been waiting for her for a long time. The man nodded and put it into a box before quickly leaving. He then boarded a helicopter and disappeared over the horizon. At 6 a.m., Zhao Fu woke up early and went to the Ying family's main gate. Today was the day of the Ying family's gathering, and the entire Ying family was quite lively. Zhao Fu waited at the entrance of the Ying family's residence. If his identity was exposed, he would be at a disadvantage. After all, he didn't have any power in the real world, and the Ying family could do whatever they wanted to him. He wouldn't be able to resist at all. Zhao Fu definitely didn't like putting his life in the hands of others, and at the same time, Zhao Fu didn't want any factions to interfere. As such, he absolutely couldn't reveal his identity during this Ying family's gathering. Time gradually passed, and Zhao Fu waited at the main gate as luxurious cars drove into the Ying family. This was the Ying family's largest gathering, and everyone had to attend. Some of the Ying family's people gradually returned to the Ying family. Zhao Fu. Suddenly, a voice sounded out, and Zhao Fu looked over to see Wu Qingyang getting out of a car. Wu Qingyang had dressed herself up today, and she wore a violet dress. Her hair fell over her shoulders, and she wore a pair of crystal earrings. She gave off a noble and beautiful aura. Zhao Fu didn't find it strange that Wu Qingyang had arrived. After all, the Ying family and the Wu family were working closely together, and it was likely that the Wu family would be invited to such a major event. "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me?" Wu Qingyang walked over and said with a smile. Zhao Fu smiled awkwardly and shook his head. "I'm waiting for something." Wu Qingyang felt quite curious and asked, "Really? What is that?" Of course, Zhao Fu couldn't tell Wu Qingyang about the artifact, so he covered it up and said, "It's nothing. It's just a small thing." Wu Qingyang didn't quite believe Zhao Fu's words, and she looked at Zhao Fu suspiciously. Since Zhao Fu didn't want to tell her, she didn't want to pry any further, so she said, "All right then. However, it's almost time, so you can't be late. I'll be waiting for you." Zhao Fu nodded, indicating that he understood, and Wu Qingyang returned to the car and left. Zhao Fu continued to wait, and time gradually passed. Soon, it was 7 a.m., but the artifact still hadn't arrived, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite anxious. 20 or so minutes later, a man walked over to Zhao Fu and handed Zhao Fu a box before quickly leaving. Zhao Fu opened the box and saw that it was a jade pendant. Looking at this jade pendant, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and took it out, preparing to put it on. Within the boundless darkness, the massive demon star once again gave off a bright blood-red light and started to spin. A trace of blood-red light descended from the sky, causing the space to tremble. The jade pendant instantly turned into dust, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite startled and not be able to react. How did the jade pendant suddenly get destroyed? How can I hide my identity? What should I do now? Zhao Fu. Wu Qingyang returned to the door and looked at Zhao Fu, feeling quite angry. She had told him not to be late, yet he had made her wait for an hour. Not many men dared to treat her like this. Zhao Fu came back to his senses and looked at Wu Qingyang apologetically. Wu Qingyang harumphed and pulled Zhao Fu into the car. Zhao Fu knew that Wu Qingyang was going to take him there, and he didn't have any magic tools to hide his fate. Of course, Zhao Fu didn't want to go there, because if he went there, his identity would definitely be exposed. Qingyang. I still have things to do, so I won't be going. Wu Qingyang looked at Zhao Fu and displayed her domineeringness as she immediately refused, saying, "No. You're the man I chose, and I want someone to see your fate. If they're not satisfied, I'll divorce you." Zhao Fu couldn't help but bitterly laugh. He couldn't escape this time, so he could only take things one step at a time. Perhaps if his identity was exposed, he would gain some benefits, and he might even be able to take over the Ying family. However, Zhao Fu didn't want his life to be in someone else's hands. Everything in the future was unknown, and Zhao Fu didn't have an omniscient view. As such, he felt quite uneasy, and he looked out of the car window. When Wu Qingyang saw that Zhao Fu had become quite depressed, she thought that she had gone too far with her words. She wrapped her arms around Zhao Fu's arm and rested her head on Zhao Fu's shoulder as she said gently, "Are you angry?" Zhao Fu came back to his senses and smiled as he replied, "No, perhaps you really aren't satisfied with my fate, so you should just give up on me." Zhao Fu didn't have much confidence in Wu Qingyang. She had always been with him based on her intuition, and their relationship was more like that of friends. Zhao Fu had never seen himself as Wu Qingyang's man, and Zhao Fu knew his own position. If she had chosen someone else, Zhao Fu wouldn't have reacted much, and he would have understood. When Wu Qingyang heard Zhao Fu's words, she became quite angry. She pinched Zhao Fu's waist and twisted, causing Zhao Fu to tremble in pain. "What do you mean I should? I won't give up on you. You're the only man I like, and even if you don't have any fate, I'll still change your fate." Wu Qingyang hugged Zhao Fu's arm and looked at Zhao Fu closely, her beautiful eyes serious. "Let's go." After arriving at the gathering location, Wu Qingyang regained her noble appearance and hugged Zhao Fu's arm as they walked into the crowd. This was a spacious garden, and there were tens of thousands of people here. Luckily, the garden was quite big, or else it would have been too crowded. Wu Qingyang walking in with her arm around Zhao Fu's, immediately attracting many gazes. Now that the ancient beauty rankings had been released, countless people were paying attention to it. Wu Qingyang was ranked third, and she was incredibly famous. Everyone present, whether they were from the Ying family's main branch, or collateral branches, wanted to see Wu Qingyang for themselves. Her peerlessly beautiful appearance and demeanor had caused countless people to fall in love with her. However, they found that she was hugging an ordinary-looking man who wasn't very handsome, and their gazes were filled with enmity and hatred. She was also quite shocked to see her good sister hugging Zhao Fu. She had thought that Wu Qingyang only treated Zhao Fu as an important chess piece, and that she only treated Zhao Fu as a friend. However, it seemed that Wu Qingyang's feelings for Zhao Fu were not as simple as she had thought. Thinking back to how intimate she had been with Wu Qingyang and seeing how close she was with Zhao Fu, she couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. The Ying family's other young master was a handsome young man called Ying Qin. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but feel hatred. He had been pursuing Wu Qingyang for a long time, not just for her but also for the faction behind her. However, Wu Qingyang had always been lukewarm towards him, and he had thought that Wu Qingyang was too arrogant and needed to slowly pursue him. However, he had never thought that she would walk in with her arm around a man. After all, this wasn't a banquet, and there was no need for male companions. Wu Qingyang walking in with her arm around Zhao Fu was quite ambiguous. Another person coldly looked over. It was Ying Wu, the fake Qin's legatee. From the first banquet, Ying Wu had treated Wu Qingyang and Su Yuyan as his own women. In front of Su Yuyan, Wu Jingzhan won. Su Yuyan didn't directly reject him, nor did she express any ambiguity. On the other hand, he couldn't make any progress with Wu Qingyang. Wu Qingyang didn't hide her rejection at all. Now, seeing Wu Qingyang hugging Zhao Fu so intimately, Ying Wu's heart exploded with rage. Ying Wu had seen Zhao Fu at the first banquet, and he had sent people to investigate Zhao Fu. He knew that Zhao Fu was just a minor collateral family disciple with no status at all, and that he could easily crush him to death. As such, he did not pay too much attention to Zhao Fu, thinking that Wu Qingyang only treated Zhao Fu as a servant. However, he never would have thought that something like this would happen. How could Ying Wu not feel hatred towards the women he had long since fallen for? Even though he had many women, none of them could compare to Wu Qingyang and Su Yuyan. At this moment, Zhao Fu's cousin also saw the scene. He turned his head and shouted, "Grandpa! Look at cousin!" Hearing this, Zhao Fu's grandpa and his family all looked over. When Zhao Fu's grandpa and grandma saw this, they smiled happily. If Zhao Fu could marry such a beautiful woman, he would be incredibly lucky. However, when they heard the people next to them mention Wu Qingyang's status, their smiling faces immediately became worried. With such a prestigious status, our Fu heir might not be good enough for her. Beside them, Zhao Fu's auntie said, "That's right. Tell Zhao Fu to stay away from her. Small figures like us aren't good enough for her. If we offend those big figures, we might be implicated as well." This caused everyone else to feel quite displeased, and Zhao Fu's grandpa angrily yelled, "Don't forget who saved your two sons back then. How dare you speak like that?" Facing her grandpa's rebuke, Zhao Fu's auntie didn't say anything else. Facing so many gazes, Zhao Fu felt quite uncomfortable and said, "Qingyang, can you let go now?" Wu Qingyang rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "Do you know how many people want to be like this, but they don't even have a chance?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Of course I do. She's the third-ranked beauty on the ancient beauty rankings, and countless people dream of marrying her." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Wu Qingyang couldn't help but smile. She knew that Zhao Fu wasn't used to this, so she let go. "Qingyang, hurry and come over." She called out to Wu Qingyang from above. Following this, Wu Qingyang walked over. As for Zhao Fu, because of his low status, he didn't have the right to go up there. Zhao Fu didn't mind, and he decided to find a place to hide so that he wouldn't attract too much attention. However, just as Zhao Fu took a few steps, he was suddenly pushed by someone, causing him to stumble and almost fall to the ground. A mocking voice sounded out from behind him, saying, "It's best if you stay away from Big Miss Wu. Why don't you take a look at yourself first?" Zhao Fu deeply breathed in and calmed himself down. He looked at those young men and didn't say anything before finding a remote place to hide and think about how to get through this gathering. Following this, Zhao Fu saw 30 or so Taoists wearing Taoist robes and holding horsetail whisks walk out. The Ying family was quite courteous to these Taoists, and it seemed that they weren't simple at all. Zhao Fu became even more careful, and someone announced the rules for this gathering. Those from the main family would go up in groups of 3 and have their fate read by the Taoists, those from the side family would go up in groups of 12, and those from the side family would go up in groups of 100. After hearing these rules, Zhao Fu, who was from the side family, felt that he could bluff his way through, so he waited for an opportunity. The first people to have their fate read by the Taoists were the main family's disciples, who were the young masters of the various branches. There were 4 men and 2 women. The 30 or so Taoists were led by a long-bearded Taoist. This Taoist was Qiu Fengzi. This gathering was organized by Qiu Fengzi. On the surface, it seemed like it was for the Ying family to find talents, but in actuality, it was for him to find legatee Qin. Ever since he had found out that legatee Qin was in the Ying family, Qiu Fengzi had tried everything he could to find Zhao Fu, but he had been unable to find him. As such, he could only use this move to find Zhao Fu. The Ying family happily accepted Qiu Fengzi's suggestion and strongly supported it. After all, reading someone's fate was not simple. If it was an ordinary person's fate, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if it was someone with great status and great fate, it would cost their lifespan. The first young man, who was called Ying Qin, walked up to Qiu Fengzi under everyone's gazes. Qiu Fengzi formed hand seals and closed his eyes. It was unknown what incantation he was chanting, but when he opened his eyes, a green light shot out from his eyes. Qiu Fengzi's eyes became even more spirited, and his gaze became sharper. This young lord has great fate and will definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Qiu Fengzi casually looked at Ying Qin and praised him. In actuality, he had already seen these young lords and knew that they weren't Emperor Qin's legatee. However, these people were the young lords of the Ying family's branches, so they had a lot of fate. This meant that they would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Of course, they couldn't compare to Emperor Qin's legatee at all. After looking at Ying Qin, the second person to walk up was Yingxi. Her fate was only slightly weaker than Ying Qin's. Out of the entire Ying family, only the two of them had the best aptitude and fate. After them were the other young lords, but their fate was even weaker than Yingxi's. After looking at these young lords, the next person to go up was Ying Wu. This was just an act of the Ying family, because they had told the outside world that he was Emperor Qin's legatee. Otherwise, with his true identity, he wouldn't even be able to enter the Ying family's gates. Ying Wu felt quite humiliated that he was ranked behind the young lords of the Ying family. This meant that he couldn't compare to those people at all, and he didn't want to submit to anyone. However, even though he was angry, he understood his status. All of this had been given to him by the Ying family, and the Ying family could take it back at any time. Ying Wu could only suppress his resentment and put on a dignified appearance as he walked over to Qiu Fengzi. Qiu Fengzi was quite surprised and didn't know what was going on. This fake's fate was not any weaker than the young lord's. This young lord has an immense amount of fate, and he will definitely become a marquis in the future. The Ying family had long since reminded them that it didn't matter if Ying Wu looked at him or not, they just had to praise him and put on an act. Qiu Fengzi also told them that Ying Wu also had a decent amount of fate. The higher-ups of the Ying family couldn't help but pay attention to Ying Wu and decided to nurture him. Next were groups of 3 from the Ying family's legatee. Qiu Fengzi didn't need to look at them, and he was replaced by other Taoists. Qiu Fengzi didn't have the ability to look at everyone's fate, so he needed the help of the other Taoists. Even though these Taoist priests weren't as good as Qiu Fengzi at fate divination, they were still quite skilled. Qiu Fengzi didn't expect them to directly find Prince Qin. He just wanted them to pick out some people who he couldn't see through because the legendary Prince Qin was hidden among them. The Taoist priests started to use all sorts of methods to observe the fate, and the people from the Ying family's main branch stepped forward according to the rules. The number of people continuously decreased, and after looking through the main family, Qiu Fengzi felt quite disappointed. He did not see Imperial Prince Qin, but this was to be expected. Next was the side family. Time gradually passed, and Qiu Fengzi finished looking through the side factions and still did not find Qin's legatee. Qiu Fengzi sighed, and next was the side factions. The collateral family had the most people and occupied 60% of the roles. Now that he had finished looking at the collateral family, Qiu Fengzi could only place his hopes on the collateral family. The people from the collateral family followed the rules and went up in groups of 100, allowing the Taoist priests to observe their qi. At the same time, the number of people from the collateral family continuously decreased. Seeing that it was about time, Zhao Fu followed behind a very fat man and stood on the stage. Because there were so many people, Zhao Fu hid behind the fat man. Following this, the Taoist priests started to use their fate divination methods. One of the young Taoist priests looked at the fat man and thought about it before looking at the others. A while later, Zhao Fu's group finished their fate divination, and Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. He had escaped danger. The next group went up, and Zhao Fu once again hid within the crowd. Martial uncle. Those 6 people's fate is a bit strange, a Taoist priest said as he walked over to tell Qiu Fengzi. Qiu Fengzi looked at the 6 people and found that they were quite strange. Their fate shouldn't have been very strong, but for some reason, their fate had suddenly increased by a lot. These 6 people are Zhao Fu's maternal grandparents, uncle, and family. Qiu Fengzi reminded the Ying family to treat these 6 people well, but they were not the legatee Qin that he was looking for. Following this, Qiao Fengzi looked through the people from the collateral family, but he still could not find legatee Qin. Qiao Fengzi's expression became quite dispirited as he thought to himself, could it be that legatee Qin didn't come, or had he already left the Ying family? On the contrary, the Ying family was incredibly jubilant because Qiao Fengzi had found many good seedlings for them. They all had good fate, and they would become decent geniuses in the future. After the fate gazing concluded, the Ying family announced that they would hold a banquet to celebrate this event. Zhao Fu did not plan on attending, and now that the fate gazing was over, Zhao Fu just wanted to leave. However, just as Zhao Fu was about to leave, a hand grabbed onto Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu turned and saw a 15 or 16-year-old Taoist priest staring at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. Could it be that this Taoist priest had discovered something? At that moment, Wu Qingyang walked over and looked at the scene in front of her, feeling quite confused as she asked, "Little Taoist priest, why are you grabbing onto him?" The young Taoist let go of Zhao Fu and shook his head as he muttered to himself, but no one could hear what he was saying. Wu Qingyang felt quite confused, but because she had more important things to do, she did not pay too much mind. She turned to Zhao Fu and asked, "Zhao Fu, where did you go? Where did you go just now? Why didn't I see you on stage?" "About that. I went up before, and I registered everywhere. Perhaps you didn't notice," Zhao Fu replied. Wu Qingyang looked at Zhao Fu, evidently not believing him. She pulled on Zhao Fu's hand and said, "I'll take you to Daoist Qiao and have him take a look at you." Zhao Fu felt quite confused. Wasn't this the same as sending himself to the mouth of a tiger? As such, Zhao Fu refused, saying, "Qingyang, there's no need. I might not have much fate." At that moment, Qiao Fengzi looked at his little disciple, who was standing somewhere muttering to himself. There were two people next to him, one of whom was a peerlessly beautiful woman. Qiao Fengzi knew about this woman and knew that she was from the Wu family. He had seen Wu Qingyang's fate before, and he knew that she had a massive amount of fate because she was a legatee. Even the 6 young masters of the Ying family combined couldn't compare to her fate. That was the benefit of having a legacy. At the same time, Qiao Fengzi found that Wu Qingyang also had the Myrtle Imperial Star, which meant that she could also become a queen. Her Dragon Phoenix constitution was one of the best in the past 10 or so generations. Wu Qingyang's future was immeasurable, and Qiao Fengzi could already imagine that she would become a great empress just like her ancestor. "No. You have to go this time so that I can know the truth about you," Wu Qingyang said as she held onto Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu felt quite troubled because this would reveal his identity. Zhao Fu didn't want to put his life in someone else's hands, and Zhao Fu didn't want to participate in the matters after revealing his identity. As such, he said, "Qingyang, I'm not going to go. I've already looked at my fate, so perhaps I really don't have any fate." "I don't believe you. You have to listen to me this time. That Taoist Qiao is quite powerful and is an important figure in the Taoist school. Don't worry, he won't do anything to you." Wu Qingyang felt that Zhao Fu was hiding something, but this concerned fate. Wu Qingyang wanted to know just how great Zhao Fu's fate was, so even if Zhao Fu wasn't willing, she still insisted on bringing Zhao Fu to Qiao Fengzi. Hearing Wu Qingyang's words, Zhao Fu felt that he couldn't go. Wasn't he walking right into a trap? However, Wu Qingyang was too forceful and insisted on Zhao Fu going. Now, she was trying to drag Zhao Fu over. At that moment, Qiao Fengzi excitedly ran over. Seeing his master run over, the young Taoist beside him immediately said, "Master, I have something to tell you." "Wait." Qiao Fengzi didn't even think about it and told his disciple to wait. He went over to Zhao Fu and Wu Qingyang's side and stared at Zhao Fu. Seeing Qiao Fengzi suddenly run over, Wu Qingyang smiled. Now, she didn't need to bring Zhao Fu, and Qiao Fengzi had come over by himself. Just as Wu Qingyang was about to say something, she saw that something was off with Qiao Fengzi's expression. He looked quite excited and delighted as he stared at Zhao Fu and asked, "What's going on?" Zhao Fu felt his hair stand on end when he saw the long-bearded Taoist looking at him. He immediately tried to struggle free from Wu Qingyang's grasp and leave. "Sir. Wait a minute." Qiao Fengzi's attitude towards Zhao Fu had unknowingly become respectful. Seeing that Zhao Fu wanted to leave, he immediately spoke up. This scene made Wu Qingyang feel quite surprised. Qiu Fengzi is acting so respectfully towards Zhao Fu. It must be known that with Qiu Fengzi's status, most aristocratic families have to respect him, but who would have thought that he would be so respectful to Zhao Fu? Taoist priest. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Even though Qiu Fengzi's attitude was quite good, Zhao Fu did not appreciate it because he felt that he could not stay here any longer. This Taoist priest had definitely discovered something. Sir. Don't worry, just give me 3 minutes. No, just 1 minute will do, Qiu Fengzi hurriedly said. Even though Qiu Fengzi had not used his aura viewing technique, he could sense the Son of Heaven's aura from Zhao Fu. Most legatees would have a bit of this Son of Heaven's aura, and ordinary people would not be able to sense it. For example, Wu Qingyang had quite a bit of this Son of Heaven's aura, and it was an aura that her body instinctively gave off. It made people feel reverence and awe, and even ghosts did not dare to come close. The reason why Wu Qingyang was ranked third among the ancient beauties was because of the domineering Son of Heaven's aura that she gave off. However, this person in front of him had almost completely formed the Son of Heaven's aura. Only Prince Qin, who had countless traces of fate, had this kind of ability. However, in order to confirm this, Qiu Fengzi started to perform hand seals, and his eyes gradually became green. By the side, the young Taoist also used the aura viewing technique like Qiu Fengzi. He had felt that something was off the entire time, but he hadn't noticed Zhao Fu hiding behind the fatty. Only after the aura viewing technique ended and the young Taoist saw Zhao Fu did he feel that something was off. As such, after the gathering had ended, he had run over to confirm. However, with his ability, he had not been able to see anything. Now, he was using his aura viewing technique with his master, wanting to see what Zhao Fu was like. Qiu Fengzi's eyes became completely green as he used his aura viewing technique with all his might. Zhao Fu was given a big fright, and he grabbed Wu Qingyang's hand and prepared to leave. At that moment, Qiu Fengzi finished using his aura viewing technique, and a pair of green eyes looked at Zhao Fu. Immediately, Qiu Fengzi's body trembled as he saw a massive amount of blood-red aura spread out from Zhao Fu's body. The sky and ground became blood-red, and an aura of slaughter, death, disaster, and terror filled the entire world, making it seem as if it had descended from hell. There was also a gigantic devilish star in the sky that gave off an immense pressure. Qiu Fengzi's body trembled as he broke out in a cold sweat. This was the Chaos Imperial Star. However, the situation suddenly changed, perhaps because it saw Qiu Fengzi's aura viewing technique. The gigantic blood-red star started to spin, giving off a bright blood-red light as a formless evil energy exploded out. Pooh! Qiu Fengzi's expression became stiff as he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Blood also flowed out of his eyes as he powerlessly fell to the ground. Arg! The little Taoist was also affected by that terrifying energy, and he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. He was so scared that he collapsed to the ground and cried out in terror. This sudden turn of events caused the countless people who were preparing to leave to stop in their tracks and look over with strange gazes. Zhao Fu, who was holding Wu Qingyang's hand, the confused Wu Qingyang, Qiu Fengzi, who was lying on the ground, and the terrified Taoist, became the center of everyone's attention. Seeing Qiu Fengzi cough up blood and fall to the ground, the other Taoists hurried over and picked him up. They checked his injuries and let out sighs of relief before feeding him a few medicinal pills. Qiu Shi, calm down. Calm down and tell me what's going on. An older Taoist said with a serious expression as he looked at the terrified little Taoist next to him. Seeing so many senior apprentices come over, the little Taoist came back to his senses. His body still trembled as he pointed at Zhao Fu and said, just then, Master used an aura viewing technique on him and suffered a backlash. I saw boundless slaughter, death, disaster, and terror on him. Senior apprentice brother, I'm so scared. As he spoke, the little Taoist started to cry. The Chaos Imperial Star's power was simply too terrifying, and the other Taoists started to comfort him. Now, everyone's gazes were focused on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu heavily sighed and let go of Wu Qingyang's hand. Today's trouble was unavoidable. Wu Qingyang also felt that the situation was quite serious, but she did not fully understand. Seeing Zhao Fu sigh, she wanted to ask, just what happened? Slaughter, death, disaster, and terror? That person is definitely a star of disaster, For him to be able to cause Taoist Qiu to suffer such a severe backlash, he's definitely not an ordinary star of disaster. If he stays in the Ying family, there will definitely be trouble. Men, capture this person and kill him. Ying Qin had long since disliked Zhao Fu, and now that he was the first successor of the Ying family, he could use this opportunity to get rid of this person. Wait. Isn't it too rash to kill someone like this? Seeing the guards walk over, Wu Qingyang really wanted to follow Ying Qin's orders and kill Zhao Fu, so she immediately stood up and said. This caused the guards to reveal awkward expressions as they looked at Ying Qin, who was above them. Seeing how protective Wu Qingyang was of Zhao Fu, Ying Qin felt even angrier, and he coldly harumphed, Qingyang. Why do you have to stand up for such a lowly person and hurt our relationship? Wu Qingyang realized why Ying Qin wanted to kill Zhao Fu so badly. So it was because of her, and she felt quite apologetic. She turned to look at Zhao Fu and gave a beautiful smile as she said, he's the man that I've chosen. These words caused countless people to feel quite shocked. At first, it would have been fine if Zhao Fu and Wu Qingyang had an ambiguous relationship, but now, Wu Qingyang had completely admitted that Zhao Fu would be her man in the future, and their relationship was so close that it could cause anyone's imagination to run wild. Zhao Fu had never thought that Wu Qingyang would say such a thing. However, Zhao Fu was worried that this would be detrimental to her development in the future. Now, Zhao Fu knew that many people had chosen to help Wu Qingyang in order to woo her. Qingyang. How could such a lowly and worthless piece of trash be worthy of you? Ying Qin furiously yelled as he pointed at Zhao Fu. Wu Qingyang's words made Ying Qin furious. At that moment, Ying Wu heard Wu Qingyang admit to her relationship with Zhao Fu, and he couldn't hold back his jealousy and anger. He said, I also feel that this person is a harbinger of disaster and should be killed as soon as possible. I also heard that this person has the Li family's bloodline, and he's most likely a spy who infiltrated the Ying family. Also, how could an illegitimate child like him be worthy of the Wu family's legatee and the future ruler of Great Zhou? There were already many people who hated Zhao Fu, and now that they heard the number one successor of the Ying family, as well as Qin's legatee, many people began to speak. That's right. This person is a scourge, so how can he be left alive? He should be killed. This person is definitely a spy who infiltrated the Ying family with bad intentions. Otherwise, why would an illegitimate child of the Li family be in the Ying family? I also feel that such a lowly person doesn't deserve Miss Wu at all. This kind of person doesn't even know what he's worth, and he still wants to climb up to Miss Wu. Enough. A delicate cry suddenly sounded out within the clamor. Wu Qingyang looked quite angry and gave off a powerful aura as she said, right now, Zhao Fu belongs to me, I won't allow anyone to humiliate him. Wu Qingyang truly lived up to her reputation as the most domineering woman. With a single shout, she gave off a powerful aura that suppressed the entire area, causing everyone to fall silent. Qingyang. Don't stubbornly choose this kind of person who's nothing. Ying Qin was furious to the extreme, and his face was completely red as he shouted. This is my choice. Right now, he doesn't have anything, but I believe that in the future, his power will overturn the world and surpass everyone else. Wu Qingyang stood her ground, and every single word she spoke was filled with power and didn't seem weak at all. Ha ha ha, Ying Qin laughed as if he had heard a great joke, and he pointed at Zhao Fu as he said condescendingly, him? Is that even possible? Whether it's status, power, wealth, looks, knowledge, or talent, he's just a piece of trash who's only fit to live at the bottom of society. I've already said that he's the person I've chosen, Ying Qin. You better show some respect. Wu Qingyang's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. When Ying Qin saw that Wu Qingyang was speaking to him like this because of Zhao Fu, he was completely infuriated. Seeing this, Ying Shi felt that she couldn't let things continue like this, or else it wouldn't be good for either of them. As such, she said, I believe that even if Zhao Fu is a person of calamity, killing him doesn't necessarily mean that he can be kicked out of the Ying family. Also, Qingyang, with Zhao Fu's status, he truly isn't good enough for you. This isn't just your problem, your family will also oppose you. Seeing that her good sister was speaking, Wu Qingyang's tone became gentler, and she thought about it before saying, that's fine. I'll bring Zhao Fu back to the Wu family, and Zhao Fu will be part of the Wu family in the future. I'm sure no one has any objections now, right? Hearing Wu Qingyang's words, Yingxi sighed. After knowing Wu Qingyang for so long, she knew that once she made a decision, she wouldn't easily change her mind. No. He's a person of calamity, and he'll definitely be a threat to the Ying family in the future. As such, he has to die. You're not going to listen to me? Kill this person. Seeing that Wu Qingyang was still so stubborn, Ying Qin said with a dense killing intent in his eyes. When the guards heard Zhao Fu's order, they prepared to rush up and kill Zhao Fu. Let's see who dares. Wu Qingyang blocked in front of Zhao Fu and yelled out, sounding incredibly dignified. She and her female bodyguards also rushed up and blocked in front of Wu Qingyang, causing the atmosphere to become incredibly tense. Seeing this scene, how could Zhao Fu's maternal grandfather allow someone else to kill Zhao Fu? He also wanted to go and block in front of Zhao Fu, kneel down, and beg Ying Qin to spare Zhao Fu. Fu Er had been wandering outside since he was young, and he had suffered so much. He couldn't allow anything to happen to Zhao Fu. However, he was still pulled by his uncle and begged, "Father, if you go out now, not only will you be useless, but you'll also harm our family. Think of us, and think of your two grandsons." In the end, grandfather also compromised. Zhao Fu's cousins also wanted to stand up, but they were forcibly suppressed by aunt Wu Qingyang. Don't tell me you want to break off relations with the Ying family because of him? When Ying Qin saw how Wu Qingyang was protecting Zhao Fu, even going so far as to use force and call him by his name, he no longer had any feelings for her. When they heard Ying Qin's words, the leaders of the various branches frowned. From how they see it, there's no need for the two families to fall out. Of course, the two families working together is for the greater benefit. How can they fall out just like that? That's not beneficial to either side. The patriarchs of the other branches shook their heads at Ying Qin's willful behavior. However, this woman from the Wu family was a bit too domineering, and she didn't seem to place the Ying family in her eyes at all. Suppressing the Wu family's arrogance wasn't a bad idea, so the patriarchs of the other branches thought about it and didn't say anything. Ying Qin's words caused Wu Qingyang to become serious. If the two families fell out, the Wu family would be at a disadvantage. After all, the Ying family was many times larger than the Wu family, and whether it was in terms of money or resources, the Wu family definitely couldn't compare to the Ying family. Out of all of them, Wu Qingyang feared Prince Qin the most. With Prince Qin's current strength, there wasn't a single faction in the world that didn't fear him. His name was synonymous with terror. Wu Qingyang didn't know what his attitude towards the Ying family was, but if she offended Imperial Prince Qin because of this, it would be very bad. Imperial Prince Qin gave Wu Qingyang too much pressure, and the consequences would be 10 times worse than breaking off relations with the Ying family. Now, do we really have to offend the Ying family and even the Crown Prince Qin for Zhao Fu? Some of the Wu family's members could not help but say, "Qingyang, although we'll support you in all your decisions, you can't do that this time. You need to understand the consequences. There are so many men in the world, and with your looks, there are tens of thousands of men who are several times better than him. You don't have to worry at all. You need to think about the Wu family." Hearing the words of her family members, Wu Qingyang couldn't help but hesitate. The burden of the entire family was on her shoulders, and she couldn't think of anything for herself. Seeing this, Yingxi couldn't bear to see this, and she stood up and said, "I think we should all take a step back. There's no need to kill Zhao Fu, just expel Zhao Fu from the Ying family, and the Wu family shouldn't take him in either. Let him fend for himself." After hearing Yingxi's words, the family leaders inwardly nodded. This was the best way to resolve the current situation. With Yingxi's ability, the family leaders were incredibly happy. Yingxi was a concubine that they had specially prepared for Crown Prince Qin. She had to have the ability to be liked by Crown Prince Qin and fight to become the empress in the future. No. However, Wu Qingyang immediately refused. "Little she. You also know that the Li family has long since sent people to assassinate Zhao Fu. If he loses the protection of both the Ying family and the Wu family, Zhao Fu will definitely die." Yingxi agreed. She had almost forgotten about the threat of the Li family. Previously, the Li family had already sent assassins to assassinate Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu lost the protection of the Ying family, he would definitely be killed by the Li family within a day. I can give the bodyguard who was in charge of protecting Zhao Fu to Zhao Fu, and let him be in charge of Zhao Fu's safety. Is that okay now, Qingyang? After thinking about it, Yingxi decided to take a step back and said to Wu Qingyang. Before Wu Qingyang could reply, Yingqin said, no. The most I can do is not kill him and expel him from the Ying family. Why would I send bodyguards to protect him? What does his life or death have to do with the Ying family? Just let the Li family kill him. Then I'll bring Zhao Fu back to the Wu clan. Wu Qingyang's voice sounded. This once again infuriated Yingqin, and he yelled, Wu Qingyang. Do you really want to break off relations with the Ying family? Don't forget that most of the benefits were given to the Wu family by the Ying family. Wu Qingyang's expression became cold. Hearing Yingqin's overbearing words, she made a decision. It was just breaking off relations with the Ying family, so what was so great about that? Just as Wu Qingyang was about to officially break off relations with the Ying family, Yingxi and the Wu family's people tried to persuade her. Yingxi and the rest of the Wu clan tried to persuade her, but they were unable to change her mind. Wu Qingyang had already made up her mind. Alright. Since the Ying family is like this, then my Wu family. Qingyang. Before Wu Qingyang could finish speaking, a voice cut her off. Wu Qingyang turned to look at Zhao Fu and saw Zhao Fu smiling at her, telling her to leave everything to him. Wu Qingyang felt a trace of warmth in her heart. Seeing this, Yingqin felt incredibly jealous and said, Your Wu family, shut up. Before Yingqin could finish speaking, he was cut off by a sharp voice. Zhao Fu stepped out as if he had become a completely different person. The king's aura that he had been suppressing this entire time instantly covered the entire area. Feeling this noble and supreme aura, countless people instinctively lowered their heads, feeling a sense of respect in their hearts. Everyone fell silent. Yingqin was completely suppressed by Zhao Fu's aura, and he was momentarily speechless. Standing by the side, Wu Qingyang also looked quite shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would become like a completely different person. He was filled with dignity and nobility, and he would not allow anything to offend him. In front of him, everything seemed incredibly lowly. This was the king's aura. Wu Qingyang had never thought that Zhao Fu would have a king's aura, and it was many times stronger than hers. You dare to speak to me like this? Yingqin finally came to his senses, and he looked at Zhao Fu with killing intent. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this before, as he was the #1 successor of the Ying family. And who do you think you are? Zhao Fu said disdainfully as he coldly looked at Ying Wu. Hearing these words, countless people felt incredibly shocked. No one would have thought that the seemingly cowardly Zhao Fu would dare to act so arrogantly and speak to the #1 successor of the Ying family like this. Wu Qingyang had never thought that Zhao Fu would say such a thing. This caused Ying Wu to be infuriated, and he roared, You, men, kill him. A few guards obeyed and walked up, but Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, You really dare to touch me? Do you know who I am? His words were filled with dignity, and his aura that made others submit made it so that the guards did not dare to come up. Zhao Fu completely ignored everyone, and he gave off a powerful king's aura as he walked forwards, causing everyone around him to automatically make way for him. Scram! Zhao Fu came before Yingqin and calmly looked at him as he yelled. Yingqin's expression became savage, and he clenched his fists, preparing to attack Zhao Fu. He wanted to personally kill Zhao Fu to vent his hatred. Yingqin! Get out of the way! However, at that moment, an elderly man's voice sounded out from behind him. It was the leader of the Ying family. The family leader's expressions became serious as they stared at Zhao Fu. They had never thought that a minor figure like him would be able to give off such a powerful king's aura. This was not something that ordinary people could have. The Ying family's family leaders could tell that Zhao Fu was coming for them, so they said to Yingqin. Yingqin could only furiously step aside. Zhao Fu came before the family leaders and looked at them. His cold and dignified gaze caused the family leaders to feel as if they did not dare to meet his gaze. Who are you, sir? One of the family leaders asked solemnly. Zhao Fu was about to reveal his identity. As for the consequences of revealing his identity, he could only take things one step at a time. He did not want to make trouble for Wu Qingyang, as she had already done so much for him. At that moment, Xiao Fengzi, who had been coughing up blood, slowly woke up. He looked around and asked, "What's going on?" Then, the Taoist priests briefly recounted what had just happened. Xiao Fengzi immediately stood up and walked towards the Ying family's family leader as he yelled, "You can't kill him. He has a massive king's fate, and he will definitely become a king in the future. He's also very important to Emperor Qin, so you can't touch him at all." Daoist Xiao, is this true? Does he really have king's fate and is very important to Prince Qin? Just this king's fate was not simple, and this matter was related to Prince Qin. The family leaders couldn't help but ask Xiao Fengzi seriously. Xiao Fengzi nodded seriously and thought to himself, if this person is Prince Qin, how could he not have king's fate? How could he have nothing to do with Prince Qin? Seeing that Xiao Fengzi had confirmed this, the family leaders turned to look at Zhao Fu and smiled. It was impossible for ordinary people to have king's fate, as having king's fate was equivalent to having the potential to become a king. Now that someone with king's fate had suddenly appeared, how could the family leaders not be happy? Since this was all a misunderstanding, there's no need to bring up what happened before. Your name is Zhao Fu, right? From today onwards, you are the 7th young master of the Ying family, and you will enjoy the same authority as the other young masters. One of the family leaders smiled as he loudly announced. The family leader's decision was not only because of Xiao Fengzi's words, but also because they could sense the king's aura from Zhao Fu's body. This aura was something that ordinary people could only look up to and revere, and even people with high statuses like them didn't dare to directly look at it. It could be seen that this person was definitely extraordinary. Following this, Xiao Fengzi confirmed their suspicions. They had never thought that Xiao Fengzi would be so important to Great Qin's legatee, causing them to treat him even more seriously. Right now, Great Qin's legatee was the most important existence in the Ying family, and everything related to him was incredibly important. After thinking about it, they finally made this decision. Hearing this announcement, everyone present was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had been a nobody from the collateral family, but now, he had become the 7th young master of the Ying family. His status had gone from lowly to noble. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Those who had mocked Zhao Fu before instantly became pale and felt guilty. Zhao Fu's status was far above theirs, and he could do whatever he wanted to them. In front of Zhao Fu, they were the lowly existences. Yingxi had never thought that the chess piece she had chosen would become someone who could stand on equal footing with her, and she was quite surprised by this. Wu Qingyang smiled happily. She knew that Zhao Fu was not as simple as he seemed. He actually had king's fate. No wonder he had been trying to hide it all this time. Ying Wu's facial expression was extremely unsightly. Now that Zhao Fu had become the 7th young lord, his status must be higher than his. After all, he was just a fake, a shield made by the Ying family for the crown Prince Qin. How could he be compared to the legitimate young lord? Maybe Zhao Fu would kill him secretly. I don't agree. Ying Qin shouted angrily. For a lowly person like Zhao Fu to be able to become a young master and have the same status as him, this was a humiliation. Not to mention that Zhao Fu had been so impudent to him just now. How could he agree to become a young master for Zhao Fu? Qiner. Calm down, this is not something you can decide. One of the family heads frowned and said to Ying Qin, who was on the verge of losing his mind. Humph. If a lowly person like him can become a young master, it'll be a humiliation to the Ying family. I won't be like him, and I won't be like him. Family heads, please think about this. No matter if it's bloodline, talent, he's the best in the entire Ying family, and he even has a massive amount of fate. If he can become a young master, I'll give up on the position and leave the Ying family. Ying Qin pointed at Zhao Fu as he yelled at the family heads. This made the family heads feel quite displeased. Ying Qin was forcing them to change their minds by leaving the Ying family. Such willful and arrogant actions caused the family heads to once again look down on him. At the same time, they started to hesitate. Ying Qin was indeed the best member of the Ying family, and he had a massive amount of fate. His future would definitely not be simple, and giving up on him would be a great loss to the Ying family. However, Zhao Fu had a massive amount of king's fate, and he could even help legatee Qin, making him incredibly important. In the end, they decided that they would not give Zhao Fu the position of young master for now, but they would still focus on nurturing him. Even though he would not have the title of young master, he would still have some power. After all, Zhao Fu was incredibly important to the Ying family, and he was even more important than Ying Qin. However, after considering that Zhao Fu was from the collateral family, while Ying Qin was from the main family, they decided to test Zhao Fu first. After the family heads finished discussing, an elderly man stepped out and prepared to make an announcement. Ying Qin was about to proudly laugh. The Ying family was on his side, not this lowly collateral family member. Very well. Since that's what you want, I'll represent Legatee Qin and expel you from the Ying family, another voice said before the elderly man could speak. This caused countless gazes to fall on Zhao Fu's body, and everyone looked quite confused as they thought about Zhao Fu's words. Expelling Qin from the Ying family on behalf of Legatee Qin, the other family heads felt quite confused and looked at Zhao Fu, not understanding what was going on. Facing these gazes, Zhao Fu did not mind at all and said, "That's right. I've long since found Legatee Qin, who you've all been searching for, and I've been chosen by him. I now have the authority to manage everything in the Ying family." Suddenly, a big piece of news exploded out. The Ying family's ordinary members looked quite confused and looked at Ying Wu. Isn't he Qin's legatee? Is Zhao Fu the person he's chosen? Hearing this, Ying Wu felt quite startled, and his face became pale. After hearing about the real legatee Qin, how could a fake like him not feel worried? However, the higher-ups of the Ying family all looked incredibly excited, including the family heads. They couldn't help but ask, "Is this true? You found Legatee Qin?" Zhao Fu looked at the family head and replied, "This is absolutely true. I can invite the prestigious Legatee Qin to meet with the Ying family in East Green." Great, 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 the family heads quickly agreed in delight. This was something they had been dreaming about day and night, and it was finally going to happen. They would be able to meet with Legatee Qin, who they had been searching for a long time. The family heads could not help but feel incredibly excited, and they didn't want to care about anything else, they just wanted to see Legatee Qin. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Yingxi felt incredibly shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would come into contact with Legatee Qin and become the person that Legatee Qin had chosen. Wu Qingyang looked at Zhao Fu and lightly harumphed, "This fellow is hiding too many things from me." On the other hand, Ying Qin looked quite disbelieving, and his pleased smile disappeared. How could Zhao Fu contact Qin's legatee again? The situation had changed too quickly. The Ying family's disciples in East Green nervously and expectantly walked into a restaurant. They were all disciples of the Ying family. Because the region passageways had not been opened yet, the family leaders were not in East Green, so they could not personally see Qin's legatee. They could only let the Ying family's disciples in East Green meet Qin's legatee. After being given such a heavy responsibility, they felt both nervous and expectant. To the Ying family's disciples, Qin's legatee was a legendary existence. After coming to a room, there were already a few guards with powerful auras standing outside. Sensing their auras, the Ying family's disciples felt quite startled. The guards looked at them and asked if they were disciples of the Ying family. They hurriedly nodded, and the door to the room slowly opened. The Ying family's disciples carefully walked into the room and saw a black-cloaked figure giving off a powerful and cold aura sitting within. "Are you Legatee Qin's legatee?" Sensing this powerful aura, the Ying family's disciples' bodies became covered with cold sweat and felt quite afraid. However, they did not forget about their mission and cautiously asked. Zhao Fu looked at them and nodded. One of the Ying family's legatee nervously asked, "Then may I ask what can prove your majesty's identity?" Indeed, they needed something to prove that he was Legatee Qin's legatee. Even though this person's aura was terrifying, they still needed to confirm it. Hearing this, Zhao Fu understood and stretched out his hand, causing the images of the 12 bronze figures to appear as he said, "Can this prove my identity?" Looking at the 12 bronze figures and the massive aura of killing and conquering, the Ying family's disciples were certain that this person was Legatee Qin's legatee. After all, apart from Legatee Qin, who else could have Qin's nation armament? The 12 gold figures, after confirming their identities, the disciples of the Ying family immediately knelt on the ground in fear and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Highness. Please forgive us for our offense." Zhao Fu did not mind and said calmly, "Get up." Hearing this, the Ying family disciples heaved a sigh of relief. They stood at the side and lowered their heads in a respectful manner. At this moment, Zhao Fu continued to speak with a tinge of anger. The current atmosphere in the Ying family is really disgusting. All of you have disappointed me. Sensing Zhao Fu's anger, the Fu Ying family's disciples were so frightened that they knelt down again. Their heads were pressed tightly against the ground. They were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. You should all understand that to me, whether I have a Ying family or not, there's no difference. I originally didn't want to return to the Ying family. However, seeing that the Ying family is the Qin royal family and that I belong to Qin, I can consider returning to the Ying family in the future. However, I must treat Zhao Fu well. He's the person I chose, and he has pure Qin's bloodline. He can manage the Ying family for me. This matter ends here. If the Ying family has any problems, you can directly find Zhao Fu. If I have any problems, I will pass them on to Zhao Fu. You can all leave now. The Ying family's disciples let out sighs of relief and quickly left. Only after they left the restaurant and walked on the streets did they finally relax. One person sighed and said, "This time, the Ying family is going to change. I never thought that someone from the collateral family would be chosen by Prince Qin and be able to control everything in the Ying family. He's so lucky." Another person reminded them that it was best not to say such things in the future. Now that Zhao Fu is favored by Prince Qin, he's already a person above tens of thousands of people in the Ying family. We should be careful. Perhaps we can use him to curry favor with Prince Qin, which will greatly benefit us. Hearing this person's words, the others nodded and felt that he was right. Back at the Ying family, the disciples told the Ying family what great Qin's legatee had said to the Ying family's family leaders, making them feel both happy and worried. They were happy that Prince Qin had said that he could return to the Ying family, but they were worried that Prince Qin was quite dissatisfied with the Ying family. However, now that they had made great progress, they were able to contact Prince Qin. Following this, the family leaders looked at Zhao Fu and made an important decision, saying, "From today onwards, Zhao Fu will be the acting family leader and will be able to control everything in the Ying family. If Great Qin's legatee could return to the Ying family, he would become the next family leader." This was only natural. After all, Great Qin's legatee had obtained Great Qin's legacy, so he should be the master of the Ying family. Now, Zhao Fu was evidently someone that Prince Qin had placed in the Ying family, and he could completely represent Prince Qin. Adding on the king's fate, he could become the acting family leader. They were doing this for Prince Qin to see and to show how much they cared about Prince Qin. After hearing this, the entire Ying family seemed to explode with disbelief. It had just been announced that Zhao Fu would become the 7th young master, but now, he was being announced as the acting family leader. This was simply too shocking. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised that the family leaders would make such a decision. He had only wanted to resolve this crisis. Qiu Fengzi had a trace of a smile on his face, but he had long since understood everything. He stood by the side and didn't say anything. Impossible. How can he become the acting family leader? Ying Qin cried out in disbelief. Zhao Fu coldly looked at him and stood above. Since he had obtained the authority, he said, "Hurry up and come. Carry out my orders and expel this person from the Ying family and strip him of his young master position." After this order was given, the entire Ying family was incredibly shocked. The number one successor of the Ying family had been stripped of his position and had been expelled from the Ying family. It could be seen just how ruthless Zhao Fu was. A few guards walked towards Ying Qin and grabbed him, but he continuously struggled and said, "Let go of me. I'm the number one successor of the Ying family." The guards did not do anything because the family leaders had already announced that Zhao Fu would become the acting family leader. Seeing that the family leaders had no intention of stopping him, they grabbed Ying Qin and walked out of the Ying family, planning to throw him out of the Ying family. Seeing this, the family leaders sighed. However, for Great Qin's legatee, it was worth it no matter what they did. Now, the entire Ying family had fallen silent, and no one dared to say anything. Even the number one successor of the Ying family had been stripped of his position and expelled from the Ying family, so how could they dare to offend Zhao Fu? "And you? I think you're Ying Wu. Prince Qin doesn't need a fake like you, so you can scram now and take back your surname." After hearing Zhao Fu's second order, everyone became even more shocked. Not only was the Ying family's number one successor, But even the fake Prince Qin would not be able to escape. Ying Wu. No, he could only be called Li Wu. He suppressed his anger and resentment, and the humiliation he had suffered today was etched into his bones. He wanted nothing more than to tear Zhao Fu into 1,000 pieces, and he thought to himself, he's just Prince Qin's dog. What's there to bark about? Even though he was incredibly resentful, Li Wu didn't dare to show any displeasure on his face. He clearly understood that if Zhao Fu wanted to kill him, it would only take a single sentence. As such, he didn't need anyone to carry him, and he walked out of the Ying family by himself. After being told to scram like this, Li Wu felt incredibly humiliated, and with every step he took, his hatred towards Zhao Fu grew. Zhao Fu looked at Li Wu, and since they were the same type of people, Zhao Fu could sense Li Wu's hatred. He called over a guard and ordered him to kill Li Wu after he left the Ying family. The guard obeyed and left with a few other guards. Because Ying Qin was the Ying family's #1 successor, Zhao Fu couldn't kill him. However, Li Wu was different, as he was just a minor figure. Since he dared to feel such intense hatred towards Zhao Fu definitely wouldn't let him live to prevent future troubles. Sensing the faint killing intent in Zhao Fu's eyes, as well as the guard who had just walked up, many people understood that Zhao Fu had sent people to kill Li Wu. When they thought of this, everyone started to feel afraid, as they felt that Zhao Fu was too vicious and merciless. However, the Ying family's patriarchs were quite pleased with Zhao Fu's actions. Even if Zhao Fu hadn't sent people to kill Li Wu, they would have. Under Zhao Fu's domineering aura that contained traces of killing intent, no one dared to make a sound. They all lowered their heads, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Zhao Fu's gaze landed on Yingxi. Feeling Zhao Fu's gaze, Yingxi's heart jolted. Even the first successor of the Ying family had been stripped of his position as the young master and chased out of the Ying family. In that case, Zhao Fu wouldn't object to what he did to her. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Yingxi couldn't help but feel fear in her heart, and her body trembled. She understood that without the Ying family, she was nothing. As long as Zhao Fu gave the order, she would lose everything she had now. Zhao Fu. Wu Qingyang couldn't help but call out to Zhao Fu. She really didn't want to see Zhao Fu act against Yingxi. Zhao Fu looked away. He had only been dissatisfied with the way Yingxi had spoken, but he hadn't planned on doing anything to her. After all, she had helped him before, and she was also Wu Qingyang's good friend. The gathering is dismissed. As Zhao Fu gave the order, everyone let out a sigh of relief and quickly left, afraid that Zhao Fu would do something to them. At that moment, Wu Qingyang walked up, looking quite angry. She stretched out her hand and pinched Zhao Fu, saying, "You dared to hide so many things from us, and you even said that you didn't have any fate and that you were in contact with Emperor Qin." Zhao Fu could only apologetically laugh. Yingxi walked up and looked at Zhao Fu. She now completely believed what Wu Qingyang had said to her before. Zhao Fu wasn't as simple as he seemed, and with her strength, she wouldn't be able to control him. "Qingyang. I'm sorry for what I said," Yingxi said apologetically. Wu Qingyang smiled and said, "It's fine. I know that you said it for my own good, but it turns out that I was right." Yingxi smiled and said, "I know that you're amazing." In terms of judging people, Yingxi couldn't compare to Wu Qingyang. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let go of a big fish like Zhao Fu. After all, Wu Qingyang had asked Yingxi for Zhao Fu. The two women started to happily chat, and Zhao Fu turned to look at Qiu Fengzi, who had been waiting by the side. He thought for a moment before saying to Wu Qingyang that he had some matters to attend to and leaving with Qiu Fengzi. Seeing Zhao Fu and Qiu Fengzi leave, Wu Qingyang felt that Zhao Fu was hiding something even more important from her. Qiu Fengzi first went to his room, and seeing that there was no one around, he respectfully bowed and said, "This humble Taoist greets your Majesty Qin. Please forgive this humble Taoist for all of this." All of this had indeed been caused by Qiu Fengzi. First, he had held a meeting with the Ying family, and then when he had used the fate gazing, he had never thought that he would receive such a severe backlash. Now, Qiu Fengzi's body was in pain, and he had coughed up blood and fallen to the ground, causing Zhao Fu to be called a jinx. Back then, Zhao Fu had only just established the Qin village and had come to Holy Light City. Xianru had used the fate gazing on Zhao Fu, so she hadn't received much backlash. However, now that Zhao Fu had awakened the Chaos Imperial Star, anyone would receive a severe backlash. Qiu Fengzi told Zhao Fu everything from beginning to end, and he sincerely apologized to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu hadn't expected that his identity would be exposed when he had awakened the Myrtle Imperial Star. Only after hearing Qiu Fengzi's words did he realize what had happened. Seeing how sincere Qiu Fengzi was, Zhao Fu expressed that he was willing to accept him. After all, Qiu Fengzi had done his best to help him hide his identity and not reveal any information about him. Qiu Fengzi looked quite delighted because Zhao Fu had accepted him. Traces of dragon-like black aura appeared around Qiu Fengzi's body, causing him to feel even more respectful towards Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu chatted with Qiu Fengzi for a while and understood why the jade pendant that Xianru had given him had been turned to dust. It was because his fate was simply too powerful, and any item that could conceal his fate would not be able to withstand it. Qiu Fengzi planned to make an item that could conceal Zhao Fu's fate so that Zhao Fu's fate would not be discovered in the real world. Elsewhere, a few imperial bodyguards followed Li Wu out of the Ying family's residence. The imperial bodyguards wanted to attack Li Wu, but Li Wu was quite quick-witted and quickly hid. However, he was discovered by the imperial bodyguards in the end and was cornered in an alleyway. "You were sent by Zhao Fu to kill me, right?" Li Wu said to the guards with a face full of resentment. However, the guards did not reply to Li Wu, and they prepared to kill Li Wu before returning to the Ying family to report to Zhao Fu. Li Wu watched as the guards slowly took out their guns, and he felt the terror of death. At the same time, he felt a sense of powerlessness. His ending was exactly what Zhao Fu had been worried about: ordinary people would not be able to resist a large family. Just as Li Wu thought that he was definitely going to die, a few black figures suddenly appeared and knocked down the guards before saving Li Wu. Out of all of the large families, the one who reacted the most was the Li family. The Li family's old patriarch looked incredibly furious and slammed his hand on the table next to him. He had completely miscalculated this time. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would grow to such a degree. Not only had he become the acting leader of the Ying family, but he had also become the person chosen by Legatee Qin. He had the power to represent Legatee Qin in deciding everything in the real world. What the Li family's old patriarch could not believe was that Zhao Fu also had king's fate. This meant that Zhao Fu had a chance to become a king. "We should have killed him by hook or by crook. Now, we're raising a tiger," the Li family's old patriarch said as he gritted his teeth. He felt incredibly regretful. Li Baiqing stood by the side with a serious expression. He had underestimated Zhao Fu and had never thought that he would have the same king's fate as him. He had even become Legatee Qin's representative, and now, Zhao Fu had become the Li family's greatest enemy. An elderly woman looked quite worried as she sighed and said, "Back then, I told you not to treat them and their mother like that, but you didn't listen. If he could join the Li family, he would be of great help." The Li family's old patriarch coldly harumphed and felt that he had made a mistake. He said, "Now that things have come to this, the most important thing is to deal with it. Not only can he use the Ying family's power, but he can also use Legatee Qin's power." Li Jie did not mind as he said, "Just think of a way to kill that bastard, we can't let him continue to develop." "Humph. You're just a good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun all day. If it weren't for the fact that you gave me a good grandson, I would have kicked you out long ago." The Li family's old patriarch looked at Li Jie and felt quite angry because all of this had been caused by him. Li Baiqing said, "All right, Grandpa, don't be angry at my dad. He's right, we have to think of a way to kill him. We can't let him continue to develop, or else there will be endless trouble in the future." However, now that he has become the acting leader of the Ying family, this matter is incredibly difficult. Moreover, this matter concerns Legatee Qin, so the Li family has a long way to go. The Li family's old patriarch nodded and continued to discuss with everyone. When the other factions heard about what had happened in the Ying family, they were quite shocked. They had thought that Legatee Qin had not returned because he hated the Ying family. They had never thought that he would have sent people to the Ying family and had been secretly observing the Ying family. This Zhao Fu isn't simple either, he also has king's fate, and he should become Great Qin's legatee subordinate. In the future, he'll become Great Qin's legatee's most powerful assistant. The leaders of countless factions sent people to investigate Zhao Fu, so they had to take this matter seriously. The Ying family was one of the 5 great families, and they had the power to change the current situation. Adding on the fact that Zhao Fu was legatee Qin's representative, he had become an influential figure and could influence the future. As such, everyone knew Zhao Fu's name. Li Wu's gaze then shifted to a room. He was confused as to who it was that had saved him. But when he saw a familiar silhouette, he understood what had happened. Back at the Ying family, Zhao Fu had become the proxy family leader of the Ying family. He had moved to a villa with the tightest security, and he had 10 or so bodyguards protecting him. Zhao Fu had also brought the bodyguard from before, and Zhao Fu was quite used to using him. After Zhao Fu became the proxy family leader, countless people came to visit him, but Zhao Fu refused all of them. This matter had finally concluded, and Zhao Fu didn't want to waste any more time, so he returned to the Heaven-Awakened world. Just as Zhao Fu returned to the Heaven-Awakened world, a soldier came to report that they had captured 5 creatures with the title of king. Hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he followed the soldier to an empty area. There were 5 wooden cages on the ground, within which were 5 creatures. There was a pheasant king whose wings were 2 meters wide, a goat king that was taller than a person, a buffalo king that was incredibly powerful, a water snake king that was 8 or 9 meters long, and a ferocious-looking wild dog king. Seeing these 5 creatures with the title of king, Zhao Fu took out the king's crown and waved his hand. 5 rays of sword light shot into the 5 creatures' heads, instantly killing them and causing them to collapse within the wooden cages. 5 crystalline blood-red threads floated up from the 5 creatures' corpses and were absorbed into the king's crown, causing it to once again recover some of its power. At the same time, the 5 creatures dropped 2 items. One was a silver grade city creation stone, and the other was a very small statue. The statue looked like a child, and it was incredibly lifelike, as if it was a real person. It was as tall as a finger and seemed to be made of jade, and it felt quite warm when held in one's hand. Many Treasures Boy, a mystical item. After using it, the Many Treasures Boy will ask you a question, and if you answer it correctly, the Many Treasures Boy will give you a gift. This item was quite interesting, and after thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to use it. Following this, the small statue said in a curious voice, "What will happen if I put a bird into a pot?" Hearing this question, Zhao Fu felt that it was a riddle, and after thinking about it, he replied uncertainly, "A noob? Congratulations. You answered correctly, and I'll give you a gift," the little boy's voice said happily. The statue turned into an orb of white light, and after the white light disappeared, a black talisman appeared before Zhao Fu. Tracking talisman, a type of tracking talisman that binds to a person's aura. After using it, it will immediately teleport you to a person's vicinity. After looking at the talisman's information, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. If this talisman was not used well, it would only be able to track a person and disappear. However, if it was used well, it would bring massive benefits. For example, if Zhao Fu used this talisman to bind to a legatee, Zhao Fu would be able to teleport to that legatee's village. Zhao Fu had always wanted to find a legatee so that it would not be too difficult to get rid of them after they developed. It was a pity that even though Zhao Fu had sent people to search for their villages, they had not been able to find anything. If he used this talisman, he would be able to find their villages. That was what Zhao Fu wanted, to call Guobinglin over. There were 5 legatees in the territory that Qin had mapped out, and 4 of them had resisted Qin. There was the state of Wei from the Warring States period, the state of Qi from the 16 Kingdoms period, the state of Zhou from the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period at the end of the Tang Dynasty, the state of Shun established by Li Zicheng at the end of the Ming Dynasty, and the state of Jing established by Wang Shichong. The state of Wei was a vassal state from the Spring and Autumn Warring States period, and it had existed for the longest time. It had been established for 907 years, and it had been ruled by 41 emperors. Even after Qin Shi Huang destroyed the 6 states and unified China, only the state of Wei had not been destroyed. It wasn't that Qin Shi Huang didn't have the power to destroy the state of Wei. After all, Qin Shi Huang had destroyed the 6 states, so how could the small state of Wei not be able to destroy it? This was because the state of Wei had been a vassal state of Qin for a long time, and the 2 states had been on good terms for a long time. Another reason was that the state of Wei had already been destroyed by the state of Wei, and only a few cities remained. Even though the state of Wei only existed in name, Qin Shi Huang still allowed it to exist. It was only during the reign of Qin II that he abolished the state of Wei in name. The state of Wei had many famous people, such as Shan Yang, Wu Qi, Lu Buwei, Nie Jing, Jing Ku. They were all from the state of Wei, and they were all quite famous in history. It was a pity that the state of Wei produced many talented people, so Shan Yang and Lu Buwei belonged to Qin, Wu Qi belonged to Chu, and Jing Ku belonged to Yan. Logically, the relationship between the state of Wei and Qin should have been quite good, but it had joined the Qin Resistance Alliance and stood on the opposing side, which was why Zhao Fu had chosen to make a move against the state of Wei. Zhao Fu gave the tracking talisman to Guobinglin and reminded him to confirm that the state of Wei's legatee was in the village before using the tracking talisman, or else he wouldn't be able to find the village. There was only one tracking talisman, and it would be gone after using it. Guobinglin nodded seriously and took the tracking talisman before leaving. After using teleportation channels a few times, he arrived at the region where the state of Wei was. Guobinglin immediately gathered all of the members of Qin's forces to deal with this matter. After all, this concerned the destruction of a legatee, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Guobinglin first ordered people to stand guard next to the teleportation channels in the system main cities and spent a large amount of money to bribe the members of the state of Wei's faction. He then gathered all of the information on the state of Wei's legatee, regardless of whether it was important or not. The state of Wei's legatee was called Wei Xian, and he was 25 years old. He had a wife and a family, and he was a decent person. He treated people with courtesy and was never arrogant. He managed his faction quite well, and not only was he respected by the indigenous residents, but he was also respected by the players. He was incredibly popular. Similarly, the state of Wei's power was split into two areas. The first was a village encampment, which was mainly populated by indigenous residents. Although Zhao Fu did not know much about it, it was most likely a small town. He did not know much about its population and military strength, but it should not be too weak. It had existed for a very long time, so it most likely had a lot of fate. The second was the system main cities faction, which was made up of players. It was quite easy to find out that there were 50,000 or so players, and none of them were weak. From this, it could be seen how massive Wei Guo's faction was. At the same time, because of Wei Xian's character, many players trusted him, so their loyalty towards him was quite high. He would be able to gather a powerful group of soldiers from among the players. From the information obtained, Wei Xian could be said to be a very good ruler. Unfortunately, he had to face His Highness. The outcome was obvious. However, since ancient times, there was no such thing as logic between countries, and there was only a difference between the strong and the weak. This was especially so in the Heaven Awakened world. This era was destined to be a resplendent and indelible era of kings, and it was destined to be a graveyard for countless heroes and kings. Guobinglin did not think too much about it, he was only loyal to Qin, and he only had faith in His Highness Qin. Guobinglin's gaze gradually became cold as he said, "Everyone is an enemy of His Majesty." "Sir, we've already bribed a few players from the state of Wei's faction." A black-hooded figure walked into the room and respectfully bowed as he reported. Guobinglin nodded and followed this person to a dark room. Guobinglin put on his hood and looked at the players in front of him. Seeing Guobinglin bring people in, the players understood that he had bribed them, and they gave flattering smiles as they said, "Sir, if you need anything, just give us your orders." Even though Wei Xian was quite friendly and was respected by many, he was unable to control people's hearts. This was especially so for players who only cared about profit. In the face of great benefits, they would still choose to betray him. In actuality, it's not a big deal. You just need to tell me whether or not your faction's leader is within your faction, Guobinglin said. Hearing this, the players felt incredibly relieved. So it was such a simple matter, and they didn't feel any pressure at all. After receiving 100 gold coins for free, they happily agreed. Following this, Guobinglin started to wait near the state of Wei's faction. This matter was incredibly important, and His Majesty had warned him about it, so he could only do it himself to prevent anything unexpected from happening. A while later, a gentle-looking young man appeared on the street with a few guards, and Guobinglin started to move. He followed the talisman and locked onto the target's aura. He didn't have to touch the target, but he had to be very close to the target in order to lock onto their aura. Guobinglin deeply breathed in and acted like a normal person. Of course, Gu Binglin couldn't hide his appearance, as that would arouse suspicion. As such, Gu Binglin revealed his appearance and put on ordinary clothes as he walked towards Wei Xian. The two of them gradually drew closer, and Gu Binglin stealthily took out a talisman and continued to draw closer. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, just as he was about to draw closer, a round-faced young man with a sword at his waist stood beside Wei Xian. Next to Wei Xian was a round-faced youth with a long sword at his waist. Seeing Gu Binglin walk over like an ordinary person, his eyes flashed and he stepped forward to block Gu Binglin's path. Gu Binglin felt quite startled and understood that he had been discovered. He stabbed out with his two grey hidden blades, and with a wave of his hand, a grey aura shot towards the round-faced young man. The round-faced young man had long since been on guard against Gu Binglin, so he drew his sword to block. However, the grey aura seeped into his sword, causing him to feel a headache. Gu Binglin had chosen the Soul Equipment Set, one of the 12 assassin equipment sets, which specialized in mental attacks. The round-faced young man was caught off guard, and Gu Binglin took this opportunity to go around him and rush towards Wei Xian. The guards immediately blocked in front of Wei Xian, and Gu Binglin coldly harumphed. His hidden blades gave off a large amount of grey aura, and he killed the guards in a few attacks. Gu Binglin once again rushed towards Wei Xian. Seeing that he was only 1 meter away from Wei Xian, a trace of killing intent appeared in Gu Binglin's heart. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Wei Xian, and he used all of his strength to stab towards Wei Xian. However, Wei Xian stood his ground and calmly looked at Gu Binglin. When Gu Binglin was less than 1 meter away from Wei Xian, a violet light flashed around Wei Xian's body as a dragon's roar sounded out. A formless energy exploded out, sending Gu Binglin flying 10 or so meters. 0G? R20? Zhao Fu sat up and looked at Gu Binglin as he said, "Get up. Have you locked onto the talisman's aura yet, or we've successfully locked onto him? This subordinate has sent people to stand guard at the faction's base and the system main city's teleportation channels to prevent Wei Xian from appearing in the system base or the system main cities. However, this subordinate isn't completely sure if Wei Xian is in his own town or city." Hearing that, Zhao Fu wasn't very angry. Gu Binglin let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the talisman had locked onto Wei Xian's aura when he had tried to assassinate Wei Xian. However, Gu Binglin couldn't be 100% sure that Wei Xian was in his village, so he could only rule out a few places. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he could only rely on luck, so he said, "Use the talisman to check." Gu Binglin obeyed and left the room. Towards Gu Binglin's actions, Zhao Fu wasn't very angry. If Gu Binglin had acted on his own without being discovered, Zhao Fu might have punished him. However, since he had been discovered and tried to assassinate Wei Xian, Zhao Fu gave up on punishing him. It was a pity that it would be great if legatees were so easy to kill. Every legatee had a kingdom's fate attached to them, as well as their king's fate. In times of danger, their fate. Dragons would automatically protect them, making it incredibly difficult for ordinary people to kill them. Runless One also had a fate dragon or was incredibly powerful. It was impossible for ordinary people to kill a legatee of a nation. R now that Gu Binglin had failed to assassinate Wei Xian, perhaps this would make Wei Xian wary. However, he still had to rely on the talisman to see if he could find Wei Xian. I have to quickly resolve this matter to prevent anything unexpected from happening, Zhao Fu thought as his gaze became unfathomable. Elsewhere, Gu Binglin went to the system's teleportation channel and took out the talisman. This talisman could be used with teleportation channels. This was because the teleportation ability of the tracking talisman was limited, and if he wanted to use a large-scale teleportation channel, he would have to rely on teleportation channels. Gu Binglin had already confirmed that Wei Xian was no longer in the system main city, but he was still unable to confirm whether Wei Xian was in his own town or somewhere else. After all, there were many villages in the wilderness. As such, Gu Binglin felt quite uneasy. He took out the tracking talisman, and the black talisman spontaneously combusted. A black light covered Gu Binglin's body, and in an instant, Gu Binglin disappeared from the teleportation array. In a flash, Gu Binglin found himself in a dense patch of grass. In the distance, there was the shadow of a small town. Gu Binglin was overjoyed. He put on his hood and ran forward. R very soon. As soon as Qin gave the order, all Qin's soldiers put on their equipment and ran to Qin's playground. The people around knew that another war was about to break out. R soldiers had also gathered on Qin's field, and the scene was quite solemn. Zhao Fu stood on the field and looked at the gathered soldiers before saying, "Let's go." Qi obeyed and gave a loud shout, and all of the soldiers marched out in unison. Gua Binglin could already confirm that the town was the state of Wei, and it was quite powerful. It had a population of 60,000 or so, and there were 10,000 or so soldiers. Now, Qin had 120,000 soldiers, which was twice as many as the state of Wei. It would not be a problem for them to take down the state of Wei. A few hours later, Zhao Fu arrived in the distance and looked at the state of Wei town. This was a small town that had 3 sides, and the walls were made of mountain rocks. They were 10 meters tall, and there were many soldiers standing guard on the walls. The residents got along quite well, and they all had smiles on their faces. Life was quite good, and it seemed that Wei Xian was quite capable. Zhao Fu did not attack for now, and he had Qin's assassin set up an isolation barrier to block all teleportation channels within 500 kilometers. Right now, Wei Xian still didn't realize that his town's location had already been exposed, and that he had already rushed over with his soldiers. If he didn't use the isolation barrier, then the 50,000 players in the system would also enter Wei Gua town. The state of Wei town already had 60,000 or so people, and with 50,000 players, Qin would not have much of an advantage over the state of Wei. Everything had its pros and cons. If there were too many players in a faction, it would be easy for their location to be exposed, and they would not be united. However, the faction did not have many players and lacked a large amount of fighting strength. However, the second option was more reliable. With the state of Wei town's strength, it was basically the king of the mountains in the wilderness, and no faction could defeat it. It was a pity that it had encountered Qin. After the isolation barrier was set up, Zhao Fu rode on Little Black and stood at the front of the army. He looked at the villages around the state of Wei town and waved his hand, giving the order to attack. Now, Zhao Fu had 120,000 soldiers, and he had immense strength. He did not have any strategy, so he directly used brute force to break through everything. After receiving Zhao Fu's order, the soldiers behind Zhao Fu flooded out like a black flood, giving off a rumbling sound that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they rushed towards the villages. The sounds they gave off were massive, and they gave off a dangerous aura of impending disaster, causing birds and beasts to flee. The fastest were, of course, the cavalrymen riding on black forest horses and the orc cavalrymen riding on giant wolves. There were all sorts of races riding on horses, and they gave off a massive aura. However, only the cavalrymen riding on giant wolves were from the orc race, as only orcs could control giant wolves. The aura they gave off was incredibly ferocious. Moments later, the cavalrymen charged into the villages, holding large sabers or spears. As they charged, they swung their sabers at the villagers who were trying to escape or pierced their spears through the bodies of the villagers. The most important thing about cavalrymen was their unstoppable sharpness. Rainy villagers who didn't kneel and surrender were killed. Soon, the peaceful villages became a blood-red hell, and the ground was covered with corpses of men, women, old, and young. War was cruel. Even though it was cruel, if they didn't want to surrender, they could only be killed. After all, they couldn't let them go and harm the lives of their own soldiers. The cavalrymen charged forwards like a sharp sword, piercing through the villages and rushing towards the state of Wei town. The infantry army behind them devoured the villages like a flood, causing them to disappear in an instant. The cavalrymen continued onwards until they reached the vicinity of the state of Wei town. Of course, the cavalrymen weren't suited for sieging, so they stopped. The gates of the state of Wei town were tightly shut, and soldiers stood on the town walls with serious expressions as they held their weapons and guarded the town walls. H T LC 8 F M R 7 RCV2 N Apart from Qin's legatee, who Wei Xian was worried about, there was no one else who could gather so many soldiers to attack the state of Wei. After all, Wei Xian already knew all of the factions in this region. Our Wei Xian had never thought that this day would come. It was rumored that Qin's legatee was incredibly terrifying, but now that he had personally witnessed the state of Qin's true strength, he felt quite shocked. There were 100,000 or so soldiers gathered here, and the state of Qin's legatee was no weaker than a system main city. Below the city walls, the state of Qin's soldiers automatically opened up a path. Zhao Fu wore a black cloak and looked quite mysterious as he rode on Little Black. Little Black's 4 hooves and eyes seemed to be surrounded by green flames, and he gave off a terrifying and powerful aura as he slowly walked out of the crowd. This was the first time that Wei Xian had seen Qin's legatee in person, and he was indeed a powerful and mysterious demon-like existence. At that moment, Zhao Fu raised his head and looked at Wei Xian on the city walls, and he said in a dignified voice, "Wei Xian, since you are a gentleman, your state will not be affected. Because of our relationship in the state of Wei, if the state of Qin revives, I can give you a lordship and allow the Wei family to continue. If a state's legatee surrendered, Zhao Fu would gladly accept. After all, conquering a state's legatee was much more beneficial than conquering a state's legatee. However, in Zhao Fu's state of Wei Xian, there was no second king, so normal titles wouldn't be enough. As such, Zhao Fu decided to give these states' legatees a lordship. A lordship was a title that was higher than a noble title but lower than a king's title. During the Warring States period, those who didn't have the ability to be king could only be called lordship. Zhao Fu had already made many concessions to the state of Wei. If the state of Wei was willing to surrender, Zhao Fu would treat him well. However, if the state of Wei wasn't willing, Zhao Fu would have to start a massacre. Ha. Wei Xian started to laugh and said loudly, "Your Highness, Qin." In the past, the Wei kingdom had always been subservient to the Qin kingdom, and the Wei kingdom didn't want to continue living like that. When the second Qin emperor abolished the Wei kingdom had already broken off relations with the Qin kingdom. Now, the Wei kingdom swears to fight the Qin kingdom. Wei Xian's voice was sonorous and forceful, with a kind of hot-bloodedness that was extremely provocative. All the soldiers of the state of Wei on the city walls shouted in unison, "We vow to fight the state of Qin." This voice was not filled with fighting spirit, but with the determination to die. This time, it was clear that Wei Guo would not be able to win against Qin. Zhao Fu was also a bit surprised, and he said coldly, "Are you really willing to take everyone in the Wei kingdom to die with you? Why don't you think about your citizens? We all agree with your highness. We swear to fight against Qin." At this time, the citizens of the kingdom of Wei walked up the city walls with all kinds of iron tools in their hands, including kitchen knives and farming tools. Seeing this, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and stopped trying to persuade them to surrender. Riding on Little Black, he slowly turned around and said with killing intent, "Begin the attack." Bai Qi looked at the city walls with a cold expression and immediately yelled, "100 ghost illusionists, attack!" Hearing this, the 100 ghost illusionists suddenly stepped out from the ranks of the soldiers. They raised the wooden staves in their hands and began to chant strange incantations. Then, they forcefully stabbed the staves into the ground. A formless energy spread out, and the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Zhao Fu, Bai Qi, and the other generals had already discussed the strategy for attacking the state of Wei's town. Zhao Fu had gathered the soldiers to one side and talked to Wei Xian, but it was not as simple as persuading them to surrender. The 300 ghost illusionists had long since broken through to stage 1, and the dark ghost world they cast could cover the entire state of Wei's town. That was why they had used this method to gather most of the residents and soldiers to the eastern wall. This was the perfect time to unleash the dark ghost world. This was the real killer. Traces of ghostly qi started to spread out, and Wei Xian sensed that something was wrong. He wanted to shout, but it was too late. The ghostly qi spread incredibly quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire town walls and dragged everyone into the dark ghost world. General Wang, General Wei, each of you take 40,000 soldiers and attack from the north and south sides, Bai Qi said to Wang Jian and Wei Liao after seeing that the dark ghost world had been successfully cast. Wang Jian and Wei Liao nodded and yelled out orders. The soldiers quickly split into 2 groups and followed Wang Jian and Wei Liao to attack from the north and south sides. There were now 8,000 soldiers and 20,000 residents on the east side of the town. The state of Wei's town only had 60,000 residents, and half of them were on the east side, so there was no pressure on the north and south sides. A dragon's roar pierced through the sky, and it could be heard from thousands of miles away. At the center of the ghostly aura, a purple light shot up into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The clouds quickly gathered, and the wind gradually picked up. The entire sky was emitting a noble and ancient purple light. Gradually, the violet light gathered, and a 100-meter-long violet divine dragon appeared in the sky, giving off a powerful might. All beasts were shocked. After the purple divine dragon appeared, Xianxia's body gave off an intense purple light that looked like a purple flame. The ghostly chi in the surroundings gradually dissipated, and some of the people who had fallen into the dark ghost world started to regain consciousness. At that moment, a black pillar of light shot into the sky, and an even more domineering dragon's roar tore through the sky. A savage and domineering black dragon appeared, giving off a terrifying and ferocious aura. As the legatee of a dynasty, he knew that the legatee of a dynasty had to be on guard. The savage black dragon was 300 meters long, and after it appeared, it swung its tail and gave off a powerful aura as it flew towards the purple divine dragon. Even though the purple divine dragon was smaller, it didn't back down, and it gave off an intense purple light as it rushed towards the black dragon. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a shockwave spread out from the sky as the two massive beasts collided. The clouds in the sky were scattered, and the purple divine dragon was sent flying back dozens of meters. It was clear that the black dragon had the absolute advantage. However, the purple divine dragon wouldn't admit defeat, and it roared as it gave off a powerful aura as it rushed towards the black dragon. The two massive beasts clashed in the sky, resulting in massive explosions that sounded like a natural disaster. Their destructive power spread out for dozens of kilometers, and some mountains were obliterated. Countless trees were destroyed, and sand and pebbles were sent flying. As the purple divine dragon and black dragon fought, the purple light around Xianxia's body dimmed, and the 300 ghost illusionists continued to strengthen the dark ghost world, causing the ghostly chi that had been sparse before to become dense again. Those who had just regained consciousness were once again pulled into the dark ghost world. Xian was now protected by a faint purple light, and the ghostly chi didn't dare to come close. Seeing this, Xian wanted to release more of his fate, but two figures quickly rushed towards him. One was a girl holding a blood-red sword, while the other was a boy holding a dagger. Both of them had black marks on their foreheads. Why? 185? This allowed Little Sha and Tuoba Qing to ignore the dark ghost world and attack Xian. As for the fate dragon, it was suppressed by Zhao Fu. Tuoba Qing quickly rushed in front of Xian and cried out as she raised her large sword with both hands, giving off a massive wave of sword chi as she slashed towards Xian. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Xian drew the sword at his waist and blocked Tuoba Qing's large sword. His body gave off traces of violet chi, and if he didn't use his fate dragon's power, he wouldn't be able to block Tuoba Qing's attack at all. However, Xian's hair suddenly stood on end as an incredibly sharp blood-red line slashed towards him. It was the little boy, Little Sha, who had attacked. Xian immediately retreated, and even though the blood-red line didn't harm Xian, it still cut off a bit of Xian's hair. Xian looked at the two people in front of him seriously, not daring to be careless at all. However, Tuoba Qing and Little Sha once again attacked. Army Destroyer. Voracious Wolf, two loud yells sounded out as a black pillar of light and a green pillar of light shot into the sky. Soldiers gave off different auras and gathered towards Wang Jian and Wei Liao. A ferocious black tiger and a savage green wolf appeared in the air, giving off powerful auras as they roared, shaking the heavens. Wang Jian and Wei Liao raised their swords and slashed them towards Wei Guozhen. The massive beast looked at Wei Guozhen and gave off a ferocious aura. It mustered up all of its strength and gave off a mountainous aura as it slammed towards the city walls. Boom! Boom! Two muffled explosions sounded out as the city walls trembled. The two massive beasts had turned into siege beasts, and just this attack alone was enough to smash a small mountain. Wei Guozhen's city heart gave off a brilliant golden light, adding power to the city walls. Otherwise, the city walls would have long since been destroyed. Our hurry. Attack the massive beast. The defending general of Wei Guo town shouted loudly. If the two huge beasts continued to collide with each other, it was only a matter of time before the wall collapsed. It was a pity that there were only 4,000 soldiers guarding the north and south sides, as well as a few thousand commoners. It was impossible for them to form a powerful attack, and they could only shoot a few hundred arrows, which did not pose much of a threat to the two beasts. They could easily dodge the arrows, and it was very difficult for them to hit the beasts. On the other hand, Qin's side suddenly launched an attack. Countless arrows rained down on the city walls. The arrows were very terrifying, and they fell like raindrops, killing many people. Because most of them were commoners, they didn't have proper equipment, and they didn't have shields or armor, so they could only look for cover. However, Qin's arrows were simply too numerous, and they covered the entire city walls. What was even more terrifying was that the Stage 1 archers and Stage 1 ballistas arrows could even pierce through simple wooden shields. Without any protective measures, they would definitely die. Revan if they held a sturdy shield, they would still have to muster all their strength to block. Not only was there a huge difference in numbers, but there was also a huge difference in the cultivation of the soldiers. This wave of arrows killed about 30% of the defending soldiers, but Wang Jian and Wei Liao didn't rush to attack. After all, most of the commoners were on the city walls, and if they tried to force their way in, they would be met with great resistance and wouldn't benefit them at all. In other words, if I can easily kill you, why would I fight with you? After all, Qin didn't lack time. Wang Jian and Wei Liao's plan was to use their bows and arrows to kill the Wei Guo soldiers, while using their giant beasts to disguise themselves. The Wei Guo soldiers on the city walls were completely suppressed, and they could only raise their shields or find cover to avoid the arrows. The trembling on the city walls greatly shocked Wei Xian. Even though he didn't know what the situation was like on the other two walls, he knew that the situation was definitely not good. Wei Xian roared and exploded out with an even more intense violet light, and his aura became many times stronger. The scarred violet dragon in the sky seemed to be summoned, and it roared as it tried to return to Wei Xian's body. However, how could the ferocious black dragon let the purple mystical dragon escape? It swung its tail and sent the purple mystical dragon flying more than 100 meters away. Then, it opened its mouth and bit at the purple mystical dragon. The purple mystical dragon could only fight with all its might. Little Sha and Tuoba Qing exploded out with even greater power as they attacked Wei Xian. Facing their attacks, Wei Xian once again went into a defensive state. Zhao Fu sat on Little Black's back as he watched all of this. The king's seal on the back of his hand gave off waves of black light, sending a massive amount of king's power into Little Sha and Tuoba Qing. Kill them all. Seeing how intense the resistance was, Zhao Fu didn't have any other thoughts and directly gave the order to kill. He didn't plan on leaving anyone alive. Beside him, Bai Qi said, "Ghost summoners, come out." Devil summoners, 300 ghost summoners walked out from the crowd and pressed their hands against the ground, causing traces of ghostly qi to rise up. An eerie wind started to blow as 2.5-meter tall, savage-looking devil ghosts with 2 horns appeared. The 300 ghost summoners all had Stage 1 cultivation, and the devil ghosts they summoned were all Stage 2. These devil ghosts obeyed the ghost summoners' orders and quickly rushed into the region filled with ghostly qi. These devil ghosts had Stage 2 strength and were ghosts, so they had great immunity to the dark ghost world. Perhaps the dark ghost world was the devil ghosts' home ground. The evil spirits that rushed into the nether ghost world began a massacre. The people who were trapped in the nether ghost world stood rooted to the ground like wooden stakes. The devil ghosts were able to easily kill them. Some devil ghosts directly bit people's heads to pieces, while others dug out people's hearts. Some were even more bloody and tore people in half, and the stench of blood gradually became thicker. Within the ghostly qi, pained cries sounded out. Outsiders had no idea what was going on, and it gave off an eerie feeling of terror. Hearing these cries, Wei Xian felt both pained and furious. These were his kingdom of Wei's citizens, and they were being massacred. How could he accept this? He roared and exploded out with a shocking sword light, sending Tuoba Qing flying. However, at that moment, Little Xia got close to Wei Xian and slashed out with his dagger, opening up a wound on Wei Xian's waist. Blood instantly dyed his clothes red, and Wei Xian felt a wave of pain. He slashed backwards, sending a large amount of sword light towards Little Xia, and Little Xia quickly retreated, dodging this attack. And, 6? A hashtag? 070? V47? Why? As time passed, the state of Wei's soldiers continuously died, and cracks appeared on the northern and southern walls. The two massive beasts continuously rammed against the walls, but the state of Wei's soldiers could not do anything. This was mainly because they were still facing countless arrows from the archers and ballistae below the walls. These arrows covered a large area of effect, and their shields were useless. They could only hide behind thick objects, or else they would definitely die. The battle was completely one-sided. This was exactly what the state of Wei had thought, they could not defeat Qin at all. This was mainly because Qin's methods were too brilliant. On one hand, he could use illusions to trap most of them, and on the other hand, he could summon such powerful beasts to attack them. Without these two methods, the battle would not have ended like this, and they would have been completely suppressed by Qin. The state of Wei should have been able to resist, and would not have been so miserable. Roar. The two massive beasts once again roared, bringing with them a powerful aura as they rammed against the cracked walls. With a loud explosion, the walls of the state of Wei finally collapsed, raising a large amount of dust. Our cavalry, get into formation, at this moment, it was time to attack. Wang Jian shouted, and the cavalrymen immediately lined up with serious expressions, tightly gripping their spears. The infantry, shield-bearers, and archers also got into position. Within the ruins of the state of Wei's walls, a group of 500 cavalrymen led a small portion of the soldiers and the majority of the commoners. There were a bit more than 4,000 of them, and they walked out from the collapsed walls. Their gazes were resolute, and their expressions were serious as they got into formation. The atmosphere became oppressive, and there was no sound at all. It was completely silent, and there were no sounds from insects or beasts. It was as if it was the eve of a storm. On one side, there were many of Qin's soldiers, and they gave off an aura of destruction. They were like ferocious beasts that were about to go out of control. On the other side, there were fewer people, but their aura was not weak at all. Everyone's gaze was resolute, and they already had the determination to die. They carried an aura that seemed as if they were going all out, and they were like sharp swords. Today, we vow to die with the state of Wei. A general riding a horse at the front of the Imperial Guard army loudly roared and charged. The Imperial Guard army roared, swearing to die with the Wei nation. They gripped their weapons and charged forward with a trace of solemnity in their expressions. Facing the charge of the city guards, Wang Jian's eyes were cold as he raised his sword and swung it down heavily. Qin's soldiers were like ferocious beasts that had lost their shackles as they charged towards Wei Guo with a destructive aura. Rumble. The sounds of the two armies charging shook the sky, and the air seemed to freeze in that instant. The killing intent radiated out for 10 kilometers as the two human-shaped torrents fiercely clashed. Clang! 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 The sound of countless weapons clashing rang out. Death and blood bloomed beautifully. The guard army was far inferior to Qin in terms of numbers, equipment, cultivation, and strength. Its fate was already sealed. The torrent formed by the Imperial Guard army only caused Qin's torrent to slow down for a moment before it was crushed by Qin's unstoppable might. The 6,000 Qin's soldiers at the front gripped their spears tightly, and like a sharp knife, they killed their way into the heart of the Imperial Guard army. Their spears pierced through the bodies of the Imperial Guard army, but the Imperial Guard army continued to charge forward without fear of death. Qin's torrent swept through the Imperial Guard army, leaving only the corpses of the Imperial Guard army lying quietly on the ground. Fresh blood flowed all over the ground, and the scene was extremely heroic. Not a single Imperial Guard army member retreated a single step, be it the soldiers or the commoners. R Wang Jian couldn't help but feel a trace of respect for the Imperial Guard army. Facing the calamity of their country together and dying for their country, this was how the legacy of a country should be. Begin the advance. Wang Jian didn't think too much about it, and started to order Qin's soldiers to enter Weigua town. At this moment, a purple energy barrier appeared, and the city heart entered a self-defense state. This purple energy barrier was a legatee's defensive barrier, and there were even some dragon inscriptions on it. It was many times harder than the city heart's defenses, and it wouldn't be easy to break through. It seemed that killing Wei Xian was the best way to obtain Weigua town. It was the same for Wei Liao's side. After entering Weigua town, they first took control of most of the town, and they also discovered some elderly people and young children. Following this, the two groups of soldiers gathered towards the east. In the east, the Zilong was covered with wounds, and it did its best to defend against the ferocious attacks of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon continuously used its mouth, claws, and horns to brutally attack the Zilong, leaving behind many wounds on its body. Right now, the Zilong's condition was quite miserable. This was because the Black Dragon of Qin was famous for its battle prowess, and it was a legatee of a dynasty. Moreover, it was supported by countless amounts of fate, and its battle prowess wasn't something that a legatee of a small kingdom could resist. The ground was also incredibly bloody, and there were many corpses with terrified expressions on their faces on the city walls. Blood, organs, and limbs were everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood was enough to cause anyone to vomit. These people had all been killed by the 300 evil ghosts, and there were only a few thousand or so of the kingdom of Wei left. Zhao Fu ordered people to retreat to the dark ghost world. The surviving kingdom of Wei people escaped from the dark ghost world, and seeing this scene, they were so scared that their legs became weak, and they cried out in terror and pain. The ghostly qi dissipated, and Wei Xian, who had many wounds on his body, could clearly see the pitiful scene around him. A wave of pain flowed into his heart. These were all his subjects, people who respected and supported him. Wei Xian loudly roared and exploded out with what little power he had left. A violet aura flame shot into the air, and the surrounding space seemed to sink as an incredibly powerful aura exploded out. Pain? This was your own choice. I will give you another chance. On account of our historical ties, I can bestow you the title of Lord. If you really want the entire kingdom of Wei to die with you, I can slaughter all of you right now, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman, old or young. The black-cloaked Zhao Fu stood in the air, giving off an incredibly powerful aura. Black chains danced in the air around him, making him look like a peerless king as he appeared above everyone. His voice was incredibly cold and filled with dense killing intent as he spoke to Wei Xian. Zhao Fu once again spoke, wanting Wei Xian to submit. He had taken a liking to Wei Xian's abilities. To be able to make his subjects and soldiers so loyal was not something that ordinary rulers could do. A powerful and prosperous empire required countless people to build. There were two other reasons. The first was that the kingdom of Wei had a special trait of producing talented people, which could only be activated by subduing them. Forcefully subduing them would not work, and the second reason was because of history. If it was before, Wei Xian definitely would have refused. However, looking at the survivors, the corpses on the ground, and the elderly and children being continuously brought out by the Qin soldiers, Wei Xian hesitated. Wei Xian lowered his head and thought to himself, and Zhao Fu gave him some time. 5 or 6 minutes later, Zhao Fu once again said, "Are you willing to submit to Qin?" "Your Majesty, no. We're willing to die with the state of Wei." Just as Wei Xian raised his head and was about to reply, countless residents of the state of Wei cried out in grief. Wei Xian paused and slowly turned his head. He looked at his residents and his gaze became resolute before looking at Zhao Fu and saying, "We're willing to surrender." Following this, Wei Xian knelt on the ground and paid his respects to Zhao Fu amidst the grief and indignation of countless residents. As he paid his respects, the entire heavens and earth seemed to tremble and the weather changed. This meant that most of the state of Wei's fate was being lost. 10 or so traces of violet aura flowed towards Zhao Fu and fused into the king's crown on Zhao Fu's head. The king's crown slightly trembled and gave off a golden light as it leveled up from gray grade to white grade. the violet dragon in the sky held in pain as its body started to devolve. Its horns, claws, tail, and whiskers all started to disappear. Finally, a 30-meter-long, dragon-like purple python appeared in the sky. Apart from its dragon-like head, the rest of its body was like a normal python. Although the purple dragon had devolved into a python, it was still higher than normal pythons. It could be called a python dragon, lower than a flood dragon. Xiao Fu waved his hand, and the black dragon, which was still viciously staring at the violet python, returned to Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu looked down at Wei Xian kneeling on the ground and said, "Get up. Today, I will give you the title of Lord Wei, and this title can be passed down for generations." The violet python swam down from the sky and returned to Wei Xian's body. Wei Xian dispiritedly raised his head and bowed to Xiao Fu as he said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing this title upon me." Seeing this, the state of Wei's residents could only accept their fate and put down their weapons and submit to Qin. Xiao Fu descended from the sky and landed on the city walls. Looking at the dispirited Wei Xian, he said, "Don't worry. Today, the state of Wei has pledged allegiance to Qin, and I definitely won't mistreat you. Even though the state of Wei has lost its title, it will still be able to become a top-notch aristocratic family in Qin." When Wei Xian heard this, his expression became slightly better and he once again bowed. Following Wei Xian's lead, Xiao Fu arrived at the side of the Gui town city heart. As for the protective barrier, it automatically disappeared with Wei Xian's submission. Xiao Fu placed his hand on the city heart and chose to conquer it. A violet pillar of light shot into the sky, and a heavy, sorrowful drum beat suddenly sounded out. Dong! 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 It rang out 9 times in a row, echoing throughout the entire northern continent. All of the factions in the northern continent were once again greatly shocked, and they rushed out of their houses and looked towards where the sound had come from, where the state of Wei was located. This time, it was the sound of a drum instead of a dragon's howl. Unlike when Great Shun had been destroyed, this drum beat 9 times in a row, meaning that a legatee hadn't perished and had instead submitted to a certain faction. What kind of faction can actually make the successor of a country submit? Everyone could only think of one name, which was Qin. Apart from it, there was no other faction in the northern continent that could do such a thing. The leaders of the countless factions immediately returned to the real world and looked at their maps. Soon, they confirmed something that terrified them: Qin had the power to fight across multiple regions. All of the factions in the Midland continent panicked, and everyone started to worry for themselves. If Qin had the power to fight across multiple regions, none of the factions in the northern continent would be safe. On Qin City's Heaven Prayer platform, the violet-clothed Xianru stood there and looked towards the state of Wei. Sensing the massive amount of fate flowing into Qin City, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Beside the city heart, the 12 metal colossi and imperial ruler's seal gave off an intense, blinding light. The nation armaments and clan armaments, which had already obtained a large amount of fate, once again leveled up after obtaining Wei Nation's fate. A formless energy spread out as the 12 metal colossi leveled up to level 4 nation armaments, and the imperial ruler's seal leveled up to level 3 clan armament. Back at the state of Wei town, after Xiao Fu chose to conquer it, a series of system announcements sounded out in his mind. System announcement. The state of Wei has submitted, and all of its fate has been devoured by Qin City. Qin City has obtained a large amount of fate. System announcement. Qin City has subdued the state of Wei and obtained all of Great Shun's legacies. System announcement. Qin City's city heart has evolved, and it is currently 1/30th complete. System announcement. Qin City has obtained 1/5 of the state of Wei town's stats. System announcement. The nation armament, 12 metal colossi, has evolved and leveled up to level 4. System announcement. The clan armament, Imperial Ruler's Seal, has evolved and leveled up to level 3 clan armament. System announcement. You have conquered a nation legacy town and obtained 3,000 achievement points. System announcement. You have obtained 100 war points. Hearing these countless system announcements, a trace of a smile appeared on Xiao Fu's face. Out of all of the system announcements, Xiao Fu only cared about 2. The first was that Qin City's city heart had evolved. Right now, Qin City was epic grade, and he didn't know what grade it would be after it leveled up. However, the requirements to level up Qin City was incredibly difficult. It needed to destroy or subdue 30 nation legacies in order to level up Qin City. Considering how rare and powerful nation legacies were, it was evident how difficult it was to destroy 30 nation legacies. However, with how difficult it was, Qin City's stats would definitely be incredibly powerful after leveling up. The second requirement was the achievement points. Adding on the King's Ring's bonus points, Zhao Fu's status had risen to count, and he had met the requirements to level up a basic city into a great city. Now, Zhao Fu only needed 3 viscounts and 6 barons to meet the requirements to level up a great city. Now, Zhao Fu had 4 barons and 1 viscount, so he only needed 2 barons and 2 viscounts. After conquering the state of Wei town, Zhao Fu looked at its stats. Just like the Great Shun town, it was much better than ordinary gold grade towns. Apart from its basic stats, it also had a special stat. Wei Duo Gentleman increases the spawn rate of high-grade residents, increases the spawn rate of various special professions, and increases residents' loyalty. This was the state of Wei's special stat, and it was what Zhao Fu wanted. At the same time, because he had subdued the state of Wei, he hadn't completely destroyed it. As such, the Heaven Prayer platform and some other structures could still be leveled up. From this, it could be seen that subduing a nation legacy was much more beneficial than completely destroying one. Firstly, the state of Wei's foundation hadn't been completely destroyed, so moving it would cause some damage. However, unlike the Great Shun town, which had been completely destroyed, it could still be moved. Secondly, there were less than 10,000 people left in the state of Wei, and everyone else had died. With so few people, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to take them with him. Because Zhao Fu could not relocate the state of Wei town, he needed people to defend it. As such, Zhao Fu could not take the corpses of the state of Wei's soldiers with high aptitudes either. After all, the state of Wei had already submitted to Great Qin, and he would not be able to do such a thing. However, there was 1 person and 3 corpses that Zhao Fu had to take with him. The person who was still alive was the round-faced young man. He was called Go Bian, and he was a general of the state of Wei with SS grade. The other 3 corpses were the state of Wei's historical generals. Their fate stars had been sealed, and if Zhao Fu refined their corpses, he would be able to obtain their grades and general stars and fuse them into someone else's body, obtaining 13 general stars. At the same time, the state of Wei's 50,000 player faction in the system main city had all become Qin City's faction. The state of Wei was the #1 faction in the region, and Qin City could use this as a cornerstone to take over this region. These 50,000 factions would be obtained for free, and Zhao Fu would provide them with some good equipment and medicinal pills to increase their battle strength so that they would be of great use when the region was destroyed. The matter with the state of Wei concluded here, and Zhao Fu took Qin City's soldiers and returned to Qin City. In the underground region, Zhao Fu first refined the 3 historical generals' corpses. They were all S grade, and they represented Earthly Fiend General Stars. 3 Earthly Fiend General Stars could be fused into a Heavenly Spirit General Star. Sima Qiu himself was a Heavenly Spirit General Star, and he already had 2 Heavenly Spirit General Stars, so he needed 3 Heavenly Spirit General Stars to fuse into a Major General Star. He was only missing 1 Heavenly Spirit General Star, so Zhao Fu didn't give the innate talent blood crystal to Sima Qiu. Although Go Bian originally belonged to Weigua, with Weigua's surrender, he could naturally work for Qin. Right now, Zhao Fu had Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, Mengqua, and Sima Qiu. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao were innate generals, while Mengqua had obtained an innate talent blood crystal from destroying Great Shun and obtained a general star. It seemed that Qin didn't have many historical generals, but Qin had nurtured many generals, such as Zhang Dahu, Xiao Jian, and Chen Man. There were also some outlander generals, such as Doke, Sar, and Daisy. When comparing modern generals to historical generals were definitely more powerful, mainly because of their fate and general star master fate. However, historical generals all had their own masters, and they were all extremely loyal. Normally, one would not be able to obtain historical generals through forceful attacks and could only try to subdue them. After the end of this war, the Qin state resumed its steady development. The first General Assembly officially started. Before, Zhao Fu had asked the residents to choose their own representatives, but because of various things, they hadn't been able to hold it. Now, they finally had time. Once this news spread, the chosen representatives were incredibly delighted. They put on new clothes and tidied themselves up before coming to the newly constructed General Assembly Hall. The General Assembly Hall was completely empty, and there was only a 3-meter tall and 4-meter wide stage. There were stairs on all sides of the stage, and there was a golden chair with 9 dragons carved on it. As an empire, Zhao Fu respected the will of the people. However, it couldn't be like other democracies in the real world, where the emperor was the supreme ruler. As such, there was only one seat in the General Assembly Hall. The representatives split into groups of 10 and stood on either side of the stage. There was a 3-meter wide path in the middle that was covered with a red carpet, making it look quite similar to how the emperor would go to court. Following this, Zhao Fu walked into the General Assembly wearing his dragon robe and a crown. Now that they could directly talk to His Majesty about important matters of the empire, countless people suppressed their excitement and immediately knelt on the ground, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu gave off a dignified, supreme, and noble aura as he walked up the red carpet with his female attendants and Li Si. He then walked onto the stage and sat on the golden chair. Zhao Fu looked at the people kneeling before him and said, "You may all rise. The first General Assembly has officially started. If you have any suggestions, you can raise them, and I will seriously consider them." "Yes, Your Majesty." The countless representatives replied in unison and stood up. At first, no one dared to speak, but one person mustered up the courage to speak his village's thoughts. Following this, more and more people started to speak. Zhao Fu sat at the top and listened attentively. Beside him, Li Si picked up a piece of paper and a pen and made some simple notes. Because there were so many matters and villages, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to remember them all, so he made some notes. This General Assembly lasted for an entire day before it was adjourned. The countless representatives looked incredibly excited as they left the General Assembly, feeling quite reluctant to leave. No matter what they said, His Majesty would seriously reply to them. When they went back and told everyone about this, the countless residents were incredibly grateful that they had met such a good majesty. Zhao Fu felt quite tired. As expected, internal affairs were not so easy to deal with. He had Li Si record all of the things that had happened, and Qin City's popular support had unknowingly increased by 10 points. Early in the morning, the golden sun slowly rose over the mountains. Another day had arrived, and just as Zhao Fu got up from his bed, he received a piece of good news. Li Wen had been waiting in front of Zhao Fu for a long time. Li Wen was in charge of exploring the underground passageways, killing skeletons, obtaining equipment, martial flames, and the soldier souls that Zhao Fu valued the most. "Your Majesty. This subordinate has gathered 100 soldier souls," Li Wen said with a smile as he bowed to Zhao Fu. When Zhao Fu heard this, he felt quite delighted. With 100 soldier souls, Zhao Fu would be able to fuse another general armament, and Qin City would have 4 general armaments. Of course, the person for this general armament was Meng Tian. Zhao Fu didn't know what kind of general star Meng Tian would awaken, as he was a heavenly spirit general star and had only obtained it through the innate talent blood crystal. Zhao Fu went to the empty area. Because of the terrifying abnormal signs from the last 2 general armaments, Zhao Fu went further away this time. He first started to fuse the soldier souls before calling Meng Tian over. Many people were curious about Qin City's 4th general armament, so they all hurried over. "We greet Your Majesty." Meng Tian hurried over. She had heard that Zhao Fu was going to fuse a general armament, and she looked quite delighted. Zhao Fu had a trace of a smile on his face as he handed the divine soldier soul to Meng Tian. Meng Tian received the divine soldier soul and started to fuse it. Meng Tian held the piercing dragon spear and threw it out, causing the 10 divine soldier souls to give off a faint white light and fly into the sky, forming a circle with Meng Tian at the center. After floating in the air, the divine soldier souls gave off a bright white light and became larger and larger. At the same time, the aura they gave off became stronger and stronger, causing the surrounding 10 kilometers to feel a formless pressure. Finally, the 10 divine soldier souls turned into 10 massive orbs of light, and the 10 soldiers' bodies within the orbs gradually melted like snow and turned into traces of violet chi. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the sky trembled. The 10 massive orbs of light started to resonate with each other, and the traces of violet chi continuously flickered within the orbs of light as a formless energy spread out. Immediately, the heavens and earth dimmed as dark clouds quickly gathered. A wild gale blew, causing trees to sway, and sand and pebbles to fly as a disaster descended. Standing by the side, a black barrier with dragon inscriptions appeared around Zhao Fu's body, covering him and Xianru to block this terrifying gale. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out in the sky as if it was about to shatter. A violet star giving off brilliant starlight and a boundless aura slowly descended. At that moment, countless espers and espers once again came outside and looked in that familiar direction. Seeing the violet star descend, they couldn't help but feel shocked. The countless legatees could only sigh as they looked at the star. Without even thinking, they knew that apart from Qin, there was no other faction in the northern side that could undo the heavenly seal and return the general star. The factions in the northern side of the Midland continent once again started to panic. Great Qin had just subdued the state of Wei not too long ago, and now the general star had returned. This gave them a massive amount of pressure, making them feel incredibly worried. Back at Qin, after the gigantic violet star slowly descended, Mengque raised the piercing serpent spear with one hand and pointed it towards the sky as he roared, releasing a powerful aura that caused the ground to crack as traces of silver aura rose from Mengque's body. Boom! A few silver lightning arcs flashed around Meng Tian, and a silver pillar of light shot into the sky, colliding with the purple star, causing a huge explosion. The gigantic purple star trembled, and gradually turned silver. At this moment, countless people discovered that something was wrong. Looks of astonishment appeared on their faces because they discovered that this wasn't a heavenly dipper star, but one of the 36 heavenly dipper stars. But how can a heavenly dipper star cause such a terrifying phenomenon? Your Highness. This is? Xianru asked Zhao Fu curiously. Zhao Fu looked at the silver star seriously and did not understand what was going on. He could only reply to Xianru, "Let's wait and see." Hearing this, Xianru once again looked towards the silver star in the sky. The violet star in the sky gradually became completely silver and gave off a bright silver light, giving off a tough aura. Ah! Suddenly, Mengque felt as if something was about to come out of his body. With a loud roar, a blood-colored aura burst out of his body, spreading out like a tidal wave. The ground began to collapse. Rumble, bolts of lightning started to descend from the sky, bringing with them a destructive aura that caused people's hairs to stand on end. Suddenly, the sky once again trembled as a silver star and 3 black stars slowly descended. 4 stars had suddenly appeared, and the aura they gave off seemed to be corporeal, weighing down on countless creatures' bodies. Countless espers and espers looked quite confused, not knowing what was going on. How could 4 general stars suddenly appear? The silver star was originally much larger than the other stars, and the second largest was the silver star. The last 3 black stars were earthly fiend general stars, so they were relatively small. To everyone's astonishment, the other stars moved closer to the largest star and began to fuse with the first star. Pitter-patter, at that moment, the lightning became even more berserk, trying to destroy everything. Bolts of lightning seemed to explode, and when they landed on the ground, they could easily create 10-meter-wide craters. The destructive aura of lightning caused everyone to feel fear, and they couldn't help but tremble. It was evident that the fusion of these general stars was going against the will of the heavens, which was why such terrifying phenomena had appeared. They were trying to destroy everything. The area with the densest amount of lightning was around Meng Tian. Bolts of lightning that were as thick as a person's thigh easily destroyed the ground, scorching it black. Everyone nearby retreated far away, and the only people present were Zhao Fu and Xianru. Zhao Fu unleashed his king's domain with all of his strength, blocking the incoming lightning. Because of Zhao Fu, Xianru was also able to stay here. Meng Tian's body was covered by a silver and blood-red aura flame, and as soon as the lightning came close, it dissipated. Otherwise, Meng Tian would have been in danger. In the sky, as the 4 stars continued to fuse, a green light began to appear like a fluorescent light. Then, the green light became brighter and brighter. In the end, the other 3 stars completely fused with the first star, and the first star became a green star. This massive azure general star gave off a bright starlight that illuminated the ground. The lightning clouds dissipated, and the azure starlight gave off a clear feeling. Countless people had never thought that Qin would use some sort of heaven-defying method to forcefully fuse the general stars. This general star was called the Heaven Pillar Star. The Heaven Pillar Star was righteous and chivalrous, and it was a general star that represented righteousness. It was a general star that represented cooperation, and it was different from the kill, destroy, and wolf stars. It was the core of a kingdom's power, and it could consolidate a kingdom's power. An azure pillar of starlight landed on Meng Tian's body, and under the baptism of the azure pillar of light, Meng Tian started to go through changes. His aura became more and more powerful, and the silver and blood-red auras around him started to disappear, replaced by an azure aura. The azure pillar of starlight gradually became smaller, and the spear that Meng Tian was holding became a jade-like spear. Light flowed around it, and the words Heaven Pillar were engraved on it. Finally, the pillar of starlight completely disappeared, and the azure general star in the sky gradually disappeared. The abnormal signs also disappeared, and the surroundings became peaceful again. Zhao Fu dispelled his king's domain and looked at the charred ground, destroyed trees, and shattered rocks. Luckily, they had come quite far away from Qin City, or else Qin City would have been affected. This time, Zhao Fu hadn't expected that the final general star would be created by fusing a few general stars. Even though it wasn't the kill, destroy, and wolf stars, it was still a very good general star. Heaven Pillar Spear, Grade, Epic, Stats, Strength plus 20, Intelligence plus 20, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 20, Description. The legendary grade piercing dragon spear has fused with the Heaven Pillar General Star's power and formed a general armament. Heaven Pillar Spear. The Heaven Pillar Spear's stats were quite comprehensive, perhaps because of the Heaven Pillar Star. At the same time, the Heaven Pillar Spear had 6 stats. The first 5 were General's Power, General's Courage, General's Light, General's Soldier, and Soldier Aura Formation. Zhao Fu was quite curious about the 5th, Soldier Aura Formation. Bai Qi had condensed an eagle, Wang Jian had condensed a tiger, and Wei Liao had condensed a wolf. Zhao Fu wondered what Meng Tian would condense. Next was the Heaven Pillar Spear's 6th stat. All-round soldier. Soldiers in this state have their attack power, defense, speed, recovery speed, and resistance to all skills greatly increased. The Heaven Pillar Spear's 6th stat was like its name. It was an all-round soldier that excelled in all aspects and could adapt to all battles. Moreover, it had great resistance to any soldier, godly creature, or other type of creature. Even though the 6th stat wasn't as destructive as the 7 Kills Army Destroyer, and it wasn't as difficult to deal with as the Voracious Wolf, it was quite comprehensive, and Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with it. The Heaven Pillar Spear looked quite noble. It seemed to be made of jade and was azure. There was a flood dragon engraved on the body of the spear, and the tip of the spear gave off a cold light. It was even more powerful than weapons made of iron, and it gave off an incredibly sharp feeling. After looking at the Heaven Pillar Spear, Zhao Fu returned it to Qin Tian. Now, Qin Feng had 4 general armaments, and all of them were quite powerful and would be of great help in battle. As such, Zhao Fu wanted as many as he could. However, fusing general armaments required soldier souls, which were incredibly rare. They would only appear after a powerful soldier died, and even Qin Tian needed a long time to gather 100 soldier souls. Similarly, Zhao Fu became even more curious about the king armament after gathering 24 general armaments. Your Highness. Each of these general armaments can increase the purity of Qin's fate, Zhao Fu said as he returned the Heaven Pillar Spear to Meng Qi. Shanru sensed the changes in Qin's fate and said in shock. Oh? Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, and he carefully sensed Qin's fate. He found that it was indeed purer than before, and a purer fate was definitely beneficial to a faction. It could make a faction's fate stronger and more condensed, making it more difficult for it to be destroyed. Let's go. This general armament was quite useful, and Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he brought everyone back to Qin City. There was not much to do after this, so Zhao Fu went to a small creek and sat cross-legged on the grass. He took out the one-world rod and entered a state of cultivation. However, a few hours later, Li Wenzai's cultivation was interrupted as Li Wenzai once again walked in and reported, "Your Majesty." This time, the team cleared a path and found a ruin. Ruin? Hearing this, Zhao Fu opened his eyes. Every historical remnant had many benefits, especially those with legacies. Zhao Fu had always felt that the underground region was not simple, and he stood up. The one-world rod turned back into the royal wood sword and hung it at his waist. Zhao Fu walked at the front with Li Wen behind him. Zhao Fu asked, "What's going on? What is the ruin like? Have you sent people to investigate it?" After collecting 100 refined martial souls, Li Wen had immediately returned to the surface and given them to Zhao Fu. After giving them to Zhao Fu, Li Wen returned to the underground region and continued to explore the passageway. He had never thought that after clearing the passageway, he would find a ruin. Li Wen had already sent a few soldiers to investigate the ruin, and they had found that there was no danger, so they came to report to Zhao Fu. Soon, Zhao Fu came to the underground region. Before, there had been over 1,000 passageways, but out of consideration for the danger, Zhao Fu had sealed off most of them. Now, after exploring for so long, they had opened up over 100 passageways. Zhao Fu followed Li Wen into a passageway, and just like before, it was pitch black and gave off an eerie aura, making people feel as if they had entered a ghost cave. Now that this passageway had been opened, there was no danger. Zhao Fu walked until he came to a large space, where the other exploration team members were already waiting. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, they immediately respectfully bowed and called out, "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and started to look through the ruin. The ruins were 3 miles wide, and there were many buildings in it. Although they were all in ruins, one could vaguely guess that this was a manufacturing workshop, not a residential area, nor a city. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground, and the surroundings were deathly silent, to the point that it was terrifying. There were many skeletons on the ground, and their clothes had been corroded by the passage of time. The skeletons here had not become undead, and they did not seem to be dangerous. Zhao Fu walked into the ruin, and Li Wen and the exploration team followed behind him. Zhao Fu looked around, and everything was no longer the same. Zhao Fu walked into the center of the ruin and did not find anything, nor was there any danger. Zhao Fu found a divine dragon diagram with a pair of golden feathered wings here. This place was most likely related to that mysterious empire, and Zhao Fu had always been quite curious about that empire. After all, it had something as heaven-defying as the heaven and earth refining formation, so it definitely would not be simple. It was a pity that even though Zhao Fu had obtained the demon god's information, he did not know what this divine dragon diagram represented, nor did he know anything about that empire. Let's not think about that empire for now. What does this manufacturing workshop do? Zhao Fu felt quite curious, and he ordered the others to look around. If they could not find anything, they would return. 10 or so minutes later, a soldier came up and reported, "Your Majesty, this subordinate found a spatial ring on one of the skeletons." A soldier came up and reported, "Your Majesty, this subordinate found a spatial ring on one of the skeletons." Zhao Fu looked at the spatial ring that the soldier handed over. It was a gray-white color and did not have any luster at all. There were also a few cracks on it, and it most likely had been corroded by the passage of time. Zhao Fu did not know what was inside, so he took the spatial ring and looked inside. He found a few clothes, some tools, a blueprint, and a book. Zhao Fu directly ignored the clothes and tools, as they were all quite ordinary. There was nothing special about them, and Zhao Fu took out the book. Zhao Fu looked at the words in the book and found that it was written in a very ancient language that he could not understand. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly thought of the demon god's information. The heaven and earth refining formation was a heaven-defying item, and it was indeed the source of all disasters. If they found out that Great Qin had a magic formation, Great Qin would perish. Even if Great Qin established a kingdom, it would not be able to resist at all and would definitely lose. They were simply too powerful, and even the powerful Heaven Murder Empire had fallen at their hands in the end. Great Qin had no hope of winning at all. This book recorded most of the information about the mysterious empire. This empire was called the Heaven Murder Empire. It was as powerful as its name. It could kill gods and demons. It could make the sky collapse and the earth shatter. Corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. All living beings died. The Heaven Murder Empire was once one of the most powerful empires in the world. Even gods and Buddhas had to give way to it. Unfortunately, it was destroyed because its enemies were equally terrifying. Now that Qin was involved in such a big trouble, Zhao Fu's face turned pale. Now Qin was related to the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation and the Heaven Murder Empire. Even if Zhao Fu gave up the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation and sealed the underground space, it would be useless. If they knew, they would not hesitate to destroy Great Qin. In front of them, Great Qin was just an ant-like existence, and would a powerful person talk reason with an ant-like existence? This was completely impossible. Zhao Fu's face turned pale. This was the first time that Zhao Fu showed such an expression since he inherited Qin. After a long time, Zhao Fu recovered. In fact, with the heavenly domain boundary, they couldn't do anything to Qin. Besides, it had been a long time since the ancient times. Maybe they were already dead. He didn't need to worry too much. Qin's main goal was to develop. He couldn't give up the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation. Secondly, even if they really attacked, Qin couldn't fight back. Although Qin was weak now, it didn't mean that Qin couldn't surpass the Heaven Murder Empire in the future. As Qin, he shouldn't be afraid of enemies. Qin's blood was the blood of battles. No one could make Qin yield. Even if he died, he wouldn't take a step back. Valiant old Qin, go to war with the nation. Valiant old Qin, recover our country. They would not stop until their blood ran dry. In the north, there was Qin, rising like the sun. 100 years of national hatred, the vicissitudes of life could not be appeased. When the world is in chaos, how can there be peace? Qin has elite soldiers, who can compete with them. Zhao Fu made up his mind and his expression returned to normal. By now, the other soldiers had also finished searching but did not find anything. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to the surface. This book was written in ancient words, so ordinary people would not be able to understand it. If not for the demonic god being a god, he would have grasped a large amount of information, or else Zhao Fu might not have been able to understand it. After returning to the surface, Zhao Fu continued to read the book. The book was quite thick, and it was impossible for Zhao Fu to finish reading it in such a short amount of time. Afterwards, Zhao Fu completely immersed himself in the book, feeling the Heaven Murder Empire's power and culture. A day later, Zhao Fu finished reading the book and rubbed his eyes tiredly before gathering Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao. This matter was simply too important, and Zhao Fu did not want too many people to know about it. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation and the underground region would bring them so much trouble. However, now that things had come to this, there was no point in regretting it. At the same time, this was a massive opportunity. The Heaven and Earth Refining Formation and the general armament that he had obtained from killing the skeletons in the underground region would be of great help to Qin. Back then, the Heaven Murder Empire had relied on the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation to refine all things in the world, and Qin would be able to do the same. Following this, Zhao Fu, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao discussed the matter in detail before concluding their conversation. This was a great deal of pressure, but Qin could not worry too much. The most important thing right now was to focus on the matter at hand. After Bai Qi left, Zhao Fu took out the spatial ring that was about to break. He remembered that there was a blueprint in there, but because the matter recorded in the book was too important, he had forgotten about the blueprint. Zhao Fu took out the blueprint and looked at it. Bone porcelain, blueprint, a type of porcelain that is made from bone ash. It is as white as jade and is a high-grade porcelain. The higher the grade of the bone ash, the better the porcelain will be. It turned out that the workshop was a porcelain workshop. Bone porcelain was not something unique to the Heaven Murder Empire, so Qin could refine it without having to worry about his identity being exposed. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of the countless skeletons beside the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation, and all of them could be refined into bone porcelain. Even though those bones could not be used to make equipment, it would not be a problem to making bone porcelain. That workshop had most likely been built to use those skeletons. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to see what the bone porcelain was like, and he ordered people to find a person who could make porcelain. Soon, a dark-skinned middle-aged man knelt in front of Zhao Fu and said, "Your Majesty, Commoner Xia Jinfei is here to report." "Rise. Can you make this kind of porcelain?" Zhao Fu told Xia Jinfei to get up and handed him the blueprint. Xie Jinfei was Qin's best porcelain master, and if he could not make it, Zhao Fu could only find someone else. There were many procedures recorded on the blueprint, and each step was quite important. Xie Jinfei looked at each step carefully, and after a while, he replied, "Your Majesty, I can give it a try, but I'm not very confident." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and ordered people to prepare the materials. There were a lot of bone ashes in the underground space, and they were all of high quality. Of course, to make porcelain, they could not just use bone ashes. They also needed some other materials, such as clay and cold well water, to making bone porcelain. After collecting the materials, Xie Jinfei began to make the porcelain. He first added the bone ashes to the clay, then poured them on the clay, kneaded them, and began to make them on a turntable. With the centrifugal force of the turntable, Xie Jinfei quickly made a vase-shaped embryo. Because one porcelain couldn't prove anything, Xie Jinfei made 2 more, which made a total of 3. Next, it was time to fire them. Xie Jinfei carefully put them into a closed furnace and continuously increased the fire. Time passed bit by bit. A few hours later, Xie Jinfei extinguished the fire in the furnace, opened the furnace, and took out 3 elegant white vases. Seeing these vases, Xie Jinfei smiled and brought them over to Zhao Fu, saying, Your Majesty, the porcelain has been successfully fired." Zhao Fu called Ba Qing over because she was in charge of the business side and had a good eye for things. He told her to see how much the porcelain could be sold for. Of course, Zhao Fu had made this porcelain to sell, otherwise, why would he spend so much effort to make it? After taking a closer look, Ba Qing smiled and said, Your Majesty, these bone porcelains are quite good. These bone porcelains are quite good, and selling them for 5 gold coins each shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and nodded. A single piece of bone porcelain could be sold for 5 gold coins, which was quite expensive. 5 gold coins was equivalent to 50,000 copper coins. Right now, Qin mainly relied on the Merchant Alliance to continuously provide money to Qin. However, the Merchant Alliance was established on the premise that the regions couldn't interact with each other, and as time passed, the regions would automatically open up. When that time came, the Merchant Alliance would be greatly impacted. Right now, they needed to take all sorts of countermeasures to prevent this from happening. Bone porcelains were a good alternative, and Qin could mass-produce them. The countless bone ashes in the underground space were almost inexhaustible, and Qin would continuously add new bones. Following this, Zhao Fu formed a team of porcelain craftsmen and built a large workshop to mass-produce bone porcelains. Roar! A vigorous dragon's roar sounded out, causing not only Zhao Fu to stop, but countless people also stopped and looked into the distance. Above Great Zhou, a 1,000-meter-long dragon with 9 heads circled in the sky, giving off an incredibly powerful aura. 9-colored light covered the entire sky, forming a beautiful scene. This light also gave off an ancient and noble aura, making people feel respect from the bottom of their hearts. The entirety of Great Zhou's territory gave off traces of different colored auras, and all of Great Zhou's residents knelt down. The 9-colored pillar of light at the center of the city gradually disappeared. A resplendent 9-colored dot of light appeared at the center of Great Zhou City. The city heart continuously trembled, giving off a formless energy that entered the 9-colored dot of light. The 9-colored dot of light continuously became stronger and flashed with dazzling 9-colored light. Boom! The 9-headed dragon gave off a massive aura as it rushed down and entered the 9-colored mode of light. A blinding light exploded out as a massive explosion sounded out in the sky. After the light disappeared, a square jade seal with a 9-headed dragon carved on it appeared in the sky. Ji Shenming waved his hand and the jade seal turned into a stream of light and flew in front of him. Ji Shenming carefully looked at the jade seal and a smile appeared on his face. He had been patiently developing for so long and now he had finally caught up to Qin and was promoted to a city after Qin. The surrounding Great Zhou's generals all congratulated Ji Shenming. Now that they had city lord seals, Great Zhou's battle strength was much greater than before. The Great Zhou city's upgrade was completed and the entire Great Zhou was immersed in joy. But at this moment, another dragon's roar reverberated throughout China. Above Great Xia, a 1,000-meter-long golden dragon gave off a heaven-shaking roar and gave off a boundless aura as it circled in the sky. The entire sky was dyed golden, and it gave off a holy and majestic aura. As China's legatee, this golden dragon's roar was not only heard by the various legatees but also the ordinary people, causing them to look into the distance. All of Great Xia City and its territory gave off traces of golden aura, and all of Great Xia's residents knelt down. The golden pillar of light that shot into the sky from the center of Great Xia City turned into countless golden motes of light and disappeared. Only a resplendent golden dot of light remained at the center of Great Xia City. The city heart continuously trembled, giving off a formless energy that entered the golden dot of light. The nine-colored dot of light continuously became stronger and shined with a brilliant golden light. Boom, the golden dragon gave off a massive aura as it rushed down and entered the golden dot of light. A blinding golden light exploded out, causing the sky to seem to twist as a square golden seal with a divine dragon carved on it appeared in the sky. Countless people had never thought that two dynasty legatees would level up into basic cities so quickly, and as they watched in shock, another massive dragon's roar sounded out. Above Great Xiang, a 1,000-meter-long bronze dragon gave off a heaven-tearing roar as it domineeringly circled in the sky. The sky was dyed azure, and there were faint runes flashing in the sky, forming an incredibly powerful might that spread out in all directions, giving off a mysterious and powerful feeling. Traces of azure aura continuously rose up from Great Xiang's territory, and all of Great Xiang's residents knelt down. At the center of Great Xiang, an azure pillar of light suddenly exploded. A bronze dot of light floated above Great Xiang, and the city heart continuously trembled, giving off a formless energy that entered the bronze dot. The bronze dot gave off a metallic azure light that seemed to be able to tear apart the sky. Boom, the bronze dragon gave off a massive aura as it rushed down and entered the bronze dot. After the intense azure light disappeared, a square bronze seal with a divine dragon carved on it appeared in the sky. Before anyone could react, another massive dragon's roar sounded out. Above Great Xiang, a 1,000-meter-long yellow dragon circled in the sky, giving off a gentle and grand aura. Traces of yellow aura continuously rose up from Great Han City, and all of Great Han City's residents knelt down. The yellow pillar of light at the center of Great Han City gradually disappeared. A resplendent yellow mote of light remained at the center of Great Han City, and the city heart continuously trembled, giving off a formless energy that entered the yellow mote of light. The yellow mote of light continuously became stronger and gave off a brilliant yellow light. Boom, the yellow dragon in the sky gave off a massive aura as it rushed down and entered the yellow mote of light. A massive explosion sounded out and a wild gale spread out as a yellow jade seal with a dragon engraved on it appeared in the sky. Now that the four dynasty legatees had successfully constructed cities and condensed city lord seals, they put a massive amount of pressure on the other legatees. The situation became quite tense, and it was not just in China but in the entire world. China's five dynasty legatees had taken the lead in establishing cities. Even though they had not established a kingdom yet, they had already begun the age of city lords, and they were preparing for the warring states period. As such, all of the large factions in the world had to quickly level up their cities into basic cities, or else they would fall behind. The gap between them would only become greater and greater, and the only outcome would be destruction. Within the Wang family's residence, on a small path, a few youths dressed in luxurious clothes gave mocking smiles as they stopped an ordinary-looking youth. Slap, one of the youths walked up and viciously slapped the ordinary-looking youth's face. The ordinary-looking young man took a few steps back from the slap. He felt a burning pain on his face, which made him want to cry. His eyes became moist, and before he could steady himself, he was kicked to the ground again. Wang Xiaozhu. You dare to disobey us? You're just a collateral family member, and in front of us, you're just a dog. One of the youths walked up and stepped on Wang Xiaozhu's head, which was the ordinary-looking youth. The other noble-looking youth stood at the side and laughed loudly. Wang Xiaozhu's head was forcefully stomped on the ground, but he did not move, allowing them to step on him. He did not resist, nor did he struggle, because resisting would only lead to more painful beatings, and he might even endanger his family. The youths had been smiling, but when they saw that Wang Xiaozhu didn't react at all, they went up and kicked him a few times. Wang Xiaozhu didn't cry out or make any sounds of pain, so they felt bored and left. After they left, Wang Xiaozhu endured the pain and humiliation and crawled up from the ground. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at the youths who had left. Wang Xiaozhu's identity was quite special. He had been the child of a player's servant, but because he had the Wang family's bloodline, he had been promoted to a collateral family member. However, this promotion did not benefit him at all. After all, he was the child of a servant and had been bullied by the disciples of the main family since he was young. Even though he had been promoted to a collateral family member, his status was still very low. When he was bullied, his parents could only tell him to endure it. After all, they had high statuses, while others had low statuses, and they couldn't afford to offend them. At a very young age, Wang Xiaozhu also understood this principle, and his thoughts were far more mature than those of his age. He also longed to get rid of this identity and become someone above others. At the same time, Wang Xiaozhu's hatred for the Wang clan continued to grow day by day. But opportunities don't come so easily. If I don't have an opportunity, I'll be a lowly person for the rest of my life. I'll never be able to stand out, and I'll just have to endure the Wang family's humiliation. Wang Xiaozhu definitely didn't want to continue living like her parents. Patting off the dust on his body, Wang Xiaozhu acted as if nothing had happened. He walked over to the dining area specially prepared for the direct descendants of the Wang clan and helped out by serving wine and dishes. At the same time, he also cleaned up the area. The pay for helping here was very high, and one could earn quite a lot of money. Of course, Wang Xiaozhu's goal was not just money. As a collateral disciple, he did not have to worry about food and clothing. Wang Xiaozhu had another reason for coming here. Usually, when he did things, he would carefully remember the conversations of the direct disciples. Since there was no chance for him, he would create one for himself. Today, when he was serving food, he heard a direct disciple say that there was a mountain in the east that looked like a woman lying on it. Wang Xiaozhu secretly noted it down. After returning to his room, Wang Xiaozhu entered the Heaven Awaken world and recorded this information in a notebook. He had already memorized a lot of this information. Following this, Zhao Fu took out a crudely drawn map that was covered with many symbols. Zhao Fu took these things to a cave outside the system main city and teleported to a region. He had been preparing for this opportunity this entire time, and he had long since learned how to construct teleportation channels. After teleporting a few times, Wang Xiaozhu arrived at a tall mountain. Suddenly, he saw a small town in the distance, and there was a mountain that looked like a woman lying on it. Seeing this, Wang Xiaozhu couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He had been searching for the Wang family's residence this entire time, and as a collateral disciple, he naturally didn't have the right to know where it was. As such, he had continuously gathered information and confirmed it. Since there was no opportunity, he would create one. Not only would he destroy the Wang family, but he would also be able to rise to the top. Back at Qin City, an assassin from Qin City walked into the hall and reported, "Your Majesty, we found someone who might know where the state of Jing is. We found someone who might know the location of the state of Jing, but he said he wanted to meet you in person." Qin City was currently spending a lot of effort to find the locations of the various legatees because the era of city lords had begun. Over the past few days, it wasn't just China's 5 great dynasties but even some foreign dynasties were continuously building cities, so time was becoming more and more pressing. Attacking a small town was much easier than attacking a small city, and Zhao Fu couldn't give them a chance to develop. As such, he had to destroy them as soon as possible. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu felt quite confused. Why did this person want to meet with him? Zhao Fu felt quite confused as he went to that region and walked into a hidden room. When Wang Xiaozhu saw a cloaked person walk in, he gave off a powerful aura and gave off an incredibly noble and supreme aura. He immediately understood who this person was, and he had never thought that this person would be willing to meet with a lowly person like him. This lowly one. "I greet Emperor Qin City," Wang Xiaozhu said as he lowered his head and bowed. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The person who wanted to meet him was a 16 or 17-year-old young man who already knew his identity. "How do you know that I'm Emperor Qin City?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he asked. Wang Xiaozhu confidently raised his head and said, "Apart from Emperor Qin City, there's no one else in the northern continent who can destroy the state of Jing, nor would they pay such a great price to find all of the state legatees." Even though Wang Xiaozhu's status was quite low, he knew a lot about the internet, and he had long since confirmed all of the information about Emperor Qin City. Ever since Qin City had destroyed Great Shun City, he had started to make plans. When Zhao Fu heard this, he couldn't refute this reason, and he felt that this young man was quite scheming. As such, Zhao Fu didn't waste any more words and asked, "What do you want?" Wang Xiaozhu didn't hide his intentions and replied, "Your Majesty, I need a silver-grade city creation stone and 20,000 gold coins. I need a silver-grade city creation stone and 20,000 gold coins. Also, I want you to agree to one of my requests." "I can agree to the first two requests, but what's the last one?" After hearing Wang Xiaozhu's words, the first two requests weren't worth mentioning at all compared to conquering the state of Jing. However, Zhao Fu had to be careful about the last request. He couldn't casually agree to someone else's request. After all, a sovereign's word was worth more than 1,000 taels of gold, so he had to do as he said. "I ask that your Majesty slaughter all of the Wang family's direct descendants, not only in the heaven-awakened world but also in the real world." Wang Xiaozhu spoke with hatred and killing intent. It was difficult to imagine that this young man would have such hatred and killing intent. It was not something that people of the same age could have. Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it. Attacking the state of Jing would definitely mean killing everyone in the Wang family, which was not a problem. However, doing so in the real world would be quite difficult. First, the real world still maintained its order, which could not be broken. Otherwise, the real world would collapse, and the world would enter the apocalypse, which would not be good for anyone. Moreover, as a nation legacy faction, the Wang family was a local tyrant. Even if they used the Ying family's power, it would not be easy to get rid of them. Zhao Fu looked at this young man filled with hatred. He did not know how much enmity this young man had with the Wang family, but he only cared about benefits. He said, "I can kill everyone in the Wang family in the heaven-awakened world." Wang Xiaozhu thought about it and asked, "Your Majesty, if the heaven-awakened world devours the real world, will you kill everyone in the Wang family?" Zhao Fu did not think much before replying, "I will." If Qin wanted to destroy the state of Jing, he would have to destroy the Wang family. After all, the enmity from destroying a country would be incredibly deep, so he had to get rid of the Wang family by the roots. After hearing this, Wang Xiaozhu smiled and handed a map to Zhao Fu, saying, "Your Majesty, this is where the state of Jing is." Zhao Fu took the map and looked at it. It was a rough map that was quite blurry, but it had a detailed introduction and teleportation channels. Zhao Fu handed it to Qin's assassin and had him confirm it. Qin's assassin took the map and quickly left, and everyone waited. Wang Xiaozhu silently waited by the side, not daring to say anything. He had heard on the internet that Qin's legatee was incredibly cruel and bloodthirsty, and his hands were stained with the blood of hundreds of thousands of people. It was best for him to be careful. The room fell silent, and time gradually passed. After a while, Qin's assassin returned and reported, "Your Majesty, we've verified that this place belongs to the state of Jing. This place belongs to a town in the state of Jing." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and took out a spatial ring and threw it at Wang Xiaozhu as he said, "The things you want are in there." Wang Xiaozhu happily caught the storage ring and looked inside. He found that it was filled with shiny gold coins and a silver Rubik's cube. Wang Xiaozhu couldn't help but feel excited. This was the capital he would need in the future. Don't be like your parents and swallow your anger. You can also build your own force, obtain glory, splendor, wealth, and the highest power. After getting the location of the state of Jing, Zhao Fu didn't care about Wang Xiaozhu's expression at this moment. He left the room with Qin and the others. He also ordered people to follow Wang Xiaozhu to prevent him from divulging the information of the state of Jing again and to guard against any conspiracy. It was always better to be careful. Afterward, Zhao Fu gathered all the information he could about Jing. The state of Jing was a kingdom at the end of the Sui dynasty, and it had been established by Wang Shichong. Wang Shichong had been a general of the Sui dynasty and held a high position. After Emperor Yang of Sui was killed, he made the king of Yuyang Tong the emperor and deposed Yang Tong. He established the state of Jing, but he was defeated by Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty, and the state of Jing was destroyed. The state of Jing had only been established for a short period of time, and it was a kingdom in a chaotic era. It didn't have much fate, and the legacies of a kingdom in a chaotic era usually didn't have much fate. There was enmity between the state of Jing and Great Tang, but Zhao Fu still wanted to destroy it. Even though he was doing Great Tang a favor, there was nothing he could do about it. It wasn't easy for the state of Jing to obtain its position. The state of Jing's factions were the same as other factions, and they were split into village residences and system residences. The system residences had 40,000 or so players, and they weren't as well managed as the state of Wei. Players weren't as loyal to the state of Jing, but there were still some who were die-hard. Qin's assassin went through the village residences and found that they had fewer people than the state of Wei, only 50,000 or so, and their military strength was slightly weaker. After returning to Qin, Zhao Fu ordered people to gather the soldiers. After receiving the order, the soldiers quickly gathered, which made the ordinary residents of Qin feel quite strange. Recently, there had been many large gatherings of soldiers, most likely because the situation was quite tense. As such, many residents sent the soldiers off, hoping that they would return victorious. After Wang Xiaozhu and Zhao Fu finished their transaction, they didn't find Qin's assassin following them. This was mainly because Qin's assassin was quite skilled, but he was also quite young and inexperienced. Zhao Fu had already given the order that if he did anything to harm Qin, the assassin following him would immediately kill him. However, Wang Xiaozhu didn't plan to do that. He hated the Wang family the most, and he had finally obtained an opportunity to have Qin's legatee destroy the Wang family. How could he make trouble for them? After obtaining the city creation stone and the 30,000 gold coins, Wang Xiaozhu suppressed his excitement and didn't use them for now because he needed to make some plans. For example, where should he establish a village and how to develop his faction? Especially the 30,000 gold coins, they were a massive sum of money, and he had to be careful when using them to avoid being discovered. At the same time, he couldn't tell his parents about this, or else he would be killed in the real world. After thinking about it, Wang Xiaozhu realized that Qin's legatee was most likely gathering soldiers to attack the state of Jing. As such, he decided not to stay in the Heaven Awakened world for now, so he returned to the real world. After returning to the real world, Wang Xiaozhu did everything as usual. He couldn't afford to do anything abnormal, or else he might be discovered and lose his life. However, no matter how they thought about it, they wouldn't think that I was the one who leaked the information. No one had ever told him where the state of Jing was, and he hadn't asked about it either. He had only gathered bits and pieces of information before finally finding it. How could they find out that he was the one who had leaked the information? Wang Xiaozhu was quite confident in this. Wang Xiaozhu went to the restaurant for the main family disciples and helped out. He did everything the same as before and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. At that moment, the main family disciples who often bullied him purposely kicked him and laughed before leaving. Even though Wang Xiaozhu looked as if he was enduring it, he was inwardly coldly laughing. The Wang family was going to perish at their own hands. All of the main family members of the Wang family deserved to die. Indeed, the Wang family hadn't expected a disaster to befall them, nor had they thought that the location of the village had been leaked. They felt that they had done a good job of keeping it a secret. The Wang family continued to do what they were doing, and they weren't on guard at all. In fact, the state of Jing's legatee hadn't even entered the Heaven Awakened world yet, and everything seemed quite peaceful. The state of Jing was on flat land, and there were 10 or so villages around it. Because of the flat land, one could see large tracts of grain fields and many fruit trees. The city walls were 10 meters tall, but they were not made from mountain rocks but from fired bricks. They were not as rough and imposing as mountain rocks, and they were more elegant and reserved. The sun had just set, and the afterglow of the setting sun fell on these villages, making them seem peaceful and peaceful. Attack! A cold voice broke this peace, and a black flood rushed towards these villages. The sound of footsteps was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. The villagers, who had been busy for the whole day and had returned to the village in exhaustion, saw this scene. They didn't even have time to rest, and they didn't care about their exhaustion as they shouted in fear, "Quick! Go to the town!" Countless villagers abandoned everything else and pulled their families as they ran towards the state of Jing's town. With so many enemies attacking, it was impossible for their village of a few hundred people to defend. Only by entering the town would they be able to survive. By now, Qin's isolation barrier had long since been set up, and no teleportation channels could be used. As such, they could only rely on running. At the same time, some people did not want to leave and wanted to defend the village. They set up some simple defenses outside the village and picked up their weapons. However, the black flood was incredibly cold and merciless, and everything seemed incredibly weak in front of it. The black flood gave off a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything, and it instantly inundated the village. Cries, shouts, and sounds of fighting sounded out for a short moment before coming to a sudden stop. After the flood passed, the village was covered with corpses, and blood dyed the ground red. The golden setting sun fell on the corpses filled with terror, creating a twisted scene that did not seem to belong to the human world. How could these people outrun Qin's cavalrymen? Before long, Qin's cavalrymen had caught up to them. Qin's cavalrymen did not show any mercy towards these villagers, and they swung their sabers to kill anyone they saw. Anyone who showed even a trace of mercy towards their enemies was not worthy of being a soldier of Qin's. Those who had set up defenses to defend the village were dealt a heavy blow. The warhorses were incredibly powerful, and they broke through the wooden fences. The defenses were completely useless, and the villagers could only use their weapons to resist. However, they were instantly drowned by the unstoppable cavalry. In just a few moves, they were all dead, leaving behind a pile of corpses. The state of Zhang's legatee, Wang Xiao, who was in the real world, quickly returned to the heaven-awakened world. After hearing about this, the entire Wang family started to panic. When Wang Xiaozhu saw this, he sneered in his heart. The resentment in his heart dissipated significantly, and he felt much better. Wang Jian, Wei Liao, Meng Tian. The three of you will each take 20,000 soldiers and launch feint attacks from the south, west, and north. After destroying these villages, Zhao Fu gave out the battle plan. The Black Torrent had split into 3 groups, each heading in a different direction. The state of Jing had long since closed its gates, and soldiers had come to guard the city walls. At the same time, many of the young and strong people in the town were recruited. At the same time, the defenders moved out countless boulders and trees, preparing to throw them down when the enemy attacked the city. On the eastern city wall, Wang Xiao looked at the countless enemies surrounding the state of Jing. Wang Zhao's expression was quite serious, and he could already guess who these people were. Qin had been quite active recently, and they had just destroyed the state of Wei. He had never thought that they would set their sights on the state of Jing so quickly. Why is the state of Qin attacking the state of Jing? The state of Jing has never formed any enmity with the state of Qin, nor have we joined any Qin resistance alliance. Please give me an explanation. With the massive army bearing down on the state of Jing, Wang Xiao felt that it would be very difficult to defeat Qin. He knew that Qin had come with ill intentions, but he still had to say this. Even if the state of Jing suffered some losses, it would be best to negotiate without using force. As long as the state of Jing was protected, anything was fine. Moreover, by saying this, he would appear to be on the side of justice and increase morale. In other words, he had not offended the state of Jing, so why were they attacking him? Since they were attacking him, he could only retaliate. By standing on the side of justice, morale would naturally rise, and his battle strength would also increase. Under the suppressive and austere atmosphere, Zhao Fu rode on Little Black and slowly walked out from the crowd. He looked at the city walls and replied, "It's just the law of the jungle." This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and there was no right or wrong. Zhao Fu's words caused Qin's soldiers to become even more resolute. There is no right or wrong in this world, nor is there good or evil. There is only the strong and the weak, and only by continuously becoming stronger and stronger is the way of thinking of an empire. Zhao Fu's simple words caused Wang Xiao to be speechless. What did it matter if Qin was right or wrong? If he wanted to destroy them, he would destroy them. Wang Xiao felt quite angry, but this was a world where strength spoke. Suddenly, beast roars sounded out from the north, south, east, and west. In the west, Wang Jian raised the army destroyer sword and roared, "Soldier aura formation." The army destroyer sword gave off a terrifying black light, and the soldiers led by Wang Jian started to give off a black aura that rushed towards Wang Jian, forming a ferocious black tiger. In the south, Wei Liao also roared, and the greedy wolf sword in his hand gave off a faint green light. Countless traces of green aura rose from the soldiers' bodies and formed a cruel green wolf. Finally, in the north, Meng Tian raised the Heaven Pillar spear and pointed it towards the sky as he roared, "Heaven Pillar." The spear in Meng Tian's hand gave off rays of intense azure light, and his aura continuously became stronger. The soldiers felt as if their bodies were being summoned, and they roared as countless traces of azure aura rose from their bodies. After the azure aura rose from the soldiers' bodies, it quickly gathered above Meng Tian's head, and in just a few moments, a 30-meter-wide azure ball of mist appeared in the sky, giving off a shocking aura. A ray of azure light shot out from the heaven pillar spear into the ball of mist, causing it to continuously condense, and its aura became stronger and stronger. Moo! A massive cow's moo sounded out as the azure ball of mist dissipated, and an incredibly powerful and oppressive azure cow appeared in the sky. The three teams did not directly attack the city, as their main task was to feign an attack. After forming the three massive beasts, they did not attack the city walls, but instead started to attack the people on the city walls. Seeing the massive beasts rushing towards them, the soldiers on the city walls immediately wanted to use arrows to attack the massive beasts. However, before they could draw their bows, Qin shot out countless arrows, which drew arcs in the air and shot towards the city walls. Instantly, the state of Zhang's population was only 50,000 or so, and they only had 10,000 soldiers. Now, they had to face attacks from 4 different directions, which meant that there were only 2,000 soldiers and thousands of residents on each side of the city walls. However, they had to face 20,000 Qin soldiers, and just the first wave of attacks had already caused 1/5 of the state of Zhang's soldiers to die. Following this, the three of them once again attacked. Qin's arrows were more powerful, allowing them to shoot further and more accurately, successfully suppressing the city guards. The three massive beasts in the sky took this opportunity to attack the city guards on the city walls. Even though the city guards also took this opportunity to attack the massive beasts, their cultivations were too weak, and they could only slightly exhaust the massive beasts. Moments later, the state of Zhang's soldiers on the 3 city walls had already lost 2/5 of their forces, and they all called for help. Wang Xiao stood on the eastern city wall, and when he heard this news, his heart sank. However, he could not leave the eastern city wall. This was because the other 3 city walls only had to face 20,000 Qin soldiers, while his city wall had to face 60,000 soldiers. What's more, Emperor Qin was in charge, making it even more dangerous. As such, Wang Xiao could not leave, and he could only give the order to gather more residents. At that moment, traces of grey ghostly qi spread out, and the atmosphere became eerie. Wang Xiao, who had just given the order, was unknowingly covered by the ghostly qi. He immediately felt that something was off, and the soldiers around him froze as expressions of fear appeared on their faces. There were even some soldiers wildly swinging their sabers as if they were running away from something. Wang Zhao's body gave off a blue light, and as soon as the ghostly qi came close, it was like snow in winter meeting the spring sun. It immediately dissipated, and the ghostly qi did not affect Wang Xiao at all. Seeing that the dark ghost world had been successfully cast, Zhao Fu gave the order, "Fire the fire arrows." Zhao Fu did not expect to obtain many people from attacking nation legatees. After all, with the nation legatees' resistance, they would not be able to obtain many people. As such, Zhao Fu did not have to worry about using fire arrows. Even if he could not kill them, he could burn them to death. Moreover, even if the state of Zhang's town was burned down, Zhao Fu would not care. At most, he would lose some material gains. Zhao Fu only needed the state of Zhang's legacy stone and its fate. Flaming arrows shot towards the city walls like meteors. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out as a blue barrier appeared, blocking a small portion of the fire arrows. Wang Zhao's body gave off a blue light as he furiously stood on the city walls. Because the ghostly qi that came near him dissipated, Zhao Fu was able to see him. The dark ghost world was quite useful against other people, but it was not so useful against people and things that specialized in restraining ghosts. For example, it was useless against kings, and ordinary illusions would only slightly affect kings. Wang Xiao felt quite furious, but he could tell that the state of Jing had pretty much lost. As such, he suppressed his anger and yelled, "Great Qin's legatee! As long as my state of Jing survives, I'll agree to any condition." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised that Wang Xiao would take such a step back, but Zhao Fu still refused. After all, the promise that the state of Jing would not be destroyed did not mean that he would submit to Great Qin but that he would pay any price for Great Qin to spare the state of Jing. Of course, Zhao Fu refused. How could Zhao Fu give up such a fat piece of meat that was already in his mouth, Facing Zhao Fu's blatant refusal, Wang Xiao felt quite furious and a blue aura flame burst out, exploding out with terrifying power as it turned into a blue ray of light and shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly laughed but didn't do anything. Beside him, Bai Qi waved his hand, and the countless archers obeyed. Swish, 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 countless arrows tore through the air as they shot towards Wang Xiao. Seeing so many arrows, Wang Xiao was shocked. He stretched out his hand and released a blue barrier of light. However, the countless arrows struck the barrier of light like rain. In just a moment, the blue barrier of light shattered, and Wang Xiao immediately released another barrier of light and began to dodge. In the end, Wang Xiao's right arm was hit by an arrow and he fled back to the city wall. Consuming fate could allow one to obtain immense power for a short period of time, but this power was not limitless. Even if Zhao Fu didn't use his nation armament, he wouldn't dare to face 60,000 soldiers head-on. In this world, one could be invincible and could kill countless people, just like a godly spirit. However, even a godly spirit could be killed as long as there were enough people and enough power. Wang Xiao retreated back to the city wall, feeling quite afraid. That rain of arrows was simply too shocking, and he couldn't just charge over. Wang Xiao raised his sword and pointed it at Zhao Fu as he yelled, "Legatee Qin, do you dare to fight?" Wang Xiao was thinking that if he could defeat Qin's legatee, not only would the state of Jing be able to resolve this crisis, but the state of Jing would also obtain Qin's fate and dominate the world. Of course, this was just Wang Zhao's wishful thinking. A legatee definitely couldn't defeat a dynasty legatee, as a dynasty legatee had an incredibly terrifying item, which was a nation armament. However, Zhao Fu didn't have any plans to use his nation armament, as it was not easy to obtain. Fate. In fact, Zhao Fu didn't even bother with Wang Zhao's challenge and ordered his soldiers to continue shooting arrows. The flaming arrows gave off an incredibly sharp aura as they continued to fly towards the city wall. Wang Xiao was infuriated that he had been completely ignored. He raised his saber and roared as a blue pillar of light exploded out, shooting into the clouds. A massive aura spread out, shaking the heavens. Roar. A 60 or so meter long blue dragon appeared and gave off a dragon's roar that sounded out for dozens of kilometers, causing countless creatures to flee in fear. Zhao Fu looked at the blue dragon and found that it was only 60 or so meters long, which meant that it didn't have much fate. Seeing the dark ghost world slowly dissipate, Zhao Fu didn't hesitate and decided to release his fate dragon to suppress it. However, at that moment, a soldier came to report that there were less than 2,000 soldiers defending in the north, south, east, and west directions. Hearing this, Zhao Fu gave up on using the fate dragon because using the fate dragon would consume a bit of fate. Zhao Fu ordered Wang Jian and the others to return to the eastern city wall and gave command to the other generals to find a good opportunity to attack. After saying this, Zhao Fu turned to look at Bai Qi. Bai Qi understood and nodded. He drew the 7 murder sword at his waist and roared as a blood-red sword light shot into the sky. Countless soldiers gave off traces of blood-red aura and rushed towards Bai Qi. Soon, a massive blood-red eagle giving off a massive aura of killing flew towards Wang Xiao. Scree! The blood-red eagle gave a piercing cry as it spread its wings and attacked, its iron claws swiping at the blue dragon in the sky. The blue dragon was only 60 or so meters long, and it looked quite small. The blood-red eagle that Bai Qi had condensed from 60,000 soldiers was 30 meters long, which was only half the size of the blue dragon. Facing the blood-red eagle's attack, the blue dragon twisted its body and slammed into the blood-red eagle. A muffled explosion sounded out as the blood-red eagle was sent flying, but it quickly stabilized itself in the air. This time, the blue dragon was not able to deal much damage to the blood-red eagle. The blood-red eagle did not continue to attack. After all, this was the fate dragon of a nation's legacy. Even though it was still small and did not have much fate, it was not something that the blood-red eagle could deal with by itself. However, as the other 3 massive beasts arrived, the situation became different. The blood-red eagle once again attacked, swooping down with immense power as it pecked at the blue dragon. Facing such a ferocious attack, the blue dragon dodged to the side. However, the massive black tiger also ferociously leapt towards the blue dragon. The blue dragon swung its tail, sending the black tiger flying. At that moment, the voracious wolf also leapt over and ferociously bit the blue dragon. The giant cyan bull mustered all its strength and charged at the blue divine dragon. It rammed into the blue divine dragon, causing the blue divine dragon's body to wobble momentarily in the air. Because the three beasts had been condensed from 20,000 soldiers, they were quite small, only 10 or so meters long. However, they were still able to deal great damage to the blue dragon. After being attacked in two places, the blue dragon roared and vigorously swung its body, sending the voracious wolf flying. It then opened its mouth and bit towards the green bull. Boom! At that moment, the blood-red eagle once again swooped down with immense power, causing the air to explode as its incredibly sharp blood-red claws slashed into the blue dragon's body. After being heavily injured, the blue dragon roared and bit towards the blood-red eagle. The 5 giant beasts fought in the sky, creating gusts of wind. Their auras were extremely shocking, and the battle was extremely intense. However, overall, the Qin's side had a great advantage because it was 4 against 1. Wang Zhao's expression was quite unsightly. He had never thought that his fate dragon would be suppressed by 4 massive beasts. Moreover, the other side didn't even bother to release their fate dragons. This was a great humiliation to him. Riding on Little Black, Zhao Fu looked at Wang Xiao with his blood-red eyes, and the king's seal appeared on the back of his right hand as he said, "Little Sha. Little Qing. Go kill him." Suddenly, 2 figures burst out with powerful auras and rushed out from the crowd. They quickly ran towards the city wall like black shadows. With a few leaps, they jumped onto the city wall and started attacking Wang Xiao. Facing the fierce attacks of the 2, Wang Xiao did not dare to be careless. He used all his strength to counter the attacks of the 2. The command of the 3 other sides of the city wall was now given to Zhang Dahu, Xiao Jian, and Old Log. Seeing that the defending soldiers were still hiding in the buildings and not willing to come out, Zhang Dahu ordered the archers to attack on their own. Attacking on their own accord meant that the archers would be able to attack as they pleased. They would not have to listen to orders, and they would all attack at once. This made it easier for them to attack scattered enemies. Following this, Zhang Dahe gave the order to attack, and 20,000 soldiers quickly rushed towards the city wall, their roars sounding like thunder as they charged. Hearing this, the state of Zhang's defending soldiers prepared to counterattack. However, every time they revealed themselves, an arrow would shoot at them. Moreover, there were less than 2,000 people on the city wall. There were not many of them, and they were quite sparse, so they were not able to provide much help. By now, the Qin soldiers had reached the bottom of the city wall and set up ladders. They quickly climbed up the city wall, and they had to act quickly. After all, attacking a city was a matter of life and death, and it was easy to be attacked while climbing ladders. Some of the defending soldiers risked their lives and threw heavy objects at the ladders, but it was useless. There were thousands of archers at the bottom of the city wall, and it was evident that the 2,000 defending soldiers were not a match for the 20,000 archers. Before, they were inferior to the Qin soldiers in all aspects, and now, even their morale had been crushed. As such, the state of Zhang's defending soldiers were doomed to lose. Not only did many of the Qin soldiers use ladders to climb up the city wall, but there were also many skilled soldiers who used chains to climb up the city wall. Soon, they took control of the city wall and opened the gates, allowing all of the soldiers to enter the state of Zhang's town. The other 2 groups of Qin soldiers also quickly took down the city wall and paid a small price to enter the state of Zhang's town. By now, there were not many people left in the state of Zhang's town. There had originally been 50,000 people, and now, there were only 10,000 or so elderly, children, and women left. Right now, the Qin soldiers' mission was to take control of the state of Zhang's town. The Qin soldiers did not kill those who surrendered, and those who resisted were killed regardless of gender or age. When the Qin soldiers entered the state of Zhang's town, the city heart released a 50-meter-wide blue energy barrier to protect itself. The 3 groups of Qin soldiers split up and quickly took control of the state of Zhang's town. Now, only the city hall was not under control. Because of the blue energy barrier, the 60,000 Qin soldiers were unable to break through it. As such, the 3 groups of Qin soldiers gathered with the main army on the east side and surrounded the state of Zhang's town. If they killed Wang Xiao, the energy barrier would automatically break. On the east side of the town wall, Wang Xiao ferociously slashed at Tuoba Qing with his saber. Tuoba Qing immediately used her blood-red sword to block, but Wang Xiao roared as his aura suddenly changed, and he forcefully pushed Tuoba Qing back 10 or so meters. However, Little Sha appeared behind Wang Xiao and slashed with his dagger, leaving a long gash on Wang Xiao's body. Wang Xiao roared in pain and turned to attack Little Sha. There were many wounds on Wang Xiao's body, and they were all caused by Little Sha and Tuoba Qing. It wasn't just Wang Xiao, even the blue dragon in the sky was injured by the 4 massive beasts' combined attacks. "All of you, stand down." An indifferent voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone to stiffen and withdraw from the battle one after another. Now, Wang Xiao was like an arrow at the end of its flight and was no longer a threat. It was time to reap the fruits of victory. Zhao Fu stood in the air, giving off a powerful and terrifying aura. His black cloak fluttered in the wind, making it impossible to see what he looked like. However, under the cloak were a pair of blood-red eyes that gave off a devilish aura. Arg! Facing Wang Zhao's attack, Zhao Fu stood in the air and waved his hand, causing 3 chains to shoot out from the ground and ferociously shoot towards Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao slashed out with his saber, sending out a large wave of blue saber light that sent the 3 chains flying. Zhao Fu waved his hand again, causing 3 chains to shoot out from behind Wang Xiao. They contained shocking power as they tried to pierce through Wang Zhao's body. However, Wang Xiao slashed out with a terrifying saber light, sending the 3 chains flying. It was as if the iron chains could not reach Wang Xiao. Seeing that there were only 10 or so meters between Wang Xiao and Zhao Fu, Wang Xiao felt that Qin's legatee was only SOSO, and just as he was about to attack Zhao Fu expressionlessly stretched out a hand towards Wang Xiao and gripped the air. Xing, a massive metallic sound rang out, and in that instant, countless chains shot towards Wang Xiao from all directions. Wang Xiao was given a big fright, and he slashed out a large amount of saber light and released a blue barrier of light. Pooh! Everything fell silent as Wang Zhao's body was pierced by hundreds of chains from all directions. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed, and blood flowed down the chains and dripped onto the ground. Before Wang Xiao died, he had a look of shock on his face, looking quite wretched. Traces of blood-red, crystal-like aura floated out of Wang Zhao's body and floated into the king's crown, causing it to receive a large portion of its healing power. After Wang Xiao died, the blue dragon in the sky dissipated, and Zhao Fu put away the chains, causing Wang Zhao's wretched body to fall to the ground. This was the first time Zhao Fu had truly used the king's crown's power, and it was incredibly powerful. Because it was a king armament, it was able to deal great damage to kings. Now, it was time to clean up the battlefield. There was no need for Zhao Fu to worry about this, and he left it to Bai Qi to handle. After that, Zhao Fu flew towards the state of Jing's city hall. With Wang Zhao's death, the barrier had long since shattered. Zhao Fu walked into the city hall and looked at the Rubik's Cube floating in the air. He placed his hand on it, and a system announcement sounded out: Zhao Fu had chosen to conquer it. Immediately, Jingwuzhen's city creation stone exploded out with a blue light that rushed into the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble as blue light filled the entire sky. Roar, a massive dragon roar filled with pain, unwillingness, and grief echoed throughout the entire northern continent. The sudden dragon's roar once again caused the entire northern continent to feel shocked. Which kingdom was destroyed this time? Countless forces returned to the real world. After some investigation, they found out that the state of Jing had been destroyed, and the force that had destroyed the state of Jing was, without a doubt, Qin. This caused the countless forces to feel even more terrified and uneasy. Since Qin had the power to cross regions, no one in the northern continent would be safe. At first, they had held on to a trace of hope that Qin was only attacking the Qin Resistance Alliance. After all, they had openly opposed Qin, so it was only right for Qin to destroy them. However, this hope was now shattered. Not only was Qin attacking the Qin Resistance Alliance, but he was also attacking all other factions. The state of Jing was a classic example, and they were also Qin's targets. All of the factions felt a chill in their hearts, and thinking about Qin's terrifying power, they felt a trace of fear. Could it be that they were just going to wait for Qin to destroy them one by one? Of course, the countless factions were unwilling to accept this, so they decided not to just sit around and wait for death. Instead, they all took action and made an important decision. They quickly contacted Su Yan. At first, Su Yan was quite hesitant about this matter, Before, he had opposed Qin's legatee, but he had suffered a crushing defeat. Thinking about legatee Qin's terrifying fate, even Su Yan felt quite afraid, and he understood how difficult this matter was. However, if he didn't do this, it would go against his ideals. If he did, he would most likely fail, and he would definitely lose his life. After thinking for a long time, Su Yan finally agreed. If he succeeded, his name would go down in history, and he would have the same ideals as him. Perhaps he would die, but there would be no regrets if he died because of his ideals. Soon, the countless factions reached a unified goal, and with Su Yan as their strategist, they started to move. A massive undercurrent silently flowed towards Qin. As for the Wang family, who had been destroyed, they were all in pain and frustration, and they felt immense hatred towards Qin. Now that their legacy had been destroyed, they had lost their status as a legatee family. However, they still had a trace of hope, as the Wang family was not weak in the real world. If they vigorously developed their faction, they would have a chance to contend for supremacy in the future. However, because they had lost their legacy, it would be much more difficult. As for who had leaked the location of their base, the Wang family had done a large-scale search and killed a few suspected members of the main family. It was a pity that they were unable to find the person who had leaked the location of their base. Wang Xiaozhu had seen all of this, and he couldn't do anything abnormal. Even though he was bullied and cursed at by others, he didn't feel much resentment. Instead, he felt incredibly happy, as the state of Xing had been destroyed by his hands. At the same time, Wang Xiaozhu prepared to develop his own faction. A silver-grade city creation stone and 30,000 gold coins were enough for a faction to develop in a short period of time. Su Yan also went to find Great Shan and the state of Xing, which had been destroyed by Qin. Because the state of Wei had submitted and stood on Qin's side, he couldn't obtain anything from them. The reason Su Yan went to find these two factions was to find out more about Qin's military strength. The two families were incredibly delighted to see Su Yan, as they now hated Qin to the bone. It was just that they didn't have the ability to resist. After finding out what the countless factions were thinking, as well as Su Yan's goal, the Li family and Wang family happily joined in, and they told Su Yan the details of their battle with Qin. After hearing about this, Su Yan felt quite shocked. He had never thought that Qin's military strength would be so powerful. At the same time, he found out that Qin could condense massive beasts and use ghost-type illusions. Following this, Su Yan organized the information he had gathered and sent it to the countless factions so that they could think of a way to stop Qin. After hearing about this, the countless factions felt quite delighted. They hadn't misjudged Su Yan's abilities. They started to make preparations so that they would be able to resist Qin in the future. After doing these things, Su Yan looked over the situation in China and personally wrote 10 or so letters, sending them to the legatees of the various dynasties. Su Yan had long since expected that none of the dynasties would say anything, as this matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. He just wanted to give it a try, and if a dynasty legacy joined, they would have a much greater chance of success. It was a pity that none of them were willing to do anything. Su Yan could consider the remaining factions, but he didn't consider the 100 schools of thought. After all, none of the 100 schools of thought would be enemies with a kingdom, and they were all scattered across the various factions, so there was no need to consider them. That was all he could do for now. If he did something big in the future, he could have a dynasty legacy join him, or he could borrow some foreign factions to keep Qin in check. They would most likely understand how dangerous Qin was, so they would most likely join. Su Yan started to think and come up with various plans. Now that he had the support of countless factions, the power he could use was massive, and Su Yan felt much more confident. Back at the state of Xing, after conquering it, Zhao Fu received countless system announcements. System announcement. The state of Xing has been destroyed, and its fate has been devoured by Qin. Qin has obtained a large amount of fate. System announcement. Qin has destroyed the state of Xing and obtained all of Great Shan's legacies. System announcement. Qin City Heart has evolved and is currently 2/30 complete. System announcement. Qin has obtained 1/5 of the state of Xing stats. System announcement. Nation Armament 12 Metal Colossi has obtained a large amount of fate and has evolved. System announcement. Clan Armament Imperial Seal has obtained a large amount of fate and has evolved. System announcement. You have conquered a legacy town and obtained 3,000 achievement points. System announcement. You have obtained 100 war points. Zhao Fu was already familiar with these system announcements, so he didn't need to read through them. He glanced at them and didn't find anything special, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. However, Zhao Fu gave all of the achievement points to Sar. Now that he was the city lord of Orc City, his status was going to rise. The 3,000 achievement points from the King's Ring were enough to raise Sar's status to third-ranked Viscount, and he fulfilled the requirement to level up a great city. The main thing was that conquering a legacy town would bring massive benefits. By now, Bai Qi had finished clearing up the battlefield and came up to report, "Your Majesty, we've achieved a complete victory. In this battle, we obtained a complete victory with only a few casualties. At the same time, we obtained a large amount of resources, equipment, money, and roughly 8,000 captives." Hearing this, Zhao Fu simply nodded. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not care much about these spoils of war. Following this, he relocated the Guo of Jing town and obtained 160,000 or so EXP. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered people to find 4 corpses from the pile of high-grade corpses. These 4 corpses were, of course, the state of Zhang's generals. One of them was SS grade, while the other 3 were S grade. After returning to Qin City with the soldiers, Zhao Fu refined the 4 corpses and fused the SS grade corpse with the innate talent blood crystal that he had refined before, obtaining a brand new innate talent blood crystal. Zhao Fu called Sima Qiu over and gave him this innate talent blood crystal. Seeing Sima Qiu's body continuously give off a blood-red light, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Qin City now had another SSS grade general with a general star. Right now, Qin City only had one historical general, Zhang Han, who was SS grade. However, Zhao Fu had obtained 3 S-grade historical general corpses, and he was only missing an SS-grade historical general corpse to raise Zhang Han to a general star. Following this, Zhao Fu rebuilt the state of Jingtown. Now that he had destroyed 3 legatees, he had obtained a massive amount of fate. Qin City decided to properly digest this fate, slow down its development, and consolidate its foundation. Recently, there had been many battles, and they had obtained a great victory in attacking the state of Jing. As such, Zhao Fu gave his soldiers a break and allowed them to rest. Zhao Fu also turned his attention to internal affairs. Because it was late autumn, production was the busiest. All sorts of fruits and crops had matured and needed to be quickly harvested, so Zhao Fu added many people to help. At the same time, Zhao Fu started to prepare crops for the next season. Spring, summer, and autumn were not too bad, as there were many crops that could produce food and fruits, so they did not have to worry too much about the seasons. However, winter was a season of silence, and many crops would not be able to produce food and fruits. For example, rice and some fruit trees could not be planted in winter, and even with the city's growth time acceleration and production bonuses, they would not be able to grow them. It was now late autumn, and after autumn, it would be winter. It was time to prepare some crops that could be planted in winter. There were 10 times more crops in the Heaven Awakened world than in the real world, so there were many things to consider. The first was food. They could not lack food at all times, while fruits and vegetables were secondary. As for food, Zhao Fu chose a type of crop called frost wheat. Frost wheat was a type of wheat, and it was quite resistant to the cold, so it could be planted in winter. As for fruits and vegetables, because there were many types of crops, Zhao Fu chose 20 or so that tasted good and were easy to grow. Moreover, during winter, the weather was quite cold, so they had to prepare many things to resist the cold. After all of Qin City's soldiers and civilians needed them, so they could not lack cotton. Because cotton was the same grade as food, they would be able to grow them in large quantities. Their growth time would be increased, and their production would be doubled. This was much better than in the real world, as they did not have to wait for such a long time. Now, Qin City's stats were incredibly powerful, so Qin City's winter would be quite comfortable. If other factions relied on ordinary villages, they would not be able to satisfy their needs, so they would have to purchase some crops. In terms of production, after making preparations for winter, Zhao Fu turned his attention to building roads. Zhao Fu planned to build 4 main roads. Teleportation channels were quite useful, and Qin City mainly relied on teleportation channels to travel between villages. As such, roads were quite useless, but as a territory, how could it not have roads? Right now, teleportation channels were quite useful, but what if they could not be used anymore? As such, Zhao Fu planned to build 4 main roads that would stretch out from the north, south, east, and west of Qin City. Qin City would definitely be the capital in the future, so it needed good transportation. Zhao Fu planned to use these 4 roads to connect different cities, and the 4 roads would continuously branch off to form a transportation network. Zhao Fu planned to use stone bricks to pave the 4 roads, and Qin City's villages were spread out 2,000 kilometers away. As such, this would be a large project, and it would take a lot of time and effort. Zhao Fu was not in a rush, and he planned to build them slowly. After all, he did not lack time. The good news was about Later Zhou. Later Zhou was one of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, and it was one of the 4 members of the Qin Resistance Alliance. Because Great Qin had just destroyed the state of Jing, Later Zhou was incredibly terrified. They did not know how the other 2 countries had leaked their positions, and Later Zhou was worried that their positions would be leaked as well. In order to prevent Great Qin from attacking, they would be like the other 2 countries and would not be able to resist at all. As such, they sent all of their people back to their villages. This meant that the established player faction would be transferred back to the village encampment to defend Zhou country together. However, with the character of the players, they would never do such a thing. However, with the players' personalities, Later Zhou's location was naturally leaked. Later Zhou was the last of the 5 dynasties. Guowei destroyed the later Han and established the later Zhou, and after Chai Rong inherited the throne, he fought all over the country and prepared the conditions for unification. In actuality, Later Zhou was the most likely to establish a unified dynasty after the Tang dynasty. However, Chai Rong died too early, and Emperor Gong of Later Zhou, Chai Zongxuan, was only 7 years old. Later Zhou and Ding Zhou lied that Northern Han and Liao's armies had allied together to attack Later Zhou. Later Zhou hurriedly sent Zhao Kuangyin to defend, but Zhao Kuangyin led his troops to Xianxia and started the Xianxia rebellion, establishing the Northern Song dynasty. The Song dynasty completely replaced Later Zhou, and Later Zhou's victory and conditions for unification were all taken by Zhao Kuangyin. History was like this: many emperors killed many loyal subjects because of their suspicions, but there were also many emperors who were usurped by their generals because they believed in Zhao Kuangyin. Later Zhou was a country that had been divided at the end of the Tang dynasty, so its fate should not be weak. This was especially so because Later Zhou had prepared the conditions for unification. Even though it had been stolen by Zhao Kuangyin, Later Zhou had a lot of fate, and it would be a very juicy piece of meat. Now that Later Zhou's location had been leaked, Qin would definitely attack. However, Later Zhou and the Song dynasty were mortal enemies, and it seemed that Qin had once again helped someone else. Of the 3 states that Great Qin had destroyed, Great Shun had helped the Ming dynasty destroy Great Shun, and the state of Jing had helped the Tang dynasty destroy Great Qin. The state of Wei didn't have much enmity with Great Qin, and it was only because it had been crippled by Great Qin's second emperor that they had enmity with each other. As such, the state of Wei had easily submitted. However, they still had to fight Zhou. Although they were suspected of helping others, the biggest beneficiary was the Qin state. If such an important thing as the location of the Zhou kingdom was leaked, then other information would naturally leak out easily. Of course, in order to know this, the Qin kingdom must pay a small price. However, other than Qin, it was useless for most people to want the land of inheritance. After all, did they dare to fight? Even if they fought, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Every nation's legacy was, without a doubt, the strongest faction in the region. It would be incredibly difficult for ordinary people to touch them. Later Zhou's population had reached more than 60,000. Including the 50,000 players in the system encampment, Later Zhou's total military strength was more than 110,000. If he didn't think of a way to break through, it would be very difficult. Even if Qin attacked head-on, he wouldn't be able to gain much. However, this matter was quite easy to solve. They just needed to find the main cause, which was to cooperate with the Later Zhou players. Zhao Fu immediately ordered people to deal with this matter. In fact, if Zhou state didn't do this, Qin still wanted to develop steadily. But he leaked his location, so Qin certainly couldn't let him go. A bit of benefit could make people do things willingly, and a lot of benefits could make people do many things. Massive benefits could make people do anything. Soon, with the massive benefits that Qin offered, he contacted a person. Within a hidden room, Zhao Fu sat on a chair as a man with a knife-shaped face respectfully stood in front of him. This was the person that Qin had contacted, and his name was Wu Yang. He held a lot of power in later Zhou, and because he had once saved the Chai family's main branch, he was highly regarded. Even in the real world, the Chai family held a lot of power. The Chai family would never have thought that he would betray them. Now, Wu Yang held a lot of power and was admired by many people, so he couldn't help but become respectful. He had never thought that Qin's legatee would personally meet him. Zhao Fu was the ruler of Great Qin, the person who was most likely to become a king in the future. His development was unstoppable, and he was a ferocious person. When he thought of that, Wu Yang naturally felt more and more respectful towards Zhao Fu. "Speak. What do you want? I'll satisfy you." Zhao Fu looked at Wu Yang. From the information that he had, Wu Yang seemed to have some ability, or else he wouldn't have been so highly regarded by the Chai family. Wu Yang bowed and replied, "First, I want Qin to guarantee the safety of my wife and daughter, whether it's now or after the heaven-awakened world devours the real world." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. What Wu Yang wanted was not power or money but the safety of his wife and daughter. This was quite simple, so Zhao Fu nodded and said, "I can promise you that I'll send people to do this in secret." Hearing Zhao Fu agree, Wu Yang let out a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was his wife and daughter, as he had long since seen through the current situation. By now, the various factions were fighting each other, and there were countless deaths and injuries. However, the situation was still quite good, at least people wouldn't die true deaths, and everything could be controlled. However, once the real world was devoured, the warring states period would begin. When that time came, the rules of etiquette would collapse, and the flames of war would spread everywhere. There would be no order, and there would be endless bloodshed. Even though the Chai family had a successor, they weren't unified, and they were split into 3 factions. Normally, they would fight for power, and if it wasn't for Qin's legatee's threat, the Chai family wouldn't have been able to form a unified front. Wu Yang didn't have much faith in the Chai family. Even if he worked for the Chai family in the future, Wu Yang didn't have the confidence that later Zhou wouldn't be destroyed. Once later Zhou was destroyed, not just him, but even his wife and daughter would be killed. As such, he had to find a powerful backer who could create a peaceful world. When Qin's people contacted Wu Yang, he knew that later Zhou's location had been leaked, and that it was beyond saving. Even if he didn't do it himself, someone else would. In the end, Wu Yang decided to rely on Qin. Following this, Wu Yang said, "Also, if Qin can give me a small village chief position, I'll be satisfied." Now that his biggest goal had been resolved, Wu Yang had to think about the future. He had decided to rely on Qin, and he understood that Qin wouldn't put him in an important position. However, if he could become a village chief, it wouldn't be too bad either. After all, his wife and daughter wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing, and they would be able to live a peaceful life. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. He didn't expect Wu Yang to have such low requirements. It was truly unexpected. Hearing Zhao Fu's laughter, Wu Yang felt quite confused. Could it be that Zhao Fu wouldn't even give him a village chief position? Alright, if he can live a peaceful life, it'll be quite good. No. You've misunderstood. If we succeed, I'll support you to become the ruler of this region, Zhao Fu said as he smiled. Wu Yang didn't expect this at all, and he didn't know how to react. Zhao Fu wanted to support him to become the ruler of this region, which meant that he would be the most powerful player faction. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wu Yang quickly came back to his senses and bowed to Zhao Fu in delight. In actuality, Zhao Fu had his reasons for doing this. Firstly, Wu Yang had a decent player faction, and if Qin could control it and support it, it would be easy for it to become the largest faction in the region. This would be the foundation for Qin City's future development. Of course, the core of this faction would still be controlled by Qin City. Zhao Fu wouldn't trust Wu Yang just because he valued family. After all, Wu Yang would betray him for the same reason. Moreover, if Wu Yang's wife and daughter fell into Zhao Fu's hands, he would be able to use them against Zhao Fu. Let's end this matter here. Go back and make some preparations, and I'll have people bring your wife and daughter safely back to the Ying family. Now that they had come to an agreement, Zhao Fu wanted to quickly carry out his plan. At that moment, Wu Yang suddenly thought of something and said, "Your Majesty, there's something that I want to tell you. I don't know if you'd like to hear about something." Zhao Fu gestured for Wu Yang to continue. Following this, Wu Yang took out 2 talisman papers and handed them to Zhao Fu as he said, "Your Majesty, the Chai family has been secretly buying many of these 2 types of talisman papers. They've also paid a high price for some formation." Zhao Fu took the 2 talisman papers and looked at them. One was an evil warding talisman, which could drive away ghosts, and the other was a soul-protecting talisman, which could protect one's mind. When he saw these 2 talisman papers and heard Wu Yang's words, Zhao Fu felt that something was off, as if there was an undercurrent brewing. However, Zhao Fu did not reveal anything on his face, and he indicated that he already knew about this matter before leaving the room. After leaving the room, Zhao Fu returned to Qin City and called Gui Binglin over, telling him to immediately investigate this matter. Gui Binglin obeyed and quickly left. Zhao Fu felt that something was wrong because the evil warding talisman and the spirit protecting talisman worked together to restrain the dark ghost world. However, because Qin's nether ghost realm was cast by a soldier at or above the 1st stage, these ordinary talismans were useless. They could not be immune to the nether ghost realm at all. Zhao Fu wondered why the state of Zhou prepared these 2 kinds of Fu papers. Zhao Fu thought for a while and concluded that the state of Zhou must have known about Qin's means, so they bought these to resist Qin. Those who know Qin's means are only those who were destroyed by Qin. Now that Zhou state has taken protective measures, are they united? After a while, Gui Binglin returned and reported with a solemn expression, "Your Highness, I've already investigated and found out that many organizations are secretly purchasing items that can counter illusion techniques and giant beasts." After hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression became serious. Because his abilities in the Heaven Awakened world were limited, Zhao Fu did not have enough information, so he quickly returned to the real world. Just as he returned to the real world, he did not expect that there was already a man in a suit waiting for him. "Greetings, Proxy Family Leader. I'm Mugilin, and I'm in charge of the Ying family's intelligence work." The man politely smiled at Zhao Fu as he introduced himself. Zhao Fu nodded and asked, "What is it?" Mugilin handed over a document and said, "Proxy Family Leader, this is the information that the family leaders have asked me to give you. Nearly 80% of the factions in the northern side of the Midland continent have allied together to deal with Qin. Moreover, with the School of Vertical and Horizontals his own branch as a strategist, I'd like the family leaders to remind Prince Qin of this so that he doesn't get into trouble." When he heard this, Zhao Fu's expression became quite serious. He had planned to use the Ying family's power to ask around, but he had never thought that the Ying family would have already investigated this matter. Zhao Fu sat on the sofa and flipped through the documents that Mugilin had given him before coldly harumphing, "A bunch of reckless fools. I already know about this. Also, order the Ying family to secretly go to this location and bring those 2 people back." Zhao Fu picked up a pen and wrote down an address and 2 people's names on a piece of paper before handing it to Mugilin. Mugilin looked at the paper and nodded before leaving the villa. Wu Yang's wife and daughter were now in the Chai family's residence, so he had to secretly bring them to the Ying family. Moreover, even if they allied together, they would not be able to stop Zhao Fu from attacking later Zhou. Zhao Fu prepared to return to the Heaven Awakened world when his phone rang. When Zhao Fu saw that it was Wu Qingyang, he thought about it and answered, "Qingyang. What is it?" Wu Qingyang's serious voice sounded out, "Of course it's something big. I'm sure you've heard that the entire northern side of the Midland continent has allied together to deal with Qin's legatee. Do you know what legatee Qin is planning?" Now that Zhao Fu had become legatee Qin's representative, Wu Qingyang became even more concerned about legatee Qin's matters. Not only would this help Zhao Fu, but it would also help herself. If the Wu family could obtain legatee Qin's help, it would be a great opportunity. Wu Qingyang felt that she could not surpass legatee Qin. If she could obtain legatee Qin's help, she would be able to help Zhao Fu and herself rebuild Great Zhou. Wu Qingyang was already very satisfied. Because of Zhao Fu, the Wu family naturally became closer to Qin's legatee. After such a big thing had happened, Wu Qingyang had no choice but to become serious. In order to wait for Zhao Fu, she had not entered the Heaven Awaken world this entire time. Oh? I'm not too sure, but I'll definitely resolve it. Zhao Fu could only reply like this because he had not thought of a way to resolve this matter yet. Hearing this, Wu Qingyang nodded before saying seriously, also, Zhao Fu, the Wu family will stand behind you and will most likely be of some help to you in front of Legatee Qin. Legatee Qin's murderous nature is too strong, and he's a very dangerous person. I'm worried that he might kill you in a moment of anger, so you should be careful in the future when working for him. Hearing Wu Qingyang's words, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. How could he possibly kill himself? However, he felt quite warm towards Wu Qingyang's concern, and he replied, I understand. I still have things to do in the Heaven Awaken world. Hearing Zhao Fu's smile, Wu Qingyang felt quite angry. However, hearing that Zhao Fu understood, she nodded and hung up. Soon, they returned to the Heaven Awaken world. Zhao Fu told the various generals about the alliance against Qin's legatee, and after discussing it with them, they all looked quite serious. No one would be able to face so many factions without a headache. At the same time, Zhao Fu started to gather his soldiers. Time gradually passed, and Zhao Fu received news that Wu Yang's wife and daughter had been brought back to the Ying family. After making sure that his wife and daughter were safe, Wu Yang let out a sigh of relief. By now, Wu Yang and the others had finished their plan and were just waiting for an opportunity to carry it out. However, he could only stay in the Chai family's residence for now. If others found out that he and his wife had disappeared, their plan would definitely be exposed, and their lives would be in danger. Even though Wu Yang had helped the Chai family many times in the past, he knew the consequences of betraying the Chai family. The Chai family definitely wouldn't leave him with a complete corpse. After hearing about Wu Yang's plan, Zhao Fu started to advance. At the same time, he brought over most of the Eternal Night members to set up isolation barriers and to see if there were any ambushes around Later Zhou. Now, Zhao Fu couldn't completely trust anyone. Even though Wu Yang's wife and daughter were in his hands, he couldn't completely control Wu Yang. For example, if Wu Yang's wife and daughter were fake, or if he was willing to sacrifice his wife and daughter in order to obtain greater benefits, it was common for fathers and sons to kill each other, mothers and daughters to kill each other, and brothers to turn on each other. As such, Zhao Fu had to be fully prepared. After all, he only had one life, and if he missed it, it would be gone forever. Zhao Fu had become quite suspicious, but he wanted to ensure that his subjects wouldn't die because of his mistakes. A few hours later, Zhao Fu and his 120,000 soldiers arrived at Later Zhou's location. Later Zhou was next to a very large lake, and the walls were made of a type of pure white stone, which formed a beautiful and harmonious scene with the lake. By now, Qin's assassin had finished setting up isolation barriers, but they hadn't activated them yet. At the same time, Qin's assassin had finished checking around Later Zhou to make sure that there weren't any ambushes. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and waited. According to Wu Yang's plan, they would wait until nighttime, as it would be easier to move at night. Later Zhou had expected that their location had already been exposed, and that Qin's assassin had already arrived and that their people had betrayed them. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 p.m., and the night sky was filled with stars that continuously twinkled, creating a beautiful scene. Wu Yang and the 10 or so people looked at each other and returned to the real world. They stealthily got into the car that the Ying family had prepared and returned to the Heaven Awaken world. These people were completely loyal to Wu Yang, so their safety was also within Wu Yang's consideration. He had also asked Zhao Fu to protect them. Now that they had nothing to worry about, the dozen or so people smiled and began to carry out the plan. Wu Yang secretly gathered a group of players. First, he selected the players he could trust. Then, he told them about his plan and tempted them with great benefits. He told them that joining Qin's side would be 10 times better than joining Zhou Kingdom, and they would get a gold coin if they joined. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10,000 copper coins, which was equivalent to 100,000 real money. No one had expected Qin to be so rich. Compared with the treatment he would receive in the future, it was simply too different. Before, Wu Yang could control 30,000 or so players, but under the temptation of money, he could control 40,000 or so players. However, there were still 3,000 loyal players who were not willing to join Qin. Wu Yang had long since planned for this, and since he had told them about his plan to join Qin, he couldn't let them live, or else the plan would be leaked. This was because the method of delivering this information was in a hidden forest. First, 10 or so people would call a single person to the forest and tell them about the plan. If they were willing to join, they would immediately receive money and join. Then, they would call the next person, and if they were unwilling, they would be killed on the spot. Then, they would call the next person, and soon, the 3,000 people had been dealt with. There were also some people who were in the real world and had not returned to the heaven-awakened world yet, so they were not considered. After doing all of this, Wu Yang had gathered all of the players into a single force. This was a massive benefit, and it gathered all of the players together. Because Zhao Fu had promised to give Wu Yang the position of Region Lord, Wu Yang was able to do things more comprehensively and put in more effort. Wu Yang thought about Qin's legatee, and if he could take over later Zhou's town without much effort, he would be valued even more by Qin's legatee. Now that the players were no longer a threat, Wu Yang started to make his move against the Zhou family's factions. It was now 11 a.m., and most of the residents were asleep. Later Zhou's town fell into silence, and it was completely dark. The torches on the town walls lit up the town walls, making them seem incredibly bright. Wu Yang first had some players carefully go to each house and release sleeping gas. The sleeping gas was quite effective against residents with weaker cultivations, but it was much weaker against soldiers. Following this, Wu Yang brought 10 or so people with 10 or so jugs of wine to the town walls. Because Wu Yang was a core member, he was quite familiar with later Zhou's people. Later Zhou's people trusted Wu Yang, so they weren't surprised that Wu Yang had come. The weather has been getting colder so quickly. Brothers, it must be tiring to guard the town walls. Have some wine to warm up your bodies, or else you'll get sick in such a cold weather. It was late autumn, and the weather was getting colder and colder. This was especially so at night, and Wu Yang used this as an excuse to bring out the poisoned wine. The soldiers on the town walls felt a wave of warmth towards Wu Yang's concern, and one of them said gratefully, "Sir Wu, you care about us too much. You really care for us too much, much more than the other adults." Wu Yang smiled and said, "It's nothing. You're all soldiers of later Zhou, and it's up to you to protect later Zhou. I've warmed up the wine, so hurry up and don't let it get cold." Hearing Wu Yang's words, a small portion of the soldiers came down and drank a mouthful of wine. They gave sincere smiles and thanked Wu Yang before returning to the town walls. Wu Yang couldn't help but feel a bit guilty towards the soldiers' gratitude. However, there was no turning back now. Hiding his guilt, Wu Yang smiled and said to the soldiers who hadn't come to drink yet, "Brothers, don't worry, just drink a mouthful. It'll be fine and warm up your bodies. I spent 30 or so silver coins to buy this wine, so it'll be a pity if you don't try it." Under Wu Yang's persuasion, the soldiers on the town walls couldn't help but come down. This was mainly because Wu Yang was a good person and was quite familiar with the soldiers. This made the soldiers trust him greatly. Some of the soldiers thought that they would be fine if they just drank a mouthful of wine, but they had never tried a wine that cost 30 or so silver coins. Some of the soldiers wanted to give Wu Yang some face, while others just wanted to join in on the fun. Seeing them drink the wine one after another, Wu Yang finally felt relieved. He sighed, the Zhou nation has already fallen. In the real world, it was now 9 p.m. Within an elegant-looking room, a luxurious-looking woman placed a few books on a desk and gave a benevolent smile as she said to a 12-year-old boy, "Xiaohui, these are all books on how to govern a country. There are also some books on the art of war. Read them carefully and study them, they'll be very helpful to you in the future. As an emperor, not only do you have to handle internal affairs well, but you also have to perform well in the art of war. Only then will you be able to achieve great things in the future." The 12-year-old boy was called Chai Xiaohui, and he was the legatee of later Zhou. Compared to other boys, he was quite mature and had a resolute personality. "I understand, mother." After saying this, Kai Xiaohui lowered his head and began to seriously read his book. Ever since he had obtained the legacy, he knew what his responsibilities were. He also had a powerful enemy like the Song dynasty. He could only continue to work hard in order to revitalize Zhou in the future. However, no matter how hard Chai Xiaohui worked, there were still many people who weren't willing to accept him. One reason was because he was too young, who would want to follow such a young person? Right now, Chai Xiaohui still didn't have the ability to convince people. The second reason was that their bloodline was quite weak. Even though their bloodline was the main bloodline, Chai Xiaohui's father had passed away a long time ago, and the others weren't very useful. As such, Chai Xiaohui's bloodline was naturally much more powerful. The other bloodlines were far more powerful than Chai Xiaohui's bloodline, and as the ruler of later Zhou, they were naturally quite displeased that Chai Xiaohui had obtained the legacy. As such, there was a struggle for power. This created a lot of chaos, causing later Zhou's people to be disunited. Many people could not see much hope, and Wu Yang was one of them. If it wasn't for the fact that Chai Xiaohui's bloodline had the support of Chai Xiaohui's mother, Chai Xiaohui might have been killed. Even if the legatee was killed, as long as the foundation wasn't destroyed, they could still choose a second legatee. Even though their fate would be greatly reduced, it was still a way to obtain the position of legatee. Chai Xiaohui's mother was the beautiful middle-aged woman. She was around 36 or 37 years old, and she was quite beautiful. When she was young, she had been a famous beauty, and after all these years, her beauty hadn't decreased. Instead, she had become more mature. The beautiful woman's name was Nangong Shuiwei, and she was the eldest daughter of a large family. Even though this family was not as powerful as a national legacy family, it was not weak. Nangong Shuiwei had relied on her family's support to endure so much pressure. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be Chai Xiaohui who would suffer, even her bloodline would suffer. Chai Xiaohui knew that his mother's situation wasn't easy. At that moment, Chai Xiaohui was diligently studying while Nangong Shuiwei looked like a loving mother beside him. They still did not know what had happened in the Heaven Awakened world. Within the Heaven Awakened world, it was already midnight. Great Qin's soldiers, who were lying in ambush near later Zhou, had not moved because they were waiting for news from Wu Yang. Then, Wu Yang sent someone to deliver the news that everything had been settled. Now, Great Qin's soldiers could finally move. However, they did not have to make too big of a move. According to the information that Wu Yang had given them, Great Qin could now silently attack the city. There were 10 or so villages on the outskirts of later Zhou's town. Luckily, Zhao Fu had brought many Qin assassins, and Zhao Fu ordered them to infiltrate those villages and kill those who couldn't be captured. As long as they didn't alert later Zhou's town, everything would be fine. Great Qin's assassins quickly snuck into these villages like ghosts. These villages did not have many people, only a few hundred, so it was quite easy to control them. After controlling those villages, Zhao Fu led the 100 ghost illusionists into later Zhou's town. Because there weren't many hundred ghost illusionists, they wouldn't attract too much attention. If the 12 great armies moved, they would cause a great commotion. Wu Yang led the 100 ghost illusionists to the barracks. Later Zhou's town had 10,000 or so soldiers, and there were 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers on the town walls, 2,000 patrolling, and 5,000 or so soldiers in the barracks. Because of Wu Yang, Zhao Fu had complete information on later Zhou's town, so he ordered the 100 ghost illusionists to use the dark ghost world to trap the soldiers. Even though later Zhou's town had made ample preparations, the talismans were completely useless. The Dark Ghost World was an extremely powerful combination skill, and it was cast by Stage 1 soldiers. It was incredibly easy to deal with soldiers who hadn't even reached Stage 1 yet. Now, Wu Yang controlled the western side of the town walls, but he didn't know anything about the other 3 sides. The eastern side was personally guarded by a historical general, so Wu Yang didn't dare to act rashly. Zhao Fu split the 10,000 soldiers into 3 groups and sent them into later Zhou's town. With the help of other players, they gradually took control of later Zhou's town. However, many people were still asleep, and the barracks was covered by a grey ghostly qi. The surroundings were deathly silent. The patrolling team had either been knocked out or killed a long time ago. The only places that Qin hadn't taken control of were the central region of later Zhou's town and the other 3 sides of the town walls. Right now, Great Qin could not enter the core region because once outsiders entered, the city heart would automatically go into a protective state and release a protective barrier. After taking complete control of later Zhou's town, Zhao Fu gave the order to advance. Qin's soldiers, who were lying in ambush, started to attack the other 3 sides of the town walls. The 3 sides of the town walls only had 2,000 or so soldiers, while Qin had 10,000 or so soldiers and 40,000 or so players. This was a completely disproportionate battle. The soldiers on the town walls hadn't expected arrows to suddenly shoot out from behind them, and they had been killed without any preparation. The historical general on the eastern side of the town walls was quite shocked that something like this had happened. However, seeing that a large number of enemies had already rushed up the town walls, the historical general knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, and he yelled, "Enemy attack!" The historical general's voice tore through the night sky, but no one responded. The surroundings were completely silent, and even though the sounds of battle were quite loud, no one responded. Immediately, the historical general's heart sank, but the battle quickly ended. The defending soldiers were either killed or captured, and the historical general tried to resist. However, it was a pity that he was surrounded by a few Qin generals, and he was captured in just a few moves. The other three sides of the town walls were also taken down by Qin without any resistance. Now, only the central region hadn't been breached. Zhao Fu led his army into Later Zhou's town from the western gate, and he didn't hesitate to head towards the central region of Later Zhou's town. At that moment, a yellow energy barrier appeared in the central region to protect itself. There were 100 guards and a historical general holding a weapon as he looked around with an unsightly expression. Hearing this system announcement, Chai Xiaohui's face paled. Nangong Shuiwe sensed the change in Chai Xiaohui's expression and asked in concern, "Xiaohui, are you all right? What happened?" Chai Xiaohui's body stiffened, and his face paled as he replied, "Mother. The Zhou Empire has already been invaded, and the protective barrier has been activated." What? Nangong Shuiwe couldn't remain calm anymore and hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Doesn't Later Zhou have 110,000 people defending it? Why would someone attack without a sound?" Chai Xiaohui shook his head. He didn't know what was going on, but he had received a notification that the village was in danger and the energy barrier was automatically activated. "Xiaohui. Let's quickly go to the Heaven Awakened world and have a look. We can't allow anything to happen to Later Zhou," Nangong Shuiwe said seriously. Chai Xiaohui nodded, took the Heaven Awakened stone, and entered the Heaven Awakened world. Nangong Shuiwe also felt that something was off, and she asked, why would someone dare to attack Later Zhou with its current strength? Who was it that attacked them? At that moment, Nangong Shuiwe could only pray in her heart that it was some small thief who had accidentally activated the barrier. If something happened to Xiaohui's branch would become the sinners of the Chai family, and the entire Chai family would attack them. Xiaohui's bloodline was originally weak. If such a big thing happened, perhaps Xiaohui's bloodline would not be spared. The Chai family would not have any feelings for this, and he probably did not have much ability to hold his son. Please don't let anything happen. Nangong Shuiwe could only hope that this was the case, but she felt quite uneasy and nervously followed Zhao Fu into the Heaven Awakened world. What entered Nangong Shuiwe's vision was filled with people. All of them were well equipped and gave off powerful auras, making them look like ferocious beasts. Just as Nangong Shuiwe entered the Heaven Awakened world and saw this scene, her pupils constricted. Seeing so many terrifying enemies, Chai Xiaohui felt quite nervous and afraid. Under the pressure of so many people, Chai Xiaohui's body slightly trembled. However, thinking about how he was Later Zhou's legatee and the future ruler of Great Zhou, he mustered up some courage and looked around, and his heart sank. Now, the entire state of Jingtown had been conquered. Apart from the central region, the surrounding 100 or so people no longer belonged to Later Zhou, they were all enemies. Later Zhou has already perished, and there is nothing that can be done to save the situation. But Later Zhou has perished just like that? The heavy responsibility on my shoulders, the lofty ideals in my heart, and the countless efforts I put in are all gone now? Chai Xiaohui was a child, after all, and his eyes became wet as he shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why did you attack my Zhou?" Hearing his tender voice, the crowd slowly dispersed, and a person wearing a black cloak and giving off a terrifying aura walked out. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on Chai Xiaohui and felt quite surprised. He had never thought that Later Zhou's legatee would be a 12-year-old boy. A trace of a cold smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he asked, "Who are we? You still haven't thought of it? I won't spare anyone who dares to oppose Qin." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, which were filled with killing intent, Chai Xiaohui was shocked. It really is Qin. That terrifying Qin is here. Qin. Chai Xiaohui's heart was filled with bitterness. The courage that he had just summoned up was instantly shattered. Zhou State was destroyed by Qin so easily. Zhou State was still too weak to fight back. A hand lightly patted his shoulder, and Chai Xiaohui looked at his mother and couldn't help but cry. Nangong Shuiwe stroked her son's back and comforted him, saying, "You're later Zhou's legatee and the future ruler of a nation, you can't be so childish." Chai Xiaohui quickly wiped away his tears and nodded, saying, "Mother, I got it." After comforting her son, Nangong Shuiwe turned to look at Wu Yang, who was standing beside Zhao Fu, and her expression became cold. "Wu Yang. Great Qin was able to take down later Zhou's town so easily thanks to you." Facing Nangong Shuiwe's gaze, Wu Yang guiltily lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, madam. Even without me, Qin would have been able to easily take down later Zhou State. Qin's rise is unstoppable, and the Chai family is fated to be destroyed by Qin. Also, I believe that Emperor Qin is the most likely person to bring peace and prosperity, so I decided to submit to Qin." Hearing Wu Yang's explanation, Nangong Shuiwe couldn't help but coldly harumph. Some decisions had not been made by her but by the Chai family. At first, she had been very opposed to joining the Qin Resistance Alliance because the Song dynasty was already their enemy. Later Zhou State couldn't face two dynasties at once. However, back then, Qin had only just become famous, and that old thing from the Chai family had been tempted by the vertical faction. He had thought that the school of vertical and horizontal would help the Chai family, so he had joined the Qin Resistance Alliance. However, reality proved that he had been wrong. Now that Qin's reputation was unparalleled, and even the 100 schools of thought had to lower their heads, the school of vertical and horizontal hadn't helped later Zhou. Now, even though Wu Yang's words were reasonable, Nangong Shuiwe definitely wouldn't forgive his betrayal. "Wu Yang. I've treated you quite well," Nangong Shuiwe said coldly. She knew that Wu Yang controlled some players, and if they rebelled now, perhaps later Zhou would still have a trace of hope. Wu Yang understood Nangong Shuiwe's words, but he could only sigh. The 40,000 or so players under him couldn't compare to Qin's soldiers at all, and even if they rebelled now, they would only cause trouble for Qin and wouldn't change the outcome. Now that he had personally witnessed how powerful Qin was, Wu Yang became even more loyal to Qin. "I'm sorry, madam, I've decided to join Qin." Wu Yang spoke resolutely as he bowed to Nangong Shuiwe, calling her madam for the last time. When he raised his head, he viewed Nangong Shuiwe as an enemy. Nangong Shuiwe felt quite angry and was about to say something. "Enough." A voice suddenly cut her off. Zhao Fu looked at the mother and son in front of him and didn't want to waste any more time. His gaze fell on Chai Xiaohui as he said, "Show me the power that brought you to later Zhou. Since you're still young, I'll give you a quick death." Zhao Fu wouldn't show mercy just because Chai Xiaohui was a child, and he wouldn't let later Zhou off either. At some point, Zhao Fu's heart had become cold and callous. "Mother, go back to the real world." Chai Xiaohui lightly pushed Nangong Shuiwe away and looked at Zhao Fu with a resolute gaze. As the successor to later Zhou, even if he died, he had to show later Zhou's pride and backbone. Zhao Fu couldn't help but look at him, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he slowly drew the Sky Demon sword at his waist and said, "Come. Let me see later Zhou's power." Boom. Countless people retreated, opening up an empty space. Nangong Shuiwe also let go of her son. Later Zhou's legatee had to act like one. Chai Xiaohui resolutely looked at Zhao Fu and took out a short sword from his spatial ring. With his height, it was perfect for him to hold a short sword. After taking out the short sword, Chai Xiaohui gripped it with both hands and took a defensive stance. Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes looked at Chai Xiaohui as he gripped his sword and gave off a powerful aura as he walked towards Chai Xiaohui. The surroundings were completely silent, and the atmosphere was quite oppressive as everyone stared at the two people on the ground. Everyone knew that it was impossible for Chai Xiaohui to defeat Qin's legatee. However, how had later Zhou's legatee, a 12-year-old boy, died? Suddenly, as he walked towards Chai Xiaohui, Zhao Fu's body blurred as he instantly crossed 20 or so meters and arrived in front of Chai Xiaohui. He raised his sword and casually slashed out. Boom! A terrifying black sword light. containing shocking destructive power flew out, seeming to be able to easily split apart a small mountain. Roar! Chai Xiaohui was greatly startled and immediately used his fate dragon's power. A dragon's roar sounded out from within his body, and his body gave off a yellow light as a powerful aura exploded out. Chai Xiaohui used his full strength as he swung his sword, bringing with him a shocking sword wind as he slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two swords clashed, causing a shockwave to blast out like a wild gale. A 10-meter-wide crater appeared in the ground. In the next second, Chai Xiaohui's small body flew backwards and crashed into a wall, causing it to collapse and kicking up a cloud of dust. Right now, Chai Xiaohui was still too weak. His cultivation had not even reached stage 1, and because he was still young, he did not have enough battle experience or control his power. As such, even though he had released his fate dragon's power, he was still unable to block a single attack from Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu had used his city lord seal's power. Zhao Fu would not show any mercy. Not to mention a child, even if anyone stood in front of him, Zhao Fu would kill them, including his former friends and relatives. If he chose to be an enemy of Qin and stood in Qin's way, Zhao Fu would not show mercy. Because they were the ones who made the choice first. They were the ones who gave up on their friendship, so Zhao Fu would also give it up. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. In the past, he had only paid attention to the majesty and power of this sentence. Now, he understood the endless killing intent within it. Within the boundless darkness, the blood-red star slowly spun, continuously giving off a devilish blood-red light. Under his cloak, Zhao Fu's eyes also gave off a blood-red light. Within the collapsed wall, Chai Xiaohui was covered with blood as he slowly stood up. His entire body was in immense pain, and he almost cried. However, he was the ruler of Great Zhou, so he endured it and roared as he rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly watched as he raised his sword. Xing, a sharp black sword arc, giving off a power that seemed to be able to cut through everything, left a long gash in the ground as it shot towards Chai Xiaohui. Chai Xiaohui was given a big fright and quickly dodged to the side. However, his injured body reacted too late, and even though he was able to avoid being cut in half, one of his arms was cut off at the wrist. Arg! Chai Xiaohui could no longer endure it and collapsed to the ground as he howled in pain. Nangong Shuya finally couldn't endure it anymore and ran over to hug Chai Xiaohui. She cried and comforted him, "Don't be afraid. Mother is here." Moreover, Nangong Shuya took out all sorts of medicines and hurriedly started to heal Chai Xiaohui's arm. Is there a need for that? Zhao Fu coldly looked at this mother and son. Their mother-son relationship had touched him greatly in the past, but now, Zhao Fu didn't feel anything about it anymore. He raised the sky demon sword, and a terrifying black sword light continuously shot out, causing everyone to feel how terrifying this sword strike was. Nangong Shuya sensed this terrifying power, and she turned to look at Zhao Fu before looking down at her son, who was in pain in her arms, and her expression dimmed. Zhao Fu was about to slash out and kill this mother and son together. Wait. We're willing to submit to Qin. A voice interrupted Zhao Fu. It was Nangong Shuya. Mother. Don't, later Zhou won't submit to anyone. Chai Xiaohui said with great difficulty as he endured the pain. Nangong Shuya slightly smiled at her son, saying, I'll take care of things. Later Zhou is doomed, and if its foundation is destroyed, I won't be able to protect you. Zhao Fu didn't put away his sword. Subduing a dynasty's legacy was far better than destroying one, but Zhao Fu didn't trust them. Because of Wei's historical loyalty, and because of Wei's character, Zhao Fu could trust them. However, he couldn't do the same for later Zhou. After all, if later Zhou rebelled before Qin established a kingdom, it would be a disaster for Qin, and Zhao Fu didn't want that to happen. Why should I trust you? Zhao Fu asked as he looked at Nangong Shuya. Nangong Shuya knew that Zhao Fu wouldn't trust them, but she was prepared. She deeply breathed in and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, Emperor Qin, you should know that the Song dynasty was established on later Zhou's foundation, and it inherited later Zhou in many ways. As such, if you want to deal with Great Song in the future, later Zhou will be able to help. With us, later Zhou will have some of later Zhou's fate, and with this fate, you'll be able to use Great Song's nation armament, the Emperor Cloth. This made Zhao Fu feel quite tempted, and after thinking about it, he put his sword away. If later Zhou could be of great help in destroying Great Song in the future, he wouldn't mind keeping them, but he had to keep them under strict control. All right. I agree to submit. Hearing Qin's words, Nangong Shuiwe let out a sigh of relief before saying, Your Majesty, please give my son a ruler title. Zhao Fu had expected this, and he took out the royal wood sword and walked towards Nangong Shuiwe. Suddenly, seeing Zhao Fu walk over with his sword, Nangong Shuiwe started to feel nervous. Luckily, Zhao Fu didn't seem to have any killing intent, so she relaxed. Zhao Fu came to Nangong Shuiwe's side and sent his king's power into the royal wood sword. The royal wood sword shot out countless glowing green lines and connected Chai Xiaohui's severed arm. Very quickly, Chai Xiaohui's severed arm was as good as new, and the intense pain disappeared. Chai Xiaohui's pained expression gradually disappeared, and Nangong Shuiwe felt quite delighted. I will now give you the title of ruler of Zhou. Zhao Fu put away the royal wood sword and looked at Chai Xiaohui as he spoke in a dignified and serious voice. After Chai Xiaohui knelt and spoke, a yellow light shot out from his body and shot into the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out as a 100-meter-long yellow dragon flew out from Chai Xiaohui's body and flew into the sky, giving off a massive aura that could cause all creatures to tremble in fear. However, the yellow dragon immediately cried out as its body started to slowly degenerate. Its body became smaller, and its horns and claws disappeared until it became a 30-meter-long yellow dragon python. At the same time, traces of golden aura floated towards Zhao Fu and were absorbed by the king's crown. The king's crown had already devoured the state of Zhang's legatee's fate, and it now obtained the state of Zhang's legatee's king's fate. As such, the king's crown, which had been a white grade item, became a blue grade item, and its stats greatly changed. The dragon python in the sky swam down and returned to Chai Xiaohui's body. The yellow energy shield outside the city hall also shattered like glass with a bang and then disappeared. Rise! Zhao Fu said as he looked at Chai Xiaohui kneeling on the ground. Hearing this, Chai Xiaohui stood up in disappointment, and Nangong Shuiwe comforted him, saying, Xiaohui, don't worry. Even though later Zhou is gone, you'll still have great achievements in the future. Trust your mom. Hearing Nangong Shuiwe's words, Chai Xiaohui felt much better, and he nodded earnestly as he said, I understand, mother. Zhao Fu ignored the two of them and walked towards later Zhou's city hall. Bai Qi and the generals also started to clean up the battlefield. After arriving at the city hall, Zhao Fu looked at the yellow cube floating in the air. This was the fourth legatee that Qin had taken down, and he couldn't help but feel quite happy. Zhao Fu placed his hand on the cube and chose to conquer it. The city heart continuously trembled and gave off terrifying ripples as a yellow pillar of light shot into the sky, causing clouds to swirl. Dong! 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 Heavy and sorrowful drumming suddenly sounded out in the sky, and it sounded out 9 times in a row. The massive drumming was so loud that almost the entire northern side of the Midland continent could hear it. The expressions of all of the factions in the northern side of the Midland continent were quite unsightly. There was fear and panic. They had never thought that another kingdom would submit. As for who could make a kingdom submit, everyone knew that Great Qin was simply too terrifying. They had just secretly formed an alliance, but before they could do anything, Great Qin had destroyed another legatee. Recently, Great Qin had destroyed 3 legatees, and adding on Great Shun, it had destroyed 4 legatees. Great Qin, which already had a massive amount of fate, now had 4 more legatees. Great Qin's fate was incredibly terrifying, making the various factions feel even more terrified. At the same time, they started to wonder if they should continue to oppose Great Qin. Even with so many of them working together, they did not have much confidence. This was mainly because they were all in different regions, and some of the regions had not been opened yet. With Great Qin's ability to cross regions, they would be taken down by Great Qin one by one. Otherwise, with so many forces in the north, there was no need to be afraid of Qin. But now, they were hesitating. On the one hand, if they fought against Qin, they would die. On the other hand, if they didn't fight against Qin, they might still die. It was really hard for them to make a choice. Later, they learned that the Zhou state had surrendered to Qin. This news made the Song dynasty start to pay attention to Qin. They also held a secret meeting to discuss it. Of the 4 kingdoms that had joined the Qin Resistance Alliance, only the Qi kingdom remained. The other 3 kingdoms, Great Shan, Wei, and Zhou, had all been destroyed. Out of all the factions, the one that feared the most was undoubtedly the Qi kingdom, and it was as if its butt was on fire. After all, it was very likely that the Qi kingdom would be destroyed by Qin next. When the other dynasties heard about the destruction of Zhou, they couldn't help but become serious. Qin's recent actions were very big. He had destroyed 3 countries in a row. His speed was really unexpected. In the real world, after the Ying family's family leaders heard about this, they naturally laughed happily. After all, it was possible that Qin's legatee would return to the Ying family, and that Qin would also return to the Ying family. At the same time, they felt incredibly happy that they had chosen Zhao Fu to be the acting family leader to curry favor with Qin's legatee. It was only because of Zhao Fu's appearance that the Ying family had established a relationship with Qin's legatee. After hearing about this, Su Yan's expression became serious and he didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to look through the information. Back in the Heaven-Awakened world, after Zhao Fu conquered later Zhou's town, system announcements continuously sounded out in his mind. System announcement. Later Zhou has submitted, and its fate has been devoured by Qin. Qin has obtained a large amount of fate. System announcement. Qin has subdued later Zhou and obtained all of later Zhou's legacy. System announcement. Qin's city heart has evolved, and it is currently 3/30. System announcement. Qin's town has obtained 1/5 of later Zhou's town stats. System announcement. Nation armament 12 metal colossi has evolved, and it has obtained a large amount of fate. System announcement. Clan armament imperial ruler's seal has evolved, and it has obtained a large amount of fate. System announcement. You have conquered a town with a nation's legacy and obtained 3,000 achievement points. System announcement. You have obtained 100 war points. These system announcements were the same as before, and Zhao Fu didn't look at them too much. Zhao Fu allocated the achievement points to Doke because West Pan City was Qin's prey. West Pan City was a kobold city, and Doke was a kobold city, so leveling him up to Viscount satisfied the requirements for leveling up. There was also a system announcement that the Chaotic World Stone Steel had leveled up to level 4 and could be exchanged for gold-grade items. Leveling up to level 5 required 1,000 war points, which could be exchanged for legendary grade items. Qin now had quite a few war points because he hadn't used them yet. Within a hall, Zhao Fu sat at the head, and Bai Qi and the other generals had finished cleaning up the battlefield. They gave detailed reports to Zhao Fu, and there were 3 people beside him. One of them was Nangong Shuiyue, and the other was 2 historical generals. One was called Li Zhongjin, who was S grade, and the other was called Li Yun, who was SS grade. As for Chai Xiaohui, because he had been injured, Nangong Shuiyue told him to rest and recover. There were also 2 historical generals' corpses. Because they had resisted too intensely, they had been killed on the spot. Both of them were S grade, so they could be taken back. After hearing Bai Qi's report, Zhao Fu planned to take 20,000 of later Zhou's residents back to Qin and take Li Yun away, leaving Li Zhongjin to defend later Zhou's town. As for the players that Wu Yanghe led, they would become independent and create a new faction. If later Zhou's town was in danger, they would be able to help. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu planned to take his soldiers back to Qin. At that moment, Nangong Shuiyue stood up and said that she had something to do. She looked at the generals, and they all left the room and closed the door. As Nangong Shuiyue walked over, her clothes fell off piece by piece. In the end, there was only a long silk dress left. It was almost transparent, and Nangong Shuyue's mature figure was faintly discernible. It was enough to make one's desire burn uncontrollably. Nangong Shuyue didn't take off her last piece of clothing. As a mature woman, she naturally knew what men were thinking. Only by revealing herself would she be more attractive to men. At that moment, Nangong Shuyue revealed the charm of a mature woman. She came to the top and lightly sat on Zhao Fu's lap, resting her head on Zhao Fu's shoulder as she flirtatiously looked at Zhao Fu. "Allow me to serve you." Now that later Zhou had submitted to Qin, Nangong Shuiyue had to think about the future. If she could become Qin's woman, not only would it be beneficial to her, but it would also be beneficial to the Chai family and her own family. If she became his woman, she would definitely have a say in the future, and she would be able to communicate directly with him. She would also have a certain amount of power in the entire Qin state, because he was the prince of the Qin state. It was definitely not easy to get these things, especially if she became his woman now. She would have even more benefits in the future. Then, if she became his woman, it would undoubtedly be the best for the Chai family, because the whole Chai family would benefit greatly from this relationship with Qin. Xiao Hui's bloodline would also be able to sit firmly on the throne of the family leader. No one would be able to touch them. No matter how strong the other bloodlines were, under the deterrence of Prince Qin, they would have to lower their heads. This was the terrifying power of Prince Qin. Also, it would be more beneficial to the Namgong family. Perhaps the whole family would be happy to see her become the woman of Crown Prince Qin. Because of her, the Namgong family could also have a relationship with Crown Prince Qin. The Namgong family had been supporting her silently, and now it was time for her to repay them. Most importantly, Namgong Shuiwei was thinking about her son. If she became Great Qin's legatee's woman, even if her son couldn't become the crown prince, he would at least become a prince, and he would be able to fulfill his dreams and ambitions. When later Zhou had submitted, she had already made preparations to sacrifice herself. As such, she had told Chai Xiaohui that he would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Not only did Namgong Shuiwei believe in her son, but she also decided to help him. Now, of course, she had no feelings for Zhao Fu. However, for many reasons, she was willing to do anything for her son. Not only did she have to devote herself to him, but she also had to fall in love with the Crown Prince Qin. Only when she had feelings for him could she win his feelings for her. Namgong Shuiwei knew that her body could only attract him for a short period of time. As Qin's legatee, he would have many women in the future, and there would be many who were better than her. It was too shallow to use her body, only emotions could hold him back. With a mature woman sitting on him, smelling her enchanting body fragrance and feeling her seductive figure, Zhao Fu also had some reaction. The huge blood-colored star in the darkness continued to rotate, emitting bursts of blood-colored light. Unexpectedly, Zhao Fu did not refuse this time, and he turned to look at Namgong Shuiwei's beautiful face and smiled as he lifted her chin. At that moment, Namgong Shuiwei looked at Zhao Fu, and only then did she see Crown Prince Qin's true appearance. He was incredibly young, and his face was quite delicate and pretty. His aura was quite enchanting, and he gave off a trace of nobility, elegance, and dignity. With this aura, he would most likely be able to attract many women. Seeing Zhao Fu's flirtatious actions, Namgong Shuiwei was not displeased at all. Instead, she felt quite delighted. She knew that Great Qin's legatee was interested in her. At first, she had been worried that her looks would not be enough to attract Great Qin's legatee. Even though she was a famous beauty, with Great Qin's legatee status, it was possible that he would not be interested in her. Even though Namgong Shuiwei was mentally prepared, thinking about what was about to happen, she still blushed and felt quite shy. However, she took the initiative to lean her head over, and their lips naturally touched. At that moment, the two of them instinctively felt a strange sensation. It was like a suction force, but it was also a kind of heartbeat. Both of their heartbeats sped up. At first, it was just a simple touch of lips, but Namgong Shuiwei found that Zhao Fu was a bit shaky, and she felt quite delighted. This meant that Crown Prince Qin did not have many women. Her husband had died when Zhao Xiaohui was around 1 year old, and she had not tried doing this much. However, as someone who had experienced it before, she knew a bit about it. Namgong Shuiwei stretched out her hands and wrapped them around Zhao Fu's neck, and she vigorously kissed Zhao Fu as she slowly stretched out her tongue. Zhao Fu also opened his mouth and welcomed her. Their tongues touched once, and they quickly tangled together. Their temperatures gradually rose, and their hearts beat faster and faster. Namgong Shuiwei could not help but fall into it, and her face became completely red. Her body gradually became powerless as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, and her eyes were tightly closed as she passionately kissed Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu hugged Namgong Shuiwei's mature body, and his hands started to move. He first stroked Namgong Shuiwei's willowy back before stretching his hand into Namgong Shuiwei's silk dress and grasping her voluptuous thing. Namgong Shuiwei moaned. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and a soldier's voice sounded out, "Your Majesty. I have something to report." This immediately interrupted the two of them, and Zhao Fu came back to his senses. He let go of Nangong Shuyue, and seeing how passionate she was, he laughed as he said, "Get up and put on your clothes." Nangong Shuyue nodded and felt a bit disappointed that she had been interrupted at such a crucial moment. However, she listened to Zhao Fu and calmed her rapidly beating heart before quickly putting on her clothes, returning to her elegant and mature appearance. At that moment, Zhao Fu said, "Come in." Following this, the soldier pushed open the door and walked in. The loyal soldier did not dare to look directly at Zhao Fu, so he did not notice anything amiss. He cupped his hands and lowered his head as he reported, "Your Majesty, there's news from Battle City. There's news from Battle City that something big has happened." Battle City? He had left all of the matters there to Guinea, and he rarely went there in order to avoid causing trouble. "What's so big about it?" Zhao Fu asked the soldier. There was no need to hide it from Nangong Shuyue, as it was a big matter that many people already knew about. It was not a secret, so there was no need to hide it from Nangong Shuyue. However, Nangong Shuyue was quite happy because she had succeeded. When the soldier had first reported that something big had happened, Nangong Shuyue had thought that Zhao Fu would tell her to leave. However, Zhao Fu had no intentions of telling her to leave. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the soldier immediately replied, "Your Majesty. Rumor has it that Battle City's city lord has been heavily injured for some reason and is on the verge of death. This has caused Battle City to fall into chaos, and various factions want to seize power, so many battles have broken out. However, the system guards don't seem to care, so I'll have to ask your Majesty to take a look." The competition for the position of city lord is starting so soon? Zhao Fu had not expected this, and he nodded, indicating that he understood and had the soldiers withdraw. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu fell silent. Zhao Fu stood up and turned to look at Nangong Shuyue as he said, "I'm going back to Qin City." Nangong Shuyue understood that Zhao Fu had something to say, so she smiled and nodded before feeling a bit shy as she asked, "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" She then shyly asked, "Your Majesty, what happened just then?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed. He hadn't been able to control himself just then, and he had felt quite strange. However, that feeling of contact was incredibly beautiful and mesmerizing. Zhao Fu knew that he and Nangong Shuyue didn't have much feelings for each other. After all, it would be strange if they had feelings for each other as soon as they met. Zhao Fu looked at Nangong Shuyue and asked, "What do you think I'll do to you?" This question didn't stump Nangong Shuyue. From Zhao Fu's expression and tone, she could tell what he was thinking. Nangong Shuyue happily went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she leaned her head against Zhao Fu's chest. "Your Majesty, I'm your woman now." Since he had already done what he wanted, Zhao Fu didn't have any regrets. He put his arm around Nangong Shuyue's waist and nodded. After hearing Zhao Fu's reply, Nangong Shuyue's smile became even more brilliant, and her face became slightly red as she said in a small voice, "Your Majesty, should we continue? Should we do what we just did?" Nangong Shuyue wanted to take her relationship with Zhao Fu even further. At the same time, because of what had happened just then, her body instinctively reacted. "There's no need for that. I still have things to do." Zhao Fu did not neglect politics for the sake of beauty. Zhao Fu was still very rational when it came to women. He would not indulge in it, so he had always restrained himself when it came to women. "Oh. Your Majesty, my body is ready for you at any time," Nangong Shuyue said with a smile, feeling a bit disappointed. Zhao Fu nodded and let go of Nangong Shuyue. Nangong Shuyue also let go of Zhao Fu. She gradually understood Zhao Fu's personality, and she valued him greatly. Even though she hadn't succeeded this time, she had become his woman, and there would be many more opportunities in the future. As such, she didn't continue to pester him. Then, Zhao Fu left the hall. The generals waiting outside felt quite curious as to what Nangong Shuyue wanted to say to Zhao Fu. However, when they saw Nangong Shuyue following behind Zhao Fu, their faces were still red, and they could guess what was going on. Some people were quite pleased that Zhao Fu was finally interested in women, and they didn't need to worry about him. However, some people frowned. After all, they had just attacked Zhou country, and they still needed to verify Nangong Shuyue's loyalty. Now that Nangong Shuyue had taken the initiative, it was clear that she had a goal in mind. However, they all trusted that Zhao Fu would be able to grasp this opportunity. After all, as an emperor, he had to have as many beauties as he wanted. No matter what kind of women it was, as long as Zhao Fu was interested in them, he could bring them into his harem. In fact, they would even help him search for them, as this was the power of an emperor. Zhao Fu sensed the general's expressions, but he did not mind and quickly led them back to Qin City. After Qin City left, Nangong Shuiwei took charge of later Zhou country's town. She first buried the soldiers who had died and expanded the army. Now that the location of the village had been leaked, they had to strengthen their defenses. With Qin City's protection and Wu Yang's faction in the region, later Zhou country would not be in much danger. However, this was just in case. At that moment, a man came up and reported something, causing Nangong Shuiwei's expression to become cold as she returned to the real world. The scene here was just like in the Heaven Awakened world, and the place where the Chai family was located was surrounded. However, the targets this time were different, as they were all from the Chai family. Chai Xiaohui? And Nangong Shuiwei? All of you, come out. You're the sinners of the Chai family. Later Zhou country was destroyed at your hands, and your bloodline should die to atone for your crimes. A young man stood in front of everyone and shouted angrily. However, some people disagreed and said, after all, they're a family, and killing them is too much. We should expel them from the Chai family, but we can't let the main culprits, Chai Xiaohui and his mother off. By now, Nangong Shuiwei had already brought people over. Just as she had expected, the Chai family would not let them off. Seeing Nangong Shuiwei come out, those people pointed their spears at her. A middle-aged man, who was an important figure from another bloodline, said, "Later Zhou country was destroyed by you, how are you going to give us an explanation?" Nangong Shuiwei's expression did not change much as she calmly replied, "Later Zhou was destroyed by Qin City, but Ren Xiaohui's bloodline will take half of the blame. The other half is yours. If it wasn't for you interfering, later Zhou wouldn't have ended up like this. Also, Qin City has given Xiaohui the title of Lord of Zhou, and he has submitted to Qin City's legatee. In the future, he will be one of the most powerful figures in Qin City. If you want to do anything to him, rivers of blood will flow through the Chai family." Hearing that this was related to Great Qin, everyone else stopped what they were doing. Great Qin was as terrifying as a nightmare, and at the same time, they felt quite fortunate that later Zhou's foundation had not been destroyed. Even though they no longer had later Zhou, they had been conferred the title of Lord of Zhou and had latched onto Great Qin. "Alright. We won't do anything to Xiaohui, but Nangong Shuiwei, you're an outsider, so you should take responsibility," another middle-aged woman said as she looked at Nangong Shuiwei. Nangong Shuiwei remained calm as she asked, "What do you want me to do?" The middle-aged woman coldly laughed, "Atone for your crimes with your death, of course. Someone has to take responsibility for later Zhou's destruction. Your Chai family is quite arrogant." Suddenly, a voice sounded out as a valiant-looking young man walked out with many people. They were the Nangong family's people. Seeing the Nangong family's people arrive, the Chai family's expressions became quite unsightly, and some people called out, "Nangong Xiong. Don't meddle in our Chai family's business." Hearing that Nangong Xiong wanted to take Nangong Shuiwei away, some people from the Chai family were quite displeased and loudly called out, "Nangong Shuiwei has married into our Chai family and is now part of our Chai family. She caused such a great disaster, so she has to take responsibility for it. Also, don't think that our Chai family, a family with a legacy, will be afraid of a small family like yours." Originally, Nangong Xiong had wanted to cause trouble, but his family's leader had long since told him not to create a conflict with the Chai family at this time, and to bring Nangong Shuiwei back to the Nangong family. However, when he heard this, he couldn't help but sneer, "Your Chai family is still a nation's inheritance. Wasn't he killed by Qin just now? As for your Chai family, our Nangong family is not afraid of you at all." Hearing Nangong Xiong's words, the Chai family's people were infuriated. Just as they were about to say something, one of the Chai family's family heads shouted, "Enough." This family head's position in the Chai family was definitely not low. His voice carried a powerful aura, causing the noisy scene to calm down. Everyone looked at the family head. The family leader stepped out and said, "Let him take Nangong Shuiwei. However, she can never return to the Chai family in the future." Today, I will divorce her on behalf of Xiaohui. She will never be a member of the Chai family in the future. Killing Nangong Shuiyue was evidently impossible. Nangong Shuiyue was the Nangong family's eldest daughter, and she was highly regarded by the Nangong family. The Nangong family was also quite powerful. If they killed Nangong Shuiyue, they would definitely offend the Nangong family. However, the Chai family was in a crisis, and later Zhou had just been destroyed. They could not offend the Nangong family and make another powerful enemy. This time, they had come for power. Once Nangong Shuiyue left, the young Chai Xiaohui would not be able to control the faction, and they would be able to take over the faction. Nangong Xiong didn't like the way the family head spoke, but this was what he wanted to see. After Nangong Shuyue's husband had died, the Nangong family had been trying to persuade Nangong Shuyue to return to the Nangong family and not stay in the Chai family. However, because of Chai Xiaohui, Nangong Shuyue had insisted on staying in the Chai family. His attitude was very stubborn, and no one could persuade him. In the end, the Nangong family could only compromise. "Sister. Do you hear me now? Come back with me." Nangong Xiong's words were filled with anger. Of course, he wasn't angry at Nangong Shuyue, but rather at the entire Chai family. Things had developed as she had expected, and Nangong Shuyue calmly looked at everyone. Her heart had not changed much, and she was not affected at all. "Little bro Min. I won't go back, and the Chai family won't chase me away." Hearing this, Nangong Xiong angrily looked at Nangong Shuyue and yelled, "Big sis. Haven't you heard me clearly? That person said that he wanted to divorce you and kick you out of the Chai family." The members of the Chai family were also confused. Could it be that Nangong Shuyue has become stupid? Nangong Shuyue still didn't hear what I said? Facing countless people's gazes, Nangong Shuyue said calmly, "I'm now Prince Qin's woman." Ha ha ha, a young man, who was the person who had spoken at the beginning, loudly laughed and said, "Isn't this helping Chai Xiaohui find a stepfather? She looks quite loyal and virtuous, but..." Slap! Before the young man could finish speaking, a heavy slap sounded out, knocking him to the ground. Half of his face became red and swollen, and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. The young man still hadn't reacted to the slap, and he looked up to see that it was his family leader who had personally slapped him. Alright, this matter ends here. Nangong Shuyue is still a member of the Chai family, and Xiaohui is still the Chai family's young master. There's no need to talk about this anymore, and everyone can leave. The family leader's voice was quite ordinary, but everyone could hear him clearly. After all, no one said anything, and the scene was incredibly silent. After hearing Nangong Shuyue's words, everyone was incredibly shocked. Nangong Shuyue has actually become Prince Qin's woman? This is an incredibly big matter, and she has directly formed a connection with Prince Qin. Everyone obeyed the family leader's orders and started to leave. The family leaders from the various branches all had smiles on their faces, and the family leader who had said that he was going to divorce Nangong Shuyue immediately apologized. This was all because of Prince Qin. If Nangong Shuyue became Prince Qin's woman, the Chai family would receive massive benefits. This was especially so now that later Zhou had submitted to Prince Qin. If they could have this relationship, it would be even better. Nangong Xiong's expression became serious, and he asked in disbelief, "Big sis, is that true?" Hearing this, Nangong Shuyue earnestly nodded. In actuality, she didn't want to bring up Great Qin's legatee, as it would be quite disgraceful. After all, she was a woman with children, and even though her husband had died young, if she suddenly became someone else's woman, people would definitely gossip. Seeing Nangong Shuyue nod, Nangong Xiong immediately took out his phone and made a call. This matter was quite important, and he had to tell others. The call quickly connected, and after Nangong Xiong told them about this, the other side fell silent for a few seconds before telling Nangong Xiong to come back and not to interfere with Nangong Shuyue's matters. It was evident how important this matter was to the Chai family. Nangong Xiong looked at his big sister and sighed. He wasn't used to her suddenly becoming someone else's woman, especially since it was Prince Qin. Nangong Xiong was quite opposed to this because he knew that his big sister had sacrificed her body of her own volition. It was impossible for her to have any feelings for Prince Qin, and he was afraid that Prince Qin would get tired of her and throw her away. With Great Qin's legatee's actions and the descent of the Chaos Imperial Star, it was evident that Great Qin's legatee was not a good person. Even though his big sister had become Great Qin's legatee's woman and looked incredibly glorious on the surface, she most likely did not have a good life. However, even though Nangong Xiong knew about this, he couldn't oppose it because this was what everyone wanted to see. As such, he could only sigh and leave with his people. The other family leaders smiled and politely chatted with Nangong Shuyue for a bit. After hearing some information, they felt quite satisfied and left. This farce ended here, and from the beginning, Nangong Shuyue's expression did not change at all. She had long since expected that this was one of the reasons why she had sacrificed herself. She couldn't help but think of Zhao Fu's appearance. Becoming his woman was incredibly glorious, and everyone had to curry favor with him. That was how powerful he was. Back at Qin, after Zhao Fu and his soldiers returned to Qin City, he immediately took some of Eternal Knight's members to Battle City. Battle City's changes surprised Zhao Fu. Apart from the city walls, there were very few soldiers, and there weren't many soldiers patrolling within the city. All of the shop stores were tightly shut, and the streets were in complete disorder. There were a few groups of people fighting, and there was a lot of blood on the streets. Zhao Fu was quite surprised to see this. Qin City's restaurant had been forced to close because it was simply too chaotic. Everyone was fighting, and if the restaurant didn't close, it would be too troublesome. At the same time, because of the chaos, there weren't many customers. Right now, Battle City was indeed quite chaotic. There were no restrictions, and many factions, big and small, were fighting each other. However, Zhao Fu could tell that most of the factions involved were player factions, and very few of the system factions were involved. Most of the people who had died were players, and no one had collected their corpses. There were basically no independent players left. After all, if an independent player went out on the streets by themselves, they would die without a doubt. As such, those who remained in this region were mostly players from factions, and none of them dared to go out by themselves. Zhao Fu went to the restaurant and said to a hooded figure, "Ergu, bring me all of the information you have on Battle City." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wang Ergu nodded and brought over a pile of information. Zhao Fu sat on a chair and carefully looked through the information. From what he could tell, Battle City was going through a great purge, or perhaps a great trial. Even though it seemed like Battle City was in chaos, there was still some order. The city walls and some places were still protected, such as the system's shops, which hadn't been destroyed, and some of the city's basic facilities were still there. Battle City's city lord was most likely fine, and he had just turned Battle City into a wrestling arena. The various factions would fight each other, and the most powerful would be chosen. Zhao Fu looked through the people who had the most potential to become city lord. The first was the person with the most potential and the greatest faction. He was called Xianxia, and he was Battle City's first gold medal fighter. He was the most famous in Battle City and had established his faction the earliest, so he was also the strongest. The second person was called Hong Tianshan, and he was Battle City's second gold medal fighter. His reputation was slightly weaker than Xiong Qi's, and his faction was also slightly weaker. The two of them were rivals with each other in Battle City, and there were conflicts between them. The third person was, of course, Xianxia, the most famous golden plate fighter in recent times, and the Swords Gate was also a strong force. Apart from the top three, there were a few other competitors who were not weak. For example, there was a Khitan, who was from the Liao Kingdom, a night elf, and a person called Xianxia. All three of them were gold medal fighters and had their own factions. Now that the various factions were engaged in a chaotic battle, Zhao Fu did not plan to participate. Qin would not help Zhao Fu either, as this was a city lord trial to pick out the most capable and powerful person. If Qin interfered, Battle City's city lord would definitely be displeased, and this would cause trouble for Xianxia. Moreover, Zhao Fu was confident that Xianxia would be able to handle this matter. Let's go back. After looking through this information, Zhao Fu realized that he had come for nothing, so he took his people back. The chaos in Battle City would continue for a while until someone emerged victorious. At the Swords Gate's territory, Xianxia's method was the same. He first maintained a neutral stance, and he also relaxed the recruitment requirements. He was not as strict as before, and he recruited some decent people, allowing the Swords Gate to slowly expand. At the same time, the training became stricter, and he wanted to nurture a group of powerful swordsmen so that the Swords Gate would be able to obtain victory in the end. Outside, he gave off a feeling that he was neither forceful nor weak. Joining the chaos so early would not benefit him at all, as he would expend too much energy and would not have enough strength in the later stages, allowing others to take advantage of him. As such, Xianxia was only preparing for the later stages of the battle. There were many factions that had similar thoughts, so at the beginning, there were only countless smaller factions and some mid-tier factions fighting. Zhao Fu returned to Qin City and refined the two historical generals' corpses, and Qin City continued to develop steadily. Qin City had wanted to develop steadily for a while, but after discovering Later Zhou's location, they changed their strategy and attacked Later Zhou. Now that Later Zhou had been conquered, Qin City naturally went back to its original plan. Out of the 5 legatees that Qin City had planned, only the Kingdom of Qi was left. Zhao Fu did his best to find the Kingdom of Qi's location. If he could destroy the Kingdom of Qi, Qin City would not have any legatees in the future. Of course, this was only the legatees that were publicly known, and there were some hidden legatees that had yet to be discovered. However, Zhao Fu felt that even if there were, they would be very small. After all, China occupied the Midland continent, which was many times the size of Earth, and with such a large area, the legatees would not be very large. Moreover, even if there were legatees, they would be extremely weak, or else they would not be hiding their identities. Most legatees were even more powerful than large families, so there was no need for them to hide their identities. Of course, the prerequisite was that they did not encounter a dynasty legacy. It was a pity that even though Qin City had done its best to find the Kingdom of Qi, it had not been able to find anything. It was as if the Kingdom of Qi had disappeared, and they could not find any information about it. It was not just the village, but even the system main city's residents could not be found. After all, the system main city's residents had been disbanded, and the Kingdom of Qi had most likely cut off all contact with the system main city. It planned to hide in the depths of the mountains and silently develop. Indeed, there was nothing that Qin could do about it. Since they could not find it, Zhao Fu could only put this matter aside and turn Qin City's attention to consolidating its foundations. Qin City had also started to build roads, as paving roads required stone bricks. Compared to digging up rocks, it was much easier to obtain and transport bricks. Zhao Fu ordered people to build a large number of workshops for making stone bricks. Stone bricks would be used in large quantities in the future, such as building houses, building city walls, and paving roads. As such, they could not lack workshops for making stone bricks. At the same time, the pottery workshop that Zhao Fu had ordered people to build was completed, and they started to make bone china in batches. Bone china was sold, and it was loved by many people. It was quite unique, and no one had ever seen it before. Even though bone china was not exclusive to the Heaven Murder Empire, that was from ancient times. Now, as long as Qin City's family had it, it was something that belonged to Qin City. However, those who could afford to buy bone china were all upper-class people, and at 5 gold coins each, ordinary people could not afford it. As for education, Zhao Fu also planned to prepare a test to see how capable the students of the Rising Qin Academy were. Those who were capable would be put in important positions. The Academy of Arts held a written test, which mainly focused on how to govern the country. This was something that Qin needed, as only with a strong internal government could Qin's military power be strong. The Academy of Martial Arts held a combat test. Of course, this wasn't a martial arts competition, as everyone's abilities were limited. They wouldn't have good talent at the start, nor would they have any special bloodlines, so they wouldn't be able to become peerless experts. However, Zhao Fu needed them to lead troops into battle. Even though their talent was average, if they worked hard, they would have decent achievements. Adding on the fact that their performance was outstanding, Zhao Fu could even give them a great orb to change their fate. This was the benefit of having a heaven-defying magic formation. As soon as this news spread, countless students became incredibly excited. The reason why they worked so hard was so that they could stand out from the crowd. The students who worked hard in their studies worked even harder, and the students who practiced martial arts also worked even harder. The 8,000 or so students of the Rising Qin Academy were all preparing for this test. It wasn't just the students, but all the teachers were also excited. After teaching for so long, this was the time for them to see the fruits of their labor. It was also the time for them to show their worth to Qin's Royal Highness. His Royal Highness had supported them so much, and if they couldn't nurture talented people, they would be letting His Royal Highness down. The teachers started to teach even more seriously, and the entire Rising Qin Academy fell into a frenzy. Everyone was doing their best. While preparing for the test, Zhao Fu planned to train some of his soldiers. Qin now had 870,000 people, and Zhao Fu planned to train 40,000 more soldiers, bringing the total to 160,000. Zhao Fu left this to Bai Qi, as he understood this better. He would also train a group of outstanding soldiers, and there was no need for Zhao Fu to worry about it. It was the third day, and the dark yellow leaves had withered and fallen from the treetops. Life seemed to be withering, and all of the vibrant colors seemed to be disappearing. The temperature became colder and colder, and it was the end of autumn. Winter was about to arrive. The Rising Qin Academy's first exam officially began. The martial faculty was presided over by Wang Jian, while the civil faculty was presided over by Li Si. Both sides were conducting the first written test, which was to write down some of their opinions on the art of war and governance. If they performed well, they could proceed to the next stage. The exam this time was also extremely strict. If there was any cheating or other opportunistic behavior, they would immediately be expelled from the Rising Qin Academy. Today was a cloudy day, and no one knew when it would rain. Therefore, the exam would be conducted in their respective classrooms, and there was no need for Zhao Fu to personally preside over it. Another reason was that there were already more than 8,000 students, and if they were all gathered together, it would be somewhat inconvenient. Every student was immersed in writing, and every classroom was extremely quiet. There were also teachers acting as invigilators, and there were also quite a few people patrolling from time to prevent cheating. Zhao Fu loathed cheating, so he was quite strict about it. Time passed by unknowingly, and the written exam ended. One by one, the teachers quickly read through some papers and picked out some outstanding ones. Once a student was picked out, they would receive a level 1 nurturing target. This meant that those who received this status would receive more resources than ordinary people, and if Qin Academy picked out talented people, they would be prioritized among these people. To others, this might seem quite unfair, as it was unfair to those who did not do well, and they felt that everyone should have equal rights. However, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and those who did not pass would be eliminated while those who were outstanding would be kept. This wasn't just the heaven-awakened world, even the real world, which believed in fairness and freedom, was like this. For example, in schools' experimental classes and in the competition between professions, those who did well would stay, and those who didn't would be kicked out. It was just that simple, and this world was not a world filled with love. Out of the 8,000 students, only 1,200 or so people passed and were given level 1 nurturing targets. These 1,200 or so people would undergo the second test. During the second test, there would be some veterans and residents who would ask questions for the civil and military academy students to answer, testing their practical abilities. Zhao Fu was quite against just studying, as that would only restrict one's thinking. He did not want to become a useless scholar, so he did not use the Confucian school's method of judging a person's ability through a written exam. Out of the 1,200 or so people, only 800 or so people passed and were given level 2 nurturing targets. At the same time, these 800 people would undergo the third test. The third test would be presided over by some generals and internal affairs officers, and they would ask all sorts of questions. After all, the questions were all quite difficult. As such, out of the 800 or so people, only 100 or so people passed, and the elimination rate was quite high. At the same time, these 100 or so people received level 3 nurturing targets. Finally, the fourth test would be presided over by Qin Academy's generals. In the end, out of the 100 or so people, only 13 of them passed and received the right to meet with Zhao Fu. Such a variety, complicated, and rigorous way of selecting talents would be praised by later generations. Out of the 13 people, 9 were boys and 4 were girls, and they were all around 15 or 16 years old. These 13 people were definitely the youngest people in Qin Academy, and they had the most potential. In the future, they would definitely achieve great things in Qin Academy. Especially, there were also women among them. In ancient times, this would never happen, and it was also the result that Zhao Fu did not implement the principle that men were superior to women. At this time, the 13 young girls and boys were kneeling in the hall with excited expressions, because the highest ruler of Qin Academy, Qin's prince, was sitting at the top. Being summoned by His Highness Qin Academy was undoubtedly the greatest honor, so these young boys and girls could not control their emotions at all. Get up. Zhao Fu sat at the top with a smile on his face, looking at the people below with satisfaction. These were all the talents of Qin Academy in the future. Yes. The 13 people said in unison, and then they stood up under the gazes of the generals. Zhao Fu also waited for a while to let them calm down, and then he became serious and began to ask them questions. The main question was, how to win? How to rule the world? After all, the 13 people had been selected through many layers of selection, so they had good mental fortitude. They quickly calmed down and answered Zhao Fu's questions with their own thoughts. Their answers were praised by many ministers, and Zhao Fu was also quite satisfied. He rewarded them and made them the key nurturing targets. Winter was approaching, and Zhao Fu wondered what this festival was about. Zhao Fu went to the system main city to take a look. This time, the system main cities were different to the previous festivals. Before, everyone would do some celebratory things, such as hanging all sorts of festive things in front of their doors and selling all sorts of festive things. Everyone would be filled with joy as they walked on the streets. Even during the Ghost Festival, such a terrifying event would be celebrated by the residents. However, there were no signs of celebration this time, and the entire system main city seemed quite dismal. Not a single person looked happy. Everyone hurriedly bought all sorts of things. Some people bought food, some people bought water tanks, some people bought charcoal for fires, some people bought umbrellas, and some people bought boats. If Zhao Fu didn't know that this was a festival, he would have thought that a disaster was about to befall them, causing the residents to run for their lives. As the residents bought all sorts of things, prices rose. Following this, Zhao Fu found out that this festival was called the Disaster Festival, and it was also called the Disaster Festival. Just like its name, this festival was filled with all sorts of disasters. There were ice disasters, snow disasters, drought disasters, floods, and all sorts of other disasters. It was no wonder that no one was happy about this festival. The event this time was the same as before. It would last for 7 days, and it would start at 12 o'clock tonight. This festival was also a personal event. During the festival, all sorts of disasters would happen, and if one could stop or defend against a disaster, one would receive virtue points. For example, if one could stop a flood, one would receive virtue points. Because this was an individual event, the virtue points would be given to one, and if one's soldiers helped defend against the flood, the virtue points would not belong to one but to one's subordinates and soldiers. In other words, whoever helped would receive virtue points, which could be used to exchange for items in the system main cities. This festival focused on all sorts of disasters, and it would greatly affect ordinary factions, large families, and system factions. Even though these disasters wouldn't be fatal, they would cause great trouble for the development of factions. However, this did not have much of an effect on a nation's faction. After all, nation legatees all had heaven prayer platforms, which gave them resistance to natural disasters. As such, they would not suffer as much from natural disasters. These activities were incredibly beneficial to the nation factions. If there were frequent disasters in the future, the nation factions would not be able to eat, while others would have large amounts of food to waste. The nation factions would naturally be superior to the other factions, and this was the natural advantage of the nation legatees. This was something that would only happen in the future. Right now, the legatee of a kingdom would receive great benefits, as their resistance to natural disasters would increase their virtue points. For example, if you obtained a virtue point, because you had resistance to natural disasters, you would receive additional virtue points. The more disaster resistance one had, the more benefits they would get. Zhao Fu smiled in his heart. This activity was the best for Qin. Because Qin had already conquered 4 nation legatees, With their resistance to natural disasters, Qin's resistance to natural disasters was naturally quite powerful. Right now, Zhaofu didn't know exactly how much resistance he had to natural disasters, as there were some things that also gave resistance to natural disasters, such as the Earth Temple and Water God Temple. Zhaofu planned to go back and see how much resistance Qin had to natural disasters. Now, Zhaofu went to the exchange stone steel to see if there were any good things. The 10,000 Flower Festival focused on equipment, the Ghost Festival focused on professions, the Divine Fish Festival focused on city creation stones, and the Disaster Festival focused on medicinal pills. The top 10 pills were already the best pills in the world. They had extremely powerful effects and were incomparably shocking. Tao Comprehension Pill, a cultivation-type medicinal pill that is incredibly rare in the world. Its effects are incredibly powerful, and it can cause one to enter a state of comprehension and control the source energy of the heavens and earth. Those with low cultivation should not use it, or else their souls will be destroyed. Heavenly Sage Pill, a rare holy pill that has heaven-defying effects. It can raise a person's grade from human grade to heaven grade, and it can change one's constitution and strengthen various stats. Revival Pill, a heaven-defying medicinal pill that can heal injuries. No matter how heavily injured someone is, or even if they are already dead, as long as they have not been dead for more than 8 hours, they will be able to live after consuming this revival pill. Bloodthirsty Berserk Pill, a combat-type medicinal pill that was refined from the essence blood of tens of thousands of bloodthirsty demons. After consuming it, one will obtain boundless power, and one's stats will be strengthened by tens of times. However, the side effects of this pill will cause one to fall into a state of endless slaughter. 10,000 Poison Divine Pill, a physique-type medicinal pill that was refined from tens of thousands of poisonous spirit medicines. After consuming it, one will obtain a poison spirit constitution, and one will be immune to all poisons. One will also have great resistance to some of the world's most intense poisons. Vermilion Bird Blood Pill, a bloodline medicinal pill that was refined from the essence blood of the vermilion bird. After consuming it, one will obtain the vermilion bird's bloodline and control the vermilion bird's flames, and one will have great resistance to all fire-attributed attacks. 9 Life-Linked Pill, a support-type medicinal pill that is split into 1 main pill and 9 side pills. The person who consumes the main pill will obtain half of the stats and life force of the person who consumes the side pills. If the person who consumes the main pill is injured, their injuries will be shared with the person who consumes the side pills. Stage Breaking Pill, a breakthrough medicinal pill that is incredibly powerful, but it comes at a great price. The person who consumes it will be able to break through from stage 1 to stage 5, but this will overdraft one's potential, and one's cultivation will remain at stage 5 for the rest of one's life. Power King Pill, a strengthening-type medicinal pill that is mainly used to strengthen one's body. There are no side effects, and the person who consumes it will increase their stats by 3 times and obtain pure power. Whether it is their body or constitution, they will be greatly strengthened. 100 Dragon Sun Pill, a special strengthening-type medicinal pill that countless men dream of. It was refined from all sorts of yang-type items, and after consuming it, one's body will be greatly strengthened. This strengthening is not temporary but permanent. It is said that with this pill, one will not fear even 100 female dragons, which is why it is called the 100 Dragon Sun Pill. After looking through the top 10 medicinal pills, Zhaofu felt that they were incredibly powerful. The top-ranked pill, the Tao Comprehension Pill, could allow one to control the heaven and earth's source energy. The second-ranked medicinal pill, the Heavenly Sage Pill, was also incredibly precious. Zhaofu had the information from the demon god, and he knew that there was less than 1 in 10 billion people with heaven grade. From this, it could be seen how rare heaven grade was. Apart from the first 3, Zhaofu was also interested in the 5th-ranked pill, the all-poison godly pill. Poisoning was incredibly secretive and difficult to defend against, and it was one of the most taboo methods for emperors. Most emperors had their own methods to prevent poisoning. With this all-poison divine pill, Zhaofu would be immune to all sorts of poisons in the future, which would be for the best. In the future, if someone used poison-type skills, Zhaofu would also be immune to them. Apart from the all-poison godly pill, the vermilion bird blood pill was also quite good, as it allowed one to obtain the vermilion bird's bloodline. The vermilion bird was one of China's 4 divine beasts, so it was definitely quite powerful. However, because the vermilion bird blood pill was ranked 6th, the bloodline's power would be a bit weaker, but it would not be too weak. Finally, there was the 10th ranked medicinal pill. Looking at the 100 Dragon Sun pill's description, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. 100 female dragons was simply too ridiculous. After all, dragons were creatures famed for their powerful bodies, and even if a dragon turned into a human, ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. They would most likely collapse in just a few hits. Zhao Xian. Suddenly, a familiar woman's voice sounded out from behind him. Zhao Fu turned and saw Jiang Ro happily smiling at him. Zhao Fu also smiled and said, "Long time no see." Jiang Ro lightly nodded and smiled as she walked over to Zhao Fu's side, saying, "You're such a busy person. It's so hard to see you." Right now, Zhao Fu had been going back and forth between the various regions, and if it wasn't for the event, he would not have come to Holy Light City. Hearing Jiang Ro's words, Zhao Fu awkwardly smiled. Seeing that Jiang Ro looked quite well, he asked, "How have you been recently?" Jiang Ro nodded. As the cloth shop's business became better and better, her status in the Jiang family became higher and higher. She did not feel much pressure anymore, and she was quite happy. "What about you? How have you been?" Jiang Ro asked out of concern towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu thought about his recent situation and smiled as he replied, "Not bad." Seeing Zhao Fu's reaction, Jiang Ro let out a sigh of relief, saying, "I feel that you're getting busier. I thought you were busy because of Prince Qin's matter." Zhao Fu was quite surprised to hear Zhao Fu mention him. He looked at Jiang Ro and asked, "You also know about Qin's legatee?" Jiang Ro covered her mouth and smiled. "How could I not know? Prince Qin's matter is so big that all normal players know about it. Although I don't really care about the world, as someone from an aristocratic family, how could I not know about him?" "That's right," Zhao Fu understood and agreed. At this moment, Jiang Ro said, "At first, I was worried about you. Recently, Qin has continuously destroyed a few kingdoms, and East Green is near the Forest of Horrors. I was worried that you would be targeted by Qin, but it seems like you're fine now." Hearing Jiang Ro's concern, Zhao Fu felt warmth in his heart. He smiled and replied, "Qin probably won't do anything to me right now, so you don't have to worry about that." "That's good," Jiang Ro said as she sweetly smiled. Following this, Zhao Fu and Jiang Ro chatted for a while longer before both of them left in good moods. Soon, they returned to Qin. Zhao Fu started to look at Qin's various natural disaster resistance stats. He mainly added the Heaven Prayer Platform stats, and he didn't add anything else. State of Qin, Heaven Prayer Platform, a special structure of a kingdom that can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 75%, chance of spawning S-grade or above people plus 40%. Grade Shun, Heaven Prayer Platform, a special structure of a kingdom that can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 35%, chance of spawning S-grade or above people plus 15%. State of Wei, Heaven Prayer Platform, a special structure of a kingdom that can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 30%, chance of spawning S-grade or above people plus 10%. State of Zhou, Heaven Prayer Platform, a special structure of a kingdom that can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 40%, chance of spawning S-grade or above people plus 20%. State of Jing, Heaven Prayer Platform, a special structure of a kingdom that can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 25%, chance of spawning S-grade or above people plus 5%. The Heaven Prayer Platform stats were different depending on the country's fate. The highest was Qin, and the lowest was the state of Jing. Apart from this, there were other structures. Earth Temple, Level 4, description, contains a trace of divine power that can protect a piece of land. Requires sacrifices of incense. The more incense there is, the more the Earth Temple's level and stats will be increased. Current stats, crop growth time minus 50%, crop output plus 35%, resistance to natural disasters plus 15%. Water God Statue, Level 3, Description, a statue of the water god that can protect boats on the water. Requires sacrifices of incense. The more incense there is, the more the water god statue's level and stats will be increased. Water god statue stats, water god's protection, resistance to natural disasters plus 5%. Finally, there was the city god temple, which was also level 4 and had a decent amount of protection. This would be of some help when natural disasters descended, but it did not have any data, so it could not be used. All of the Earth Temple's stats added up to 195%, which meant that Zhao Fu would receive twice as much virtue points. Resistance to natural disasters was incredibly difficult to obtain, and even though the Earth Temple that Zhao Fu had obtained was level 4, after leveling it up, it only increased production and decreased crop growth time. The Earth Temple's stats had already reached the upper limit, which meant that the Earth Temple could only increase resistance to natural disasters by 15%. It would not continuously level up like the Heaven Prayer platform. The only thing that had some potential was the water god. This water god was quite special, and if it was nurtured properly, it would definitely be more useful than the Earth Temple. Now that Qin had such a high resistance to natural disasters, he did not have to worry about any natural disasters. After all, this was an event, and the natural disasters would not be too great. Even if the natural disasters were great, with Qin's high resistance to natural disasters, he would be able to defend against them. There was not much to prepare for the disaster festival. Firstly, no one knew what disasters there would be, and it would not be easy to defend against them. As such, very few people would be able to obtain benefits from the disaster festival. For example, if there was a huge gale, trees would be destroyed, and houses would be flipped over. How would one defend against the gale? If one dodged the gale or resisted it, one would not receive any virtue points. If one wanted to obtain virtue points, one would have to stop the gale. Similarly, if there was a flood, one would have to think of all sorts of ways to stop the flood. If there was an earthquake, one would have to think of all sorts of ways to stabilize the ground. Only then would one be able to obtain virtue points. Virtue points referred to one's achievements and virtue. In Buddhism, those who had virtue points could cultivate to become Buddhas and enter the land of ultimate bliss. It was still afternoon, and there was still some time before 12 p.m. Zhao Fu decided to make some preparations and gather some information about the disaster festival so that he wouldn't be at a loss when the disaster arrived. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out in the sky, and a corporeal soundwave spread out. The entire heaven-awakened world was like thunder, and a piercing pain could be felt in one's ears. The heavens and earth started to change, and the light became dim. An incredibly oppressive aura continuously descended from the sky, as if a terrifying demon was about to descend. The surroundings fell silent, and it was impossible to see anything. However, the oppressive aura became stronger and stronger. Whoosh, a massive gust of wind sounded out, bringing with it a sense of terror and destruction. Even before the wind arrived, the terrifying aura was enough to cause people's hairs to stand on end. Rumble, the berserk wind brought with it an aura that seemed to be able to sweep away everything, and it started to sweep through the entire forest of horrors. Countless trees vigorously swayed as if they were going to be uprooted at any moment, and countless rocks that were as big as millstones were easily carried into the sky. The disaster that the forest of horrors was facing was a wind disaster. Under such a terrifying gale, countless villages were heavily damaged. Some roofs were blown off, and some houses were even blown over. However, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that countless rocks and trees were also brought down by the berserk wind. The massive force of the wind caused the ground to crack, and some buildings were also attacked, causing people to hurriedly run away. However, they didn't dare to go too far, as it was quite difficult to walk in the berserk wind. If they weren't careful, they could be blown away. It wasn't just player factions, even system main cities were attacked. Many roofs were blown off, and some rocks and trees even destroyed some houses. The scene was incredibly terrifying, and it was a wind disaster. However, as the wild wind swept through the entire forest of horrors, Qin's territory gave off a faint light. This light was incredibly bright in this dark environment, and something strange happened. The originally ferocious wind became docile and slowed down before slowly disappearing. Great Qin had not been affected at all, and it was as if there had not been any disaster at all. This allowed Great Qin's residents to let out a sigh of relief and feel immense gratitude towards Zhao Fu. This was all because of Great Qin's natural disaster resistance. This gale continued for 10 or so minutes, causing the forest of horrors to become a mess. Countless trees fell, and some of the ground was lifted up. Boulders fell to the side, creating craters. After the gale stopped, countless people let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu did not act either, as this was only the prelude to the disaster festival. After the gale stopped, the disaster festival would truly begin. Zhao Fu used a flight stone and turned into a black ray of light as he flew away from Qin City. Looking at the terrifying scene caused by the gale, he had never thought that the gale would be so powerful at the start. However, the disaster festival only started like this, allowing people to see how terrifying the disaster was. After all, it was just a festival. The gust of wind did not completely dissipate. Instead, it turned into 20 or so gigantic cyan birds. These cyan birds were 30 meters long and were not corporeal. Instead, they were completely formed from cyan wind, and their shapes were not much different from normal birds. However, their eyes were extremely sharp, and they carried a cyan light. These massive birds were called disaster beasts, and they specialized in causing disasters. Disaster beasts only appeared during the disaster festival, and they were responsible for causing all sorts of disasters during the event. In the real world, there were many reasons for disasters. For example, typhoons were caused by air currents, earthquakes were caused by collisions between continents, and droughts were caused by a lack of rain. However, these true disasters affected a large area, and it was difficult to recover from them. However, this was different in the Heaven Awakened world, as this was a 7-day event. After the event, everything would return to normal, so there would be disaster. Beasts in the Heaven Awakened world. At the same time, there were many disaster beasts, and they were responsible for causing all sorts of disasters. The azure birds were one of them, and they were called wind disaster beasts. Wind disaster beasts were not as powerful as the gale from before, but they could still create gales that covered hundreds of kilometers. They were quite difficult to deal with, and they would not directly attack. Instead, they would create gales to destroy villages. It was quite impossible to send an army to kill them, as disaster beasts were quite intelligent. Before many people could get close, they would fly away, and after a while, they would come back from another direction to create gales and attack villages. As such, there was an advantage in going alone, which was why the disaster festival was a solo event. Qin had natural disaster resistance, so these disaster beasts would not go there. As such, Zhao Fu had to go and find them himself. However, this was not too difficult, as there would be wind disaster beasts wherever there were gales. Zhao Fu used a flight stone, and after flying for a while, he saw a massive gale ahead of him. Zhao Fu unleashed his king's domain, and a black dragon inscription barrier appeared around him as he rushed into the gale. After flying for a while, a massive azure bird appeared in the sky. This azure bird continuously flapped its wings, sending out powerful gusts of wind that uprooted trees and sent boulders tumbling everywhere. Zhao Fu unleashed his king's domain with all of his strength to defend against the berserk gales. By now, the wind disaster beast had discovered Zhao Fu, and it flapped its wings, sending 2 massive wind blades towards Zhao Fu with shocking power. Luckily, as the wind disaster beast attacked, the berserk gales stopped, or else it would have been very difficult for Zhao Fu to move. Facing the 2 incoming wind blades, Zhao Fu drew the sky demon sword and flew to the side, dodging the first wind blade. He then vigorously slashed out, sending out a 10 or so meter long black arc of light that clashed with the first wind blade. As the 2 collided, they exploded. However, at that moment, the wind disaster beast once again flapped its wings, sending out a massive pillar of wind that sent Zhao Fu flying. After stabilizing his body in the air, Zhao Fu used all of his strength. The City Lord seal within his body continuously trembled, and a massive wave of energy rippled out from Zhao Fu's body, causing the air around him to tremble. With the City Lord seal, Zhao Fu's strength became many times greater, and he quickly rushed towards the wind disaster beast. The wind disaster beast once again unleashed a few more wind blades, but they were all destroyed by Zhao Fu. The wind disaster beast was quite shocked, but it cried out and also rushed at Zhao Fu. Its massive beak was filled with azure wind, and it gave off an incredibly sharp aura that could easily cut steel into small pieces. However, Zhao Fu coldly laughed and did not hide his strength, and he directly used his godly skill, godly demonic thrust. The sky demon sword gave off traces of demonic chi, and a terrifying ripple spread out as the image of a 7-meter-long sword appeared, giving off an aura of destruction. The massive wind disaster beast rushed in front of Zhao Fu, giving off a powerful aura of suppression. Its sharp beak could completely tear apart Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu stood his ground and did not move at all. The instant that the wind disaster beast arrived, he vigorously swung the sky demon sword, and the sword image slashed out with immense force. The sword wind was incredibly sharp, and it seemed as if it could easily shatter rocks. Pooh! The sword image slashed out, seeming to split the air in two as it chopped off the wind disaster beast's bird head. Immediately, the wind disaster beast's body turned into a wild gale and exploded out, and a green crystal appeared in the air. Zhao Fu steadied his body and resisted the berserk wind. After the berserk wind dissipated, he saw the azure crystal floating in the air. At the same time, Zhao Fu received a system announcement congratulating him for killing a level 2 wind disaster beast and preventing a wind disaster. He had obtained 4,000 virtue points. Disaster beasts were split into different grades, mainly based on how much disaster they could cause. This was only a level 2 disaster beast, so it was relatively easy to deal with. After killing it, one could obtain 2,000 virtue points, but because Zhao Fu had double the natural disaster resistance, he obtained 4,000 virtue points. However, this was only because Zhao Fu had used his City Lord Seal's power. Otherwise, with his own strength, it would have been quite troublesome. Next, Zhao Fu looked at the cyan crystal. This cyan crystal was not very big, only about the length of a finger and the width of 2 fingers. It gave off a slight wind-type energy. Wind disaster crystal, a crystal that is produced after killing a disaster beast. After using it, one can receive the blessings of the heavens, and it can be randomly gifted. A blessing from the heavens? Zhao Fu was curious and immediately used it. In the next moment, the crystal released a bright, cyan light, and a gentle breeze spread out. After the cyan light receded, a helmet appeared in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu inspected the helmet's attributes, discovering that it was not bad. It should be a top-tier gold-ranked equipment. This gift from the heavens was nothing much. It was just an additional reward, just like the previous events. Continue forward, Zhao Fu found a wind disaster beast within a canyon. This wind disaster beast was quite small, only 10 meters long. The wind it gave off only affected the surrounding 10 kilometers, and it was not very strong. When the wind disaster beast saw Zhao Fu, it immediately flapped its wings, creating a wild gale as it tried to escape. With the wind disaster beast's speed, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to catch up. Zhao Fu took out an evil crushing spear and sent his king's power into it. The evil crushing spear gave off a bright silver light, and the runes on it started to spin as a terrifying evil crushing power appeared. He forcefully threw out the evil crushing spear, and a silver ray of light shot out like lightning, piercing through the wind disaster beast that was trying to escape. Whoosh, the wind disaster beast's body exploded, turning into a gust of wind that blew away, leaving behind a cyan crystal. System announcement. You have killed a level 1 wind disaster beast and obtained 2,000 virtue points. Zhao Fu flew over and picked up the cyan crystal. After using it, he only obtained an ordinary gold-grade equipment. It seemed that killing a disaster beast would give him a gold-grade equipment, but of course, the prerequisite was that he had the ability to kill it. The 3 other system main cities were also being battered by a level 4 wind disaster beast, which could create gales that covered tens of thousands of kilometers. Under such terrifying gales, ordinary soldiers would not be able to walk very well, let alone get close to the center of the storm. The 3 city lords had no choice but to use their City Lord Seal's power because disaster beasts would not directly attack villages. Instead, they would create all sorts of disasters, and disaster beasts that could create gales that covered tens of thousands of kilometers were not easy to find. Moreover, they were quite difficult to deal with. Level 4 wind disaster beasts were nearly 100 meters long, and even if the 3 city lords used their City Lord Seal's power, it would be quite difficult to deal with them. Zhao Fu did not go and make trouble for level 4 wind disaster beasts for now, as he knew that they would be quite difficult to deal with. Moreover, with the double virtue points, killing a level 2 wind disaster beast would be equivalent to killing a level 4 wind disaster beast. Killing a level 3 wind disaster beast would be equivalent to killing a level 5 wind disaster beast, and a level 3 wind disaster beast would give a half-legendary grade item. An entire night of battle, Zhao Fu had used up all of his evil-crushing spears, and he now had 28,000 virtue points, which was quite good. If he had another 3 times that amount, he would be able to exchange for the 100 Dragon Sun Pill, which was ranked 10th. Of course, Zhao Fu would not spend his precious virtue points on something like that. At the same time, because Zhao Fu had killed 10 level 1 wind disaster beasts, he obtained a blessing, Heaven's Favor, level 1, description, the heavens have bestowed upon you and will provide you with protection. This status gives the village stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 5%. Zhao Fu was quite surprised that this event could give him a natural disaster stat. However, after thinking about it, he realized that it was most likely to close the gap between legatees and ordinary factions. If natural disasters occurred more often in the later stages, legatees would have a massive advantage. Of course, the heavens would not give these natural disaster stats for free. If one worked hard and killed disaster beasts, the heavens would naturally give these stats to them. Moreover, since Heaven's Favor was level 1, it meant that there were level 2 and level 3 disaster beasts, which meant that there were also level 2 and level 3 disaster beasts. After fighting for an entire night, Zhao Fu felt quite tired, so he rested for a while in Qin City before ordering people to go to other places to gather information. After killing disaster beasts, they would not respawn very quickly. If they respawned quickly, Zhao Fu would not have to go to other places and could just stay in the Forest of Horrors. No matter how many disaster beasts there were, they would not affect Qin City much. However, if the disaster beasts respawned quickly, other places would be in dire straits, and there might not be a single intact village in the Forest of Horrors. Now, Zhao Fu felt that he had killed most of the wind disaster beasts in the Forest of Horrors, so he decided to go to other places to take a look. At that moment, he received news that a certain region had been flooded. Ever since the disaster festival, there had been torrential rain, and the rain had not stopped at all. The amount of water that had accumulated was incredibly terrifying, and not only had that region been completely inundated, but the nearby regions had also been heavily affected. The city lords in that region could only work together to break through the void zone and relocate the system main city so that millions of people could survive. However, the other villages in the wilderness were not as lucky. If they could not avoid the flood, they would drown. With how big that region was, Zhao Fu estimated that at least 7 million people had drowned. There had to be something that had affected the disaster festival, which was why such a terrifying disaster had occurred. This flood was incredibly large, and not only had it flooded an entire region, but it had also flooded a few nearby regions. With such a scale, it was most likely a level 10 disaster. Zhao Fu was quite interested in this region. If he could resolve this disaster, his gains would be massive, so Zhao Fu went to find Guobing Lin and asked for information about that region. After looking at it for a while, Zhao Fu's expression became serious because this region was the region with the dragon sealing well. There had to be some sort of connection, or else it wouldn't be so coincidental. However, the city lords had personally gone over to take a look, and they had fished there for a long time, but nothing had happened. Could it be that something had happened because of the disaster festival? After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to go and take a look for himself. Because that region had been flooded, it was impossible to directly teleport there. Zhao Fu first teleported to a nearby region before entering the flooded region. When Zhao Fu arrived at that region, he was quite shocked. The sky was completely dark, and it gave off an incredibly oppressive aura. Heavy rain continued to pour down, and it did not seem to be slowing down at all. The entire region had been turned into an ocean, and only a few peaks could be seen. However, with how quickly the flood was rising, those peaks would soon be submerged, and the people and beasts that were still alive could only wait in despair for death. Zhao Fu did not save them, as he could only save 2 or 3 people at most. It was better to find the cause of this flood and resolve it. Zhao Fu took out a map and started to fly towards the dragon sealing well. A few hours later, Zhao Fu finally found the dragon sealing well. The water here was abnormally calm and clear, and it was quite clear compared to other places. It was as if there was a power protecting the dragon sealing well. Zhao Fu stood in the air and could clearly see the dragon sealing well at the bottom of the water. He was quite sure that the dragon sealing well was the cause of the flood. This was because Zhao Fu could clearly sense that the dragon sealing well was emitting an intense aura of disaster. There were also 10 rank 1 water disaster beasts guarding the well. These water disaster beasts looked like fish, and they were only 10 meters long. Their bodies were completely made of water, and they gave off a faint blue light. Their eyes were like 2 sapphires. Dealing with 10 water disaster beasts was quite troublesome. If they attacked one by one, Zhao Fu wouldn't be afraid, but if they attacked together, it would be quite troublesome. Zhao Fu raised the sky demon sword high into the air and softly shouted, "Godly Hell's Gate." The sky demon sword hummed and gave off a black sword light that shot into the sky. A black hole that was 100 meters wide opened up, giving off a terrifying aura. Traces of demonic chi flowed out of the black hole, and demonic roars sounded out. Following this, demons holding pitchforks and wings on their backs continuously flew out of the black holes. Because Zhao Fu had used his full strength and the City Lord Seal's power, he had summoned over 1,000 demons this time. These 1,000 demons flew in the sky and gave off evil laughter, giving off a shocking aura. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been so scared that their legs would have gone soft. Zhao Fu raised a sword and pointed it towards the bottom of the well, and the countless demons obeyed his order and rushed towards the bottom of the well. The water disaster fish near the dragon sealing well also started to attack. The fish breathed in and out, causing powerful water cannons to shoot out of the water. These water cannons were 1 meter wide, and as long as they hit the demon, they would instantly destroy the demon's body. However, even though the water disaster fish's water bullets were quite powerful and fast, there were many demons that Zhao Fu had summoned, and many of them had already rushed into the water and started to attack the water disaster fish. The pitchfork stabbed towards the water disaster fish's bodies, and even though the demon's strength was quite average, they were still able to deal some damage to the water disaster fish. The water disaster fish also started to counterattack, giving off a bright blue light as they twisted their bodies, causing massive waves of water that seemed to be corporeal and sent the demons flying. As the demons and the water disaster fish attacked each other, Zhao Fu made his move. He first turned his body invisible before sneaking up to a water disaster fish's side and suddenly exploding with power. The sky demon sword shined with a terrifying demonic light as it stabbed into the water disaster fish's head. The water disaster fish's body froze before exploding into countless droplets of water, and a blue crystal remained where it was. Zhao Fu had summoned so many demons not to fight but to use them to attract the water disaster fish's attention so that he could attack. With the help of the 1,000 or so demons, it was much easier for Zhao Fu to deal with the water disaster fish. In just a few moments, Zhao Fu had successfully killed the water disaster fish and obtained 20,000 virtue points and 10 disaster crystals, which was quite satisfactory. After killing the water disaster fish, Zhao Fu went to the dragon sealing well. It looked the same as before, and there was nothing special about it. The well was made of white bricks, and there were 36 chains hanging down from it. The well was so deep that Zhao Fu couldn't even see the bottom. However, Zhao Fu hesitated for a moment before diving into the well. After entering the well, he found that the space below was incredibly large, and he couldn't even tell how wide or long it was. As Zhao Fu continued to dive deeper and deeper, the light became dimmer and dimmer until it was completely pitch black. There was not a single sound around him, and it was so silent that it was quite frightening. Zhao Fu took out an orb. It was called a illumination pearl, and it was mainly used for illumination. It could be sold in the system's shop. This illumination pearl was quite high grade, and after Zhao Fu took it out, the light it gave off could illuminate everything within a few hundred meters. As long as there was light, the fear from the darkness gradually disappeared. Even though the well was quite large, Zhao Fu had a clear direction, which was to follow the 36 chains. He had no idea how long these chains were, and Zhao Fu remembered that he had already dived for almost 1,000 meters, but he still couldn't see the end of the chains. As he continued to follow the chains, time seemed to slow down. After some time, Zhao Fu started to become impatient, as he had no idea how deep the well was. There seemed to be no end to the chains, and his surroundings didn't seem to change at all. Zhao Fu decided to continue diving, and after thinking about it, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the bottom. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared behind Zhao Fu, opening its mouth and biting towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu quickly dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. At the same time, Zhao Fu saw what had attacked him. It was a level 4 water disaster fish, and it was 100 or so meters long. Its body gave off a powerful might. Swish, 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 just as Zhao Fu dodged the water disaster beast's bite, the water disaster beast once again attacked. Its body shined with a blue light, forming spears made of water that pointed towards Zhao Fu. The spears gave off a powerful aura as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Facing the countless spears, Zhao Fu didn't dare to be careless, and he continuously dodged as he used his most powerful defensive skill. A 10-meter-long shield image appeared, giving off an aura as tough as iron. The spears slammed into the shield, exploding into countless splashes of water. The shield image continuously swayed, and it was barely able to block this wave of attacks. Zhao Fu started to counterattack, and he vigorously slashed out with his sword. A sword hum sounded out as a massive black sword light containing shocking power slashed towards the water disaster beast's body. Roar! The water disaster beast roared in pain as the black sword light tore through its body of water. This attack caused the water disaster beast to be heavily injured. However, the water disaster beast quickly attacked again, shooting out a massive water cannonball. Zhao Fu quickly dodged to the side, but the water cannonball was simply too big, and Zhao Fu was still hit, causing him to be slightly injured. As expected, a level 4 disaster beast wasn't easy to deal with, and Zhao Fu immediately entered stealth. Now that Zhao Fu had stealth, and he was an assassin, it would be very difficult for anyone to discover him. Roar! Seeing that Zhao Fu had disappeared, the water disaster beast felt quite surprised. However, in the next instant, a massive black sword light exploded out from one side of its body, giving it a big fright. However, it was still sent flying by that terrifying sword light. This sword light heavily injured the water disaster beast, and a deep gash appeared on its side. Seeing that it was still unable to see Zhao Fu, the water disaster beast unleashed a large-scale attack. It continuously twisted its body, causing waves of water to spread out. The waves of water contained massive power, and if he was hit by them, it would be like being hit by a cow. As such, Zhao Fu could only dodge far away. This large-scale attack expended a lot of energy, and the water disaster beast only lasted for a short while before it stopped. Suddenly, a black figure covered in demonic qi rushed towards the water disaster beast. Seeing that Zhao Fu had finally appeared, the water disaster beast once again shot out a massive water bullet, wanting to heavily injure Zhao Fu. However, the real Zhao Fu had already appeared next to the water disaster beast with the slaughtering ghost sword, and a blood-red sword light slashed towards the water disaster beast's head. Roar! The water disaster beast roared in pain as its body exploded, turning into a wave of water that blasted out and forced Zhao Fu back a few steps. At the same time, a blue crystal appeared where it had been. Notification: you have killed a level 4 wind disaster beast. Obtained 8,000 merit points. Master, will I be rewarded in the future? Sky Demon held the Sky Demon sword and smiled as he looked at Zhao Fu expectantly. Zhao Fu casually waved his hand, and Sky Demon's body turned into a ray of black light as it shot towards Zhao Fu, turning back into a sword. Have I ever mistreated you? Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Sky Demon happily smiled and did not say anything else. Zhao Fu used the level 4 water disaster beast's crystal and obtained a legendary grade material. Zhao Fu looked at it before putting it into his spatial ring. Following this, Zhao Fu continued to follow the chains as his surroundings became more and more dangerous. One day later, Zhao Fu wiped away the blood at the corners of his lips and put the level 5 wind disaster beast's energy stone into his spatial ring. After a day passed, Zhao Fu didn't know how many meters he had gone down, and he had encountered many different water disaster beasts. Zhao Fu now had 170,000 or so virtue points, which were enough to exchange for the top 10 items on the rankings. At the same time, Zhao Fu obtained some crystals, including 3 level 5 disaster beasts and 11 level 4 disaster beasts. Level 4 disaster beasts could give ordinary legendary grade items, and level 5 disaster beasts could give high-tier legendary grade items. Zhao Fu had yet to see a level 6 disaster beast. What made Zhao Fu feel pleasantly surprised was that the chains weren't falling straight down, but rather at an angle. This meant that the chains were almost at the end, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite delighted. He was quite afraid that the chains would go on forever. Zhao Fu continued to follow the chains. 2 hours later, Zhao Fu came to a cave. The cave was quite big, and there were many fluorescent stones on the walls. Even without the illumination pearl, one would be able to see their surroundings, and the chains extended into the cave. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu put the illumination pearl away. Now that he could see, he didn't need the illumination pearl anymore. The most important thing now was to unravel the mysteries. After looking at the cave, Zhao Fu became more cautious and started to enter. After entering the cave, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The cave wasn't completely silent and lifeless. Instead, it was the opposite. There was a type of aquatic plant that gave off a fluorescent green light, and it looked quite beautiful. There were also many small fish swimming about. After looking around, Zhao Fu didn't find anything special, so he continued to follow the chains. After around half an hour, Zhao Fu arrived at a large hall. The chains had already reached the end, and Zhao Fu could clearly see what the chains were locking. This hall was quite big, and it was at least 10,000 meters wide. Not only were there aquatic plants that gave off fluorescent green light, but there were also many small trees that gave off fluorescent green light, making it seem like a small forest. There were some fluorescent plankton swimming about, making it seem like a dream. At the innermost part of the hall was a stone bed, and there was a woman lying on it. This woman's face could be said to be perfect without a single blemish, and it looked like a little girl's face. Her body was quite slender, and her skin was as smooth as jade. This was especially so for her massive chest, which was slightly larger than the black and white impermanences. She wore a long green robe that was unable to bind her chest at all, revealing a large portion of her snow-white breasts. The woman's eyes were closed, as if she was in a deep sleep. Her hands and feet were bound by chains. This woman is the main cause of such a huge flood? Zhao Fu felt quite confused, but he didn't act rashly. Instead, he stood there and thought about what had happened. At that moment, the woman on the stone bed slowly opened her green eyes and lay on her side. She looked at Zhao Fu and gave a flirtatious smile. She hooked her finger at Zhao Fu and said, "Someone's finally here. Little brother, come here and serve big sister." Zhao Fu ignored her words and wondered if she was a type of disaster beast and if killing her would give him any virtue points. "Hurry, little brother," the woman said coquettishly. Her voice was quite seductive, and her body started to twist, revealing a pair of white legs. What was shocking was that apart from a long green robe, she wasn't wearing anything else. At that moment, the three swords at Zhao Fu's waist seemed to notice something and sent some information to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu understood and smiled as he looked at the woman and said, "Do you want to undo the seal? I can save you, but the price is that you have to obey me." The woman in green seductively smiled as she said, "If you want me to obey you, that's fine. However, you have to satisfy me and make me feel good, and I'll naturally obey you." Zhao Fu frowned and said, "You don't want to undo the seal? You've been trapped here for a long time, and you don't want freedom at all?" "Of course I want to undo the seal, but compared to freedom, my body feels even more empty and uncomfortable. Come. Hurry up, I can't take it anymore." The woman in green looked at Zhao Fu and licked her sexy lips with her bright red tongue, looking incredibly thirsty. She got off the stone bed and swayed her large breasts as she walked over to Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Zhao Fu understood that it would not be easy to subdue this woman, and she would have to be taught a lesson. Even though the woman in green's power had been sealed, she still had a portion of her power, so Zhao Fu immediately used his full strength. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand towards the woman in green, and a black mark appeared on his palm, giving off a black light as a mass of formless energy suddenly blasted towards the woman in green. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the ground was hit by the formless energy, causing it to crack and a 10-meter-wide crater to appear. The woman in green flipped backwards and landed on a large rock, easily dodging Zhao Fu's attack. She then flirtatiously laughed as she said, "You've exceeded my expectations, it's the power of an early-stage king. Not bad, little brother. However, it won't be that easy to subdue me. If you have the ability, use your lower body to subdue me." It was the first time Zhao Fu had seen this woman, and she was simply too much. If it wasn't for the fact that she could deal with the level 10 flood and her true body, Zhao Fu would have immediately left. He did not want to waste time with this woman. Moreover, she had indeed held back some of her power, and the chains had not completely sealed her power. As such, she was still an incredibly dangerous person, and Zhao Fu had to be careful as he drew the Sky Demon sword. Seeing that Zhao Fu was about to attack, the woman in green thought about it and changed her tone as she said, "All right. If you can help me undo the seal, I'll obey you." The woman in green smiled as she thought to herself that if she could undo the seal, she would be able to regain her power. Seeing that the woman in green had finally calmed down, Zhao Fu started his plan. He remembered that he still had a few things that could undo seals, such as the unsealing stone, unsealing talisman, and a powerful unsealing item. 8 trigrams unsealing, a very powerful unsealing item that can break all kinds of seals. However, this is a one-time consumable item. Zhao Fu had the green-cloaked passerby stand in the middle and took out 100 unsealing talismans. These unsealing talismans were the weakest and could only undo some small seals. Zhao Fu wanted to see if they were effective. After Zhao Fu took out several talisman papers, he tossed them out. The talisman papers transformed into streams of light that struck the chains. The chains clanged continuously, but they did not seem to be damaged at all. Even after using up all of the talisman papers, there was no effect on the chains. Zhao Fu thought that with the strength of the chains, the unsealing stone might not have much of an effect, so he took out an 8 trigrams plate. The green-cloaked woman was a bit disappointed. After being locked here for so long, if she had the ability, she would have escaped long ago. However, even with her strength, she was unable to break free from the chains. It could be seen how strong the seal was. At that moment, Zhao Fu used the 8 trigrams unsealing, causing the 8 trigrams plate to float into the air and give off a bright white light. It turned into a 2-meter wide 8 trigrams diagram that gave off a powerful aura and spread out. Zhao Fu walked forwards and placed his hand on the Tai Chi diagram at the center of the 8 trigrams plate. He sent his power into it, and the black and white yin-yang fishes started to spin as a white light shot onto the green-cloaked woman's body. A small 8 trigrams diagram appeared on the woman's forehead and also started to spin. The chains around her body started to become taut, as if they were withstanding a massive amount of power. The green-cloaked woman felt quite delighted because she could feel her strength gradually recovering. As such, she exploded out with immense power and started to break free from the chains. Zhao Fu also pressed down, sending a large amount of King's power into the 8 trigrams plate, causing it to give off an even more intense white light. Under the ferocious attacks of these two powers, the chains were finally unable to withstand it and started to break. In just a few moments, all 36 chains had been broken. Immediately, countless dark clouds continued to gather in the sky, and the rain grew thicker and heavier. The floodwaters surged ferociously, and ferocious bolts of lightning struck down. Strong winds howled, and it looked as if the world was about to be destroyed. The 8 trigrams diagram in front of Zhao Fu turned into countless motes of light and disappeared. A powerful aura suddenly exploded out, causing the water to seem to freeze. Now that the green-cloaked woman had completely unsealed herself, her power was simply too great. Ha ha ha, the green-cloaked woman wildly laughed, no longer as seductive as before. Instead, she looked incredibly arrogant. Suddenly, the green-cloaked woman turned to look at Zhao Fu, and her green eyes looked like those of a savage wolf as she said, "Brat, thank you for unsealing me today. Thank you for helping me undo my seal today. However, you've already angered me, and there hasn't been a single man who has dared to refuse me, especially those that I like. Today, I'll force myself on you and absorb your original king's power." The green-cloaked woman loudly laughed as she leapt at Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu was already prepared, and he coldly looked at the green-cloaked woman as he stretched out his hand and gripped, causing the entire space to tremble. Clang, 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 metallic sounds rang out as countless chains stretched out from all directions towards the green-cloaked woman. The green-cloaked woman was startled as she was bound by hundreds of chains and hung in the air. In actuality, with how strong the seal was, it was impossible for the 8 trigrams diagram to be completely unsealed, and the one who had truly unsealed it was the king's crown. The king's crown was made from the god-sealing beast's body and the emperor's skull. The God-sealing beast also had an innate ability, which was that it could fuse its chains with other chains. Xiaofu had secretly fused the king's crown's chains with the chains that sealed the green-cloaked woman. Now, as long as he could make her return to her original form, the disaster would stop, and he would be able to obtain a massive reward. Haha, perverted dragon, you dared to play tricks with master? Now you know your mistakes. The sky demon said as it laughed. Xiaofu walked towards the green-cloaked woman, who was hanging in the air. He was going to turn her back into her original form, so that he could solve the flood and get a huge reward. Seeing Xiaofu walking towards her, the green-cloaked woman struggled for a while. After realizing that she couldn't break free, she returned to her charming appearance. Master. Now, I'm at your command. You'd better let me go. I'll serve you well. I'll use my mouth, my breasts, my feet, any position. Xiaofu ignored her words. Now, Xiaofu had successfully locked her up with the help of the dragon-locking well and the power of the iron chain. Once he released her and let her run away, it would be difficult for Xiaofu to catch her again. The green-cloaked woman struggled a few more times, but she found that she really couldn't escape. She could only accept her fate and sigh. At this time, Xiaofu stopped because he thought of the people trapped on the mountain. These people were also resources. Now that the flood was under control, they were basically not in any danger. After thinking for a while, he decided that it would be a pity if Xiaofu didn't take those people. So, Xiaofu glanced at the green-cloaked woman and decided to deal with her later. Back in Qin City, Xiaofu ordered people to buy a large number of boats and came to this region to pick up people. The terrain in this region was low and flat, so it was impossible for there to be any living people. Only the high mountain regions would have living people. Now that the green-cloaked woman was controlled by Xiaofu, the flood calmed down, but it didn't subside. The sky was still covered with dark clouds, and it was still raining. When Xiaofu's people appeared in a big ship, the people trapped on the mountain seemed to see hope and despair. They all knelt down and kowtowed, asking Qin's soldiers to save them. This was what Qin wanted to see, and he smiled as he brought these people onto the ships. These people were all fighting to be the first to leave, afraid that Qin's ships would leave. The flood still hadn't receded, and it was possible that it would rise again. If they stayed, they would definitely die. Xiaofu sent out 1,000 ships and brought 230,000 or so people back to Great Qin. However, Xiaofu was quite disappointed to see this small number of people. After all, these were the survivors of a region, and most of the people had drowned. If the flood receded, there would be corpses everywhere. Xiaofu didn't feel much about this, as they weren't Qin's subjects. Qin City's population had been 870,000, and with the addition of 230,000, it was now 1,000,000. At the same time, Xiaofu had obtained many village creation stones, and Qin City had 624 village creation stones in total. This harvest was quite an unexpected harvest, and Xiaofu smiled as he returned to the stone cave. Seeing that Xiaofu had returned, the woman in green let out a sigh of relief. Xiaofu had left for a long time, and she had thought that Xiaofu had sealed her again. If that was the case, she would be sealed here again, and she didn't know when she would be released. Thinking about how long it would be, she felt quite afraid. As such, the woman in green gave a flirtatious smile and said, "Master, you're back." Xiaofu felt quite surprised, and he found that the woman in green's tone had become much better. He came before her and stretched out a hand, and a formless energy covered the woman in green. The woman in green's body gave off a green light and turned into a sword. The sword looked quite domineering, and it was a green iron color. It was 1 meter long and 3 fingers wide, and there was a dragon's head at the point where the sword and hilt connected. The hilt looked like a dragon's scale. The sword gave off a very powerful might and an aura of disaster. Xiaofu gripped the sword and sent his king's power into it, making it impossible for the sword to resist. At the same time, Xiaofu received a system announcement. "Congratulations! You have subdued the Sin Dragon Sword and stopped the flood. You have obtained 600,000 virtue points." After suddenly receiving this system announcement, Xiaofu felt quite shocked. He had suddenly obtained so many virtue points. A rainbow-colored crystal appeared in front of Xiaofu. Seeing this light, Xiaofu's heart thumped, and he excitedly picked up the rainbow-colored crystal. Last time, it was also a rainbow-colored fish jewel, and after opening it, Zhao Fu had obtained a heavenly domain stone. He didn't know what he would obtain this time, but he knew that it definitely wouldn't be of a low grade. Zhao Fu deeply breathed in and used the rainbow-colored crystal. On the ground, as the Sin Dragon sword was subdued, the torrential flood started to recede. At that moment, boundless rainbow-colored light pierced through the black clouds, causing them to dissipate, revealing the blue sky. It was like a miracle. Within the cave, Zhao Fu looked at the rainbow-colored crystal, which gave off a powerful aura. After the light disappeared, a crystal statue appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This statue had a chicken's head, a snake's neck, a mandarin duck's body, wings like a roc's, legs like a crane's, and a tail with long feathers. It gave off a noble aura. It was a crystal statue of a phoenix. The phoenix statue was 2 meters tall, and because it was completely made of crystals, it looked quite beautiful. Zhao Fu looked at its description. Emperor Phoenix statue, boundless phoenix chi, add to one's body. The description was so short, how could he know the statue's information? Zhao Fu didn't quite understand. He decided to let Xianru take a look at it when he got back. She should know what it was. After putting the statue away, Zhao Fu looked at the sword. This sword had been forged from an Sin Dragon, and it was incredibly powerful. Its grade definitely surpassed epic grade. Sin Dragon sword, grade, Saint Armament, 2, stats, strength plus 40, intelligence plus 35, constitution plus 30, agility plus 30, description, a sword forged from a terrifyingly powerful Sin Dragon. Not only is it incredibly powerful, but it also has a disaster attribute. Indeed, it surpassed epic grade and was a terrifying Saint Armament. Above epic grade, there were 3 types, Saint Armament, Earth Armament, and Emperor Heaven Armament. Each of them were also split into 9 grades. This Sin Dragon sword was a level 2 Saint Armament, while the Xianyuan sword and Qiyu saber were both level 1 Saint Armaments. Saint Armaments were far more powerful than epic grade equipment. Even 100 pieces of epic grade equipment couldn't compare to a single Saint Armament. From this, one could see just how valuable Saint Armaments were. At the same time, Saint Armament's power was also extremely terrifying. At the same time, Saint Armaments were incredibly rare, and there were less than 10 in a single world. Right now, Zhao Fu had one. After looking at the Sin Dragon sword's description, Zhao Fu smiled. Now, it was time to exchange for items. He had obtained 600,000 virtue points, which was simply too shocking. Adding on the 170,000 virtue points from before, Zhao Fu now had 770,000 virtue points. Just thinking about how many items he could exchange for with that amount of virtue points made him feel quite excited. Master, I also want to do it outside. Also, I haven't served you yet. I want Master's big asterisk asterisk, the woman in green said seductively as she hugged Zhao Fu's arm and rubbed her chest against him. These words were so explicit that the other 3 sword spirits couldn't take it, and the Sky Demon cursed, "You perverted dragon, can you not be so flirtatious?" However, the woman in green ignored the Sky Demon's words and shook Zhao Fu's arm as she said coquettishly, "Can you please? Master?" Before Zhao Fu could reply, the slaughtering ghost, who rarely spoke, couldn't help but say, "Shameless. Master should seal her again and never let her out again." Hearing this, the woman in green felt quite displeased and coldly harumphed, "As Master's servant, you don't even serve Master's body, how can you serve him? If I were Master, I would have thrown you insensible servants away long ago." These words made the sword spirits feel like they couldn't refute her, and they paused for a moment. If Master wants, I can also serve Master." Celia, who was a little introverted, said with a blushing face. Seeing this, the Sky Demon lightly harumphed. It was a demon, so it was different from the kind, and it said, "I can also serve Master." After all, Master has a level 11 bloodline and is an early generation king. He has a noble status and is worthy of my service. At this moment, the slaughtering ghost's cold voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. "I am only willing to be the sword in my master's hand. In this chaotic world where etiquette has collapsed and there is no end to killing, I am willing to open up a pure land in the human world. I am willing to make all the gods, Buddhas, demons, ghosts, and monsters disappear. Only then will the slaughtering ghost rise again and bring peace to the human world." I believe that Master is not a perverted person and is instead a king who will create a prosperous world. Of course, if Master has any requests, I'll be willing to offer my body. Just as the slaughtering ghost finished speaking, the sound of armor falling to the ground could be heard, and it sounded like the slaughtering ghost was taking off its clothes. All right. I still have things to do. Zhao Fu, who hadn't said anything this entire time, felt quite speechless and cut off everyone. He then looked at the woman in green and said, "You can return to the sword, I'll equip you with my body." The woman in green smiled and nodded. She tactfully turned into a ray of green light and returned to the sword, and the other sword spirits didn't say anything else. Zhao Fu tied the Sin Dragon sword to his waist. Now, he had 4 swords, the maximum number. If he had 5 or more, it would be too much of a hindrance, and it would hinder him. It was the second day of the disaster festival, and Zhao Fu. He didn't want the top 10 items on the exchange stone steel, but he had so many merit points. After all, there were many people who had taken first place in the Divine Fish Festival, so Zhao Fu didn't waste any more time and went to a system main city to take a look. Not bad. Zhao Fu looked at the medicinal pills, but he didn't look at the first-ranked Dao Comprehension pill. Even though this pill was powerful, he wouldn't be able to use it in a short period of time, so it was better for him to first exchange for something useful. Zhao Fu first exchanged for the Heavenly Saint pill, which could raise his grade to heaven, and it cost him 250,000 merit points. The second was the Revival pill, which could revive the dead. It was incredibly valuable, and it cost him 200,000 merit points. The third was the All-Poison Divine pill, which could give him a poison spirit constitution, which would give him great resistance against countless poisons. It could be of great use at critical moments, and it cost him 170,000 merit points. Zhao Fu had spent 520,000 merit points on these 3 pills, and he still had 250,000 merit points left. As for the first-ranked Dao Comprehension pill, it cost him 300,000 merit points, which he couldn't afford for now. Zhao Fu looked at the other medicinal pills and decided to give up on the Vermilion Bird Blood pill for now. Zhao Fu wasn't interested in the others, and Zhao Fu took a closer look at the 7th-ranked stage-breaking pill. After consuming this pill, one's cultivation would become unhindered, and they would become a stage 5 expert. Cultivating to stage 5 would take a long time, and this made Zhao Fu want to give up. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he was only 50,000 merit points away from the first-ranked Dao Comprehension pill. Zhao Fu decided to spend his remaining merit points on the Dao Comprehension pill. However, he was still 50,000 merit points away, so Zhao Fu didn't waste any time and didn't consume the medicinal pills he bought. Zhao Fu called over Wang Ergu and asked him to investigate where else there were massive disasters. Soon, Zhao Fu came back. Because he had been collecting information about the disasters for a long time, he only needed to organize it before reporting to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu found a region and prepared to immediately head over. The 3 medicinal pills that had disappeared attracted many people's attention. Because they had all disappeared at the same time, many people guessed that the same person had bought them. However, when they thought about it, they felt that this was impossible. After all, the first-ranked medicinal pill was still there. If one had so many merit points, they would have already bought the first-ranked medicinal pill. They couldn't guess what Zhao Fu was thinking. Moreover, ordinary people like them couldn't obtain any merit points, yet they had to endure all sorts of disasters. With how difficult it was to obtain merit points, they couldn't believe that someone could obtain so many at once. As for who had bought the medicinal pills, everyone thought that it was definitely Qin. After all, news about Qin had already spread. Apart from the Divine Fish Festival, all of the other festivals were firmly in first place. This was why countless factions were terrified. Qin was simply too powerful, and it wasn't something that ordinary factions could compare to. Ordinary people and some small factions didn't have much of a reaction to the disappearance of the 3 medicinal pills because it was impossible for them to obtain them. However, some top-tier factions started to panic. Su Yan's expression was solemn. Right now, he controlled 80% of the factions in the northern part of the continent, and his strength had completely surpassed Qin. He had people in every region, so he could accurately know what Qin was doing. Starting from the flood, there was the Qin buying the boat, the flood stopping, and finally, the disappearance of the 3 medicinal pills. Su Yan's expression became very ugly. He had already guessed that the person who had bought the 3 medicinal pills was Qin's crown prince. This Qin's crown prince had a great amount of fate, and he would only develop faster and faster in the future. Su Yan felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, Qin would become more and more terrifying. Immediately, Su Yan released the information that he had obtained and made some changes. He changed the flood to be the main cause of the flood to be Qin's crown prince. At the same time, he stated that Qin had obtained great benefits. Not only had the rainbow light descended from the sky, but they had also used the flood to obtain 500,000 people. Even though Su Yan had guessed that Great Qin would only obtain 250,000 people, he wanted to double that. Only then would he be able to show how big of a threat Great Qin was. After all, 500,000 people in a region was a very small number, and everyone would believe it. End of chapter 423. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.